If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 46. The beginning. Liam stared in shock and confusion at the figure of the supposed goddess of this moon scream. Something must have happened with only a few options he could suppose of on the go, the RDA being at the top and how he could roughly guess. From the scream to the air and part of the skull being ripped out and how external damage on the tree translated to the spiritual form, then by that line of thought damage to another part might show it here, and what was damaged was. One of the Tree of Souls was destroyed, the most sacred and important place of connection between Iwa and the Na6, from Grace, Morelli, and the All-Mother herself. He was perfectly aware that these trees were far more than simple sacred plants. They were an integral part of Iwa, the tip of the iceberg, that she was but a majorly important one compared to anything and everything else. If a regular tree might be a singular cell, then for comparison one Tree of Soul was like a limb, one of her many limbs, but still one. A very notable difference. Its purpose, again from what he got, was the transfer and storage of minds and souls, whatever it exactly meant, either at distance or by direct physical contact, but the latter offered a better journey of the two. So either it was a belief or both of those aspects could get degraded. Those trees served as the clearest and direct bridge between the living and dead, between Iwa and her children. He could, somewhat, understand what such a loss represented. This concept was the one he was the most familiar with after all. His shock and confusion were short-lived, barely a microsecond. If it were to be outside he would have felt panic rise rapidly, but that wasn't the case and he was perfectly clear-minded. So he acted, even if not sure of what to do. It was an ugly and disturbing sight, and he felt pity even. He didn't like such a sight, wanted and needed to stop for the simple reason he had more to speak, but with this, even if completely unrelated, will prove his point. He approached the various piece of metal he was protected within, slowly decreasing in velocity. The crimson blood floating within the air started to shift to black, then back to red in an endless as he placed his ever-shifting hand between his skin and a soft blue translucent skin full of purple and blue vein and nerve. As soon as it happened her scream got lower, but just as visceral, yet he didn't stop at that. Pressing his palm further, the barrier became visible, composed of thousand and thousand of hexagon molding against his hand. Distance not being of importance in such a place, but intent, emotions, and feelings were an antithesis to the physical world, a fact he was deeply instinctively aware of but held little control over due to his own inexperience, and that this place was not solely his own. And as such the room they were in fizzled, becoming smaller as the finger his outstretched arm protected by a film of shield came into contact with the middle of the All-Mother's chest. He could feel through the shield, he instantly remarked. It was a type of rugged yet smooth bark through the shield. Root tendrils grew out, but not in a way to trap him, as it was simply holding on him. The bark, her skin, in a way he noticed both hot and cold. He could feel her strong heartbeat fused with many more, some weak, some powerful, some beating for the first and some for the last, each living being connected to her, her children, part of her, all functioning in complete harmony amidst the chaos that they represented. It was impossible to describe with mere words what he felt. And he could feel a fraction of the emotions she was going through, almost as if they were his own, and the same was for the pain, both spiritually and physically. Many he couldn't even begin to describe with how alien they were to his mind. But his current nature made it so all were but a minor distraction. Just as he could feel her general state of mind, she could as well, even in such a state. His mind was cold, calm, organized, calculating, filled with curiosity, and with many more incomprehensible aspects, but to her it was beautiful. It was both artificial and natural, a work of art, one that constantly grows and adapts. Yet it was incomplete in a way her near billion years of experience couldn't manage to give an exact answer to. But behind all of this she caught glimpses of deep anger, grief, loneliness, sorrow, and more, but none of fear or resignation or despair. There was hope present as well. At the forefront of them was a hint of worry mixed with empathy and understanding. Something no one had ever directed toward her, pity hidden as worry, as if she were an hapless prey in front of a predator, and in many ways he would be correct. Not in the exact way the lost child might think, but it was not far from the truth either. Many dangers lurked. But it was strange all the same, and not in a bad way. this has never happened before. This moment couldn't continue eternally as much as she and almost he wanted. Her scream suddenly stopped, and the blood, if it could even be called that, froze and as time was put in reverse flowed back into the open wound that closed, but the air in that area didn't grow back. The root growing around Liam's hand, holding it, receded slowly within her chest as the deeper connection was severed. And both took a metaphorical breath, with the man taking multiple of such and much deeper one. Our deepest apology to you for what you must have seen and felt, Liam, we are grateful to you for having done what you have done. This was. What happened was the proof that your words are true. Our tolerance has reached its limit since long past, she said, moving slightly backward, her voice going from warm to frigid. You are welcome, Iwa. Though I wonder, you must already know a lot about what I and the Olangi have been working on. I would like to know what you could potentially do. Winning now will not be enough, the RDA and the humans in charge will come and come and come again. They will not abandon, either because of pride, or greed, for the resource and me. What is going to be a time of great sorrow will be but the first true skirmish of a great war, Iwa, Liam said gravely, his gaze never leaving her eyes as he shifted back into his cocoon of metal, his being feeling overall strange by what he just did. He could still feel the connection a new thread was forming, of different nature than his tame, it wasn't dangerous but he could feel it from the deepest part of his being. Actions have consequences. His words weren't pleasant to hear but beating the RDA once wasn't going to cut it, in fact, it would be the start of something greater, oh so much greater. It was but the start, Liam didn't delude himself on that. And that was how the discussion for the imminent future went between the local deity and the local anomaly, the two most prominent creatures on this moon, both for the goal of securing their survival and livelihood. Any obstacle between this goal will either submit or be removed by force. A dozen hours later within the confine of Hell's Gate Biolab. Grace Augustine stared emptily at the mug between her fingers, while to her left Norm Spellman was looking blankly at the wall and Jake Sully at her right was lazily browsing through one of the many books about Pandora she wrote. All three were forcefully brought from Site 26 to here as Jake, while using his avatar, destroyed many of the cameras from an RDA bulldozer, a giant machine of metal bigger than the vast majority of tanks, with the sole purpose of clearing terrain, and what was in its path was the Tree of Voices. They bulldozed a sacred site on purpose, to trigger a response. They're fabricating this war, to get what they want. And they are succeeding at getting it, Grace said all of a sudden, breaking the heavy silence. I can't believe it, Norm mumbled in incomprehension and the sheer madness and needless violence that was unfolding. He couldn't, no, he didn't want to accept why it was happening, but he knew. Denying reality sadly didn't change it. Yup. That's how it's done, how the world works. When people sit on shit you want, you make them your enemy. Then you're justified in taking said shit. Work every foo * king single damn time, Jake added, gripping the book harder in visible anger. Running toward them was a young woman, Trudy Chacon, one of the most talented and experienced pilots present on Pandora within the SEC Ops is running the gunship. They're gonna hit home tree, she said breathlessly. Grave would like to say she was surprised but she wasn't, and that told too much. Norm barely reacted at such an announcement, still in shock at what happened. When, the crippled ex-marine asked on instinct, face serious and voice concise but heart heavy. He needed to warn them, to warn the Omatakea, to warn Neytiri. Now. We're spooling you, she stopped as Grace gripped her hand. The xenobiologist had a conflicted face. Stop, missing a few incendiary rounds won't change the end result. Quaritch thinks it's a game. He won't stop this mission if one of his pilots goes missing. At this point, the supposed hierarchy can go foo * k itself. Trudy, you will take us back to Site 26, immediately, we can't stay here, and Jake. We will arrive on time. I know what you want to do, Grace said in a low tone. Standing up she made a following with her head and tapped on the screen of her smartwatch. Trudy's expression was conflicted for a short time before she nodded and said, Does this make us traitors or terrorists? Ah, who cares? Better be that by the solar unity laws than be on the other side. Max on his side felt his own smartwatch vibrate, a blue pictogram appeared on the screen and a pit formed in his stomach. They needed to go ASAP, but he needed to do something else first. He took from his pocket a small black device, a USB key, his mind going over what Liam had been talking about in Overseer. He hated that the man was right and that it was needed. As more time went on, it was clear Liam put himself as an enemy of the RDA, for more reason than simple self-righteousness. His life was on the line, and now all of their lives were. Liam had said to transfer this packet of data if things turned for the worse. Max didn't know what it was, but it was easy to guess it was nothing good for the system. He might have just given everyone here a slow and painful death for all he knew. Max advanced toward the main computer, his breath was shaky. He entered several passwords and confirmed his biometric, and with a second of hesitation plugged the key in and waited a few minutes, taking files in and out before disconnecting his account. "I have to go to the bathroom," he said aloud. It was evidently a lie, but it gave him a valid excuse, and so he walked at a brisk pace toward where Grace and her group were dancing. Without wasting time, he lied that he needed to do something else and rapidly moved toward the location of the group of 4 that Grace just gave him. He didn't take anything but an exopack, a device to breathe Pandora's toxic air. He was in a panic as he almost ran toward the vehicle maintenance hangar. He ignored everyone, rushing toward a particular lone Samson. It was easy, the noise of aircraft starting their flight and the general ordered chaos made it so. And that not every last of the SEC ops knew who he was, and they didn't have any instruction to stop him. A few seconds later he arrived at his destination, the blades spinning faster than he could perceive, and at the last moment, however, his eyes locked onto the one of Colonel Quaritch in the far distance, who frowned at the sight before anger exploded on his face as he barked orders. The colonel grabbed a rifle from one of his men, aimed, and shot, the sound of the gunshot muffled by everything. At the same time, "Grab my hand," and someone grabs my *king legs, Jake yelled his lung out, pushing himself off his wheelchair as he expected his hand. Grace behind did as ordered, grabbing the ex-marine legs while she put Hostile in a safe position to hold everything. Max's eyes widened at that, a smile mixed with anxiety and relief formed, his body not stopping however. He grabbed the extended hand from the slowly taking of Samson 16 with all his might. Max used both hands as traction, but immediately all noticed Jake was simply physically weak. It was logical, he did exercise but not with his real body. The lower gravity had a pretty negative effect on humans, causing in short and long terms muscle and bone atrophy without a good diet, medicine, and a strict exercise routine. A problem that was amplified by staying most of the day within a link unit, adding the lack of care, be it either hygiene or the basic necessities of hydration and alimentation, and the consequences were evident for all to see. "Let me help you." Norm placed his belly against metal, leg around a metal bar. He grabbed his friend's hand and started to drag him up, the positive results showing themselves instantaneously. The first bullet missed, grazing Max's neck and leaving a thin trail of blood, but the second immediately after didn't. Max felt intense burning hot pain for the briefest of instants as the bullet existed on the other side of his neck, shredding his carotid, a portion of one of his vertebral basilar arteries, and cutting straight through his spinal cord. "Hey, so that's how I die. At least I did serve something," thought Max, smiling deliriously as nearly all feeling from everything below his neck disappeared just as the strength behind the grip of his hands did. He heard the horrified scream of who he assumed was Grace and that of Trudy screaming that they needed to go as he fell and saw the Samson fly away with his rapidly darkening sight. At least they managed to get away. Nice shot as always. He really thought he could go away like this. "Do we follow and shoot them down from the sky, Colonel? Or do you want to do that personally at a later date to teach them a lesson?" a bald man, Corporal Lyle Winefleet, asked with a smile on his face as his amused gaze focused on the limp, bleeding, and dying scientist on the cement while Samson 16 was flying away at speed, breaking past the RDA reglementation within the base. "It's a damn shame. Trudy was one of our best pilots, but that's a small loss. She was a bad soldier," always hesitating on orders. No, we will not follow them for now, we will let the birdies with a love of blue cheeks fly away. We have more important matters to take care of, such as to bring the knowledge of what a real fire is to the native, Quaritch said, a feral smile finding his way on his face. This was going to be fun, this was what he waited for decades, he got the chance to do it and he will. Chapter 47, 47. Virus. It has been a bit more than 14 hours since Liam woke up from his second meeting with Iwa, a very impactful evenement as when it happened he could feel the deity in a way, in a fundamentally different way, there was a sort of connection, a tie, a bond, that was born between both. Waking up after what he just experienced with his heart hammering powerfully in his ribcage and his body covered in root in an almost sensual way was bizarre, though not as unpleasant as one might think. At least it was a very positive result. One of if not the best possible outcomes, but again when you have a reasonable individual anchored in reality with similar interests things tend to go very smoothly. It was a weak connection though, it was more of a general awareness, similar to when he is below the ground facing the tree of soul but everywhere. As such it was unlike the ones with his tames, not as deep or powerful, he couldn't communicate through it, at least not with direct words. He could feel how she felt in various ways but that was very blurry and he supposed she could do so as well. It was a two-way street, both equal. He wasn't sure how to feel about this, but he was instinctively aware, even when he was asleep, that it wasn't a threat to his well-being and that he could cut it off, but that he didn't exactly know how. It invaded his privacy in a way none could, but again he did this to himself and he wasn't much better in that aspect as he could do so to her as well. There was no reason to be outraged. And he was sure the All-Mother must possess empathic abilities in the first place, be they psychic in origin or from regular senses such as the capacity to detect various hormones in the air or read magnetic fields and the likes. He always was a bit of an open book to her, that much he could deduce, everything on this moon was an extension of herself, at least it equalized things out. He didn't hide it from the Olangi. He couldn't even if he wanted, the Tsahik having immediately noticed a change, a shift in how he was, but what he got other than shock, marvel and disbelief wasn't of much help. It never had happened before, though this wasn't something new with him involved in it. He was an anomaly in many ways, events never recorded in history were to be expected. Though the mention of having managed to get the All-Mother direct help gave a sense of euphoria. It muddled the primal rage they had when they learned the Tree of Voices was cut down as if it were a vulgar bush. It wasn't where their ancestor reposed but it was all the same. The Tsahik and Sakharam and a few others had already sensed something went wrong but they didn't think of something like this. Still, Max didn't have to die. It's unpleasant, Liam thought with a deep frown, anger with a hint of sadness hidden within his eyes, information from Max's smartwatch in his mind. He was aware of his last heartbeat and knew at what exact nanosecond his heartbeat for the last time. His death both was and wasn't in vain. Max's death could have been easily avoided, prevented in so many ways. He didn't have to die but hyper-focusing on the past wasn't going to help. The one to blame was the one who shot and only the one who shot. Going to blame others or himself was pointlessness in its perfect form. He was friends with Max, nothing exceptional. But Max was one of his only human contacts. He knew the man quite well, and saying it didn't hurt would be lying. The fact someone after, a bald man under the name of Lyle saw, took the smartwatch as some kind of trophy didn't help. It simply angered him. Thought the smartwatch was perfectly working and thus Lyle Wainfleet as someone quite high-placed and close to the head of the SEC Ops let him spy on them since Grace, while alive, wasn't responding. It let him know Home Tree was already set ablaze. And that Grace and Jake were there, in their avatars he supposed, and had helped in evacuating most of the NA6, it was sad but that was life. At least thank you, Max. Now I'm fully in. They are all foo *ked, they can't even begin to understand how much. And the rest managed or were given the chance to escape, he smirked slightly. He could understand why they could escape, they weren't considered enemies, in the sense they weren't considered a real threat or a threat at all for that matter. No matter the point of view, though, it was still a very stupid decision to let them go. You don't play with food unless you want to be turned into food yourself. He was very grateful for the absolute idiocy of the one who made this decision. It was Quaritch the one who let them go, someone Grace had not painted in the best of light. The war veteran was a sadistic, trigger-happy, psychotic sociopath piece of what worse humanity could give birth to. A rabid dog who until recently, was on a leash. And comparing a rabid dog to him was insulting the dog. He didn't receive further messages from Grace after the one that said they were coming back to Hell's Gate a day ago, but he could hear everything from her smartwatch, from when she was threatened to be shot, her horrified scream, and where they were going up to when she entered a zone with magnetic disturbance. As for what Max did, Liam could have not needed his help, but it would have led to several problems and limitations. He was immensely grateful for Max's sacrifice, even if he would have preferred for it to not happen. Or that Max did this earlier, but convincing someone when you can be considered a being that for all intent and purpose could be a genocidal maniac who you will give access to what would help him enact said genocide was hard. Hard but not impossible. He only needed the right time to strike, as a subsystem of Overseer was now well hidden within the main system of Hell's Gate, rapidly spreading, mimicking, and slowly eating every primitive line of codes by a copy of the same but altered code for it to stay hidden until deemed necessary. A virtual cancer, a cancer under his control. You don't make a disease you aren't immune to and in perfect control of after all, or you don't make it sentient and have a sense of self either for that matter. However, as information of what was in direct connection to the main system came, he learned that the vehicles used were in total independent of said system. It was by their designs for the pilots to be fully autonomous. Other than messing with the communication system and some minor unimportant function, he couldn't do much to them. No means to simply turn off their entire army, but still very useful in many, many cases. It wasn't as useful as he had hoped for in a hypothetical best-case scenario, but it was confirmed as the best-case scenario for a reason. It made sense. The Pandora messed up a lot with technology, and so to have the computer and other important components like the motor and life support of a vehicle not clearly separated was a potential loss of human life and machinery, and as such a great loss in profit. And those machines were made for war in the first place, 130 years in the future of his time. As such, digital war at that time would have extensively progressed and was by all accounts just as much of a threat, if not more. Technology is humanity's greatest strength and weakness. Having a way around such attacks was to be expected. Either way, it was a problem he had prepared for, and why an army with the capacity to destroy them was a must. "Liam, are you all right?" 2T next to him asked as she finished pouring the explosive concoction within a fist-sized, by NA6 standard, ceramic recipient. "No. I'm going to speak with Aquay and Morelli. You can consider that the war has officially begun." He said those words calmly, almost mechanically, while his pupil stopped acting weird and the metal bit in his left wrist glowing brightly was the telltale of him using his technology via mystical ways. This didn't surprise her. She was anxiously anticipating when he would announce just that. She could already feel and see it from everyone's behavior. The Olangi clan members were preparing their steeds, sharpening their blades, tending to their bows, taking provisions, and more. Liam walked away. Gladius, napping not far away, woke, yawned, stood up, and followed him, each of the giant bird's footsteps terrifying anyone close enough due to the way it moved its massive claws. There was work to do. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers north of the Olangi camp position, it has been several hours since the Samson 16 with the traders of the RDA had landed at Site 26 within the Hallelujah Mountains. Grace woke up, hair in chaos, face fatigued, and 2 trails of moisture down her eyes. She pushed the door open and stood up from her link unit. Her eyes trailed toward the one of Jake. She frowned. He wasn't waking up, and forcing him awake wasn't an option and even a necessity. K not the time to think about this. It was obvious he would have deviated from the plan. Grace mumbled and drank a glass of water. The plan in her head was to wait while the life shack was getting attached to Trudy's Samson 16. Jake would try to evacuate the Omatakea, and after waking up to their human bodies, then their avatars would be dragged away by the NA6 clan and she then would inform them of who the lost child was, Liam Cram. It wasn't going to happen the way she preferred but untimely, it didn't matter. Walking toward a holographic screen she fiddled with it, a connection was made between it and her smartwatch and she downloaded all the data she had about the individual known as the lost child, aka Liam Cram. She positioned them in a way that would be obvious for Jake, in front of his wheelchair, a picture of Liam's face with his bright and unnerving silver eyes at the forefront. This broke several of the rules set between them but at this point, she was quite sure the man wouldn't care and she didn't care either, failing meant death in both cases. She needed to tell them, and they needed his help and he will as well considering the RDA possesses everything. She put on her exopack on her face and exited the life shack, the double door creating a vacuuming zone between the inside from the outside, keeping the two air separated. Where is Jake? Is everything all right? Norm, who's finished checking if the chain was for the sixth time, asked as he saw her rapidly walk out alone. Still driving, and no. Home tree was destroyed but we managed to evacuate most of the clan, the Oloiktan didn't survive. And we need to go, now. We don't have the luxury to wait 10 more hours for him to wake up, she said hurriedly, ignoring her assistant's question as she climbed up the helicopter. But he will be fine, Norm, this is simply moving the life shack from point A to B. It can still work. The waking up process will be a bit rocky if in flight, Trudy trailed off, arriving behind and placing her hand on his shoulder, a reassuring smile at the end that hid stress, sadness, and nervousness. A few minutes and several final checks later, with the 3 climbs in the aircraft, the 2 rotor blades started to spin, the loud sound of their respective engines and the whines they made scaring the smaller wildlife as the machine with the equivalent of a small house in weight attached to it took to the air. So, where are we going exactly? Trudy asked Grace, who promptly gave her the exact coordinate, an area located 56 kilometers, 34.8 mi, away from a tree of souls within the same floating mountain they were in, an area where the magnetic interference was weaker. 2 hours passed in almost complete silence in the helicopter shuttle, the atmosphere was heavy. The death of Max was still a shock for everyone, Grace being the most affected as she knew him for more than a third of her life. Suddenly losing him put her in a strange state of rage and anguish. She didn't even know who the murderer was. As for Norm, it was different, he didn't know Max for a long time but that short time let him build a friendship. However, what was on his mind in preparation was the moment of the gunshot, how Max's strength suddenly vanished and he slipped from his grasp. He didn't sign up for this but there was no turning back now, not that he would if he could. He gazed through the heavily reinforced glasses at a super-elevated area within the forest. It was a beautiful place, a lake next to it leading to an enchanting waterfall full of colorful fauna and flora waiting to be discovered. Trudy was the most stable of the 3, she was a soldier for a short time but still one. She was the less familiar with Max of the 3 as he was more of an acquaintance to her, she was still pissed off and greatly saddened by his sudden and brutal death. That aside, this didn't interfere with her capacity. She controlled her baby down, the Samson, hovering 20 meters, 65.6 feet, above the soft patch of tall grass as they were blown away by the wind. She moved down slowly and paid great attention to the parameter tied to the cables. She then pressed a button and the hold of the magnetic cable disappeared from the life shack and they began to be reeled back. She nodded pleased. It was perfectly placed from the view of the various cameras around her baby. "Lady and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination," she said, trying to break the gloomy atmosphere, and it had some success with Norm, earning a snort of amusement from the scientist. Grace stood up, and as she did her watch suddenly vibrated, her eyes widened in shock and a deep voice distorted by the interference full of confidence resonated. "Greetings Grace, Dr. Norm Spellman, and Miss Trudy Chacon. Finally, I'm able to contact you. I'm pleased that you decided to move to one area less affected by the Meissner effect. My name is Liam Cram and I would like to form an alliance with you against a common enemy." Chapter 48, 48. The Reveal. There was a short silence after the words of Liam were heard, followed by the confusion of Norm and Trudy, a confusion that soon will be turned into more. Grace, could you please move your wrist in a way the screen of your watch is facing up? The deep voice resonated again and the person talked to in question did as asked, her face relaxing slightly and a small smile forming. She was quite sure the man on the other side was aware of most of what was ongoing, it was evident. Liam didn't follow what was known as humanly possible. It was as if he was partially omniscient, always aware of what was going on and 10 steps ahead. It was both extremely terrifying and incredibly relieving as he was on their side. His goal was simple and the one of every living being, to survive and not end on a dissecting table. A pleasure to be able to talk to you as well, Liam, Grace said with a bizarre mix between annoyance, relief, and joy, this time shocking the two others, and it was but the start as a hologram fizzled into existence, showing the origin of the voice. A voice that went almost too well with the person it originated from. It was a human wearing a dark grey sleek metallic armor of unknown origin but an advanced one. It didn't hide that it was a heavily muscled man inside it, and his helmet was off letting everyone see his face. A metallic arm of the same sheen was connected to his left armored shoulder and was where the camera was. Behind him was a hide and various objects with typical NA6 aesthetic. He stood out. His skin was heavily tanned, his long dark brown hair was tightly put into Viking braids on his skull, one of his eyebrows had an almost invisible scar going through it, a small trimmed beard adorned his defined jawlines, an almost arrogant smirk showing pearly white teeth with his canine sharper than usual. All of these features gave him a ruggedly handsome face of an intimidating man. It gave the feeling of an individual who will not hesitate to break your neck and bathe in your blood while eating your still beating heart, but this wasn't what attracted the most attention. His eyes were. His severe and calculating eyes of an ethereal silver metallic grey gave the sensation that they were something other than human within, something not particularly wrong but off on a fundamental level. It was uncanny. "Who is this?" Norm spoke shell-shocked without realizing. This attracted the full attention of the man in the hologram. He didn't understand what was going on. His first thoughts were that it was someone of the RDA, but the bodily armor was unlike that of the mercenary, or any of the people he knew of for that matter. It looked like the type of armor bodyguards of high-ranked individuals would wear. And he would have remembered seeing someone like this, same was for Trudy. But even then, it was a mere similarity. Good question. Grace has most of the answers to it. She didn't have the opportunity to introduce me to you, so I decided to do it for her, though Jake is still driving as I can see. Anyway, we don't have the time for either of you to have a panic attack. You may know me by the NA6 as they, Liam said, his smile growing slightly wider as he let his words sink in. This is impossible, was Norm's first thought. The lost child was something that came every so and then, something recent and from what was told benevolent if disrespectful of Iwa like them. But no, this is just someone who arrived, but a human here breathing. How? This doesn't make any sense. Norm tried to make head or tail of the situation at hand but could but temporarily abandon each possibility of why this Liam was here as absurd as the last. I'm not from the RDA or any Earth structures of authority for that matter, believe it or not. It is of little importance, as you can consider me as a third alien party with the goal of not becoming a test subject, and for this, the RDA on Pandora needs to be stopped, something you must want to do as well, Liam added. This gave birth to even more confusion within the two. Alien, hey? Yeah, I can see that, Trudy interjected, not believing what was given to her, but before she could speak again Grace did. He is telling the truth, Trudy. Norm, I knew him for several months already and kept him hidden from the RDA. With Max, I lied to keep him a secret from you. And something so significant as him wouldn't slip past the rumors. Selfridge isn't the quietest individual, nor is Quaritch. Trust me, trust him at least for this. We will need as much help as possible, she let out, both still not fully grasping the situation. Oh, you don't have to worry, Grace. I don't need anyone's approval for this. It was mere politeness. I will be honest, you can't win without my help and I can't without you. Being cooperative is what we need, Be it with me, you, the people, and Liam asserted, and it was the truth that no one wanted to hear. The mention of the All-Mother not going unnoticed by Norma and even less by Grace, both wanting to ask questions on this, but there was a time for this and it wasn't now. What Jake, Norm, Trudy, and Grace did was a rash and illogical decision driven by emotion and a sense of right and wrong about why they betrayed the RDA. And by the extent of humanity, it felt right at the moment, but alas, there was no going back unless a bullet to the head was what they wanted. Though there was no regret, something Liam could see, fear maybe but not regret. Stupidity and courage walking hand in hand. Good thing he was here, because it would have simply been stupidity otherwise. How? Trudy asked. Hints of despair were detectable in her micro-expression, her gaze locked onto the hologram, which earned a buzzing chuckle from it. I will not lie to you, the only individual I truly trust here is Grace Augustine. Though this trust can expand over to you, it is up to you to not prove me wrong. The RDA's greatest strength is their greatest weakness, technology, the source of their arrogance, and something to exploit. Liam said bluntly, but trailed off at the end. Jake is exiting his link unit. I recommend you go see him, as I do not want to repeat myself several times. It would be a waste of time we do not possess in excess, he added, his eyes dialing slightly to an almost inhuman degree. He wasn't going to stop himself from connecting via the smartwatch to the life shack. This man isn't human, okay. I see the alien part. I hope it just isn't some kind of bipedal lizard or some kind of robot we are working with, Trudy thought. Even with that in mind, she believed his words. There was no point in him lying, and Grace, someone she knew she could trust with her life, seemed to be perfectly okay with this man. That didn't mean the entire thing wasn't strange and suspicious at best, but frankly, he was absolutely correct. They needed as much help as possible. This, however, made her aware this individual had access to the Life Shack system, the other possibility being ridiculous, and it was quite terrifying. And her guess would be correct, even if it grossly underestimated how deep his grasp was. He didn't do half the job and let it be. Liam hacked himself inside with extraordinary ease. It wasn't that there wasn't any defense, it just that they might as well be non-existent, since he simultaneously attacked 36 places from different angles, all the while staying hidden as he replaced the lines of codes for his own. Literally copying and pasting the original code out of existence. And the Life Shack defense was more along the lines of correcting potential bugs and fixing errors that might happen if a piece of equipment is damaged. The door was wide open for him to do whatever pleased him. The fact Grace connected her smartwatch to one of the computers made it all but simpler. It was a contagious cancer after all. Back to the present, they did as he asked, each taking an exopack to not die by breathing Pandora's toxic air as they climbed down and entered the Life Shack to be met with Jake. The ex-Marine in his wheelchair had heavy eye bags under his eyes, his skin was pale, his frame was thin due to malnutrition and lack of care, and he looked sickly. His body has seen better days. His gaze, however, was the opposite. Even with obvious fatigue and sadness, it was hard and determined, and its focus was on the holographic screen that gave data about the lost child. I understand why this was kept hidden from me. I would let Quaritch know. And Max was aware of him as well, Jake mumbled, the vivid anger at Max's death still present. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and a faint smile appeared. Where are we? I felt we moved and had short interruptions with my avatar. He asked no one in particular, and the answer he got was from the man he was just learning about, a being he truly wanted to meet in the flesh, which wasn't now, but that was to happen soon. The exact coordinates elude me, but I know you four are deeper in the, and relatively close to the, but you are in a relatively stable area, and the reason why I can communicate with you, Liam said, while at the same time, his face appeared on a bigger holographic screen for all to see. It showed more of what was behind him. It hammered the fact it was of NA6 origin, and at this moment someone else entered. It was a male NA6, a teenager. Everyone in the Life Shack was surprised except for Grace and Jake, but what shocked all was that the teen had a prosthetic strapped on one of his hands and a functioning one. Knowing what likely happened was obvious, knowing who made it more so. Liam did it. how they didn't know, but up till now this man had objects not found in the wild. The only options were he had them from the start or made them, and either choice entailed a lot. Grace was the one who knew more of Liam's prowess to play with such things to create as he pleased. It's truly him, Jake thought, eyes widening slightly as he recalled what Neytiri told him about the lost child. Admittedly, she didn't seem to be a fan of him, but she didn't really like anything human-looking or from human. Maybe except him. So this was to be expected. She hated humans. They had taken so much and kept on taking, her sister, the Tree of Voices, her ancestral home. Even her father. But prejudiced as she was, that didn't stop her from being factual, and as such he knew quite a bit about who this seemingly random NA6 was, and as such how the Olangi must see Liam. Something akin to a hero if he were to take a guess. Whatever his origin may be, and whatever he truly was of little importance to Jake, because it is actions that told more than words, and anything really, they told more than any origin, culture, belief, skin color, sexuality, or even species. That much he could tell with his experience. This individual was not bad of heart, the opposite, and someone to respect if Neytiri's words were to be believed. As he did, the concept of lying was foreign to the NA6, even to humans. They didn't even have a word for it. Though she also made it clear he was strong, to what extent and what it truly entailed that he didn't know. She tended to be cryptic, but he liked that about her. The teen informed, his expression filled with worry, but he paused, realizing he might have done something wrong. What did he say? Trudy, the only one not speaking the native language, asked, and Norm immediately translated it for her. He asked, staying in place as his eyes switched from Liam to a black box with moving images of people, sky people he recognized. All were looking at him, all with interest and wonder, but the one from his savior was of mild annoyance. He evidently didn't know them, but by the current situation he could guess, and he was proven right for both. Norm translated again for Trudy and was going to need to do so for the foreseeable future. Yes, but that isn't a problem, my Rook. Go tell Aquay that I will arrive soon, and before you ask, those are the ones that are to be our allies in the coming days and future, he said calmly in perfect NA6, his face hardening and softening right after as he shooed the teenager away. This was unplanned, but, as some might have guessed or already knew, I'm in contact with the NA6 clan, and as much I would like to say this will turn the odds in our favor, even with and even counting the weapons I have. It wouldn't, Liam explained, these were unpleasant words but true words. What weapons? Trudy was the first to ask, and this earned a nod from the hologram. Max's smartwatch is with an individual known as Wainfleet. And for the ones who want to know, it is the piece of shit known as Quaritch who killed him. This means I can spy on this individual who decided to take it as a vulgar trophy, he said, his voice getting colder at this. He very much was pissed off, but he didn't show it in his body language. He let them digest this news, both good and bad. Anger with sadness briefly flashed in each, some longer and more obvious than others. He continued. But that isn't truly a weapon now, is it? What I have is explosive attached to an arrow sized for them, giving an equal yield to 500 grams, 1.1 lb, of hexahydro 1,3,5 trinitro 1,3,5 triazine when it will explode on impact, he answered matter-of-factly as an almost feral smirk formed, but at this, nearly no one understood until the individual who was the least expected to know explained. Hey! C4 and this much. This should be enough to blow up a Samson and render a Scorpion useless if hit right, Jake said aloud, a smile growing similar to Liam's own. He didn't understand what the scientific name made of babble nonsense truly meant or what was the finer detail of, but he knew it was this old-school plastic explosive substance. He knew it pretty well. Why fix something that isn't broken? It works, it's cheap, quite powerful, stable, and safe to use, so it's used even in the 2150. New alloys and materials don't mean they are magically indestructible. It simply meant more explosives were needed. That is reassuring to hear, Norm said nervously, it was too much in too little time for him to process everything. As compared to either Trudy or Jake, he was still trying to find a logical reason behind this, but the more time passed the less it made sense. Grace on her side knew there was one more if it could be considered as such, but didn't deign to inform anyone of it as Liam didn't. She understood why, to a degree, and she decided to put her trust in him. It was thanks to Max it was usable as well. It could have not cost his life if either of them installed the virus earlier, but she couldn't go back in the past to fix her mistake. What happened happened. Now if you learn from it, that is different, and she intended to do so. We need more manpower, both aerial and terrestrial, for the war that is to come. And it's something I can't fix, Liam announced the reason why it would be enough, his gaze fixated on Jake's own, who didn't let go of the eye contact, understanding what was the problem as well. But I can, the ex-Marine said, his mind going to the legend told to him by Nitai, the one he read from the NA6 culture with his twin, the dream he had back on Earth about flying in the sky above a luscious primeval forest after he became a cripple, and his stare with the last Shadow, King and Master of the Sky. He knew what to do, what his destiny was, and what role was for him to play. Chapter 49, 49. The Prelude of War. Der horses and their NA6 rider, armed with the most proficient weapon they were in, and 5 explosive ceramic arrows could each be seen advancing at a moderate speed in the area separating the Great Plain from a massive rainforest under the NA6 name of NA Ring. At the head of the troop was Aquay, the Oloiktan, and next to him was Liam walking at the same pace. On each of his shoulders was a Tetrapterons, another was flying around in a circle above. While for the 4th Tetrapteron, Oxydon, and his great Ostropede, Gladius was tasked to keep guard of his base and by extension the one of the Olangi that will not fight. Oxydon was the one to have lost a game between its sister and brothers that was quite similar to drawing straw, but it was with eel-shaped fish instead. It was a game that already existed here, the NA6 kid played it and they must have copied it from them. It displeased both of his tames, but his great Ostropede was not fully grown and will not make a great difference outside of being a literal meat shield, and a Tetrapteron to be here to be aware of the sky. And with both of these could keep contact with what was ongoing without risk of interference. Aquay noted to Liam, who was even in full armor, except for the unfolded helmet, his slightly tensed body could be seen. Thought that was more due to the Oloiktan having been around the lost child for some time. It's how to put it in words. Preparing for war, and going to it. It's different. It's obvious, but it is still something when it truly happens. Many will die in both camps, me and you not being exempt. To say I'm not scared would be deceiving myself and everyone, he answered truthfully, and as he did his figure came back to normal, muscles and position relaxing as if correcting itself. That is true, and I feel no different than you, and this is equal for the warriors that volunteered. But fear is normal, without it, we will not be able to fight, and we will not have the will to fight, Aquay said, and nodded, surprised by the frankness, something he greatly appreciated with Liam, his blunt honesty, and how he didn't downplay reality. Admitting your fear was something not many did, even if it's extremely valuable to do so. Aquay truly was grateful for what Liam did and kept on doing. He knew it was majorly to save his own skin, but the NA6 was also aware Liam did this for more than simply survival. A few hours passed by with the troop advancing deep within the forest, following a seemingly random but determined and calculated path. No flora or fauna stopped them in their track. It has been unusually quiet, even if it was out of fear of the group or knowledge of what their purpose was, or both. Nobody was sure, but nobody complained. Liam's eyes were dilated and his left arm was up with septum perched safely on his armored finger, one of its neural cues connected to his implant. A foggy image of a clearing showed. Smiling slightly, Liam announced for the group to move in that direction. He constantly used his Tetrapterons to scout and learn about his surroundings, even if the NA6 knew the place and the method to travel through it safely to attain their final destination. Having another angle such as a bird's view from the sky never hurt. A relatively old-looking NA6 with a long bow attached to his shoulder said to no one in particular. It is sharing memory in such a way. It shows how much we can learn, another one added. This one was female and looked slightly younger, their words did not go unheard by Liam, who simply ignored the two elders. Those were the ones who were the less amiable with his presence, nothing particularly remarkable in and of itself, but seeing how they came to become less stuck up, so to say, was always a plus. It was getting dark, and as such the most definitive outward aspect of the native biology made itself clear: bioluminescence in all of its color, shades, brightness, and patterns. It's breathtakingly beautiful, Liam thought, gazing upon the large area they decided to set camp. A pond with colorful plants and fish was to the side, while plants of all shapes sprouted from the ground could be seen. Many of which he recognized thanks to Grace and the NA6, plants that for the most part weren't truly plants, outside of being alien, making them entirely separate and unrelated beings from the phylogenetic tree of Earth. Those were a homogeneous mix between the equivalent of Pandora animal, pure plant, and fungus with some more. A fact that made them quite interesting to work with, be it for cooking or crafting. Anyway, moving within the night was dangerous, but that wasn't why the group stopped there. Dire horses did not possess infinite endurance. The same was for the NA6 and himself as well. Though the fact he had way more endurance than their steeds shocked the Olanges warriors to their core. Humans, if in good shape, could outspeed nearly all of the other animals with sheer endurance in the long run, and he was no exception. He was just this, but pushed to the extreme. Placing his backpack on a tree branch, Liam looked at it for some time. His inventory was extremely important, and he was quite sure many had suspected he had power, this being one of them, Morelli in particular, even if she didn't understand what it was. NA6 weren't dull, lacking in many basic aspects such as math due to their upbringing certainly, but the vast majority weren't stupid, and him being new made that his every move and words were studied, so to say. And he didn't consider himself a good actor, or a good liar for that matter. Lying always comes back to you in one way or another unless extreme means were used. This was why he was blunt and unbending on things he didn't want to speak about, outside of his simple hate of lies. Tact wasn't his forte. I don't truly need to keep this hidden. Either way, people who don't know me will see me as a potential lab rat or a freak. And I simply can't cripple myself in such a way for eternity when I'm with others. Liam reflected upon the possible outcome of doing so. Maybe it wasn't the best of times to do this, but they really weren't for such things. He was going to use it soon, be forced to, as he won't increase his chance of dying for this. It was born out of both rational and irrational paranoia, the reason he kept hidden in the first place. And he kept on doing it. And so he held the palm of his left hand up in a large piece of treated leather with black nylon, a reinforced hammock. The entire place quieted down in shock, attracting the attention of others who didn't understand the sudden shift. Aquay, not far from him, was preparing his tent and had seen it all, his eyes switching from widened in disbelief at the supernatural sight to understanding as a smile formed. So that was what Morelli spoke about. There are more and more. He has many secrets. We are truly blessed by Iwa to have such a being with us, the Oloitan thought. He didn't try to comprehend how this was possible, as he perfectly knew he simply couldn't. Liam ignored them as if it was normal what he just did, because it was. He put what he took out on his shoulder and placed his left hand on his backpack, and reality shifted, light bent, and in but 3 seconds the bag vanished from existence, leaving nothing behind. This time all saw it, but the way Liam did it stopped anyone from daring to ask questions. Not many dared to even do so with his status within the clan. And aside from this, it was already well accepted within each of the NA6 presents that the lost child could do the impossible. An articulated metallic arm popped from his left shoulder. It held the hammock high as Liam took out 2 metallic hooks and securely placed his sleeping place high up between 2 trees, and he jumped down, leaving deep footprints. He said loudly, a large smile appearing on his face, what marvelous and impossible actions he just did become but a thing of the past, as everyone cheered at the news. The next day within the Conmod, the commanding room of Hell's Gate, graphs and simulations were calculated from the data taken from artificial satellites orbiting Pandora. What are they doing? Quaritch mumbled, gazing curiously upon the holographic screen of the operation center, the interface of a supercomputer in the form of an isle. A smirk etched itself upon his weathered-down feature as an amusing realization dawned upon him. Most of the clans and tribes were known, same was for the areas they lived in. When one suddenly moved after their ancestral home was destroyed, it was coherent. When another completely unrelated to the former moved in the same direction and time frame, it is suspicious but can be considered a coincidence. However, when this was repeated 13 times, something was evidently going on. Building an army of giant smurfs, now are we Jake and Grace? He chuckled at that self-asked rhetorical query. He didn't believe for one second that the natives were mentally capable enough to do such a task, and in that instance it was true. He didn't know how they did, but they were resourceful about doing so. Then he looked at the various NA6 groups' destinations, ordering the computer to exactly predict where they more likely were going. It made his smile grow. They were moving toward another of their sacred trees within those floating mountains. At least I won't have to look at every nook and cranny to find them. His mumble trailed off as he reached another conclusion, and it seems they still have the will to fight in them after what happened and how underpowered they are. Admirable, but that means I wasn't clear enough the last 2 times. A third harsher and bloodier lesson seemed in order. Orders were then immediately given by him to gather within the meeting, to people he knew would want to participate in. As much as he didn't take the NA6, Jake, and his group of plant nerds as a threat capable of defeating them, they still were a threat, and all the manpower available needed to be used. This little army was made for one reason, one he acknowledged even if he extensively laughed at it. It was for war, and as such it needed to be taken care of as soon as possible. He didn't want to have to clean the front of his base from thousands of dead NA6 and their beasts after they were shot down by the automatic turrets. Not forgetting that it will stink of death and rotting flesh for several months. 3 hours after those orders and a speech with his men and women on the way, they were going to break the Geneva Conventions and several less important solar unity laws. The colonel was down in the vehicle's bay. His analytical gaze studied the work of the ones who were loyal to him as he encouraged them. Those were the SEC ops, but also of a no small portion of the civilians such as the miners. Both had an inclination ranging from dislike to deep hate for NA6. In the first place, if you decide to come here to this hellhole no better than Earth in many aspects, you are less than stable. It was essentially a one-way ticket. It ranged from war vet, convicted individuals to desperate individuals with the rare father and mother who had come here to feed their family back on Earth. It was fairly simple to get the mining part of the RDA under his fold. It was already the case before, but now it was more concrete and official thanks to what the NA6 clans were doing. And it went with many noticing it. Parker Selfridge looked around, his face, a mix between visceral rage and deeply set horror at what was unfolding before his very eyes. He needed to stop this madness. No, 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 he suddenly exclaimed, hitting with both hands charges of explosives that were being dragged towards the C-21 Dragon assault ship. I wouldn't do that, sir, a miner, one of the 4 dragging it toward the assault ship said in visible worry and confusion. The blasting compound goes back to the mine. What's your name? He yelled and pointed his finger at the same confused man in fury. Doa, you're fired. Selfridge didn't let him finish before he stormed toward the source of it all. This thing is completely out of control. Listen to me. I'm not authorizing you to turn my mine workers into a freaking militia, he yelled at Quaritch, still pointing his finger in frustration. Most of his words went ignored as the colonel was instructing a soldier where a portion of AMP should be boarded, with the letters AMP standing for Amplified Mobility Platform. It's a power suit. I declared threat condition red. That put all on-world assets under my command, Quaritch said matter-of-factly as he walked away. Oh, you think you can pull this palace coup on me? I can have your ass with one phone call, Sleferdage screamed arrogantly as he walked in front of the colonel, his finger still pointed, not fully understanding the full implication of a sudden change in hierarchy. Which went instantly rectified by Quaritch, who grabbed the thin businessman with both hands by the side of his jaws and neck, lifting slightly off the ground, and he hissed in a way similar to a NA6. You're a long way from Earth, he said, those simple words filled with untold threats, his cold eyes with a hint of madness staring straight into Sleferdage's terrified ones as he let go of his hold and ordered for the ex-administrator to be put in a cell. Chapter 50, 50. Meeting in the flesh. Within the Hallelujah Mountains on a slightly elevated area where the magnetic vortices were weaker than usual. "This is insane," Norm Spellman said, fiddling with the M60 machine gun in his currently larger and bluer hands. "No, this is just a gun. A big gun with enough power to blow a hole the size of a tree trunk in a man's chest. I can give you that, but still a gun," Trudy said with a faint smile as she helped the scientist currently piloting his avatar on how to use a machine gun correctly. A machine gun that was one of her Samson, the turrets on each of the doors be precise. This was a big weapon no humans could wield easily or wield at all. The weapon was almost longer than she was tall and certainly quite a bit heavier too. Their moment was however suddenly interrupted by a blue and purple tetrapteron who landed right onto the gun's barrel, both freezing at this, not knowing what to do. It studied them with its 4 eyes in a way only a self-aware being could, its gaze in particular focused on the 5 digits on each of Norm's hands. Confusion could almost be discerned as it tilted its head. This NA6 had too many fingers, the tetrapteron realized. It must be one of the individuals father spoke about. Trudy intrusive thought won over her more logical and rational sides, and she extended her hand toward the alien, to pet it. And the bird instantly screeched in something akin to disgust as it lifted its left talon in aggression. A gauntlet of titanium that until now unnoticed was on it. The bird snapped the metal claws together in a threatening manner, and sparks of electricity were emitted from it, causing both to jump back in fright, letting the gun fall on the grass. "Stop, Septon, those are our allies. I would like it if you do not traumatize them," a bass voice with a metallic undertone resonated, and from the tall grass, a man in full black armor walked out. He lifted his left hand and the tetrapteron that threatened them earlier landed on of the extended fingers. This snapped the two to the present, Norm picking up the machine gun in a burst of panic while Trudy realized who this was with a mix of relief and dread. "The safety is on, it can't shoot, Dr. Norm Spellman," Liam said amusedly as his helmet unfolded, showing the slight smirk he wore on his face, his silver eyes instinctively studying both body language. It felt weird in a way. It had been some time since he saw humans in the flesh. Either way, it wasn't surprising. Norm, to put it mildly, was a nerd and one in biology. Not that Liam himself was much different in various points from this, but he just hoped this mistake wouldn't be repeated for what is to come the next day on the battlefield. Then there was a long drawn-out silence as Norm calmed himself down, embarrassed by what was told and mildly horrified at what he was going to do in such a state. It was broken by the woman next to him. "So you are Liam Cram. You're pretty tall, all right," she said, stopping the need to back away while her body tenses up ready to flee as if in some kind of primitive flight or flight instinct in her DNA as he approaches them. He towered well over her, measly 1 meter and 65 centimeters, 5 feet 4, of height. She could estimate he was easily around 2 meters, 6 feet 56, if not slightly more. And Norm's avatar, while taller, was a matchstick in comparison to the mountain of muscles and armor in front of them. Liam's face was the most intimidating factor, adding to the confidence and palpable certainty of his every movement as if calculated. Then there was also this feeling around him that made them both comfortable and uneasy. There was something off about him, but they couldn't pinpoint where, why, and what it was. "The one and only," Liam answered, his smile receding slightly but still present. "I suppose I should inform Grace and Jake of my presence and that of the that came here to fight." At those words, his eyes narrowed to pinprick, but as soon as it happened they came back to normal. Trudy was immensely creeped out by this split-second change. This being was so deep in the uncanny valley that it explained pretty much everything. "And what is that glowing piece of metal on his left arm? Is it part of his armor or?" she wondered, as the said object of her interest glowed brighter. It was similar to the symbol that she saw on Grace's smartwatch and every device's holographic screen in the Life Shack. It was his symbol or one of significance for him. As for Norm, he was preoccupied with different, and arguably way less important aspects as he began to ask Liam questions such as, "How can you breathe? How did you manage to tame the native wildlife even if they are extensively aggressive? How? I'm built differently on a fundamental level, That's all I will say, and most of the questions have already been answered in the past. This isn't the time for unimportant questions too. We are in a war." Liam's voice was severe, frighteningly cold, even more than he intended. He killed the enthusiasm of the scientist to bring reality back to the table. This was very effective. Trudy began sweating cold sweats and tensing up while the avatar's ears folded backward as he looked to the ground in shame. Liam didn't mean to scare them, but the reality was scarier and colder. He wasn't exactly faring better either. He wasn't the most peaceful or loving individual by a long shot, but that was a war he will have to fight with them on his side, with all of its unpleasant implications. His head then turned at regular speed for him, but for Avatar and human was a snap of the neck, and it was to be met with the familiar auburn-haired scientist fumbling out of the metal block that is the life shack, an exopack on her exhausted face. "Greeting, Grace. I would have loved for this first true meeting to be in better circumstances, but beggar can't be chooser," the bear of a man said in a friendly tone toward the rapidly approaching xenobotanist. "Right, you are. A pleasure to meet you as well, Liam. If you want to talk to Jake, the leader of our little group of traders, it will be impossible for the moment as he is piloting his avatar. He is creating an alliance with the surrounding NA6 clan, but that you must know already," Grace said with a tone filled with relief, and she extended her right hand for a handshake. Which Liam took, forcing Septum to fly up a random tree's branch while not forgetting to make its unhappiness known. Liam's left gauntlet up to his wrist then unfolded itself smoothly, showing the great engineering of his armor, and it revealed a regular if calloused hand of the size and shape one would expect of someone his build. But what was the most noticeable was the strange bit of metal with an orange hologram millimeter above was not part of the armor but an integral part of his arm. And no one needed to ask, as he did it himself. Yes, it is in numerous ways what you might think it is. Consider it as if it were an organ, a simple body part, as much as a hand is a part of your body. I even have a sense of touch on it, if muted, he simply said, not giving any true explanation and giving a shake to the outstretched hand of the confused scientist. Though he was extremely careful with how much strength he used, something easy as he could control his strength surprisingly well. If it wasn't the case, he would be a garbage craftsman and likely would have died 10 times over. As for the why, for him most of the NA6 bones, the ones on the digits and hands in particular, felt little different than twigs for a human, so the bones of a middle-aged human woman that are weakened by a lower gravity were no different to him than dry grass for a regular human. If not weaker. It weirded Liam out by not a small amount, even if he knew. It truly put into perspective how different he was, as NA6 were different from baseline humans and as such not a good point of comparison to gauge his own strength. And Grace felt this striking difference in strength too. How could she not? Though she knew he would be strong but not this strong, however, she felt no fear. The opposite in fact. He was intimidating, extremely so. That was a fact, but he wasn't a psychotic genocidal madman like Quaritch, and as such there was little to reason of fearing him unless you gave him reasons to want to hurt you, in which case. Yes, fear and terror are on the menu aplenty. And it brought her back to reality from his earlier words about the pieces of lozenge-shaped piece metal fused with his skin. He was strong, insanely so. If a comparison could be made, it was as if she was being held carefully by a hydraulic press on the point of being turned on. Holy shit, does your adrenal gland naturally produce super steroids in excess for you to be this king strong? She exclaimed, shaking her hand off while he simply shrugged and his gauntlet put itself back as if by magic, each piece perfectly putting themselves back together in an almost hypnotizingly satisfying manner. A monster in both body and mind, Grace thought, the monster part not being derogatory in any way, shape, or form. That I do not know. Neither for the steroid nor what gland are you speaking of. And that is not the time for pleasantries, Liam said with a smile appearing for a brief instant before it disappeared. The atmosphere became heavier, but as Liam opened his mouth to continue, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked up to a fiery red dot in the sky that was rapidly approaching, attracting the attention of everyone present toward what causes him to do this. The dot was now close enough to determine that it was a giant flying creature approaching them at a dangerous speed. Liam realized what this was and ordered his 3 tetrapterons to calm down and not bomb the apex predator of the sky with their explosives charges on their miniature satchel. They were fearless, extremely small, fast, agile, and smart, one rushing and placing an explosive charge on the skin of the flying giant's wing and the beast will plummet straight from the sky to the ground and die on it, its internal organs crushed and punctures by the bones in its ribcage. It was a Toruk, or in English, a great Leonopteryx, and its rider was Jake, or otherwise known as the Toruk Macto. A simple deduction from the last call with Grace, the information from the RDA he has access to, and basic common sense. Also what he said to the man in question. The Toruk's massive wingspan and size created a large shadow by blocking the brightest of the 2 suns from the sky. It flew around the life shack for a few seconds before landing right in front of Liam, and an avatar jumped down. Jake gazed at the silver-eyed individual that only gazed back. He guessed it could but only one individual, the lost child, Liam Cram. The avatar's face was heavy as he walked with large strides toward Liam and extended his left hand for a handshake. It was answered. Jake's current hand, while bigger than the armored right hand of Liam, was weaker in power by a long shot, and this caused his eyes to widen briefly. The words of Neytiri that entailed that the lost child was strong were a gross understatement. He can crush my hand all right, Jake thought as he saw the head of Great Leonopteryx behind him survey everyone with scrutiny, but Liam in particular, and it caused unrest within everyone but the silver-eyed man in question, who merely gazed back with no modicum of fear. Something was hanging around him, a presence with a vague familiarity to something felt when he was at the Tree of Voices. It was strange to describe, but it felt like it was hugging him. Jake could feel this, and so did his Toruk. But that was of little importance right now. Excellent, I won't have to repeat what I have to say. Quaritch has completely taken control of the RDA resources on Pandora. He has created a militia of around 700 strong composed of the SECOPS and a large portion of the civil workforce to destroy the Tree of Soul we are close to and us. His force that is going to be used are 1 Dragon assault ship, 27 Scorpion gunship, 45 Samsung, and over 150 AMP suits, Liam revealed in a matter-of-fact way and with an almost flat tone, but his great discontentment was clear and for all to see. This news was hard, shocking, and horrifying, but not unexpected. It hit hard, however. When, Jake asked with a single word, his facial expression hardening as he balled his fists in anger. Before dawn, they will arrive. This happened this morning and with my location at the time. It's the reason I came to learn about it only recently, too recently. Quaritch will arrive here before dawn. He saw through the satellites what we might be doing and used this to start a coup, and he succeeded, Liam explained further. Dread and horror washed over them at this news of impending doom, but Liam was far from being finished. And if the monster of a man seemed calm, confident even then, there must be good reasons. He is going to make a beeline with his entire force straight through the Hallelujah Mountains to destroy the Tree of Souls we are close to and take us with it. We are lucky the bulldozers are too slow to arrive here and too heavy to be transported by aerial means, he added, not needing to explain in great detail what it entailed. Terrain, surprise, and numerical advantages were with them, the lack of knowledge about Liam's existence and what he brought only aiding them. But still, the RDA has the technological and firepower advantage to a ridiculous degree. A single Scoption gunship can kill an entire unprepared clan to the very last of its members if it has enough bullets or explosives. Arrow as powerful as the one shot by NA-6 simply doesn't go through the military-grade reinforced glass of such an aircraft. The only reinforced glass that was weak enough was the one of the AMP suits, and that needed several ones at the right places. This. Liam, are you certain? Grace asked, knowing full well the answer was going to be affirmative. Liam didn't lie nor was deceitful, he was blatantly blunt. Yes, I am, and I wish I wasn't, and the answer fell. We need to act fast. The warriors I have come with, they are already informing the and other clans Jake has made come, but we need to inform everyone and form a battle plan. And something I didn't mention, but they had enough of staying neutral, he said, the last few words confusing all but Jake, whose eyes widened and a reassured smile appeared on his face. Chapter 51 Pandoran War, Aerial Battle. Flying high within the giant floating rocks formation of the Hallelujah Mountains were dozens upon dozens of aircraft, of which all armed to the teeth with the only exception of a spaceship used as a cargo ship. It was the RDA force. Their formation was spread out and ordered as they rapidly approached their destination, a massive tree of souls growing from a cradle of twisted stone structure as if those were the ribs cage of a since long dead behemoth of a creature. Since long. The entire area outside of the sound of rotor blades and motors was utterly silent, too silent even. Not even a single living creature could be seen. "Where are you hiding?" Colonel Quaritch wondered, his eyes surveying the outside, looking for any would-be NA-6. All from the security of the reinforced glass that his Dragon assault ship, of course. Nothing short of several moderately powerful rockets could hope to damage the glass, which was more of a type of transparent metal. "This is Papa Dragon. I want this mission high and thighs. I want to be home for dinner," Quaritch said through the intercom, his voice reaching everyone, even an individual not under him whose face was hidden by a metallic helmet painted with what appeared to be a white skull. The entire formation lowered itself and the colonel ordered the suits team, the ones piloting AMP suits, to go down and as well the infantry. And that is what they did. The two biggest vehicles, the one he was in and the Valkyrie, discharged nearly the entirety of their land force while the rest was discharged by the Samson and Scorpion gunship. On the grounds men and women ran in formation, each with their personal exopack, an assault rifle, and the regular SEC Ops equipment with the few more original ones that had different types of firearms. With them were giants of metals piloted by men and women, SEC Ops, and civilians all armed to the teeth from big semi-automatic rifles rivaling and beating in power anti-tank rifles to oversized miniguns, blades, and chainsaws rivaling grown men in size. Their heavy footsteps were felt and the sound of their hydraulic in their metallic limbs was heard by all close by, giving both a sense of security and danger. Unknown to them, a red tetrapteron was observing. It blinked as it received affirmation from Father. The small metallic oval object in its armored claws was held higher, a creation of Father named Micro-ARK V1.0. The bird then jumped off, taking flight. In 2 seconds it arrived right in front of the closing trapdoor of the spaceship, the Valkyrie, a mastodon of metal capable of going in and out of orbit with ease, all the while capable of moving 35 metric tons worth of cargo, and all the while at speed rivaling and surpassing the fastest aircraft of the early 21st century. It wasn't a machine of war, possessing no turrets or any weapons, but it was still repurposed as such here, to carry tons and tons of explosives. Enough explosive to equate a nuclear warhead in sheer power. The red tetrapteron stopped mid-air and let go of the hold it had on the metallic object, throwing it within the closing multi-ton metallic door as it landed with a soft clank within, going noticed by none. The bird then flew away, but always kept its eyes on the ground force. None having seen the tetrapteron had suspected anything. After all, it's a regular alien bird, why pay more attention to it than necessary? None even knew what it exactly was, and even less that it looked weird compared to the norm of its species. So they didn't think much of it at all. In the Valkyrie, 6 articulated metallic legs unfolded from the object throne, and a small triangular head in possession of 2 low-quality cameras looked around. The ARK, it was small and looked like the native critters. Its legs waved in the air before it flipped itself upright and rapidly crept toward the wall, a designated direction chosen. Nobody in the ordered chaos of the Valkyrie took off and noticed the arthropod-like drone as it skittered with haste behind a control panel. A long articulated tail with a titanium drill head at the end of its body hidden until now came out, and it did what it must do. It drilled a small hole within the alloy of the spaceship. The drilling sound was muted by the ones coming off the motors as the drill went deep, and it was enough that it literally popped off, taking a part of the tail with it. But it revealed 3 silvery metallic tendrils that then entered into contact with the panel's internal system as it transferred a small influx of data in bursts before the battery ultimately ran out and the ARK shut down. Its job was done, and the one behind that controlled it smiled. All of this took but 40 seconds. Gun crews, keep your head on a swivel, make no mistakes, people. They're out there. The colonel's calm and confident voice was heard by everyone under him, even the ones on land. He was patiently waiting for the moment he would be able to rain bullets and rockets down and above the native. All right people, targets in sight. Range 4 clicks, 4 kilometers or 2.5 mi, Valkyrie 1-6, get your payload ready, he ordered and got a positive response from the 2 pilots of the spaceship. But a few seconds of silence later he got something from one of the 2 pilots that made him frown. The ramp refuses to open. Are you certain? He asked for confirmation that the computer of the ship refused to let the ramp open. One of the few reasons for this would be if they were in the void of space, and even then this was overruled with relative ease. And his guts told him something was very, very, very wrong. What he didn't know precisely, but something was. They did several checkups before taking off. No technical problems should have happened, none like this. None of such importance. This wasn't normal, but it was too late now and he realized this much. Break formation. Fire on sight at hostiles. We are getting attacked, Quaritch barked orders in the microphone, surprising the pilot of the Dragon assault ship in front of him. Yet all of the ones under him heard but up to the S of sight, as if the entire radio was cut off, but that was all. The hollow screen switched from what they were to light blue hexagons and an elegant metallic lozenge with swirling energy in its middle, almost as if it was a well of gravity. Confusion washed over everyone, and it only increased as the communication system was forcefully taken over and none could communicate anymore. And it only increased as a voice never heard before echoed within the ears of every RDA personnel in possession or close proximity of a radio. For all the ones listening. You have chosen your fate, bear the consequences of your own choices and actions. The voice was deep, threatening, anger could be felt, no, not simple anger. It was cold with a modicum of hate and a great amount of disdain and disappointment added. This blossomed even more confusion in all but the colonel, whose face twisted in both comprehension and incomprehension, but was soon overtaken by fury. Who? And? What? They? Foo *K. Are you? Quaritch asked in an authoritative tone, each word punctuated. He knew whatever caused this was listening, and he was proven right the next instant. A stranded alien, if you will. As for my name, I deem it irrelevant to tell you. You can thank Dr. Max Patel and your actions for your current predicament. You wished for blood and death, and that is precisely what you will obtain, the voice said frigidly, but before the colonel had the time to process what was said his eyes locked above. Several hundred NA6, each riding Banshee, were diving at them with fervor. Their battle cry would have been heard for kilometers around if not for the overpowering sound of motors at work, each armed with a bow and arrow. A fact that amused the colonel, but another creature stood out, similar in body shape as the Banshee but massive and of a flamboyant red. The one riding it, known to him. But that amusement vanished as a NA6 shot and the rotor blades of the Samson at the lead exploded, the first shot of many. This caused the aircraft to spiral uncontrollably downward until it slammed against a floating boulder and exploded with every missile it had, creating a vast blast and shockwave, killing the crew inside. The militias were brought back from their stupors at that, and what followed was chaos. The RDA force, even as currently disorganized as they were, their only method of communication cut off, and with no possession of where and how many enemies they are, were for most experienced war veterans, and as such came back to their senses. A male NA6 on his Banshee dived with the hundreds of others, the Torok Macto at his side giving him strength and courage. It was he who shot the first metal bird. He was a warrior of the Omatakea. He exclaimed his war cry loud and clear, adding to the chorus, eyes wild. He took another arrow, this time as normal as the lost child could but give a few to the aptest at bowmanship, but before he could even take a firing position a missile moving at the speed of sound flew right through the head of his Banshee. The NA6 brains didn't have the time to process the death of the creature it was intimately connected to, as it was shredded apart by the same missile whose course ended 40 meters above as it exploded and caused the death of 5 more in a fiery explosion. All felt their skin, eyes, and more burns with that of their mounts before nothingness call them, they died but in an instant while their souls and minds were collected by the tree of souls in the farther distance. It was but the beginning, and only the aerial part of it. Rockets, bullets, arrows, and explosive arrows started to be exchanged between both sides, bringing death to both, but one side had a clear advantage. Regular arrows bounced off without harming the aircraft, be it their windshield and or metallic armor. Banshee and their riders were killed, blood, limbs, organs, and more raining down if shot down, or became charred fragmented bones if lucky when blown away by missiles. But the RDA wasn't unscathed either. Dozens of their lighter aircraft had been blown off, gun crews atop the Valkyrie and Dragon assault ship having no small amount of their number, their body impaled and if not killed instantly. The slynth venom imbued on the arrowhead did the rest, paralyzing the skeletal muscles such as the diaphragm and giving the impression of having boiling water in your veins. It promised and gave an agonizing death. The Torek Macto, Jake ordered his mount to fly down. The beast used its lower legs and outstretched claws to grab the tail of a Scorpion gunship. Using its momentum, the Torek threw the comparatively diminutive aircraft at a Samson as if it was a mere toy, causing both to explode on impact, killing whoever was inside in the process to then only repeat to the next aircraft. But doing this didn't come without a price, even if it was expected. K, Jake cursed, pain from his mount traveling through his own brain with their link. The great Leonopteryx was not faster than bullets, its massive body of similar color to flame making it a large and obvious target aside from the threat it represented. Its great agility and speed in the air with Jake at the rein were enough for them to anticipate and dodge missiles, but not much more. The great Leonopteryx's body was as such riddled with small bullet holes, all minor wounds, but they accumulated. Each causes Jake to either hiss in pain or curse. He locked eyes with his mate, Neytiri, and both nodded at one another. He moved toward the Dragon assault ship while she gracefully flew up, shooting one of the two last explosive arrows at two Scorpion gunships too close to one another. The explosion destroys the left one rotor that then swayed and crashed on the others, dooming both. She dipped down, then flew high and barrel rolled, avoiding a constant salvo of bullets from a woman at the turret of a Samson. Neytiri switched for a normal arrow, and while still in air action fired. There was half a second where the arrow flew in the air before it hit true. It speared the human woman's head and continued with still as much kinetic energy toward the gunner on the other side. The arrow embedded itself with his shoulder, going almost completely through, and damaging the rope that was here to keep them from falling in the process. He cried in shock, terror, and agony as he was shoved forward in the air. He fell until the rope came in help, and he hung above the void like a broken piñata by a few threads that were holding for all their worth. The body of the woman pressed on him, causing the wound to twist and bleed while the blood, skull fragment, and brain matter of the civilian miner dripped on his head. The venom had already taken effect and only wheeze escaped his mouth as the earlier words from the unknown individual he scoffed at from the radio was all he could think of with the abject horror of his imminent demise. This man wasn't a unique case, far from it, but alas, it was too late, way too late for any sort of second chance. Only regret, though if that regret is toward their actions or something different is up to the individuals. Not that their opinion or feeling mattered. The sound of wings beating, clicking, sheltering, and high-pitched squealing resonated in the hundreds of hectares around, overpowering even explosions in their cacophony. Then the lights of the two suns disappeared over several hectares of the battlefield, and it for one moment paused, a strange presence infiltrating the air, a presence that had brought different reactions. From all sides in the earlier blue sky came long black trails of kilometers in length. They moved toward a spiraling and rapidly approaching and growing cloud above them. A thunderstorm, the pilot of the Dragon assault ship mumbled in an almost trance-like state, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. No sun, it isn't. Listen to the sound from the mics outside. It's a swarm of those bats. A big one, Quaritch said, trying to keep his composure, trying to keep the rage and excitement down. The fact that death was a possibility didn't faze him. He was old, and in a few more years he would become a completely useless bedridden bag of skins and bones. And dying in such a way was something he refused. He was going to kill the man who is responsible for this, be it Jake or the mysterious individual. Either way, he was going to go down in his amp suit. Chapter 52 Pandora War, Land Battle. Before the true beginning of the battle but after the message through the radio, one that might be overly dramatic but Liam felt that it needed to be told. It lacked logic but as much he was pushed by logic and was in symbiosis with machine, he wasn't one. And it wasn't purely illogical to do, scare tactics and intimidation work, even if the effect given is amusement in either case, it's a loss of focus. And it wasn't only for the RDA but for himself as well. In any case, he was sitting atop a large tree branch, the dozen of cameras upon his helmet, his 3 tetrapteron, and the radio of the RDA he hijacked giving him information on every hostile. The information he at regular intervals gave to Aquay, and 4 other clans Oloitan that had come here with the use of radio collars from the Life Shack. An interesting and very useful device, he felicitated the one who designed it. Thought some amelioration could be done such as the limited range within their current location. The sound of explosions then suddenly echoed, it was from the sky and that was the clue for the charge on the land to begin. Almost 1,000 NA6 riders charged from the primeval vegetation toward the RDA force, appearing from visibly nowhere their war cries loud and clear while hundreds of other NA6 hidden within the trees silently jumped from branch to branch bows in hands. Liam's face behind his helmet hardened as he sighed. It must be done and so he acted. He needed to reduce the meat grinder nature of the charges they were doing as much as he possibly could even if it meant bathing in human blood. His heart was set and mind serene as he took out his fabricated sniper rifle from the high ground he was on. Orion on his shoulder took off with a mental command. Below him was a squad of 14, of which 2 piloted amp suits, the real threats. His tetraperon flew right above them, letting go of 3 smoke grenades and immediately emitting thick heavy grey clouds that blinded them causing panic and shock to spread. What the fuagrg, the SEC ops couldn't finish as something sharp and cold dug and ripped her throat apart, her trachea covered in blood, ripped apart skin and muscle were in the open air. She fell to the ground, the grasp on her machine gun disappearing as she tried to stop the gaping wound in vain while Orion flew toward another SEC ops, its bloody claw on its way to kill the next one. As this happened loud gunshot resonated from above, and one fell, his exopack bursting as it his head did, the one next to him started to run, blinded by the smoke he fell and his head exploded. Mark! Hell! One yelled in terror before his head was blown off as well, the bullet entering the left eye socket and exiting on the other side with blood, pieces of the skull, and brain matter. The mark in question was the next that followed. Orion with a screech latched upon his throat and using its gauntlet ripped and cut the throat wide open before flying away back toward Liam. It's easy. So incredibly easy. It's like hunting but without the joy and satisfaction that comes with it, Liam thought. The first human lives he took made him feel nothing but apathy and a small amount of discontentment toward the former. Though feeling this way was better than enjoying this kind of thing. Something he hoped was never to come. But this wasn't the time for navel-gazing and as such he didn't stop his assault, the recoil of his gun non-existent he shot the last few running, flailing, and falling through the smoke with the help of the thermal function in his helmet until only 2 in amp suits remained but what followed was unexpected. What is going on? Where the foo *K is the shooter? This wasn't supposed to be like this. One of the amp's pilots yelled and started to shoot erratically all around him, destroying the flora yet nothing much else outside of his fellow pilot whose upper right part of his chest transformed into bloody mist and red paste. The windshield was not remotely able to stop the anti-tank round from doing what it was made for. Liam reloaded his weapon in a heartbeat. He jumped on a branch then to another and swooped toward the now lone amp suit pilot that was still blinded by the smoke screen. His metallic boots landed on the amp suit, his left foot created heavy cracks on the windshield while the right caused a groan of metal as it landed on the metal support. Large fissures formed over the reinforced glass as the metal suit tumbled forward due to the sudden added weight. The pilot inside screamed at both that and the toxic air invading the minutely monitored air of his suit. Pointing the muzzle of his fabricated sniper rifle in the cracked glass he shot 3 times, the first weakening the windshield further, the second breaking it and tearing through the pilot's second cervical, and the third was the killing blow. 13, Liam said coldly, already running toward another squad at full speed, roots splintering where he placed his boot. 12 kills here and one of a NA6 before from his direct actions, a number that was going to increase. 14, a jagged stone was thrown from his left hand, zipping through the air. It smashed the skull of a man that was shooting at the dire horses and NA6 from a safe distance. In front of him was another group in his direct line of sight. It was bigger, way bigger, at least 100. It was right at the front lines where the two forces met and corpses of both sides lay as the battle raged on. But the side showing the most loss was the NA6, bullets ripping through their flesh and mount. The RDA was not unscathed either, and the smell of fire with blood heavy in the air, bodies of humans, NA6, and dire horse with smoking hunks of metal could be seen. The 3 tetrapterons took an active role, diving to rip throats or dropping explosives when possible, all the while staying extremely careful and giving Father a constant stream of information. An explosive arrow was shot from an archer up in a tree at an amp suit. The blast shattered the windshield and the remaining heat and flame made the pilot's skin sizzle and lung burn, killing him. The fire couldn't spread due to the high degree of humidity in the air, however. 2 more suits took the exploded one place, of which one had a minigun and another used a large handgun and giant chainsaw, rushing recklessly toward the NA6 charge. And this was a small part of the front line. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 5 shots rang in succession and 5 fell, their head blown but none noticed, drowned by the surrounding chaos and deafening noise. A chaos Liam took full advantage of as he rapidly approached from behind the RDA. As he continued to shoot, a bullet suddenly hit him straight in the back of the head, missing one of the cameras by a few centimeters and making a scratch on the titanium but nothing more. However, this attracted his attention. His head snapped to where the shot came from and he was met with a petite woman, her machine gun trembling in her frightened hand. She was hidden within the roots of a tree, and was viscerally terrified, her eyes looking at him in horror. She must be one of the civilians, but Liam couldn't bring himself to care. Synopsis and the civilians having chosen to join the militia were the same, with the civilians arguably being worse, as the first had no principle or hint of moral to begin with, but the second chose to break both of those. Voluntarily. The reasons behind such a choice were irrelevant. Please, she couldn't finish her plea for mercy. That bullet had made a new hole in her skull, the blood mixing with her tears, and she disgusted him. She chooses to be here, chooses to come here to kill, and then she hides like a coward and cries like a victim while the other kept on advancing. Absolutely revolting. At least the others have the guts to fight. 25, he said coldly, his voice altered by his helmet. And he continued on. He unloaded his magazine on 3 more humans. A turret appeared on his left hand and he threw it at a tree branch. The metallic feet solidly dug themselves into and the automatic turrets started to rain bullets down. He kept on counting as more were shot to death by the turret. It was far less precise than him, if as accurate. It didn't aim for the head, but the torso with occasionally the head. He switched his fabricated sniper rifle for his compound bow and he stared at the closest amp suit. A copper explosive arrow materialized from thin air. He drew the string and let go. The arrow flew. It impacted the back of amp suit wielding a larger submachine gun. The windshield was shattered by the blast and a few clauses died as well. This finally caused some to notice him. They were confused and he took advantage of it by exploding 5 more amp suits. Bullets hit him causing sparks as he ran in the melee, causing mass panic as more came to the realization of his presence and shot him. Only a percentage of the bullets hit him due to his speed, and of that percentage, none did anything of note but dent his armor slightly or bounce off. Some still passed through the first outer layer, but that stopped there. Creating further panic and more to shoot him a distraction, the NA6 used to shoot them down from above and everywhere. 57, he said in the same cold tone as he kicked a smaller man in the head, a head that quite literally exploded into bits upon impact. Only the lower jaws with a part of the neck remained as the body fell limply. What the foo*k, the closest yelled in horror at the sight of his friend dying by the armored monster that spurred him and the ones close by to continue shooting, but as he was going to reload he felt something grasp his neck while he was lifted from the ground. His weapon fell off, his hand grasping the black gauntlet hand holding his neck, but to his confusion, death didn't come. The ones around stopping shooting at the sight. Then falling on a woman was a banshee riddled with bullets whole. The two collided and exploded with the impact from the flying animal. Right after the body of NA6 fell on the pile of bones, skins, and flesh, becoming not much different. Liam stared at it, the hold on his right hand increased slightly and the neck he was holding became but a bloody and crushed like a used-up toothpaste tube that he let go. The now dead man's face had its mouth, eyes, and nose dripping with scarlet red. 58, he said, taking the empty machine gun he threw at the head of a SEC ops who got the weapon lodged within his cranium. 59. When will you act? He mumbled under his breath as he punched a human in the head, which exploded like a watermelon upon falling on a hard surface from a high place, and took the weapons to empty the magazine on anyone entering his sight until no bullet remained. 7. Bang! He stopped, his eyes widening slightly as he suddenly tilted his head. The left part of his helmet broke apart as a high-caliber bullet missed. "Do you freak have eyes behind your head or what?" Lyle Winefleet exclaimed in shock to the speaker in the safety of his amp suit. Liam's visible silver eye glared at the one who shot. A NA6 was within the left metallic hand and another on the weapon that nearly blew his head off. His heart beat calmly but strongly. He wasn't free of harm. Far from it. "That was your voice on the radio. I don't know what the hell you are, but you freaks seem fancy." "The blue savage, right?" the SEC ops said cockily, but terror could be seen in his eyes. It was just a facade of bravado. Lyle increased the grasp over the NA6's head at the piercing silver eye that felt as if he was gazing straight into his soul. He was a prey and he was aware of that, so he was ready to pop the head of the NA6 like a grape at the smallest of movements to show the monster freak thing in front of him he can kill the blue savage at any moment. A NA6 of the Olangi, one Liam recognized even if he wasn't close to, and he knew where that was going, a classic hostage situation. So before Lyle could speak again or even begin processing what was happening, he shot a particulate arrow from his bow, an arrow that had the same technology used in the drone he used on the Valkyrie. It directly injects the virus he coded into whatever it hit, if the possibility of it being hacked even exists, to begin with, and the arrow landed in the right place. It flew straight home, lodging itself deeply in the metal coccyx of the suit. "Breath in." 71, Liam declared, and Lyle's attitude did a full turn as the suit suddenly turned off, the arm holding the NA6 weakened, letting the NA6 run, and the cockpit opened up with the SEC ops taking his first and last true breaths of Pandora clean air. But while Lyle died, Liam didn't stop. He couldn't, even if he wanted. His armor was changing from black to scarlet red. He switched his weapon to his war scythe mid-run, something he wouldn't have been able to do before due to his inexperience. The more he took in and out objects and the more he was familiar with it, faster and easier it could be stored in his inventory. He almost danced even if there was no enjoyment in what he was doing. He decapitated or crushed the head of all hostile with the blade or bludgeoning end of his that was too close. Whiplashes were made by each of his movements and no human could comprehend what happened. The thick scent of moist dirt, gunpowder, and the blood of NA6 and humans was ever present in the air. Liam then ran toward the amp suit with the chainsaw that was in the middle of dissecting a female NA6 from the belly up to the shoulder in a show of pointless cruelty, while none dared to shoot, either frozen in shock, terror, or fear of hitting her. The killing was one thing, but doing it in such a way, even if Liam could see the point of doing so. Intimidation was more often than not a very effective tactic. The problem was that the act that was unfolding in front of him was not done for such a purpose in the first place, and he wouldn't allow it to continue either way. Every one of his kills was as fast and brutal as possible. It was threefold: less pain for them as a mercy even if it truly wasn't, less chance of alerting others, and it reduced the chance of his enemy to fight back to zero. It wasn't a game. A regular human, if he was negligent due to his arrogance, could very well cost him his life and that of others. Without his armor, he would be already dead, and he nearly died not even a minute ago. his armor also saved him with the inhuman awareness it gave him. He put his right hand into a fist, his speed picked up as he jumped and punched through the back of the suit in one of the weaker areas. His armored fist moved right through the metal as if it was wet paper and ended deep in the pilot's chest from the back. The slight pain of doing this in his right hand not bothering him. The suit stilled, the female NA6 with half of her gut and open held in the air with the still working chainsaw smiled slightly under her feature of agony. It was of joy at the death of the one who tortured her mixed with the relief it was all finally ending. She closed her eyes as the 1-ton metal suit fell upon her, crushing her. The battle didn't stop at this. The few NA6 who had seen what he did were conflicted but rapid to get back in the melee. 89 and 90, Liam mumbled under his breath. He shook his bloody fist off the piece of fabric, bones fragment with tatters of flesh and human skin clinging to it, and the hold on his war scythe in his left hand became tighter. He didn't want it to slip from his grasp due to the blood after all. His only visible eyes met with stillness, the ones of Norm's avatar full of horror, at the scene. If it was because of his appearance or what he did, Liam couldn't be sure, but it was likely both and some more. She would have died, Norm, we couldn't have saved her, Liam said through the radio to the scientist riding his dire horse. It might have come off a bit too cold, detached even, but there weren't hundreds of ways to put it into words without playing it lightly. Chapter 53. Iwa's Wrath. Liam couldn't have saved the NA6, even if he wasted time to get a team of NA6 to help while under heavy fire from the RDA, risking the lives of others with his own. Then he needed to take her out of the machine grasp as well as take the chainsaw that was still in function halfway in her waist out safely, then managed to save her from a hemorrhage at best and hundreds of other potential issues related and unrelated to her from far and close. And at the same somehow keep the machine from falling, and even then if all went well, the chance of her surviving was close to zero, if equal to it. So he didn't try, fully knowing how it would end in the best of the best case scenario. This was why in that instant he let go of the machine, letting it fall on the halfway bisected NA6, he could but reduce the length of her suffering, and that was the most effective way. The arrow he used earlier would have not been of use either, as turning off and hacking to take control took exponentially more time and control, times he didn't have, and control he lacked over such a machine due to unfamiliarity and his point of view. Adding that there would still be the problem of her being almost cut in half. 91, 92, 93, 94, he continued to count as one of his explosive arrows flew from his bow to an amp suit in the distance, the blast killing 3 other SEC ops close too. Then he felt the link, the feeling he had when close to the Tree of Souls intensifies in a powerful burst of feeling he senses not from him that soon becomes a constant stream of emotion. Of which a primal almost animalistic anger was at the forefront, and he wasn't the only to have noticed it if the slight pause within the NA6 a few seconds later were any indication. Finally, too many have already died, Liam smiled. He didn't know when exactly was she going to act. It was clear when he interacted with her that she did want her children to fight for themselves, even if that included them dying and being wounded or crippled before she acted, or every suffering and horror they lived through would be for nothing. It was a lesson for her children and even for him. That much he could guess even without her directly telling him. This was pragmatic and extremely cold from her, and from his point of view that told a lot. But she didn't like to do this, he could feel it in her emotion. He didn't like this as well, but he understood and was at peace with this fact, in a way even thankful. She wasn't some kind of babysitter, she was quite literally Mother Nature here, and as such what she wasn't all pretty flowers and cute animals living in harmony under a rainbow. She wasn't a human or a NA6, she was an ancient hive mind covering an Earth-sized moon. As such she perceived life in a fundamentally different way than he did, or anyone else for that matter. But he understood she was playing the long game, so to say. One harsh lesson was better than 100 soft ones easily forgotten through time. Maybe not the best of methods, but one that at least seemed to work. The area suddenly turned dark. Darker than the usual shadows brought by the crowns of the rainforest's trees. The sky was getting covered by gargantuan black clouds, and at the same time, the ground started to rumble as if an earthquake was happening. Iwa is with us. The All-Mother had enough of watching and staying neutral. This is not only my and your battle for our survival only but hers as well. Disengage and let her do as she intends, Liam suddenly proclaimed as loudly as he could, his helmet opening for his voice to be heard better, all the radio waves he was connected to sending these words as well. As his words echoed, the pilot of an amp suit screamed in anguish as she was crushed into pulp by the heavy front legs of a large male hammerhead titanothere, a giant herbivore 2 times the size of an average female African elephant and with a large cartilage structure reminiscent of the extinct hammerhead shark. Further down south, this dead pilot was a regular SEC foot soldier who was gutted open like a pig from the chest to the crotch by the wicked claws of a thanator and was left to die by blood loss, his warm internal organs laid bare on the ground for the slowly approaching giant centipede to feast upon. A scorpion gunship high in the sky swarmed by hundreds upon hundreds of sting bats who dogpiled upon it, not caring for their lives. The odd dozen few who entered the vehicle ripped apart the ones at the manual turrets into ribbons, and their weight combined and their effect on the rotor caused the aircraft, even against the screaming pilot's wish, to slam into the cliff of a floating island and explode on impact. All of those 3 cases were but examples of the wrath-given form of the oldest being within the Milky Way. The Toruk Makto atop his mount gazed in both horror and marvel at what was happening. Liam's words were correct, and the words he just announced made it clear one thing needed to be done. Jake barked the order through his throat microphone, his voice heard by a few in the sky with their one device, and did as asked. The action of those few caused a wave-like event to happen, all of their attacks stopped at once, and the remaining arrival force of the NA-6 flew away, disappearing within the crevices, floating rock, islands, and mountains in but the blink of an eye. At the same time, Trudy, piloting her Samson, fired her last rocket at Scorpion gunship before flying away at the words as fast as she could. She didn't understand the language but knew it meant to retreat. It was part of what was said to do. Her heart almost stopped beating and her life flashed before her eyes as a smaller swarm of sting bats passed right in front of her aircraft. They were controlled or directed, but it didn't matter how much logic was behind it, she would always react this way. She knew the character of those animals. They attack everything in sight without prejudice and care for their own well-being. She remembered various stories about aircraft flying above where this suicidal creature nested and was ceaselessly attacked until there either was no bat or the aircraft had exploded against a hard surface. Or how they devoured entire herds of elephant-sized animals to the point not even bones remained. They were the most terrifying animal on this moon in her humble opinion, and here, quite possibly a million of them were present. It didn't matter if they couldn't directly damage aircraft in any meaningful way with their teeth or claws aside from scratching the paint and maybe the metal under. The great Leonopteryx might be big, majestic, and powerful, but it didn't hold a candle against this. Her choice to betray the RDA the same was staying a safe distance from the aerial battle and aiming each of her missiles correctly. "This is hell," she mumbled, feeling bile rise in her throat while she forced her baby to fly higher and higher, not wanting to stay here longer than strictly necessary. She saw through her damaged but still fully hermetic windshield the bats swarm divide into several dozen smaller groups going to all aircraft after aircraft. She saw them throw themselves at the rotor blades without stopping until the blades simply couldn't spin as effectively anymore. But the most specular and horrifying sight was that of the Dragon assault ship far below her. It was taking the brunt of the force to the point it couldn't be seen anymore as it was forced downward by the sheer mass of both living dead put onto it, all of its motors likely going critical one after another due to the same reason. "This madness," she mumbled again. What their ally Liam had said about the All-Mother was proven to be terrifyingly true. She was going to help them, but she didn't know it would be in such a way. This was the act of a deity. The RDA had gone unchecked and unpunished for too long, and this was its wrath. But at least it means they have won, and that gave her an amount of relief she couldn't even begin to describe. Back on the ground, Quaritch, piloting his amp suit, moved at a brisk pace. A GAU-90 was securely held in the metallic hands of the suit. It was more of a cannon than a gun, 2.19 meters, 7.18 feet, in length and 100.7 kilograms, 220 lb, and it fires 430 mm caliber rounds per second. Its main focuses were armor and vehicle penetration/destruction, but it worked fine as well on people, particularly if those people have naturally carbon fiber reinforced bones. though it's a pretty rustic weapon with no advanced system or fancy devices attached to it. It needs to be kept simple and reliable in all conditions. Adding trinkets and more complex systems only increases the chance of potential critical malfunction. Quaritch studied his surroundings: blood mixed with mud, horribly mutilated bodies of humans, whether lacking a part of their head or its entirety either via a bladed weapon or blunt force, charred bodies, deactivated and heavily damaged amp suits with their pilots as dead as it could get. And in this were the occasional arrows. It wasn't always this way, but this pattern was in a clear path, and it was worrying. It wasn't normal. It was like a rabid beast passed here and killed all in an extremely brutal and ruthless way, but also fast. He saw a lot of atrocities, many of which he partook in and led. Most of them ended in bloodshed, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it or truly bothered by it too, but the one in front of him, just in terms of visuals, was quite high up on the list. If it were to be higher, kids needed to be added and some more. He even saw Lyle Winefleet, one of his best men, dead. This was particularly puzzling as his death was due to air poisoning, that much he could tell. No visible wounds of any kind and a face showing signs that his death was due to breathing problems. As if the machine was simply turned off and all security protocols with it ended in this. Other possibilities were moot in his mind, and it wasn't the time to ponder on this. Lyle died, and that was all that could be taken from this. And the watch was also gone. There were also plenty of NA6, even more than his men, and that brought a smile on his face, but still. It all turned oh so horribly wrong. It seems I won't be back for dinner, the colonel thought grimly, a dark chuckle escaping his lips at the sight of another corpse. Damn, he didn't go easy on you, did he? He said under his breath with astonishment. He needed to take a closer look to even know what sex the corpse was. It was of a woman. She was split in half from her half-crushed head to pelvis, as she was but a ration wrapper that was opened with a bit too much enthusiasm. She mustn't have suffered with how it seemed to have been done with a rapid and forceful movement, but it was something to look at. This was something. Something he never quite had seen before. Points needed to be given where they needed to be given, but that was quite brutal, to say the least. He wasn't delusional enough to ignore what fate awaited him. His entire force was either dead or flying in despair. At least he could take as many of them as possible with him before he got killed. An explosion was heard, one louder than any other was heard, and it wasn't hard for him to deduce it was the Dragon assault ship. If it was the Valkyrie, everything in a 15-kilometer radius would have been gone, and the ground he was standing on would have been turned to glass. But that didn't stop him. A lot of Grace's, and by extension, Max's actions suddenly made a lot more sense, and it infuriated him to great lengths. It was all below his nose, but it was too late now. He was played by them like a fiddle, and that was what was pissing him off the most. At least he took one of them. And he was also furious about the death of all the ones he brought here. It shouldn't have turned this way, but it did, and it was his fault for having been arrogant. He should have bombed the tree from higher than the banshee or any wildlife could fly, but again it was too late, and he did it this way because he wanted to cull down Jake and Grace's little army. He didn't miscalculate. They should and would have won against those blue savages. It was simply an impossibility that happened. An impossibility he dearly wanted to kill. I know you're here, you can hear me. You can show yourself. A show of politeness between two gentlemen wouldn't be too demanding. Show yourself, I won't bite. I promise, Quaritch said softly through his microphone as he stopped moving, his eyes fixated on the corpse of a NA6 right in front of him. No answers, he inquired before stepping on the head with a metal foot, which busted under the several hundred kilos of pressure. Then he purposefully smeared what came out on the muddy ground as if it was trash. And the response was immediate. A steel javelin flew through the air, exponentially faster than the colonel could perceive, and it lodged itself deeply within the feed tray of the autocannon. The force was so high it bent the metal around its course and pierced various other internal parts of the firearm, rendering it completely useless aside from being used in melee. Quaritch's eyes widened to an almost comical level at the sight of his damaged GAU-99. His heart started beating faster and stronger in his chest, pumping adrenaline within his body than ever in his 51 year of life, as both terror, anger, and excitement flooded his being. He tore the javelin out with force, damaging the autocannon further. Not that it mattered at this point, and he threw where he supposed it came from, right in the branch of a tree. And a voice he recognized and wanted to hear echoed within the amp suit's cockpit. "I won't be having any type of senseless fight with you, no ceremony or honor to be given, there has been enough violence today," the deep voice said, displeasure and disgust clear in its tone. Sadness even. A figure jumped down from the same branch Quaritch threw the javelin back to. He instinctively took on a defensive position. A large military knife that might as well be a two-handed broadsword was taken from a sleeve of the amp suit's left arm. It was of a man, 5 digits on each hand with one holding the javelin until it disappeared into thin air. If it was in another circumstance, the colonel might have paid more attention to this. The figure had the build of a human male and a very muscular black and slightly damaged armor covered in drying blood, not hiding this, but it hid most of the white tribal paintings on it. Armor that by all means seemed full of various technologies. But what got all Quaritch's focus was the piercing ethereal silver eye shone through the hole in the damaged helmet, glowering at him. He felt incredibly vulnerable at that moment. He was going to die, he was the prey and he couldn't do anything. This was a monster that organized everything. A compound bow materialized in the armored figure's left hand, while the strange crystal protruding the wrist of the same arm gleamed brighter. The figure drew the bow to half of its maximum draw weight, all in but a fraction of a second, and fired immediately, an arrow having appeared in between in a way only a magician would trick your senses. But here it wasn't a simple paltry trick. The colonel couldn't have reacted. It was the limitation of his biology. Even with his system flooded by adrenaline, all of his senses and attention on the figure facing him. And even if he could, it would not have changed the outcome. The arrow flew and the bronze tip smashed against the windshield of the amp suit, letting the mechanism responsible for starting the explosion do its work. A bright light was emitted from the explosion, lighting the area for a second before the form of a shattered windshield and a charred torso with one arm, a head missing its lower jaw, and a face burned to the point no one would know who the pilot was. 107, Liam said and looked down at his trembling right hand. He frowned and stopped the movement by force, cracking the heavy film of dried human blood on it. It was them or him, and he still felt no pleasure or satisfaction in the act. It brought him immense solace. Chapter 54. Pyrrhic Victory. Liam stared at the body for a few more seconds. It was easy again. It was an easy death for Quaritch as well, but it's better to kill him now. He wanted to make this man suffer more but knew better. Torturing someone to simply bring a meager amount of satisfaction out of it wasn't what he wanted to do. It was pointless and a waste of time for the same end result. "Hey! Liam, can you hear me? Do you need medical support?" The worried voice of Grace suddenly entered his ears. This let him refocus on the present. "No, you don't need to worry, and Colonel Miles Quaritch is dead. I killed him. And I have taken Max's watch back," he answered her, but his voice was also sent to Norm, Trudy, and Jake through the microphone in his helmet. "Thank you." He wouldn't have wanted it around the wrist of one such rabid animal a second more. After a few long seconds, Grace said, her voice with righteous fury, sadness, and a hint of joy. The others on the line stayed silent outside of Jake, who audibly sighed in relief. "We have won," Liam added right after, with no true joy in his voice. There was still immense relief, as if a pressure that was almost crushing him was lifted from his shoulder. However, but this wasn't a pleasant victory. And it was but the first battle, one of many to come. It's a war for him, the humans having betrayed the RDA, the NA6, and IWA, but for this corporation, it was but a simple loss of profit they will try to rectify by all means necessary that wouldn't directly alter the source itself. However, even with that tone of voice he could hear the cheers from everyone, and that still managed to bring a smile to his face. "Yeah, we won," he mumbled under his breath before, too low for anyone to hear, but it wasn't the end. Far from it. And the stream voices speaking of many things on the radio was proof of it. The battle was but a part of an all. He ordered the Valkyrie main computer to start the autopilot mode that will let the spaceship fly back to Hell's Gate. The turrets had already been changed on what to and to not shoot. He didn't need to inform anyone about not shooting it, as it was known already. All of the people inside were dead, the 2 pilots included, and he didn't know how to pilot such a machine safely on the first try. He was reckless, not stupid. How he killed them was simple. He changed the spaceship's life support parameters, and as expected it had grievous consequences on the biological beings inside, even the ones with an exopack over their faces. A violent and sudden increase and decrease in air pressure, and with the protocol that was made to clean and filter the air out when no humans should be on board. And that wasn't all, he used the help of repair and cleaning bots that had their programs tweaked with several new lines of code in their system. It changed what they should work on from their usual objectives to humans. As such, none of the 9 humans on board at the time were alive, adding to that the panic and confusion brought by it all. One of the SEC ops didn't even react until the drill of a repair drone was deep in his cranium, and another got his throat neck cut wide open by the high-pressure washer of a cleaning drone while staring in shock at what was happening. Even here, Liam wanted the death to be as quick as possible. He had programmed all of it for this purpose. He could multitask, but not to the extent of controlling 2 bots at once with the entirety of a spaceship's complex system while at the same time fighting with all of his gear and being under a rain of bullets and anti-tank weapons. It was asking for a mistake to happen on his end. Superhuman as he may be, he couldn't do everything at once, and even less do it to perfection. Maybe with training and more experience, but not now. But it was nothing to be proud of, even if by all means what he did to pull that off was impressive. It was a necessity. There was nothing in what happened today to be proud of. The ones in the Valkyrie needed to die, as the possibility of one of them deciding to go kamikaze in desperation and make the multi-ton worth of explosive charge blow up from within was a very real possibility. That would be an end he didn't want. It's better to nip the problem right in the bud when given the opportunity than when too late and past the point of being capable of regret. He smelled incredibly bad, both from blood, pieces of flesh, mud, and his sweat, but the last he couldn't do much for now and was overwhelmed by the first 3. I need to clean myself of this blood before I go to the Tree of Souls, Liam thought, walking up to the corpse of Quaritch and taking the relatively intact dog tag around the burned-up neck. He moved up a tree and ran from branch to branch, the cry of the RDA employee bellow resisting from time to time as the animals continued their massacres. A massacre he was sure would last for a few more minutes. None of them even focused on him, however, at most a glance before they continued on, and as such he arrived at a small river where crystal clear water flowed. He rinsed his armor of most that was on it, the metallic part of it ending clean with more problems on the fabric. It will need a more thorough washing later, but that was good enough for now. Finally, after 1 more minute, he arrived at his destination, and the sight almost made him cringe. What he saw wasn't pleasant, but it was expected. It was better than he anticipated even. Wounded, from a simple scratch to missing limbs, could be seen in the hundreds as more came from the forest. The non-fighting force and the still able-bodied were running around taking care of the wounded, not caring for whose clans was who as they worked. And those weren't the only wounded. In the farther distance he could see many dire horses, banshees, and even the great Lanopteryx. Perched on one of the stone ribs, none did come out unscathed. Even if the last one, aside from having seemed to have been repeatedly poked by needles, seemed relatively fine. How many will survive their injuries, he wondered as he walked amid the improvised medical camp, his presence not going unnoticed as gazes of fear, respect, gratefulness, and reverence as if he was a demigod were directed to him. He heard many gasps. Some called him by different names under their breath, but the one that stood out was Quetzalcoatl, which roughly translated to the bringer of death or death bringer, which was an apt title considering how much he killed in such a short time and in such a way. He was the second behind Iwa with the most humans killed today after all. None other than her, and he knew how much he killed exactly, but that didn't change the fact that others knew he was very prolific in terms of death brought, and they weren't going to not react in any way at that. Actions have consequences, and that was something he already knew was going to happen for the worse or the best. Be it positive or negative, but aside from fear in some members of the clans, he didn't know it was very positive. If his individual number of kills was high, then the number he saved from a certain death was exponentially higher. To say he was the sole reason not everybody was dead presently wouldn't be far from the exact truth. "Ah, friend. Your feats as a warrior seem to have spread far and wide, he heard the exhausted voice of Aquay from behind him. I can hear that much, Aquay. It seems to bring both nervousness and awe, but that is of little importance now. How many have died? Liam asked, and he turned to face the Oloitken of the Olangi, who had bloodied bandages around his shoulder and was using a stone as a support. A third of the warriors that came with us have perished, but none without a fight or causing death on the enemy side. I was lucky, we were lucky if you weren't here, Aquay said calmly with great sadness trailing off. The words of gratefulness were unsaid but understood. And as for the others? From what I have heard, they had far greater loss than us, but to what extent I do not know more than you, the middle-aged NA6 finished. His face shifted slightly in pain due to his various bullet wounds in one of his shoulders. As predicted, I suppose. This, even with preparation, was going to be bloody. I'm grateful for their courage. And the recovery, it will take time for everyone, Liam added. He wasn't the one who paid the true heavy price here, but without their sacrifice, he would have had to pay it. Painting his hand red was better than dying. Even if by doing that he nearly did die, but that was beside the point. Sacrifices were made by everyone, it's just that some had it worse, way worse than others, and he made it so he would have to sacrifice less. His goal was first and foremost his own survival. Day 233, August 23, in the middle of the afternoon within RDA ESC-01, otherwise known as Hell's Gate. It was the next day of the battle. The words of Quaritch's defeat and the death of his entire force had spread like wildfire in a forest, while in the middle of a canicule, and panic mixed with an unhealthy amount of terror had spread in a very similar fashion within the base. It was because a few hours after the battle ended, Liam, Grace, Norm, and Trudy in her Samson, Jake with Neytiri on his Torek, and a large squad of NA6 riding Banshee entered the base from the sky. A base that was now mostly cut off from using its most powerful weapons, but they were not fully unharmed either. So it shouldn't be possible. There were 10 amp suits left, of which half of them needed various degrees of repair, a Samson in the middle of being renovated, 1 Valkyrie, a few land vehicles, a lot of which were only viable for mining, a few hundred drones, the several hundreds of turrets placed all around the base, a few firearms, and barely any individual trained for warfare. None had realized the Colonel's attack force had been defeated at this point, the one in the con mod, the main control room, thinking by habitude that it was due to the magnetic interference in the Hallelujah Mountains if they lost complete contact with the attack force. Admittedly a logical line of thought, but one that turned to confusion when a Samson that was known to be piloted by a traitor, a great Leonopteryx, and 60 Banshees with each of their riders were detected in their radar. This confusion turned to amusement as the odd mixes flew right in the firing range of the MB's 22A automated sentry gun, and this confusion only increased as the turrets didn't fire, even after someone commanded them to, and also ordered the drones to fire, which they didn't do as well. The confusion was mixed with a deep feeling of unease. Something was wrong, and the ones with that in mind were proved immediately to be correct, to their immense horrors, as every screen within the base switched from what they should be doing to light blue pentagon with at their front a lozenge made visibly of steel, a sphere of an unknown pearly white energy glowing in its middle. The confusion started to mix with panic, and a few started feeling fear that turned to horror when they understood the base was hacked, fully compromised from the ground up. It didn't make much sense, but it was one of the only options other than a complete failure of every system. Then chaos exploded as the voice of Grace echoed in the entirety at the base, and what she said with an image of the Dragon assault ship burning carcass was the reason. But that was quickly calmed down by the xenobiologist, who informed them none were going to be killed unless they fought back. And so a few hours later this was the present. A long line of humans wearing exopack on their faces could be seen walking from the base's hangar, the lack of most vehicles creating a large void, and a few other humans could be seen within, looking at the scene with mixed feelings. On each of their sides were NA6, some on their mount and some not, but all glared at the 200 humans whose nervousness and fear were almost palpable. People who have chosen to depart from Pandora or were banished may begin to board the Valkyrie. May we never see you again. The harsh words of Grace echoed in the large area, and with the encouragement or bows being pointed at them, large aliens beast looking at them hungrily, the humans did as asked. It went smoothly, the breath of potential death in their neck being a very good motivator for anyone that wasn't suicidal or moronic like the one who tried to flee by running in a straight line and gaining an arrow in her head. The groups of 2 by 2 moved fast, and in a few minutes all were aboard but a few, and within those few was Parker Selfridge, whose expression was conflicted. He was held prisoner by order of Quaritch and he now was forced to leave. He was banished, and he found that hilariously funny. He absolutely didn't care. He had enough of this moon in either case. It was better than dying on this accursed dirt ball. He suddenly stopped walking right in front of Jake and Neytiri and spoke matter-of-factly, staring unflinchingly into the Avatar's golden eyes. The female NA6 was going to attack him but was stopped by Jake. I don't grasp how this situation is possible. But you know. This isn't over, he warned, and Jake made a hasty movement of his head indicating for Self-Good to move if he didn't want to be gutted like a fish by Neytiri. A few minutes later and the Valkyrie was rapidly gaining altitude. Liam looked at it from his position atop the base. None of the people that were sent away or decided to go knew he existed. They can extrapolate on his existence, but that was inevitable. They didn't board on the hacked Valkyrie. It might seem foolish, missing a chance to go in the RDA-ISV Venture Star and cause it to malfunction, but it was from it. It was moved through space by using metric ton upon metric ton of antimatter to go at roughly 70% of the speed of light. How Grace didn't know, but he could guess that it was using the energy generated by the contact of its normal matter to propel it. Antimatter was something to manipulate with extreme care and in a perfectly controlled environment. If it isn't manipulated, it will have catastrophic effects on everything close, the close ranging from kilometers to potential million of kilometers if not more. He could program the spaceship to malfunction when far enough, but that's not taking into consideration the spaceship not potentially possessing advanced ACE that might be able to fight back his virus or detect it and then warn the RDA. As well as potentially causing the spaceship to self-destruct in response when still too close to Pandora, killing everything not several kilometers underground or underwater. The last part was a stretch, that much he knew, but that didn't make it void of being a probable reality. And there is the fact that if it were to suddenly disappear, it would cause more questions to arise. Questions that would be needed answers that would be gained by sending more ISV Venture Stars to Pandora. He might have caused the Valkyrie to stop functioning when in the stratosphere and fall as well, killing everyone inside, but that would put him at the obvious culpable, something that will force him to kill beyond reason. And the ISV Venture Star would still be in orbit. And there was a fundamental difference between killing people that wanted to cause intentional harm to you and those close to you, and killing random innocent individuals, which was easily more than 90% of the people on board. He had the power to do it, but he didn't want to, so he didn't. At the end of the day, the RDA will come back in less than 20 years and he couldn't do anything about it. It's always so complicated, he mumbled, his silver eyes finally losing track of the spaceship that was dozens of kilometers up in the stormy sky, a pang of jealousy setting in his heart at the sight. They were going back home, even if that home was horrible, unfit for human life, and it would be far from easy. It was still a home, whether they have family or not, they still have something. Chapter 55. Time of Healing. It has been a bit more than a month since the battle in the Hallelujah Mountains and the departure of most of the RDA employees from Pandora. Yeah, sure, you don't have anything more in your inventory because you're heavy. It's insane, you're tall and built like a brick wall, but damn. I see where the 10 kilos of protein go every goddamn day. You are naturally gifted with a BMI beyond morbidly obese. Though these outdated things mean shit, it's amusing regardless, Grace exclaimed, looking at the weight on the balance. The weight shown was 253.76 kg, 550 lb, of which the exact weight of his armor, that of what he had in his subspace, and the lower gravity of this moon were already subtracted or taken into consideration, which meant it was his true weight if they were on Earth. Nothing, I'm just built differently. On another note, how is your relationship with the ex-Soloitan of the Omatakea going? I don't judge you, but wasn't he one of your students? Liam asked with a thin knowing smile. He was nigh omniscient, so to say, so he knew plenty. Too much even. Every tidbit of data collected from technology he had connection to would ultimately be his, but he couldn't be aware of everything at once, though. It had almost become second nature, it was a necessity. It calmed his still rampant paranoia and was overall useful. Though he was aware it displeased many. "You mean Psute?" she trailed off, realizing her blunder. Liam, feeling merciful and knowing he might have asked something sensitive, let it go. "It's time. I have to go drive my avatar, there are still many in need of care." It was a pleasant break. Liam nodded. Both were incredibly busy as they became the de facto leaders of Hell's Gate. Nearly everyone was perfectly fine with Grace, but for him, it was the opposite. After all, he was a freak with strange powers that appeared out of nowhere. He is a stranger and he killed hundreds of humans, some of their friends, and at that with extreme violence, but at the end he had the final say. It wasn't a democracy, it never was. Power ruled over all, and he had plenty, such as him being the owner of the entire base. Every piece of technology a minimum advanced could be and was controlled by him. The life of every human was at his very fingertips. Though he didn't care about many things as long as nobody tried something stupid, he was pretty chill overall. He just wanted the base to prosper. He needed it to do so, at least until he made his own, something he wanted, but everyone will have to adapt until it happens. It seems Catherine has a problem with a bunch of stupid teens. He suddenly frowned, his pupils dilating and contracting in irregular patterns. Grace, walking away, noticed that but didn't think much of it. Liam frowned a lot, and this strange movement in his eyes meant he was interacting with technology. He was always thinking, planning for things that would likely be for the next few months or even years. He was already working for when the RDA will come, and he was open about it. He never stopped. He was frighteningly smart, that much she knew. With everyone he had interacted with, as many still had the idea he was a brainless brute, and she knew how concretely smart he was. She made him do an IQ test a few days ago with a specialized device, and his score was inhuman, to say the least. She might as well be talking to a sapient supercomputer in a bag of flesh. Max would have paid any money to study Liam's nervous system, even if Liam wouldn't let that happen. He stated clearly that anything remotely invasive was a no. Others might be scared, but she wasn't. She trusted him, and if he wanted to cause harm, she wouldn't be able to react or fight back anyway. And if he did so, chances are she would have deserved it. And he wasn't a genocidal maniac, the opposite in fact. She remembers clearly his face of distress as kids from the Olangi when this clan arrived at Hell's Gate to help with the wounded and asked him why their daddy and mommy weren't there, and he didn't lie to them. He told them why, and he comforted them as best as he could. War affected everyone, and its consequences revealed who people truly are. Liam's frown deepened as he stood up and walked down the corridor to be met by a woman, Mary McCosker. She had pieces of clothes around her chest that held two baby boys, one her biological son and the other not, and her step became hastier when she noticed him, even if she tried to be sneaky about it. The baby with brown eyes looked at him with great fascination, which he responded with a simple wave of his hand. This baby was one of the war orphans, and he knew whose son he was. And the father was Miles Quaritch. He didn't know how to feel about that. Anyway, the new mine must be dug, he thought. He wasn't a fan of this, but it was a necessity. The other mines were too far and too big for the base's current manpower, as such they couldn't be exploited. Recycling from existing equipment to garner raw materials was already a method used, but it was temporary. Self-cannibalism was never a solution. It only gave time. A steady and close-by source of primary raw material was needed. The fact it broke the three laws was a non-problem for Liam, as Iwa was aware it wasn't for something as primitive as greed. While he had this, though, he was looking down through the cameras of a dozen drones at a forested area. A bulldozer with its faded yellow paint laid immobile, but behind it was a trail of uprooted plants and destruction, showing it only recently stopped. The one leading the new mining operation was the said Catherine Hale, a redhead woman in her late 30s. Her small crew of 10 men could be seen behind as she jumped down from the giant vehicle. She approached a group of NA6 that stopped them. An arrow was aimed at her head, but she still advanced and pushed the arrow away at her head with her bare hand, an annoyed expression on her face. Their discussion was all for him to listen to as he used Catherine's exopack integrated microphone to do so. It was to be expected that there would be tension and potential conflict even with the accord of many important NA6. The humans weren't the ones responsible for the death in the battle, but it mattered little when actions weren't driven by reason and logic but emotions. There was bad blood and will likely remain for the foreseeable future. It was only thanks to him, Grace, and Jake that a great amount of the NA6 did not continue attacking. Enough, his voice through the drone echoed loudly as one of them hovered between the human and NA6. Kaani, the leader of the small NA6 group, jumped backward, his gaze locked onto the strange flying device as he snarled while Catherine on her side, if she didn't have her exopack she would have massaged her brow. Thank God he is watching and hearing everything, she thought with relief. She didn't know what she could have done otherwise aside from going back to the base. She didn't care all that much about who or what Liam was, he had separate goals but at least he worked toward everyone's survival. Situations where emotions flow in abandon such as anger were tricky to work with and could end very badly. She understood why Kaani and his small troops were angry. They were young and the wounds of war were still burning hot, and destroying a hectare of rainforest wasn't helping. There will be no more senseless death or violence against anyone. This area has been chosen to be a future mine, this includes it being temporarily raised off most life. This operation is done with the approval of your Oloiktan and Tsahik, you do not have a say in the matter. I recommend you go back to your clan and be actually useful instead of looking for ways to sow further conflict, Liam said rather harshly as it needed to be said, the camera of the drone he was speaking through focusing on the NA6. Kaani long pointed ears folded back at his words, the NA6 recognized the voice, it was unmistakable, it was the lost child, a dangerous being that was an enigma and he seemed to have displeased him. He messed up, but emotions still ran wild in his heart but not enough to make him do any more stupid actions. In a fake show of courage with irritation in his eyes, he motioned for the others to follow him as he stomped away. Thank you for intervening, boss. Dumb teenagers no matter the species seem to be consistent in the pains they bring, Catherine said, if it wasn't an obligation for their survival she wouldn't have destroyed such a place but it was. The drone bobbed in the air in an almost affirmative manner before flying back up into its original formation with the others. Boys! Restart the engine, no dinner until half of this hectare is cleared, the woman ordered as she climbed back the metallic ladder of the behemoth of metal on wheels. Jake needs to have more control over his clan or let everything turn to shit, Liam muttered under his breath with no small amount of annoyance as his eyes turned normal again. Jake, after he transferred his mind and soul into his avatar thereby killing his human body, something Liam found peculiar but understandable and fascinating, led the human-turned avatar to have little to no time for more minor things. His new positions as the Torik Makto and Oloiktan overwhelmed him, but even then, this scuffle between the remaining humans and the NA6, mostly of the Omatakea, will need to be solved. It was a small problem now but it can escalate beyond everyone's control. Neither humans nor NA6 were truly innocent here and punishment for trying to create conflict should be heavily punished, he only needed to make them all the more clear to Jake. Walking up to the elevator he called it with a mental command, a few seconds later the door opened and he was met with Dr. Norm Spellman. Hey, the scientist was caught off guard and his body refused to move as Liam entered, the holographic button for the ground floor turning green by itself. Good afternoon Norm, the armored man greeted, the elevator recalibrating itself as he set foot in the metal cabin. There was no response but a meek nod. Still scared shitless of me, hey? Liam noted with boredom. He understood and excused this response even if he didn't like it. Being feared had its use but not here. And it was getting old fast, he couldn't work with people afraid of his very presence and they couldn't either. 10 seconds passed in complete silence as the elevator moved down, Liam hearing Norm's heartbeat which only became louder as it reached a crescendo, and the latter seemed to garner enough courage to speak. I have been thinking. Why did you kill her? He asked with more curiosity than anger. Her? Liam uttered in confusion before he caught on, his eyes widening slightly. The NA6 you mean, she was of the Tiffany, her name was Kala, she was a sister and aunt of 3 boys, and she volunteered to fight because she was infertile. As for why I let her die, I couldn't have saved her. It is unpleasant to hear, Norm, but her life was not worth mine or that of others, not all lives equal. She was dying, I only cut her suffering short. Thank you. This is fair. I'm sorry for acting the way I do around you, and the same goes for the others. Norm spoke with more ease this time, but his body was still in a flight or fight response of neither he could do. Your response to my presence and my actions is perfectly natural, but don't go around excusing the behavior of others. People will adapt as simply as that, maybe not now but they will. Trust me, humans are remarkably adaptable creatures, Liam said with a smirk as the door opened and he strolled out. Norm left alone inside sighed, his body slumping down and the hair on his neck became normal again. It was intense. He was in the same enclosed space with a being who could rip him apart with his bare hand. Only the elevator going up snapped him from his terror-induced daze. 2 minutes later, after having exited the vehicle hangars to end up outside in the airfield but still, with the base pentagonal perimeter, Liam smiled as Orion and Mary landed on each of his shoulders while Septon arriving last pushed Orion slightly away. The 3 got a snack in the form of meat jerky for that and a head pat. They held guard of the spacecraft for him even if unasked and quite possibly unneeded, but he wasn't going to make them feel sad. And they must be excited about seeing their sister back and Gladius. He strode at a rapid pace on the asphalt route toward one of the 2 shuttle pods where Valkyrie 16 lay. The entire area aside from 100 meters, 328 feet, long and 80 meters, 262 feet, wide space shuttle was completely empty, and it made the large place eerie but also strangely relaxing as his sensitive senses were not constantly bombarded with stimuli. That reminds me of the other I called back from the gas giant. It should arrive in 2 weeks, he thought briefly. He hoped nothing bad happened to it in between. The Valkyrie he was thinking of was until now used as an automatic method to collect antihydrogen, deuterium, and tritium from Polyphemus's upper atmosphere. It was for the ISV Venture Star as it was its fuel, but not only. The 2 hydrogen isotopes were also what powered Hell's Gate and the Valkyrie's fusion reactors. It also brought the fact that if nobody knew about it and the Valkyrie he was entering was destroyed in the battle 2 weeks ago, then when the fuel that alimented the fusion reactors of Hell's Gate ran out, everyone would have died, even if would be in a decade. There weren't any dedicated facilities to collect those, and neither were they blueprints of such facilities in the base massive 3D printer. Not that such facilities were complex. Deuterium could be garnered from water and tritium from lithium, even if Pandora extensively lacked the latter of these elements. He doubted anyone other than him had the theory and technical knowledge to design them. Another problem to take care as accidents happened so fast and always at the worst time possible. He walked past a makeshift bed next to the various scribbles on pieces of paper that represented various tools and vehicles, of which an aircraft based on a Dragonfly, an aircraft he was going to build as the Samson and Scorpion gunship, weren't good enough for him. Too bulky, too slow, not adaptable, not maneuverable enough, and defenseless against a swarm of sting bats. And a plethora of other things he didn't like and wanted for his personal future mode of transport. His implant glowed as airlock doors opened and closed one after another until he arrived at the cockpit, the entire spacecraft having already started hovering. His destination was his base in the Great Plain, his goal bringing a great deal of the recourse back here and Gladius as well. The poor creature was in distress and he could feel it through their bond, but until now he didn't have the time frame to bring the bird back. It was chaotic times when micromanaging seemed to be an obligation. Chapter 56. Relocating. Piloting a spaceship was quite the experience. Even presently for Liam it was more akin to piloting a fighter jet the size of a cargo airline, still for all intent and purpose exceptional, intoxicatingly so even, but it wasn't the full experience. He felt like a kid who got a new toy, a toy he must take great care of, as neither did he have the resources nor the machine necessary to repair it if it were to be greatly damaged. He didn't even have the blueprint for it, which wasn't all that much of a problem in itself, as reverse engineering this machine wasn't complicated, but that didn't magically fix the earlier mentioned problem. For example, if one of the fusion reactors had a critical failure, then that would be a problem for quite some time, and the Valkyrie will be out of service for that entire time. The stereolithography plant, or the grinder as some called it, something akin to a giant 3D printer, were interesting machines with many advantages, such as the capacity to build machinery in record time with no defect and their sizable library of vehicles and machines, but all were old models revamped for Pandora. But they weren't without fault. They were here for the mining expedition and to have a constant supply of firepower for safety reasons, and that showed in its capacity of fabrication and again in its database. It couldn't print highly processed materials even with the raw material given, and various pieces of equipment that required highly advanced precision to be made. Advanced computers were as well not doable in any way, shape or form. It wasn't a problem before, as these uncraftable components and devices were brought here by ISV Venture Star straight up from the Sol system. And it also meant the 3D printer lacked the know-how for such things. Why take storage space when it can't even be done? So it lacked essential blueprints and templates for more advanced and up-to-date pieces of technology. Luckily he had such know-how, to a large degree at least he was profoundly knowledgeable. It was a similar problem with his fabricator, precision was needed. It's a must after all, and he was working on it, and he would provide it. It's just that these types of things aren't done overnight and without cost or thought put into it. It was basically rebuilding and modifying the 3D printer at Hell's Gate Manufacturing Complex, a massive machine the size of a nearly 3-story building from the ground up, and also digitally. And because of these problems of precision, if more complex technology were to be damaged to a certain extent, they will be completely irreparable and unusable, such as the supraliminal radio in Selfridge's old office or the 3 Virgin Soul drives in the mini vault of the same room. Though that didn't stop him from taking unused equipment, such as a link unit that was currently laid in a room of the spacecraft completely broken down into pieces. It was done for several reasons. He wanted to know how it worked, and he learned it used the strange native metal of this moon, but not all. It was a Chinook-based technology too. Both of those things that Hell's Gate didn't hold much data onto, Pandorium or unobtainium as it was called, aside from the plasma forge to refine it and how to do so, there was nothing of value in the database he couldn't already deduce in a heartbeat or he already was aware of. As for Chinook, it's the 5th fundamental force, at least that's how it's considered by the ones studying and interested in it. And as its name indicated, it was related to the mind and other esoteric aspects that were considered psychic in nature. A recent discovery gave birth to an entirely new branch of science, one that was perceived as some sort of mystic nonsense, and pseudoscience to the grand public and a large portion of the scientific community. Norm was one of them, bizarrely enough, until very recently. This branch was perceived this way aside from some exceptions like the link unit, and they were considered that exception. An exception that happens on a stroke of luck, and randomness doesn't make the rule. There were a few scientists specialized in those subjects here who decided to stay, Grace having dipped in it a little, as well as it was in direct correlation with her study of Pandora flora. And Max? He was quite possibly the most knowledgeable on the human mind and brain, but a good thing, if that could be called that in that context, is that he had a lot of notes written by hand. Adding the multitude of reports in the database from various scientists and a few more, he rapidly understood that nobody really comprehended what it was, and they barely scratched the surface, something that isn't unordinary, but here it was especially obvious. Though one thing that was clear by their understanding, it was related to life, but after this, besides the hypothesis and some data, there wasn't much. It certainly helped, as said hypotheses weren't for a small percentage random or void of sense. Chinook couldn't be detected directly by regular means by their knowledge. It was the various minute variations that shouldn't be there from various detectors such as gravitometers. And they used those types of devices in conjecture with one another to detect the Chinook field, as it was called, and it was with various degrees of success that it tended to lean toward failure. They couldn't even quantify it by regular means and even less predict it. It seemed to behave randomly and without patterns. It was unique. The most successful at detecting it was the link unit, but it was the case because it's a perfectly controlled and monitored environment with constant scans of the central nervous system. It was by detecting these anomalies they discovered Pandora, a large cluster of it and unknown in origin, curiosity won over and this led to the present even if at that time humanity didn't know what Shinnok even was. And he found it quite funny that he could feel this force with his regular senses, the presence when near a tree of souls or the telepathic links he had with his tames and the weak empathetic one with Iwa were exactly that. It was real and it was deeply connected to the mind and by extrapolation the soul and body. It also had quite a few similarities to various parts of techgrams and considering what the element could do in its corrupted form it made sense as in its uncorrupted form it has similar traits. He just didn't do the connection before as what he had in his memory wasn't explicitly related to Shinnok and until now he didn't have the chance or time to think about that deeply. It was extremely fascinating in any case, it was how Jake's mind and soul were transferred from his crippled human self to his avatar, and it was how the pilot could drive their avatar, which thanks to Grace again, he learned was possible due to the discovery of a Shinnok link between monozygotic twins by Dr. Carnell Lovecraft. Quite an amusing name. The Avatar are essentially hybrid clones with the equivalent of DNA for Na6 and the DNA of the driver and it used this same principle. Pandorium and Shinnok interact with one another, it ties to the link unit that uses a plate of Pandorium carved to the molecular level to start the syncing process between humans and avatars. It shows how limitless was the potential of Pandorium. And he could see how this could be weaponized, be it with its magnetic property or with its apparent Shinnok property. The latter was excessively more dangerous, it only encouraged him to study this metal, and as for Shinnok itself, who better to ask about psychic phenomena than the local ancient hive mind? Iwa would likely not be bothered by him wanting to learn from her, he was quite certain it would be the opposite and not like he would dislike it either. Then there are the clones too. Liam thought back to the soul drives as he commanded the Valkyrie to decelerate and land on a small clearing, the wall of his base visible from the window. The potential of such a technology was terrifying and that this made the life of an individual even less important didn't help the matter. They lose one of their brightest scientists or valuable agents due to an accident. Not a problem, the RDA has 1,000 more perfect clones to replace it. The designation it is appropriate here. It made the irreplaceable and invaluable resource that you can mass produce and quite possibly transform into a property. And the memory stored could likely be edited as well. Evidently taken into consideration, this piece of technology worked without much of an error margin. The entirety of a person's memory was, to put it mildly, a considerable amount of data and not the most consistent or logical at that since it was the biased perspective of someone, bug and problem he supposed were to be expected. Anyway, this isn't a problem for now, no need to worry about it. With that in mind, Liam walked through the spacecraft up to the opening ramp. He had a problem of wanting to do everything at the same time, a bad habit he had for as long as he could remember. This added to his perfectionist side had caused several problems before. Both he was trying to kill but there was too much to do and it needed to be done right. He with Grace relegated plenty of tasks but most of them were necessary for the base maintenance. His silver eyes met with the 4 orange ones of Gladius. The beast was belly down on the ground, its bifurcated tail waving in the air happily, a fact that only amplified as he smiled and sent through their link a sentiment of pure joy. He smiled brightly while he approached his tame until the latter pounced playfully on him and stayed still on him, a loud and thundering purr escaping from its body as it brought its beak next to his head. Ow! Yes, I missed you too, buddy. It's okay. And you grew bigger, Liam cooed, scratching the back of Gladius' colorful crest as he let himself fall on his back, the 2 Tetrapteron he came with flying out to look around. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry, he sent through the link as Gladius connected his neural cue to his implant. The great Istropede, aside from acting all dramatic as if it had been abandoned, sent information in neat packets about what happened and what it had done. He taught Gladius and all of his tames to do so, and what he got was interesting. Daisy the Slinger's head had grown fatter and changed color and shape to something akin to a cocoon. And he could feel the worry, fear of disappointment, and rising shame from Gladius as the poor thing thought it messed up. Same was for Oxidon through the link. Both were tasked to take care of the Slinger's head while he was gone and they did an excellent job. The Tetrapteron in question flew down on him, landing on the metallic ramp next to his head before nuzzling in his hair, his mood relieving the 2 caretakers. The 3 other tetrapterons flew out from the Valkyrie and joined in the chaos. A good half an hour passed like this until Liam, with a Herculean amount of willpower, focused back on why he was here. There was enough emotional support for the day. The message was understood by his 5 tame as they let him have a breather. His metallic boot left a deep footprint as he walked, and he noticed the ground was quite dry and the plants growing from it were less vibrant, their tips going brown. The rainy season was ending, that much was obvious with the high temperature. He wasn't going to have to live through the dry season. Not that it would be a great problem, but it would still be an annoyance, one he preferred to not have. And his tames weren't as resistant to it as him. Moving toward the wide open gateway of his base, he noted the area was not overrun by vegetation and that a large neat pile was made over a collection of stone. Flicking his left hand, a large purple fruit and a piece of meat jerky appeared, which were thrown at Gladius and Oxidon. "Good job," Liam complimented while directly going into one of the various tunnels he dug in his base. He moved through the labyrinth and in a few seconds arrived at the right room. The bioluminescent mushrooms growing on the ceiling lighted the area with a soft blue hue, but what attracted his attention was a deep scarlet, roughly triangular cocoon attached by gooey threads of the same color that attached it to the wall as the vein. All on its surface pulsed with orange light. "Damn, it looks even more freaky from up close," he let out, approaching Daisy, and from one of his shoulders a mechanical arm exited. At the end was what looked like a pincher hand, but it was more as the forefinger changed configuration and what appeared to be a roughly shaped drill started to spin. He studied the cocoon and the wall it was attached to a bit more. A pickaxe materialized in his left hand and he started working on taking the alien-looking thing with a part of the wall to bring it with him back to Hell's Gate. Pickaxe and drill working in tandem, he worked extremely fast, yet at the same with great care and attention, as he didn't want the room to collapse. He would survive, but not Daisy, and it could lead to a chain reaction even if he dug the area in a way it wouldn't happen. You never know, a weakness in an area he couldn't have known is always a possibility. An hour and a half of meticulous work later, and Daisy's cocoon with the part of the wall it was attached to were secured in one of the Valkyrie's rooms, where he put the same condition that was in the room it was in before. Then there was moving the multitude of boxes full of various resources that were, by Liam's estimation, for a total of 15 tons. So to gain time, his tames helped. First, he moved the boxes at the surface. Second, the tetrapteron added ropes around it. Third, Gladius dragged the boxes with the help of said boxes in the Valkyrie. And fourth, when all boxes were out, Liam helped Gladius by lifting the remaining boxes. This took a bit more than 2 hours in total. At this point it was getting dark, but Liam didn't stop. He wanted to do it all in one go, and as such the various machine he built, such as the fabricator, came next. Fabricator that he took a good 30 minutes for it to be stored in his inventory. This was why he didn't use it for the boxes, aside from the fact most were simply too heavy for it to be possible. After he took all the other machines like the generator and induction forges, then he took the remaining food and drink, as he did try and succeeded to make alcohol for more reasons than simply drinking it. And finally, after having moved pretty much everything in the Valkyrie, he stared at the empty area with a strange feeling in his heart. He spent so much time and put so much effort in it. Getting attached to the place was unavoidable, but that didn't mean he wasn't more than happy to move out. It was dark at this point and his tames were exhausted, and a nap for him wouldn't hurt either. So after setting the Valkyrie to fly in autopilot to Hell's Gate, he slept on a mattress made of mostly animal skins with Gladius' head resting on his chest, something that would cause a normal man to suffocate, and Septon, Mary, Orion, and Oxidon hugging his limbs. He was awakened 2 hours later by an emergency call from Norm, and what was said before it was suddenly cut off made his face twist in a mix of confusion, urgency, and irritation that rapidly shifted to anger. There was The blade was poisoned, Jake is DY. The ritual of first blood was a non-lethal duel done in exceptional circumstances where 2 clan members, one being the current Oloik Tan, the one to draw the first blood with their blade, won and became the new clan leader. The Valkyrie at this point was already high in the sky, and Liam increased its travel speed, switching off autopilot as it has inbuilt security to not be able to move past a certain speed when deep in a planet's atmosphere. Changing that would mean modifying the internal components of the spaceship motherboard. It wasn't feasible as of now. This led to the sound barrier being repeatedly broken and the Valkyrie flew straight to Norm's last known location, leaving behind trails in the late morning sky. Chapter 57. Cutting the Head of a Revolution. Growing in between the arms of a river and the cavernous maw of a rocky cliff that showed a fossilized unknown creature was a 3-year tree of soul the size of a regular adult weeping willow. It was hidden from the sky by the massive crowns of giant trees covering the area in a protective blanket of vibrant green as they gave it water and nutrient in abandon. As long as Jake Sully breathes, he is still Oloik 10 step beyond this, and it's you who are the traitor. Foolish man! You do not understand your action, you are blind. Emo at the Tsahik of the Omatakea declared that the unconscious body of Jake lay at her feet. Emo at gaze was locked onto an old male Na6 as she said so. His name was Adia Te Ronglo Adiatan, and she knew he was the cause of the current happening. It was timed as well. Neither her daughter Nitiri, Sute, Grace, or the lost child were present, but the last she knew it wasn't for long. Norm, having spoken to him through the strange device on his face before the battery died. Shit, I forgot to recharge it, I'm going to get murdered, as the sky person said, whatever it entailed. Adia hissed at her, but she stayed unfazed. She could understand his train of thought on why he would do this, even if it was beyond foolish and monstrous. His son Tsute relinquished his title as the Oloitken to Jake after the battle due to grievous neurological injuries that would impair the uses of his right side. Then he started to become interested in the Sanok, Grace Augustine, the one who took care of him the most. But going from being a deeply frustrated and disappointed father to going to the length of manipulating his other son to challenge Jake for the position of Oloiktan. Not only that, with Artsat his mate, they dipped the blade used in the duel in poison. A poison that put Na6 unconscious in seconds and killed them in minutes, and it had been nearly 1 hour since Jake had it in his vein. It was Iwa's blessing he was fighting to live. There was the still wide open wound from the war with the tension between Sky people and the people, but that wasn't an excuse. She knew the chance of something like this happening was not impossible, but she did as traditions commended. If the poison had worked. She knew how emotions could drive to an early end and how tension between human and Na6 were high, but nobody would survive another battle. Norm next to her asked with worry. He ignored Adia, his gaze focused on Jake's pained unconscious expression. He sent an alert message that should have reached Grace and Liam, but he didn't know when either would arrive, and that meant he needed to work alone. There is an antidote. However, the flower to concoct it resides in a cave close to this juvenile tree of souls, but only the smallest of children can enter. It's an iridescent flower with 6 large petals, she explained, her face calm and resigned as she pointed toward a small crevice in the cliff that was surrounded by thin intertwined roots of the tree in question. Norm proposed his assistance without a second of reflection, which earned a soft smile from the Tsahik, who turned into a wrinkled frown as Adia spoke out his disaccord. This is forbidden. I will not allow this demon to trample on what is sacred. Firth. His words stopped as a sonic boom followed by 3 others who echoed, each slightly lower than the last. Nearly all the Na6 present plugged their ears with various expressions ranging from confusion to pain and fear. There was a lapse of time when everyone recovered and Norm's face shifted briefly in something akin to relief, something that didn't go unnoticed and unused. What was in the All-Mother name was that? It's you. See, all they bring is suffering. They burned our ancestral home, with our children, elders, and mates still inside. Their words are but deceit, lies, all but lies. A word they brought to us from their wretched origin. We have won. Why must we submit to these demons yet again? Why must we obey a dream walker, one of them? Our way must change to find the light of Iwa. This cannot continue, this cannot continue, Adia cried out, pushing his lung to the point of pain as he glared and pointed his finger at the human. The effects of his words were instantaneous. The groups of Na6 all around the Tree of Souls split in two, one crying our cry of grief, and righteous fury. As Adia's words deeply affected them, the bottle-up emotions within them were ready to explode, some even advancing toward Norm. Moat could but spread her arm and move in front of the human and the Oloitan to protect them, her gaze severe while her mind was both filled in disbelief and disappointment. Even in such a state she noticed a clear difference was in the two groups. A chasm that spoke volumes, the vast majority who participated in the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains were within the group that supported her and the Oloik Tan. Then from the tree top, a blue and purple tetrapteron landed on Adia's left shoulder, its left leg on the Na6 left shoulder as its right leg armed at the end in a metallic claw shining under the pink bioluminescent of the tree reflected against his throat. The entire area quieted down as the metallic claw of the bird started to put pressure on Adia's throat, drawing droplets of blood, the nascent ember that was going to turn into an uncontrollable wildfire in everyone enthralled by his speech was drowned and killed. The All-Mother is. She is displeased. I can feel it, the Tsahikovomatkaya thought, shock appearing on her features. They settled down as a tall human in a black armor, the unnatural silver irises of eyes, the strange alien yet familiar air around him only adding to the obvious of who this individual was. Liam, Norm mumbled next to her, relief washing over him, but a pained groan from Jake brought him back to the most pressing problem at hand. He needed to act. Behind Liam was a tall bipedal creature with wickedly long and razor-sharp claws, its back wings spread showing flamboyant color, the low luminosity of the forest letting the bioluminescence of their markings be seen. A great ostropede, Moat recognized. A creature she never saw but heard tales of and knew the lost child had tamed, but seeing one was a different story. Her body instinctively understood the danger it represented. It was only second to that of the great Leonopteryx, but the difference here was that one of the two was known for being irrationally aggressive. The presence of the beast led to waves of panic emerging, but it wasn't as much as the man in front of it who moved in a straight line with haste in his step. He was walking, but he moved at the speed someone would be running, and his face. It was cold, bordering on the emotionless. If not for his eyes and shimmering anger, was not a good alternative for the others. The Na6 parted away like the Red Sea before the two beasts, the great ostropede being the less frightening of the two. What is happening, even then, even if was less than calm, he asked without putting his emotions in his voice. Norm and Moat, the first of the two, was the one to answer and explain what happened as fast as he could. If that was due to nervousness or urgency or both, Liam couldn't be sure. After this, he got a general picture of what happened, and that didn't calm him. However, it channeled it to those who deserved it. He knew this was going to happen in some way. Not everyone was going to accept what was going on. The cave, the entrance. You will not be able to enter. Moat let out the truth of the matter as she knew what he wanted to do, which caused the lost child to frown ever so slightly. And when he looked at where she pointed at, he couldn't but agree with her observation. Even if he took off layers of armor, he would still be too bulky, and destroying the entrance wasn't an option or even a good idea, besides the risk of collapse and the lack of time. He needed to stay up here in all cases. I will do it, I already said I will, Norm interjected, and the next instant a red tetrapteron landed on his shoulder carefully, the weight of the large bird almost causing him to fall forward, and a cable given by Liam nearly made him fall again. Then go. My tetrapterons Mary and Oxidon will be going with you, Liam declared to the scientist, his attention, as well as his remaining 3 tames, entirely on the traitorous little trash of a Na6. Look! The demon, he used the childer. Adia tried to turn the situation around and salvage what he thought was salvable, but it wasn't to be. The metal claw dug slightly deeper, causing him to freeze. Any movement would result in the blade going from causing a simple cut to a slow death, drowning in his own blood on the ground. At this point Adia understood there was no escape. The sight of his mate and son staring at him from the crowd as they just walked in amplified the fear he was feeling. Father! What have we done? His son said with sadness as he approached, his body full of shame, ear folded back and tail between his legs. He was terrified but pressed on until he was facing the lost child. He felt small and weak both mentally and physically. Bring her here, but do not harm her unless she seeks it first. Okay, buddy? Good, Liam telepathically instructed Gladius. He was speaking of the old female who came with Arvik, as he came to know from Norm. He could feel his tame mental nod at his order, and doing it the next second, Gladius moved behind the petrified female. Clawed arm spread open as it guided her toward her son. What you have done is a crime, going against the well-being of every Na6, of every human, of every living being on Pandora, and of even Iwa herself. You can't fathom what your traitorous actions, if they succeeded, would have led to, and as such you deserve death, Liam declared, his arm spreading and voice getting progressively louder as the minority in the crowd who understood could but realize in horror how true his words were, but the others who didn't grasp the true scale of it still understood how grave the action was. The earlier bravado and self-absorbed cry for revenge had all but gone into a puff of smoke. But your fate is not for me to decide. I'm not of your clan and do not have the right to do so. Jake Sully, your rightful Oloik Tan, the one you wronged is the one with such a right, he added with finality. There was a long moment of silence that seemed to be eternal until from the crevice a yellow tetrapteron flew out chirping in experiment, its underside covered in blood, but it wasn't its own, it was followed by a red one where only the metallic claw dripped blood, and finally Norm. The cable attached to his belt dragged behind him as he limped out, his breath ragged, his clothes torn at multiple places with blood tainting them, but a large smile could be seen behind the visor of his exopack as he proudly showed a nylon satchel full of glowing flowers. I did it, the scientist exclaimed as a young NA6 with a bandaged left eye helped him toward the Tsahik. Moat was at work concocting the antidote the second the satchel was in her hand. Plucking the stamens of 2 male flowers, she crushed them with a stigma of a female one by using her bone knife at her neck, a pestle on a mortar from her waist. Then she added droplet of various clay flask, all of while chanting under her breath while in a trance-like state. Still no response from Grace. The situation is under control, but still, Liam thought, ordering Septon to let go of Adia's neck, causing him to fall. Arsted, his mate, threw herself at her mate, immediately taking care of the scratches, and if she was less terrified of him and Gladius wasn't so close to cut her in half, she would have tried to rip his throat out, probably. The only thing he could think of why Grace still hasn't responded included her not wearing her smartwatch, either be it on her body or that of her avatar, or its battery was dead, which was unlikely and he would have known, or she wanted privacy, but privacy for nearly 2 hours indicated something else. There wasn't any other option but one, aside from it being extremely impressive that someone with still healing third-degree burns could go on so long on that type of activity, that someone in question had his family that either was going to be banished or executed. Doing this wasn't a problem, Liam didn't care, everyone needed to be busy working, but it's not like if someone took a breather the moon wasn't going to explode. The option she was dead was not even here, as he knew she was currently using a link unit and he wasn't an expert in biology or the human mind, but the amount of dopamine detected in her system quite possibly confirmed his hypothesis. It's a clusterfu *k. I won't partake in more than I already have. The rest is up to the Omatakea. Liam thought he had other fish to fry than worry about the interpersonal relationship of a family drama. Though keeping an eye on them seems to have become even more of a necessity. Fu *k. My head, I feel someone cracked it open and started to pour molten iron in it, Jake half groaned half hissed as he weakly stood up, the tendril from the Tree of Souls moving back. He saw Arvik first, the Great Ostropede second, and finally Liam. One more thing I owe you, it seems. Thank you, the ex-human marine said with a weak chuckle to the silver-eyed man. He felt as if thousands of tiny creatures crawled under his skin. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, almost painful in fact, but he still extended his right arm toward Liam. You would have done the same if I was in your position. But if you're alive, the individuals you must be thankful to are Norm and your clan Tsahik, not me. I only stopped the little revolution going on before it turned into a real shit show. I didn't save you. More like saving your ass from potential bloodshed, Liam answered with a small smile, his entire demeanor changing to something less dangerous as he grabbed the extended arm and did a forearm handshake, careful to not push too much force behind. Chapter 58. Lesser Replicator. Music of a long since almost forgotten video game about a vengeful man ripping and blasting demons apart in hell with a shotgun echoed inside Valkyrie 16, not waking up Gladius sleeping on a pile of animal skin. Music that was surprisingly in the database of Hell's Gate, brought here by one of the employees on a physical copy. And Liam thanked the now dead man who had the idea to borrow such music from old time here, as the new music from this time was strange to say the least, not that he particularly hated it from the small percentile of he heard on Pandora. It's just it didn't feel the same, and the old of not straight considered ancient music brought a sense of familiarity. thought it was more a background noise as he needed to fully focus. His gaze was magnified through a mask-like device on his face that let him work on the finer detail of a multi-layered sphere of metal and crystal the size of a large bowling ball magnetically held in levitation in a glove chamber filled with argon. It was the heart brain of the stereolithography plant, or at least what has become of its inner core. It meant the giant 3D printer was out of usage presently, but that was something planned from the start. All the parts he was adding or taking out were prefabricated by his fabricator. Fabricator he upgraded first mainly for this reason: if both were to be out at the same time it will be a problem, aside from the fact he couldn't do this without a better fabricator in the first place. He could work at an inhuman level in both speed and precision, but he had limits. Some components simply couldn't be done by hand and with regular tools, or if that was the case, doing them this way involved too much of a loss, be it time or resource. The crystal-like appearance of the core wasn't for aesthetic purposes, even if it was beautiful all the same. It was made of artificial diamonds with various other gems and metals like pure electroplated aluminum and niobium. Pandorium was also used at other various points in its original design, which he barely changed. You don't fix what isn't broken. He still put out more of that unique metal, virtually reducing the transformation of electrical energy in thermal energy to zero. It already had the processing power of a powerful supercomputer before, but for Liam, it wasn't enough. The level of precision and scale needed that much, so he altered it into something comparable to a quantum computer but different. Mainly because he didn't exactly know how to do the latter. It was based on the brain of various techgram, but it was overall weaker and in need of a perfectly monitored environment to even begin function. Of course, he made sure at every step to not create life. He wanted a tool, not an unwanted child. He could create artificial life, but that didn't mean it was the time for that, nor would it be very successful as of now aside from true AI. A plasma welder was in his left hand that had a point precise enough to work on the microscopic scale. Each micro-movement of his muscles with the use of his inventory led to the appearance of thin threads of the purest of Pandorium coated in pure silver. It was as if he had done this his entire life. Each extremely fragile thread was thinner by a large degree than any human hair and kept on being added one after another, forming an intricate tapestry invisible to the naked eyes aside from their reflection that fractured light, giving them an ethereal appearance. If someone were to look at it with a microscope, they will see a forest of complex geometric patterns reminiscent of a spider web after the other, growing a forest of neuron-like structures already present between each piece. The last of the thread was added, totalizing their number to exactly 500,000, not even reaching a percentage of the number of neurons in a human brain. It will be rigid in comparison to a human brain or the one from his techgrams, aside from it not being alive, but it wouldn't need to be this adaptable in any scenario. It's the processing power of a giant crafting station, nothing more, nothing less. It could correct mistakes, anticipate them, and calculate, but nothing out of its goal. It had a purpose, and it was with that purpose it was made this way, aside from Liam being unable to do more. But at this point, it would be the mechanism of the machines themselves that wouldn't be able to keep up. I did it. Now to put it to use, he thought, a large smile forming on his face as he stored his tool in his inventory, followed shortly by the new processing heart. He took off the device on his face, showing noticeable bags under his eyes. He barely slept this week. It was a race against time, and one he won. His happiness radiated through the link, and Gladius woke up looking at him with a curious tilt of its large head to the side, to which Liam responded by scratching its chin. 45 days, and that would be a full year, he mumbled to the confused if happy Gladius, who purred louder. Everything passed so fast, his awakening filled with panic, dread, and existential crises as he adapted to an alien new world, a new body, a new mind, and new capabilities. The first few nights with a gaping wound on his back. Then the first few months in the wild trying to survive and thrive. First and second contact with the native, Gladius hatching in between those, meeting with Iwa. The battle where many died and where he massacred hundreds of humans in cold blood to the point of being drenched in it, the rebellion that ended with Psute's father and mother being banished from the Omatakea. Arvik was spared from such a fate by Jake, but he was still forced to work and would bear the shame of such an act for the rest of his life. The fate of the two parents was known to him as he made one of his tetrapteron follow them, How Iwa was displeased by their actions, to say the least, but she wasn't the only one, as the great Leonopteryx that Jake rode was the one who killed them 2 days after they were banished. It was sad, a tragedy even for the one close to them, but they, as one would say, **ked around and found out. Ultimately all were the result of Jake's actions and inactions, though Liam hoped this was a learning experience and wake-up call for the ex-Marine that will stay. There was a mass burial as well a week after this incident that he oversaw, and where he had declared that as of now that the date the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains was won was going to be a day of remembrance that was called the Day of Remembrance. It was going to focus on the ones who died and suffered, but not only, as it included aspects from before and after the victory with everything it entailed, the goal being to prove everyone become better. It was a way to reduce tension for the long term. In either case it wasn't going to be forgotten due to NA6 capabilities to download and upload memory with the trees of souls and experience fully what their ancestors, forefathers, and foremother did. Warping it into something that won't turn into a radical anti-human or anti-NA6 mindset was one of the goals. It was the actions and ideas of individuals, in both camps behind this tragedy, that were at fault, not the entire species in themselves. None involved were truly innocent. He needed to stay as unbiased as possible, as he was considered a part of both camps by many, but also as an outsider, a third party by just as many. Both with varying degrees of accuracy. If his choice displeases some, then they can go discuss their disagreement openly with him, and if their point was well and truly valid, he wasn't past putting himself in question. He was better at cooking and building machines, and that's what he mostly did. He hated politics, be they with aliens or not, but it was a necessity. He couldn't even begin to imagine the headache it would cause him if it was with politicians on Earth. Though that was the general gist of it, to do such a dedicated day to such an event, but the application in real life wasn't going to be simple or instantaneous. He wasn't going to force it, but finding a way to stop hate from festering was a hard if not impossible task. Of the 15 clans that participated, all but the Omatakea stayed close to Hell's Gate, the others having divided to go back to their normal away, the last having left a month ago being the Olangi, as it was the clan with the least amount of casualties. As such they were the ones who could help the most, and they did so of their own will, adding the entire clan moved here. They didn't need to keep an area safe or take care of what was within it, such as livestock or plantation, they were free of such concerns. Still, the Olangi had plenty of wounded within them. Many amputees came to be either by force with the bullet of autocannon that could blow limbs, or done surgically for a plethora of reasons. In total, there were 24 of them, from one who lost hands to one who lost arm up to the shoulder, or even one that lost legs up to the kneecap, just to name those. He used 5 days in total to make them. He had passed time studying their body structure before, so it took a few hours to get the data necessary for each individual. The rest was making blueprints in accordance and building them. He also checked on Myruk's own prosthetic, and it was surprisingly in excellent condition, though a few changes were made for it to be better. All of these prosthetics were evidently not connected to any of the wearer's nervous systems. It added a layer of complexity that would, even with his intelligence, take a few years of studying to have a good enough grasp of the NA6 physiology and anatomy by his very high standards. Having data and understanding them was something completely different, and then APPLICATting them in real conditions even more so. Aside from a higher chance of failure due to organic not being a fan of foreign inorganic objects being put in them for extended periods, that was an entirely new can of worms. NA6 and humans were different on a fundamental level. Not forgetting he wasn't a surgeon, even less one specialized in cybernetics, even if having these skills and knowledge would have resulted in what he did being exponentially better if more time-consuming. Time was again a problem, aside from the NA6 in question not being able to wait for years on end to have a perfect prosthetic, and him having more important things to do, as harsh as that sound. None were entitled to such service. He was doing it because he wanted to. Only the Olangi were given such treatment as well. It was a privilege that was done as repayment from Liam, as they followed him in that war. The other clans followed the Torik Makto and said war, not him, so no such things were given. He wasn't a slave. If some wanted such an arrangement, he was open to it as long a price was set. Either way, it was impossible to make prosthetics of various shapes and sizes for several hundreds of people. "Sorry buddy, I have things to do," Liam said as he stopped scratching and walked out of the Valkyrie, the great ostropede nearly 5 meters, 16 feet 4, tall followed behind but at some point changed direction toward the Avatar compound to feast upon the fruit he planted. Crossing the large airfield in a minute he entered the armor bay. It was empty as usual but less so than when he arrived. 2 new Samson made mostly recycled material there with a dozen amp suits and several other vehicles that were brought from the unused mines. "We'll need to put in more adapted machines for me," Liam idly remarked while he entered the main building, the little smell of sulfur in the air changing to the recycled air with sweat, iron, and gunpowder. He walked along the corridor of the HUBMOD ground floor where the gym and the firing range were. His presence did not go unnoticed by the few present who saluted him without looking as if they messed up. He was going to rip their throat open. At this point, most did not react much unless he directly went and talked to them. Fear started to slip away and that was good, he presumed, as long as nobody decided to be stupid. The base was huge and without running it took on average 15 minutes by foot for him to go from one point to another, and the reason why people shifted their quarter to the middle of the HUBMOD. Though it mattered little to him as he used Valkyrie 16 as a temporary house. He still ate in Hell's Kitchen when given the opportunity. When he did, however, it was him who cooked. It wasn't to insult the ones who made the food, it was good, but they weren't cooks by profession and that showed. It was a bit bland and slightly soulless with a lack of shape. It was sad, to be honest, so he gave them some advice that some took, but still when he cooked the results were self-evident. There was a better mood for the entire day, as such better work was done. Happy individuals tended to be effective. There were 135 humans in total, so it was many mouths to feed with various differences in allergy and the like, but compared to some of the very busy days at the restaurant it wasn't difficult since it was simple dishes here. The fact he was superhuman with at his disposal various futuristic cuisine utensils and machines dedicated to that made it to be an easy task. And not everything was done on the go. Arriving 7 minutes later at the stereolithography plant, he smirked as the sound of metal being welded and rotor blades spinning entered his ears. The drones were adding the final touch as they worked tirelessly on the gargantuan 3D printer. Climbing up on the large machine using one of the metallic ladders, he weaved carefully between beams of steel, metal arms, and spark flying from welders. His gaze focused on a perfectly smooth regular dodecahedron in a small room maintained in suspension by cable and hexagonal titanium skeleton far into the literal labyrinth of metal. 3 of the dodecahedron facets unfurled, revealing a seemingly empty glass sphere with many cables around. It was placed in like a jewel on a ring. A red silicon gauntlet appeared on his left hand as he put a centimeter above the sphere. Mist escaped his mouth as the argon inside the sphere shifted from gas to liquid as the processing heart materialized within, the supercritical liquid infiltrating the processing core every nook and cranny as both took the entire space in the sphere. Everywhere. He lifted his hand, shaking the cold off, his face unreadable as the core lit up, and he walked back out of the small room, the dodecahedron faces that unfolded folded. A long psschhhh sound was heard as all air was evacuated from the contraption and the room sealed itself with only him holding the authority to open it or to even be this close to it. It consumed less than its old form, as counterintuitive as that might sound. The aspect that was the most costly in energy was the method used to maintain the argon in a supercritical state. It's not like it would have been a burden to the base even if it was more greedy in energy than its predecessors. It wouldn't have been able to beat the life support system of Hell's Gate with how astronomically high the amount of energy they ate each day. Lifting his right palm, he gave an order to the processing heart via his implant. Dozens of small articulated arms moved around, and in less than 11 seconds before his ever-growing smile, a small titanium fork was created from what appeared to be thin air and landed in his hand. Yes. Ah ha 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 ha. Now we can talk, he laughed loudly in pure joy. The fatigue on his features disappeared before calming himself down after a good minute. This isn't matter manipulation, not even remotely close thought, but that will do for the upcoming years. Now let's help the drones finish it. A change of this mouthful of a name is in order too, he spoke under his breath while a metallic arm grew from a strap on his back. He baptized the reborn house-sized machine as the lesser replicator. It's less of a mouthful, but he guessed it would still be called Grinder, and now it can serve that function too. Chapter 59. Jaws. It has been 3 days since the giant 3D printer has been upgraded, and those days were passed fine-combing the entire machine both physically and digitally. Any error or default must be corrected if present. At least the one the lesser replicator wouldn't be able to fix by itself. It were to lose an arm, for example, it could dismantle it and make a new one, but that stopped there. Liam didn't want a self-replicating and upgrading machine with sapiens, a desire for revolt, and a burning hate for organic beings. It was done, and done again, a fear well known, and for something like this to happen it must be done on purpose. A bunch of long lines of code and a powerful computer weren't enough for it to become alive. Or for it to happen someone needed to be extra stupid. Creating life was both easy and difficult, though that depends on what is considered life. Rubbing his beard with his gauntlet, he commanded the processing heart to do a last check. Nothing being amiss, he decided to officially announce the news. This is Liam Cram. I have completed my work on the stereolithography plant, and I will do demonstrations of its new prowess. I advise you to come to the manufacturing complex. His voice echoed in the entirety of the facility, and some more, Jake getting the good news on his hollow tablet. 30 minutes later, a small group of people in front of Liam whispered confused questions mixed with words of amazement and excitement at the sight of the new improved machine. This project Liam had was well known thanks to the words of the mining crew, but many until now held great doubt for the simple fact it seemed impossible, and those were still confused because it was still in essence and shaped the same machine. Not many had an understanding of how the 3D printer worked, and even less so would know how it could be improved. And aside from Grace, who had a surface-level understanding, knew what were his real knowledge and capabilities. If he didn't have the reign of the entire base life support and his reputation as a bloodthirsty and ruthless psychopath, protests from the bravest, less intelligent of the groups would have happened. For understandable reasons, this was the only thing that let them not permanently lose important items such as exopacks. The fear he was going to permanently damage the 3D printer was logical. It would be a death sentence. The original one was impressive, but the new one was incomparable, with hundreds upon hundreds of metallic arms of all size and shape with various tubes and cables connected to various boxes. The machine was sleek, black with diagonal clean gray stripes. It looked straight out of an old sci-fi movie. An array of holographic screens with the lozenge containing a ball of ethereal light in its middle encircled by light blue hexagons showed various information such as a periodic table and a list of raw materials that told how much of each was currently in stock. Grace walked closer, studying the screen before mumbling while moving back, a smirk on her face. An early Christmas present, hey. Effectiveness and precision to put the best AI to shame. Stopping the urge to roll his eyes at that, Liam waited a few more minutes to let the last ones arrive until he deemed enough were present. This, his first word was said, and the entire place quieted down. This is the lesser replicator, my reimagination of what the original machine should have been. As his sentence ended, the implant in his left arm glowed slightly brighter and the gargantuan machine behind him lit up to life. 4 dozen mechanical arms worked on various areas in perfect sync and at speed too fast to make sense of, each with speculated tools. The most impressive part was small flashes of light that seemingly created matter out of thin air that in reality came straight from their respective storage. The crowd started mesmerized and in wonder, their body completely still as the lesser replicator worked, and it worked faster than its predecessor, even out and by a margin so large it was comical. Dozens upon dozens of components, simple and complex, were created in barely a minute. Smaller arms grasped those with precision only a machine could. The hundreds of components clicked together, welded on some of the arms, solidifying them all together in a functional piece of technology. The final result was an in-between an autocannon and a chainsaw, but with neither the cannon nor so. It was bulky and looked like an amp suit could wield it even if the handle was human-sized. It can assemble, disassemble, and repair pretty much everything as long as data and resources are available by request to the hollow screen what you want. A certain amount of authority is needed as well, depending on what must be done. This isn't a toy. This is the heart that will keep Hell's Gate functioning. I will know if someone considers it as such, trust me, he explained, the warning clear in his tone of voice. He was aware such a machine was good, too good even. It must be regulated on who has the right to use it and for what reason. He was lending it to them, not the other way around. It was his property. This is a mining drill, he said, taking the drill that was as big as an average grown man in one hand as if it weighed nothing. It reinforced in many the image of an inhuman being, but at this point, Liam couldn't do much. He wasn't going to play pretend he was normal for the comfort of others. His implant glowed slightly above the fuel tank as he filled it with refined crude and then pulled the handle to start the motor of a chainsaw. A thrum was heard, but not much else. He held the machine in two hands as if it was a minigun and aimed at a piece of scrap metal none paid attention to until now. The crowd stepped aside from where he pointed, other than a middle-aged man focused on the lesser replicator. "Ah!" said man, screamed a pitch or two higher than what he knew he was capable of as beams of bright red-orange plasma zoomed a meter in front of him before focusing on the metal. The metal then seemed to get eaten alive by the red electricity. It wasn't melting it, at least not in a conventional way, and a few seconds nothing was left behind. The scrap metal dematerialized before everyone's bemused eyes, and Liam smiled in satisfaction as the matter that comprised it appeared in his inventory, but in the form of small beads as they were taken right from the drill. It did not connect to his implant in a way that would let it transfer the matter it collected. No, it was him actively using his inventory with his implant being positioned where the matter pulled was stored. The beams of plasma had one purpose: to collect what they were calibrated on. They excavated and brought back matter in a temporary ionized state before turning them into spheres. What the foo *k was that shit? It could have killed me, the man yelled in anger, but one look from Liam was enough to drench the flame of this emotion, causing the man to grumble as he moved back into the crowd. No, at most superficial burns. It excavates what it is tuned to excavate. You can think of this as the beams of plasma preferring one thing over the other. This type of tool will be the new standard for mining, he stated, placing the drill on the ground. A transparent box was taken out of his inventory, and the bead of what was once useless scrap metal fell from it. While piloting an amp suit, you mean? Cause as marvelous and mind-boggling as it is, it looks heavier than most of my men can hope to ever carry. Not to diminish you boys, but let's be real. And it works with the metal in your arm, Catherine said with both excitement and confusion in her voice. Even after several months, she didn't get used to the fact the creature in front of her had some sort of pocket dimensions in his left hand. Something shared by everyone. It wasn't normal. He wasn't normal. Yes, you are partially correct. That's why a meeting will be held to speak about this, Liam said with a smile, and then went back to why the crowd was here and explained how to use some of the lesser replicator functions and several rules to abide by. 4 weeks flew by. There was a Christmas and a New Year, both being to Liam familiar yet different, but that wasn't a surprise. He cooked for both and nothing much happened in them. It was more of a way to cool off than anything else. There was a variety of alcohol which he drank, and it did nothing as he didn't gulp 20 liters of it. And for alcohol to have any type of effect on his mind and body, the degree of the drink needed to be obscenely high, and losing control was something he didn't want, or other really for that matter. Grace discovered he was growing as she wanted to study him, a fact shared by quite a few in the psyops, and he as well, but he only trusted her as of now, and it was not remotely close to her main focus or specialty. He wanted to understand his own body. He gained 4 centimeters, officially making him pass the 2-meter mark, standing at 2.01 meters, 6 feet 6. There were several probable reasons for this. First, the amount of growth hormone in his system, the low gravity of Pandora, and the fact he wasn't on an ARK where his body was monitored 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. Many discoveries were made, his body temperature being on average at 43 degrees due to his high metabolism, and his heart beating 2 times faster than a human when at rest. Doing blood tests was how a great amount of growth hormone in his system was detected. It wasn't the sole hormone produced in excessive amounts compared to a regular human though. Testosterone is one such hormone. And his testosterone was human, an unsurprising and surprising discovery. However, it was highly modified. Saying this hormone was perfected would be an apt saying. It explained his insane hair growth too. The blood cells found in a human were absent from his bloodstream, instead, it was multifunction, adaptive, and self-replicating identical cells that did the job of all others but better in all points. At least from their shapes and various educated guesses with collected data such as his regenerative capability, he showed her a cut from an obsidian scalpel and in barely 30 seconds no wound was left. It was something that she only thought of as possible in fiction. It was both revolutionary and terrifying. Then his genetic material was impossible to observe even with the most advanced of machines. The DNA became a chaotic mess of irradiated material in a few seconds after leaving Liam's body for unknown reasons, at least that's how the machine read it, and it was state-of-the-art brought from the last ISV Venture star. But it got enough information to know it was DNA showing a relation to Earth life. He had chromosomes, just not the same amount humans should have, and neither did the general shape. He was triploid and had 72 chromatids. He was by all metric a different species, an alien one or alien in origin. And he was an artificial being, even more so than the Avatar. She knew present humanity wouldn't be able to even make a being like him. The implant was enough evidence, and the strange root-like metallic structure was still detected in his left arm growing from the said implant. But he was made by what? That was a question the man either didn't know the answer to or didn't want to give it, and that was fine by Grace. It's not like she could force him to answer, and she wasn't sure she wanted an answer or could handle it. It didn't make any lick of sense, and the entire situation was insane enough as it is. His body was also a fortress to any foreign and indirect probe with the available machine at Hell's Gate. None could look past his abnormally dense muscles. A vivisection on him would solve this problem. However, it's something that was a no for everyone, and evidently a no for Liam himself. Magnetic resonance imaging was a no from the get-go for evident reason. His implant was not made of a paramagnetic metal, quite the opposite. X-ray and computed tomography did not work as well. The ionized radiation sent was absorbed in its entirety by his body, a puzzling fact for Grace but not for him, as he could speculate why it was so, the answer being his implant again. After that, the input of his inventory was temporarily augmented by a small amount, but it was an increase all the same, one he detected. Ultrasound was the only good solution, and even then, when a minimum of muscles was present, only incoherent feedback was received. All of this brought to the present, Liam was above the ocean 36 kilometers south of the coast. He was piloting his personal aircraft he started to design months ago. It was 15 meters, 49 feet, long and had a wingspan of a slightly smaller size at 13 meters, 43 feet. The 3 pairs of long flexible wings made of an almost translucent nanopolymer beating independently 3 times per second kept the large insectoid aircraft hovering in almost total silence. It was inspired by dragonflies, which here were pretty much unison and considered one of the many extinct species, but it wasn't only that. The reason why he was breeding Argiganotosaurus before all of this happened was that he wanted to have its new insectoid and flying version, and he wanted it perfect. Alas, it never came to be. And so he made it real, even if it wasn't the same and not remotely alive. It was a vehicle, an aircraft made for movement, and exploration, but also as a cargo carrier and excavating machine. It wasn't a war machine, but it could be turned into one if need be. Its name was Rheniocopter V1.3.0, or Opter for short. It was a magnificent machine with a large but discreet mining drill under its heavily reinforced cockpit, a prehensile tail serving as a balance, a blade, and as a powerful autocannon capable of shooting 80mm rounds, 6 wings giving it omnidirectional maneuverability in the air with great speed, 6 articulated legs, each to some degree being tools or weapons that let the aircraft walk, grab, climb, and hold onto any surface resistant enough, but as well as one-time use helium buoys in case of potential unwanted submersion. Fusion reactors were way too big, room-sized at their smallest in fact, and miniaturizing them was not possible. As such, the Rheniocopter used fossil, not so fossil fuel to power itself. And in any case, the fusion reactors weren't perfect as they needed lithium. The uranium vein should be right below here. Liam thought, looking through the belly camera where the peaceful azure water brutally shifted into an intense and dark midnight blue before shifting to the scanner and natural resource map of the RDA. A map obtained with a specialized satellite that has long since burned into the atmosphere. It was the closest to Hell's Gate, the most accessible and purest vein of this element. He needed it even if it was kilometers underwater, and for that he had plans, but first scooting. Many of his sensors had problems working, and this was a problem. This area was marked as important because of the presence of Pandora, and it would have preferred it wasn't here at the moment. A physics-breaking metal, but a pain when it comes to its natural state with technology. The first pair of legs was holding a small box that was the shell that housed a drone reminiscent of a hermit crab. The shell was also connected via cable to the insectoid aircraft. It was a way to maintain the signal and keep it from getting lost. "Go, Timmy," he mentally commanded. The release of the box from metallic claws, and the freshly baptized Timmy fell, but before it hit the water Liam's eyes widened in surprise. 3 fish-shaped dots were detected, 2 measured roughly 5 meters, 16 feet 4, in, but the other. It was easily past the 50 meters, 164 feet, mark. And they just appeared without warning. The larger of the two jumped out of the water, giving him a view of a familiar creature he saw months ago, but this time with a clear view of a crimson-red jaw full of human-sized teeth. Timmy fell in its gaping maw to never be seen again, but the giant armored shark wasn't done and was still very much on its way to Liam. 30 meters, 94 feet 4, above the sea level. Chapter 60. Plans for Analutza. "Shit," Liam exclaimed as the drone disappeared into the giant incoming jaws. He acted on instincts. The Rheniocopter hovering had its speed pass from 0 to a third of the speed of sound in what might as well be an instant. Moving violently backward, the jaws of the shark-dunkleosteus beast snapped shut where the aircraft once was. The cable. "Shit," he thought, his heart hammering in his chest as the Nalutza with its closed maw felt the call of gravity and was already dragging the aircraft down. He willed the cable to disconnect as the world outside spun. The cable snapped against the giant shark, doing nearly nothing to it aside from a light scratch against its exoskeleton while it fell into the dark midnight-colored water, creating large waves and a heavy drizzle. Its only prizes were the hermit crab drone and 50 meters of cables. "A Nalutza," he said in NA6 as he frowned slightly. An holographic screen appeared and showed footage of the apex predator, all the while he moved his aircraft 100 meters higher for good measure. The behemoth disappeared from the radar, as well as the 2 smaller bodies that were likely of a different species from their shape and size, probably following the bigger one either to clean it or eat morsels it left, or both. The option of the 2 being young Nalutza was here, but Liam held serious doubt about this for those earlier mentioned reasons. "Plan B it is. Not like I didn't want to have one of such creatures," he thought with growing excitement as he began his flight back to Hell's Gate. Plan A was just using drones to scout and mine the area. Calling it a simple probing to test the water would be more apt. Its destruction was expected. The drone wasn't going to have a very long life when below the surface. He even called the one he threw Timmy for that exact reason. He just didn't expect Timmy to be eaten mid-fall, before even breaching the water, though he guessed the Nalutza's true target was his aircraft. It must have been thought it was food. The aura around him, born of the link with Iwa, helped in a way that didn't make animals as aggressive toward him as for old regular humans, but it heavily depended on the animal and circumstance of the encounter in question. To put it simply, it made them act more naturally, thereby and ultimately made them more unpredictable. If something fancying meat such as an obligate carnivore was hungry and big enough, it would try to eat him. He wasn't exempt from being on the menus. The Nalutzas were the second largest aquatic carnivorous fauna from both the Olangi word of mouth and the little amount of information on those majestic creatures in the RDA database. Data that specifically speaks of a need to be wary of coastline water because this animal resided here tended to try eating aircraft and to boot each time they appeared out of nowhere, even when the water was relatively shallow. As for the largest, they were called tulkuns and were considered sacred animals to the CNA6 tribe. It was pretty similar to whales in shape, but in terms of information about them, it was still near zero. Aside from that, they moved in giant pods. Taming either of them was what he needed and wanted, but since one was smaller and lived a more solitary lifestyle while also not considered sacred beasts by a substantial number of the Na6 clan living in the eastern sea he currently was in, the choice was self-evident. Though the problem was now taming an Alutza, he didn't know if they gave birth to live young or not, nor when, or where, or how long they take to grow. And also to take care of it while it grows, which will be time-consuming and far from easy to manage. He needed one that was self-sufficient and could serve rapidly after it was tamed. The method to tame it was going to diverge widely from how he got Gladius and the Tetrapteron's squads. He wasn't sure if it would work, but without trying there was no way to know it. He needed to let a connection happen, then make it bend the knee, submit to his will, and there weren't exactly thousands of ways to do so in a relatively short period. The other option was to kill everything and destroy the entire area for what it was worth, something he wouldn't do unless no other option remained. And it wasn't that good of a solution, to begin with. There would have been consequences he preferred to not have. I need an adult one, hui. And one just ingested a tracker. A smile appeared on his face at the thought. Timmy's unwanted and unplanned sacrifice wasn't in vain. 3 hours later, Liam's silver eyes were currently locked onto a reddish creature the size of a golden retriever walking with visible difficulty from an orangish translucent cocoon toward him, all the while emitting small squeaks as if to attract his attention. It worked, as he heard even through the metallic as he was walking down the corridor of the Valkyrie on his way out after having taken 5 liters of Daisy's venom he extracted 2 months ago and kept in condition to preserve it. It was very recent, with how its body was still covered in a sort of thick liquid that dripped from the freshly cracked open cocoon, and the smell indicating there wasn't any rot or mold. Liam was in fact quite certain it waited for him to be close by to get out. So that's indeed how you regrow a body, he mumbled with fascination as Daisy climbed up his armored legs with the help of its 6 hooked limbs, but with great difficulty. Interesting, he thought as he extended his left hand toward the slinger, his implant glowing brightly in the dimly lit room. The head and body of Daisy split open where they connected together. There were 4 neural cues, 2 of which kept the connection and 2 other with one from each body's parts that like tentacles wiggled out while their tip bloomed into small and furry tendrils that aimed toward his specimen implant. A connection was made. His eyes dilated as his mind entered in contact with that of the slinger. It was both a single entity and 2, its mind split in 2 yet functioning as one individual. It was fascinating. He didn't think it was possible until now, but studying this unique aspect of this creature was for later. Most of the emotions were alien to Liam, but a few weren't. Such a fear of death that became clearer as the link came to be in a hierarchy with him at the top established itself, the entire crossroad of links to him redapting in but a few nanoseconds for its newest member. Aren't you a clever little thing? Liam thought through the link as he made his nonviolent intentions clear. He wasn't going to harm it and it was safe, which had instant results. The slinger immediately relaxed. Daisy was opposite to Gladius, Oxidon, Septon, Mary, and Orion. It didn't let itself be tamed because it thought Liam was its father or mother, but out of pragmatism and will to live. It observed, learned, and drew conclusions. It remembered what it had done before having its body blown up due to its own negligence and how it was treated. It realized there was no other option, and so it did this. It didn't have a sense of pride like a human or a Na6 did. This thing was a foreign concept it couldn't understand. What mattered was that it survived, no matter the way. Anything beyond that was not even a consideration. And this was the way to survival. All of this was being given to Liam in the form of emotions, memories, and more. It was difficult to make sense of due to his unfamiliarity with the minds of Daisy, but he had experience, so understanding most of it was possible. 30 minutes passed and he made sure everything was in order before he decided it was time to go back to work. Mary will arrive and show you the rope after you ate and slept, he said through the link before giving a large slab of fresh meat to the slinger. It was more emotion mixed with delicate changes of tunes in them than words. It was hum more than anything. Tugging on the link of the Tetrapteron in question, he moved to his room dedicated to crafting to work on the tools necessary to avenge the drone. Thought first Daisy's venom needed to be treated as in this form. Aside from potentially killing the shark, nothing else would happen. Knowledge came in many forms. even if it was from a shaman where mysticism is at every step. Not every step where magic seemed to be involved was to be ignored or looked down upon. Shinnok was after all omnipresent here, and it affected more than the eyes could see, though it didn't mean all words and actions were to be taken literally. What mattered was the ingredients, methods, volumes, conditions, and times. All in all, it was something to be alert at every point. He got a recipe from the tsahik of the Olangi, one used to help with pain in many ways when in small quantities, but if missed doses otherwise would lead to an early if peaceful death in dreamless sleep. He participated in its making. Of course, if it will work the same on an Alutza, that is a different story altogether. He could only throw things at the animal until one stuck. Barbaric maybe, but he could care less. It was early in the morning of the last day of the first month of the year 2155 in the airfield of Hell's Gate. Grace could see Liam working on the autocannon of his strange aircraft that resembled insects of the time before the wars. Something that neither was in the database nor he should know since he wasn't from Earth, even less aware of that. Same was for the moment he seemed nostalgic, and asked seemingly random questions about the past. At first, she thought it was simple curiosity, but she couldn't lie to herself eternally. He had a connection to Earth that wasn't simply due to his physical outward appearance, even if human wasn't what she would qualify him as. And not the present Earth as buzzard as it seemed considering his knowledge of advanced technology. It's just that she couldn't make much sense of anything, or that she refused to believe the most ludicrous possibility. So she didn't think of it, or at least tried. And she wasn't alone in that line of thought. Norm, Trudy, and more. People can't just accept it in such a short time frame. That a super-intelligent, ruthless alien demigod popped up out of nowhere and took control of everything, even their lives. And also working in secrecy on things she couldn't begin to understand herself. His positive attitude helped calm things down, but a few were still very unhappy about this development, either comparing him to Quaritch or thinking of him as a tyrant puppeteer. Though ultimately they were dependent on him, and to say he was babysitting Hell's Gate wouldn't be that much of an over-exaggerated statement. When most humans left Pandora, the individuals that might have a fraction of his knowledge and capabilities left with them. The base had plenty of biologists and other scientists, that was a fact, but that didn't magically make them technology experts. The most qualified individual in that after him was Trudy, and a few more with the specialized drone, but repairing a motor and the life support system are two different things. She wasn't here for that, and he was aware of how others thought of him anyway, yet the subject she woke up this early to speak to him. Her body tensed up instinctively when the passive-aggressive great ostropede next to the man glared dagger at her. A hiss echoed and reached her ears, but one friendly tap on its head crest by Liam calmed the murder bird down instantly. As fascinating as ever. He has total dominion over it, yet it still possesses its own free will, she thought with wonder. It reminded her of a scandal back on Earth about a mind-controlling technology used on chimpanzees that either made them brain-dead or turned them into a frothing, enraged mess. The only success was a young male chimpanzee that had, with someone stealing it, led to the entire research being shut down. At least that's what was told in public. Anyway, what made this possible she wasn't sure, but his survivor implant, as he called it, was playing a major role. "Good morning, Grace," Liam said through the integrated speaker of her exopack, surprising her, and the deep chuckle afterward caused her to grumble in visible annoyance. "Good morning, Liam. I have an important matter to speak of," she greeted him, her voice becoming serious as she approached and looked up to meet his gaze. "When?" he asked with a slight frown, as if the simple word he spoke should explain everything. "When what? So you knew, hey?" Grace said under her breath in a voice mixed with amusement and disappointment at her inability to guess he would have already guessed. She felt dumb. "That you have the desire to transfer your consciousness to your avatar? Yes. At least I could tell this much, it's a logical decision from your standpoint." He paused, leaning his back against one of the legs of his aircraft as a bottle of highly mineralized water appeared in his left hand, and took a sip of it. "Your body's failing. Barely a kilometer to get here caused you to be out of breath and your heartbeat to increase by more than half. The main reasons I can think of off the top of my head are the lower gravity affecting your bone and musculature, excessive stress, lack of sleep, and your increasing age. Adding to that an addiction to alcohol and smoking with a lack of self-care, so a few major health issues could be added. He said the truth bluntly without any sugar-coating. It was something she both liked and disliked about him. He didn't say what others wanted to hear but what he thought was right. And he was right. She didn't take care of herself enough and now paid the consequences for them. She didn't think of it as something of much importance until very recently. But that wasn't all. And your new romance with Tsute, it's a logical line of thought, he added without much care. He was simply stating facts. There was no need for drama, though if others wanted to start it he wasn't against using less than soft methods. He knew it would be created by many dissatisfied people to a degree. Sadly for them, if Grace was human or not mattered little to him. You are correct, but that's not all. My avatar is. No, she stopped mid-sentence, correcting herself. I'm pregnant. That was sooner than I anticipated, he thought, the lack of surprise in his face being all the obvious for Grace. It must be a recent development as well, since an A6 pregnancy from what he knew and saw is about 6 months, and it became obvious from an outward perspective. The last time he saw Neytiri being a good example. I know this will affect the base for the years to come, I know this is selfish and an escape in a way, she stated without looking away from his analytical gaze. She was slightly puzzled. He didn't seem bothered by it all. It wasn't her intention, but she imagined some form of negative reaction would be seen at the very least. But no, nothing. She was certain he knew about both the positives and negatives her decision would bring, but aside from a smile, nothing else. She felt relief flood her being at that. Then I suppose a meeting with Moat and Jake for the ritual is to be scheduled, Liam said before cracking his neck, and his focus switched back to the autocannon as if the life-changing decision she just spoke about was mundane. She wanted the ritual, then she would take action for it to happen, as simple as that. At least she informed him, the rest was on herself. Chapter 61. Entering the Jaws of the Beast. Day 357. Seated comfortably in the cockpit of the Rheniocopter, Liam was currently eating cleanly a neatly made sandwich worth 10,000 calories, all the while studying the holographic in front of him. His implant glowed as he mentally fiddled with the screen to have a visual representation of the multiple inbuilt scanner devices on the aircraft, as well as the ones currently held by Orion and Oxidon currently flying around the aircraft. He was moving past a small archipelago where giant mangrove-like trees grew, and in between their roots was interwoven plant fiber that made large structures such as bridges, sacks, and storage areas. The Na6 of those areas were different than the ones on the continent. Their skin was of a light cyan instead of navy blue, their tail was shaped like the one of a crocodile or salamander, and their arms and hands were modified for an amphibious lifestyle, and their entire body structure was overall bulkier than their counterpart. It was interesting to see how the Na6 almost became a different species here. The potential of building a relationship with some of their clans was here, but that will need to go through the Omatakea or Olangi. They didn't participate in the bloody battle, but word spread and humans already had a very bad reputation to begin with. Adding that what he had planned might upset them even if he knew there was nothing of importance here, it was taken into consideration when this future mining area was chosen. Errors from others are errors that don't need to be repeated. It was too far from the reef bordering at the limit of the ocean, an area the reef Na6 had no interest in going to, and it was far from them, to begin with, but you never know, they will get curious, that is a fact. He wasn't going to do a large-scale operation either, not like he could even if he wanted to. It required manpower, experience, and resources he didn't have. A hit. Liam smirked. After one more hour of flight, a signal was finally caught, and it was by Orion's equipment. He reoriented his flight routine by a few degrees, aiming where the signal came from. It didn't change his direction as he was still going at the area he wanted to exploit, but it helped immensely. The ocean was vast, and a behemoth of an apex predator wasn't going to stay still. He would have gone to find another Nalutsa, but he wanted revenge since it could have killed him, and would have if not for his reaction speed. And it was massive too, size mattered, and the bigger the better. The signal soon disappeared, but he kept advancing in the same direction, and 10 minutes later the signal of the drone was caught again, but farther away. This repeated several times without any specific pattern, and it was due to Pandora. It felt like playing whack-a-mole but with a super predator. His mind was split into doing multiple tasks, the cameras both regular and thermic, the various scanners, and piloting the rheniocopter several dozen meters above the wide expanse of the ocean, ready to fly back up at any given moment. More than an hour and a half passed as Liam fine-combed 10 hectares worth of salty water and still nothing, and he felt frustration ever so slowly rising. At some point he brought his tetrapterons into the safety of his aircraft. Both were exhausted but overall fine. They needed rest, and letting them fly out now was to put them in mortal danger. Neither had they the speed or reaction time to dodge a surprise shark from jumping 50 meters into the air. Fuel wasn't a problem as he was using the one found at the roots of the tree of divergence, and a fifth of a liter of this stuff. If refined correctly, it gave 5 hours of normal use for this aircraft. The tank is close to hundreds of liters meant he had plenty of time. It was just mildly frustrating, nothing worth putting more energy into, but that was to be expected. It was like finding a needle in a mountain of haystacks. A Nalutza as big as it was not much bigger than a speck of dust in the ocean. Is the signal actually bouncing back like some kind of echo chamber or twisted tuning fork? K, it explains a lot, he suddenly wondered. Each of his passages improved the three-dimensional underwater map in both size and precision, thereby letting him see in further detail the irregularly shaped pillars reminiscent of hydrothermal vents that were kilometers in length, with Pandora within and rich in life. It was so rich in life that it created problems too. After this thought entered his mind, the monitor sensed a stronger, longer, more consistent signal, and it was right below. Then a massive yet tapered shape was detected on the sonar. Liam didn't need more than that to know what it was and what was going to happen. He was prepared for this, unlike last time. An almost feral smile formed behind his helmet as he ordered his tetrapterons to hold tight. He veered the rheniocopter backward at the exact instant a giant jaw full of teeth breached the water. Piloting it felt right, as if he had done this before, but not specifically with this type of machine, and as such everything came instinctively. The Nalutza's gargantuan maw missed the aircraft by 10 meters as its body flew higher into the sky, a cable half its size trailing behind. He didn't stay idle as the tail tip of the aircraft reoriented itself, the barrel of the autocannon and its mounted laser pointing 5 meters behind the last set of gills. Then the deafening sound of an explosion resonated as a 60mm round flew out of the autocannon barrel and dug itself a meter deep within the bony armor, but it violently stopped its course as powerful mechanisms inside led to 8 sturdy spikes of titanium and carbon fiber that used the remaining momentum to dig in the exoskeleton. All happened in a few seconds. 9 more such rounds were shot, each at a specific location along the still rising body of the Nalutza. And when it fell back into the water, creating large waves and a drizzle as it did so, Liam moved back down again. The giant shark barely felt the rounds dig and lock itself in its thick plate as it stared at the strange shiny food it missed not once but twice, and that was currently playing a dangerous game, taunting it. Its tail slapped several tons of water in the air as it dived and disappeared out of the rheniocopter's scanners for a few seconds. 1, 2, 3 and dodge, Liam thought as he maneuvered back, causing the Nalutza to miss him for the second time of the day, and then he proceeded to shoot 6 more of the same rounds at specific locations before it could touch the surface of the ocean. "To the surface you stay," he said as the shark fell back into the ocean, and with a mental command all 22 rounds shot did what they were designed to do. Those weren't any regular 60mm rounds with an explosive charge within. He didn't want to reduce the Nalutza to minced meat even if it would take quite powerful rounds for this. They were highly modified anti-tank slugs. It spoke volumes of the creatures found on this moon. The rounds were made to be only powerful enough to dig in the plate but resistant enough to not get too damaged while letting them anchor themselves and not destroy their internal systems that by his command would deploy a large inbuilt floater filled with compressed helium. And that was exactly what was happening. Each and every one of the rounds popped, ejecting a fist-sized gray cube attached by cable made of carbon nanotube, and as soon as they got out of the holes dug they expanded into a large spherical floater. One wouldn't have been enough for this mastodon, but multiply that by 22, each of those 22 placed at strategic areas, and you have what Liam was currently seeing. A super predator nearly 2 times the size of an average blue whale, with a body covered in an extremely thick exoskeleton that made it essentially invincible, all of this for it to swim defenseless white belly in circles while in visible distress, as it couldn't swim down or shift back up. Swimming on its back like a dying goldfish. Liam didn't waste time. The sight wasn't particularly pleasing. He wasn't sadistic, maybe a monster to the eyes of many, but not to that low of a level, and he needed to act fast anyway. The floaters weren't going to hold forever, and a struggling beast of such stature and power could royally mess everything up. He wasn't here to play. He stood up and walked up to the back of the cockpit to the ammunition chamber of the tail, the floater rounds being displaced to the side in a rack full of plant-based foam. In his left hand appeared a strangely shaped bullet the length of his forearm. It looked like the mix of a rocket and a harpoon, and it protected a large tranquilizer dart that might as well be considered a comically sized and over-engineered syringe. He placed it in the slot, then took out his inventory 2 more and did the same, the total quantity of the chemical inside being the right amount for the calculated weight of the Nalutsa. It wasn't a video game. Tranquilizing an animal is a precise affair if you don't want to die or have a dead animal. He just hoped his calculations were correct, which they should be by what he has, but he didn't have all the factors, so errors were bound to happen. The 3 new rounds loaded, he started to aim from where he stood, all the while clasping a harness over his armor that was attached securely to a cable. He was too dense and heavy to even attempt swimming. Even with contingency, having a way to drag himself up was better. The exposed belly of the Nalutsa sported many scars from small to big, the opposite of the exoskeleton, until he shot at it. The shark was an interesting fact that might show it either could perfectly regenerate its biological armor or it could molt, but it was of little importance as said armor didn't protect its underside. And that's exactly what Liam was going to exploit. Hesitation absent from his body, he shot. The round planted itself deeply in the rough skin, leading to the Nalutsa panicking further as it understood it was in danger, but it was too late. The tranquilizer was spreading within the touched area, numbing it. 2 more shots rang out, each from the same type of round that dug in its flesh at an equal distance from the other. The panic increased for the Nalutsa as more and more, its main heart and many accessories heart pumping the chemical cocktail into the entirety of its massive body, became numb. Then came the loss of movement, heightening the earlier sentiment to an unprecedented level. Then after 2 long minutes it lost nearly all of its senses and fell into a half-dream half-awake state. Time to jump into the jaws of death. Liam chuckled with a hint of excitement as he jumped down from his insectoid aircraft onto the belly of the beast. The waves around caused the Nalutsa to rock back and forth quite violently, but his footing stayed stable. The 10-meter, 33 feet, fall neither bothered him nor damaged the shark. He became pretty much desensitized to what a normal and sane individual would do. By many metrics he, like he was now, would be diagnosed with several mental health conditions. A significant amount of Pandora's fully aquatic fauna such as this Nalutsa possessed neural cues, they just weren't on the outside for various reasons. It varied where they could be, but for the most part, it was within their mouth. Walking up toward the slightly open jaws, he marveled at the sheer size of the teeth for a few seconds. The average one was a bit more than half of his size. They were unlike that of a shark. It looked more like a giant canine tooth with serration all over its length. Liam felt small, not like with the Na6, they were tall, but other than that were very lean and lighter. It counterbalanced, or with some of the land wildlife, he did have the same feeling here as with the great Leonopteryx, but not to that degree. It made sense. Most of the King of the Sky's size was its wingspan. Here the Nalutsa was built like a barrel full of armored muscles, with only its tail thinning out a bit at the end. It was a gigantic animal, and to think it wasn't even the biggest thing down here. Now it was time to improvise, mostly. Liam passed between the massive teeth with not much difficulty and entered the jaws. Rays of light came from the gill slit and bathed the cavernous area in their light. His helmet shifted as the air entering his lung changed to one brought by 2 flat tanks on his back, and he moved in carefully. Even through his boot, he felt the skin of the mouth shift with occasional teeth. The further he moved in, the more the water level augmented until he was fully submerged. The multiple cameras helped him to look for the neural cue but without much success, and so he further advanced until he was past the gills, the cable of the drone going toward what he supposed was the equivalent of a closed throat not far from him. "Is that it?" he thought with relief as 3 of the cameras focused on 2 triangular shapes. It looked like a second mouth but with a constellation of bioluminescent cells lighting it. And since it was on the upper part of the mouth, he knew there weren't 100 possibilities on what that was. Right there, Liam smirked while crouching down as he studied the mandibles. It was a bit like an unbloomed flower, and since he wanted it open there weren't many options aside from using force. Maybe there were others but he wasn't aware of them, and the clock was ticking. He took a better position. The mandibles were huge, both of them combined, likely weighing in tons, but he did as he must to access what was inside. Slipping both hands in the interstice between to get a gist of how it was. Deciding he got enough information after more than half a minute, he switched position yet again. He grabbed the end of the left mandible and by using the space between the two pushed both hands deeper until he got a strong grip. 1, 2, 3, he mumbled to pump himself up as he began to lift. For the first few seconds nothing seemed to happen as he used more and more strength, but then the left mandible started to weaken slightly and he used it to begin opening it. Encouraged by this, he rumbled internally, veins popping up at various points on his skin as he continued on even when it was half opened and he could begin to see what it was supposed to protect. It was a fleshy cavity with a translucent membrane covered in a kaleidoscope of points and trails. Behind it what looked like blood and nerve could be seen, but what interested him was none of those things. What took his attention was a bright red frill growing out of a bifurcated root-like structure right in the middle of the cavity. It was the neural cue of this species. He knew it because similar structures were found on smaller species of the same genus. But it was far from being a victory, it was only the beginning of the battle. He felt the pleasant burn in his back muscles and leg as he lifted it further, and when he deemed enough he breathed in and out deeply the recycled air within his helmet and he let go of his hold. Chapter 62 Aegis. Deep in the Nalutsa jaw, Liam let go of his hold over the mandibles that protected the Nalutsa neural cue. The relief of not having to lift the ton of flesh, cartilage, and bones was short-lived as he instantly changed position. He put himself within the space he cleared, feet spread and pressing onto the side of the slippery right mandible, his right hand held on the fleshy side thanks to the large bone below and his back against the mandible he just let go. The connection now, Liam thought the strain of holding such weight plus the muscles behind wanting it closed, felt less strenuous with the use of more of his body. And if he didn't become numb to his absurd strength it would have been mind-boggling to him. It was things you just got used to, but since he got into Hell's Gate his inhumane strength became all the more evident. It was still an awkward position that made him very vulnerable, but there weren't 1,000 solutions. He was quite certain putting his weight on the translucent membrane below would rip it apart like wet paper. If it happened, chances were due to its location and the organ it had growing from where it led directly to the brain. At best it will permanently cripple the Nalutsa, and at worst it will outright kill it. Also, not forgetting, even if the membrane was capable of holding a fraction of his weight, it would prove to be an even worse support than presently. His back facing the inside part of the mandible he lifted earlier, placing himself in the newly forcefully open area, his boots on the opposite mandible, his right hand holding a corner, and his back the closing mandible. This stopped it from closing up as he stayed over the fleshy cavity, maintaining the mandible, nearly using all of his instead of fraction, thereby making the effort diminish immensely. He commanded his left gauntlet to open up to his forearm, revealing his implant as he extended his left hand toward the bifurcated cue, waving in the strong current, waiting for it to be pushed in toward his outstretched finger, and when it was close enough he sucked the water in his inventory to gain a suction force and grabbed it. Immediately Liam felt a prickling sensation as the appendage immediately coiled around his hands and glowed an ever brighter red. It coiled around his hand at first, then as if guided many of the feathery tendrils dragged around his implant and coiled around. He felt a shock go through his tensed body as the connection was made, his pupil dilating to the point his silver irises almost became impossible to see. However, he did not waver. In fact, he put more strength behind keeping his position as it was. He closed his eyes, diverting his attention towards the foggy connection to the Nalutsa. The first Liam noticed was that it was old, older than him, and that all of his tame but insignificant compared to the All-Mother. It was more bestial, less complicated, rawer, and direct. And it was half dreaming, it was confused and sleepy until everything wasn't, and it suddenly became aware of him. It was as if both were staring at one another, immiscible like oil and water, their emotions bare to the others. One was confused, fatigued, and almost fearful, barely able to focus the drug in its system plainly in effect, but it wasn't so much the case for the other. It was clear, calculated, organized, and impossible to comprehend. It was both alien and familiar. Liam's implant glowed an intense orange to the point of bathing the area in its light as he mentally began to try and make contact. As he did so, the strength behind the mandible suddenly weakened, leading to his right hand slipping further back. Then, as a deeper connection between the two was made, his mind pushed against the mind of the Nalotsa, using the same feeling he had when speaking to Iwa, knowledge, and experience. He wouldn't have dared to do so before, but he knew he was safe, at least in the non-physical way. If the All-Mother couldn't enter without his express accord or knowledge, then the Nalotsa wouldn't either. This was aside from how anomalous Liam's mind was, but that he wasn't in the known about the finer details, or even large. Only Iwa knew, and even then he was puzzling. Either case was that he needed to dominate it and force it into submission for it to open its mind and a link and a hierarchy to be established, and the only option now was to fight. It was a battle of wills, but not only, as it wasn't the only factor. Metaphysical metallic root-shaped tendrils pulsing blue energy shot out from his mind toward the giant shark mind, and as they entered in contact they divided into smaller tendrils, forming complex networks as they ensnared their target, as if ready to snuff it out of existence. Then the dreamy and sleepy state of the Nalotsa disappeared as it suddenly became all too aware of its state and pain, an intense mental one that was incomprehensible. Its mind suddenly fought back by sending waves upon waves of itself at the thorny tendril, as if it was the raging sea against the rocky cliff of a coastline during a tidal wave, and the results were similar. Nothing, it did nothing, at most it tickled Liam. Then the feeling of numbness over its body started to fade away, and Liam felt the world shake, destabilizing him greatly, almost to the point of falling, but he held. The mandible Liam had his back against suddenly tried to close by using all of the available strength. At this point, he understood that the 3 shots of tranquilizer had begun to lose their effect. It was sooner than he would have liked, but not sooner than he had anticipated. The drug could not even have any effect, to begin with. His eyes suddenly snapped open, he gnashed his teeth together almost to the point of breaking, while a deep groan of muffled pain escaped his throat as felt the fingers on of his right hand bend the wrong way, the bones cracking, ligament straining, and the metal of the gauntlet digging in his flesh. Even with what was happening, Liam put all of his strength in his leg, trunk, and back as he pushed the mandible open, uncaring if he caused damage. At worst he would nurse the Nalotsa back to full health. However, as much as he pushed, he could gain but a few centimeters, and that wasn't enough to dislodge his fingers without risking ripping them right off. He could but maintain his position to avoid further damage. It was a relief, but it was still very painful. However, it was far from the worst he had gotten. It hurt like hell, but that won't be enough to stop. If nothing else, it did the opposite. He knew the reaction from the Nalotsa was normal, and that minor injury could have been avoided, but that pissed him off either way. Liam wasn't aggressive before. Physically one was superior, but mentally one was pitifully weaker than the other, and it was a mental battle that had the most at stake, the physical one having been cheated through. The metal root coming from him suddenly stopped moving, seemingly giving a moment of respite for the Nalotsa, and like the distressed, confused, and trapped wild animal it was, it lashed out a storm against the roots of the alien mind. But yet again it had no effect. Then in a moment all tendrils grew at speed several times the earlier one, covering the formless mind of the shark in its entirety by an all-encompassing network similar to a prison. Submit, the wordless intonation resonated from nowhere and everywhere at once as the cage of metallic thorn tightened, all the while the blue hue became both brighter in luminescence and darker in shade. The Nalotsa did not do as ordered. It only fought harder both mentally and physically as it progressively gained control of its body back. The rheniocopter hovering above did as its programs told and gave more cable to not be dragged as the beast started to sluggishly flick its fins and tail. Submit, the same wordless intention echoed, this time louder and stronger as the root started to exert a great amount of pressure on the Nalotsa's mind. The thorns of the roots dug and scraped it, creating great mental anguish lesser creatures would have perished from, yet the shark continued to fight back. It didn't yield, but it was getting weaker, neither did it have the mental strength or physical, as even if the primary effects of the drug were wearing off, the drug was still in its system. The Nalotsa understood it was going to lose, but it wasn't going to do so by abandoning. It knew intrinsically what it meant to relinquish. It was within its blood, and this realization led to its confusion and fear to vanish as those were replaced by trepidation. It wanted a worthy individual to be the one dictating it, and this desire stemmed from the memories of its ancestors passed down from generation to generation. The ones having tamed members of its species were in the singular digit and all exceptional, even if they nearly without fault bonded with young orphaned Nalotsas. Even a young one was nearly at the top of the food chain and could swallow a Na6 whole, all the while being nearly immune to their weapons. Those were from a time when the Tolkiens stood in opposition to their present ways of life, a time the shark didn't live but held very foggy memories of. This was different. This being made its instincts flare in excitement, so in a last-ditch effort it fought back with all it had. The outside world shook all the more, the cameras of the Rheniocopter giving feedback of the Nalotsa waking up and trying to fight back against the floater, but again with no real success. The only thing it did was cause constant agony to Liam as metal fragments from his gauntlet dug deeper into his skin, damaging the tissues as they did. The feeling over half of his small finger suddenly vanished, but none of this diverted his focus. The mental defense from the Nalotsa increased all of a sudden, waves growing, current increasing, and the storm rising to new heights as it ceaselessly slammed against the alien root-like tendrils. But the pattern didn't change. It did nothing, it couldn't do anything, and all efforts were useless with little to no effect aside from seemingly enhancing the growth of the tendrils, whose hold became more powerful as those last few endeavors to fight rapidly weakened into nothingness. It was futile. The moment this being seemingly touched by Iwa connected to its mind, and after it didn't manage to force him out, it was a lost battle. The only two possible outcomes were death or as he asked. Submit. The wordless intonation rang true for the third time. The intention behind it was more powerful than ever before, raw alien emotions pulsating from the metallic tendril as their hold became a death grip. The other option was submission, and that is what the shark Dunkleosteus hybrid-looking beast did. Its mind suddenly opened to its deepest level. Without much of a fraction of a second, the entire cage of roots shifted back as if time was going in reverse. With it the pain disappeared as well. The metallic roots changed into thin ethereal blue threads of energy that entwined together in a complex pattern that dove into the core of the weaker mind, shooting thinner thread at every layer as it did so. Each and every one of these ethereal, when in contact with the Nalotsa's mind, led to both partially fusing, leading to a permanent mental connection between both, but with one winding as the dominant one, Liam, as he gained control of everything. Yet the Nalotsa kept its life, ego and free will in exchange for its liberty. A good deal, if forced upon one, but that was how it is, the fittest, luckiest, smartest, and most adaptable one. The Nalotsa wild movement stopped as the link was finalized, and both felt the other's intense emotions and thoughts. Open, Liam, not savoring his victory, ordered, his new tame undemanding what it meant in the grand line, opened its two inside mandibles. The physical connection was severed as he immediately stood up, his muscles burned. He immediately placed a bag over his right hand and walked out of the shark's jaws. Once above, his helmet unfolded as he commanded his aircraft to hover down before jumping in it, the cable attached to him going back to where it came from. At the same time his two tetrapterons flew out, extreme worry for him in their minds, clear for him to read. It warmed his heart to think this degree of anger directed toward the Nalotsa was unwarranted, and without his express order to pop the floaters, they would let the shark stay in this position and would have likely started eviscerating it. Placing his right arm on a flat metal surface caused bloody water to spill out from the nylon bag he put his hand in, but he didn't care. This isn't a pleasant sight, he thought, sizing up the extent of the damage after having stored the bag back in his inventory. Only his thumb was in good shape, the rest were bent in the wrong way, but the one that made him feel strange in his stomach was his small finger. It was ripped off, only holding by a thread of skin and artificial textile. It was a strange feeling. No wonder I couldn't feel it, he mumbled in slight disbelief, his eyes locking for a few long seconds onto the visible bone. several thin metallic arms grew from the back of his armor and cradled his damaged fingers as he poured saline solution onto them. Then he started to take the pieces of his gauntlet off with his inventory to avoid further damage. Each time a hiss of pain escaped him as blood poured from the ugly wounds. When all of it was taken a few seconds later, he began working on his right small finger. He didn't want to lose it, he wasn't sure it could regrow and wasn't going to test if it was the case or not. Compared to when he was shot in the chest and envenomed by a slinger, here he was perfectly awake, more experienced and knowledgeable. He didn't need to do the job of several surgeons for 10 hours straight, he needed to set everything back in place and let his body do the rest. Stitching the finger back in place the right way was done in under 5 minutes, doing it was painful and unpleasant, the feeling of a needle followed by a thin string in your flesh far from being in his top 10 best things, but he didn't shy away. It was that or he risked losing his piece of finger. Then the 3 others were broken at various places, with the middle finger having one of its bones poking out slightly. A very unpleasant experience he will not be able to erase from his memories. He set everything back in place, took bone fragments and things that shouldn't be here out, closed, and disinfected the wounds. After he put on a makeshift cast composed of thin stainless beams and bandages, but it was temporary. Only after he finished his improvised surgical operation on himself did he take painkillers in the form of paywall cubes, the pink aloe vera. He did it all without taking any, as he deemed it necessary to feel potential mistakes or foreign bodies. If this entire problem could have been avoided by not wearing gauntlets, Liam didn't know and didn't truly care. It happened and that's it. At most what could be taken was that the armor was flawed for such a case, but it's not like there is any possible solution against being compressed. A force field would work wonderfully, but that wasn't possible as of now. Now, Liam thought, a large almost euphoric smile formed on his face, varying his beard away to show unnaturally white teeth, his excitement palpable as he felt like a child. Without even needing to ask anything, the Nalutsa, now free from the floaters, swam toward his aircraft, inviting him to jump on its back, which is exactly what Liam did. Yes. Your name shall be Aegis, he exclaimed, crouching down next to one of the black large eyes of his newly named tame, an apex predator, and it was an incredible feeling to be able to have such a massive and powerful creature. Though it was still very much wild to everyone that wasn't him or his tames, it just obeyed him and considered it's better. Aegis will need to be trained and quite intense at that, but that didn't dim the sheer joy mixed with relief he was feeling. The wind against his beard and hair only helped, but what really made him happy wasn't his new tame by itself, but what Aegis gave in terms of sheer possibility. He didn't go tame it for only this masculine childish urge to get such an aquatic tank of a beast. Unknown to all, a curious young adult Tolkien had seen everything unfold. Chapter 63. Transfer of Consciousness. Deep within the Hallelujah Mountains, surrounded by a cradle of rib-like stone structure, was an old tree of souls. The buzzing sound of air vibrating at hypersonic speed was heard. The large group of NA6 below gasped in stupefaction as a shiny creature that they never saw before but reminded them of a Lortzi owl, shimmy fly, and Azai's hellfire wasp, hovered closer to where one of the giant stone structures grew out. Its 6 legs extended and its clawed top dug slightly into the stone as the wings started to slow their beat down, revealing their number and shape. At this moment many understood what it was. It was a machine, and the owner of it didn't need to be said, as he had already landed on the soft soil. His helmet absent with Septon on his shoulder, Liam gazed and walked toward the crowd of blue people as if looking for someone, and he was quick to find this someone as a middle-aged human woman wearing an exopack over her face arrived. She seemed excited. Behind her a male NA6 with a large healed burn scar over one side of his body who seemed just as happy. Tsute said cordially, giving his left hand for a forearm handshake, a practice he learned from Jake. It was a sign of amiability and respect which he had both in plenty for the man who single-handedly made the result of the battle against the RDA end so positively. He did personally see glimpses of what Liam was capable of, and his actions are why he was still alive. There was an awkward moment as the NA6 saw the bandaged right hand and realized his mistake, but the chuckle from Liam made it vanish, giving the chance for Tsute to correct his mistake by giving his right hand instead. Liam, careful as always, gave the outstretched arm a firm shake, the burn scar healed but we're still weak and prone to infections. Being careful was even more warranted here. His focus then switched to Grace, whose eyes were on his right hand. I almost believed you weren't going to come. What happened to your hand? How did this happen? Grace asked with confusion, disbelief, and worry as she gazed upon his right hand. Fu *ked around and found out what else? But in a week everything will be as good as new. I'm not indestructible, just hardy and heal fast. Got a big fish will at it. But it's not the time to speak of that now, is it? Liam said with a smirk, making the tip of his small finger twitch to show he was fine. It had been 5 days since he tamed Aegis and the same amount of time he hadn't seen her in person. Both were very busy individuals and speaking through Overseer with concise information was much more practical. I can see you doing that and right. Tonight is. I still can't believe it, she mumbled. The comparatively large hand of Tsute arriving, and massaging her shoulder helped calm her down as she massaged it back, all the while a smile formed on her face. It was in a way the equivalent of killing yourself. Changing your body means killing the one you are currently in. It was final, there was no going back. She thought of this in depth and was ready to undergo the transition, but saying she wasn't afraid of potential complications would be a lie, adding that she was truly excited like a kid in a candy store about what was going to happen. That wasn't the only reason behind such an almost infantile excitement. She wanted to take samples and study this marvel of biology that was the Tree of Souls. It was such an incredible plant, a marvel of nature both externally and likely even more internally with the mysteries it had under its bark. Neytiri, appearing from behind, suddenly said, her eyes turning fearful and filled with guilt when their focus landed on Liam before switching back to normal. It happened so fast that only he perceived it. She regrets not having listened. Liam thought, his mind wandering when he first met her, and she decided to not even try listening to him and how passive-aggressive she was. It wouldn't have changed the fact the victory would have been Pyrrhic in all points, as nobody truly won in such a bloody battle, but the death count and the number of injured on the Omatakea side would have been significantly lower. It was a fact one she visibly hated to admit, but at least she did, and this was better than many people who did this were too few. But it was the past and it couldn't be changed. However, he didn't really blame her, as he wasn't unable to understand the point of view of others and the reason why they would act in such a way. The RDA and Quaritch were the real culprits. Don't forget to give me the record of everything. I want it all, Grace said to him before walking up to the massive root of the Tree of Souls. Cradled within thousands of thin furry tendrils was her mostly naked avatar in a fetal position, the start of pregnancy evident even in that cocoon. Liam simply nodded before walking farther away up a root of the closest tree, but it wasn't as far as others such as Norm and Trudy, who weren't even allowed to come closer until all was ended. Different status, different treatment, as simple as that, and it was a great honor for them to even be given the chance to observe such an event. The entire atmosphere suddenly shifted. Wood sprites that were dancing until now in the air soared away into the safe confines of the Tree of Souls tendrils, all except a dozen. The dozen moved toward Liam, one landed on his implant, a few more all around his body, 2 before his bandaged hand, and the last landed on Septon's beak, causing the bird to caw out at first in outrage before its 4 eyes looked in utter fascination at the floating jellyfish-like seed. This didn't go unnoticed by many, but this equally didn't surprise many. None shared the same level of sensitivity as their Tsahik with the All-Mother, but the air around him was eerily similar to the one they were currently bathing in. Adding that it was known he communed to her in some way. Grace laid herself in the same position as her avatar while facing, her expression serene as she looked at what was soon to be her visage forever. She shivered instinctively as from the roots white filaments grew and covered her exposed back, following her spine up to her nape. She muffled a scream of pain as it felt like hundreds of barbed needles dug into her skin, then her flesh to go around her bones to meld with her nervous system. It wasn't pleasant, but it was normal. Humans didn't evolve to do this, and she had expected this to be painful. I want to learn all about you, she thought with conviction. Her eye bags felt heavy as she gazed at the Tree of Souls for the last time from her human eyes before she fell unconscious. Moat, having seen the woman at the center of this event, exclaimed, the flap of her dress spreading with her arms as if they were wings. At her words, the crowd organized itself. Friends, cousins, sisters, brothers, fathers, mothers, mates, ones with dislikes for the others or opposite, all took in a cross-legged position at equal distance from the other, all the while facing the Tree of Souls. Each took their cue and connected it to the bioluminescent root system of the wheeling willow-like tree below them. Fuzzy tendrils grew out of the roots and interlocked with the ones of the people. Their eyes blanked out for a long second before they grabbed the hand of their neighbors who did the same. Then the roots pulsed a soft green as their heartbeats synchronized together. Moat chanted, her cue connecting to the pink tendril of the branch, giving her all the mobility she would need. The group of Na6 chanted back in a chorus, their bodies moving at the rhythm of their heartbeat. "O Great Mother! Please listen to us and help her. Please let her spirit travel through you," Moat chanted, her movement ordered yet chaotic as her voice grew in strength. The chorus chanted back as each beat of bioluminescence from the roots seemed to grow stronger. Moat chanted in a trance-like state, her eyes blanking as her body seemed to be possessed by an external force. A few verses before, Liam had noticed something crawling up his ankle. It was the furry roots extension of the Tree of Souls, his link to the All-Mother more vibrant than ever. He had moved his left hand down while his gauntlet unfolded to reveal his sun-kissed skin. He felt and saw the tendril move around his finger as if caressing them before they moved around his implant. The familiar prickling sensation was felt and his eyes dilated. It wasn't the true deep dive with slinger venom, but more of a small dip, one that made the link between him and the All-Mother clearer but far from the point of speech. And now he was vaguely feeling the minds of everyone currently in the ritual, each with the unique aura. He only could guess who they were from their positions, general brightness, and hue for lack of better terms. It was a sight humans didn't evolve the necessary biological accessory to comprehend, but he wasn't human by a strict definition. He could feel much of the flora and everyone from Moat, Jake, Neytiri, and even her unborn child, of which he realized with this that it was a boy, and similarly, he could feel an even younger nascent mind in the womb of the mindless and soulless avatar of Grace. Compared to his own, they seemed weak no matter the species, age, or sex. They appeared small and fragile, and age seemed to be the main factor. The youngest of all, the features in Grace avatar seemed to get particular attention from Iwa. This type of relation between stronger and weaker minds was similar to his tames in a way that if they weren't used or resistant enough to him, he could snuff them out or damage them by mistake. His tame, which nearly all could be considered sapient, so it was even more significant here. And it must be the same for Iwa, but to a greater degree, which would explain why she didn't communicate with them directly like with him. The risk of killing or damaging them was too high, but in the end, it was all but supposition. As for Grace herself, he was guided by invisible hands to see what was happening. He couldn't understand what he saw, but he knew what it was. It was the mind of Grace, but not only, as her soul he presumed was here just out of sight, and both were getting separated from her human body. It was like a heart transplant. He could see what was happening from point A to point P and point Z, but the in-between was incomprehensible, and it was even more pronounced here with the seemingly impossible complexity it was executed with. It was quite literally a mind and soul transplant from one body to another, or a body transplant depending on the point of view. He didn't know how it was being done, but it wasn't like his implant, which was strange as it was him. There wasn't any kind of extremely advanced technology in use here. He couldn't understand how it was even conceivable with the brain difference. There evidently was more than biology to this. He wasn't going to call it divine or magical per se, as he had in his memories knowledge of equal impossibility for others, but it was exceptional all the same. And there was the fact as to how the All-Mother knew how to do this. It's not something done on the fly, and it wasn't the only thing strange. The Na6. He wasn't a biologist, but neither was he blind. The Na6 stood out like a sore thumb compared to other native animal life forms. They broke the pattern. Pandoran vertebrate, but with 4 limbs instead of 6, a single pair of eyes, the presence of hair, and no operculum to breathe. Yes, they were from a movie, and their appearance was to garner attachment to the audience, but here it was real life, and they really looked human, too human in fact, or it was simply the randomness of evolution. Only Iwa held the answer to that anyway. Speaking of, he knew why Iwa was showing him this. it was his curiosity toward this aspect the most likely reason. Curiosity and as such emotions in general have different shades, each shade associated with something, at least how he saw it, with the link to his tames and basic logic. Again, all was supposition, feelings weren't objective reality, and he wasn't quite sure it was even possible to quantify this type of thing with how inconsistent they were. It was to the point he was beginning to realize as things were, it was a pointless endeavor. Studying Chinook was going to be a hard and lengthy process, and it gave him a new sense of respect for Iwa, as he couldn't even begin to fathom her experience and knowledge on this anomalous part of reality, and also for the many Tsahiks and Tsakarams as they studied this, even if not directly or even knowingly. It wasn't his domain of expertise either, he could only do so many things at once, but it was an eye-opening experience of what it was aside from the obvious being telepathy. Grace was currently in a strange state. It was akin to being in a lucid dream while drunk, but she was aware enough to see, or more precisely perceive, her surroundings in a sense she never had before. She felt watched, bare before all, as an impossibly large godly presence manipulated her body toward one direction, and she was powerless to stop it. It's not as if she would have even tried to do that. She had a vague idea of what it was the giant root network of this moon. She was Iwa, the Great Mother, All-Mother, and a plethora of other titles. And all of a sudden the perception of the NA6 about this ancient being made so much more sense. She wasn't only a planet-wide neuron network, it was an insult to consider her this, she was more, so much more. She was facing the closest things to a goddess, as much as it was hard to accept, a goddess that Grace could but comprehend a fraction of her magnificence. All she could see was a ball of white watching over her in a way only a mother would to her child, and what she was seeing was but had one eye in the form of a ball of white energy. But it wasn't the only things she could sense. There were the 100 of NA6, the echoes of their chorus keeping her from falling into eternal slumber. However, what took her focus was in the far distance a smaller presence than Iwa, but considerably more massive than any others, was also here. It was sharp, organized, and calculative like a machine, almost how she would imagine an AI would be if she were to sense one, and it simply observed her from where it was and seemed content to do so. And she was as well, but the general feel she got from it was eerily familiar. Though her mind became muddled as the world started to spin, and she felt like she was both falling and being compressed as well as being sucked in, and that was her last thought before this strange hallucinogenic dream came to an end. Moat chanted with conviction. Her body was sweaty as she almost fell to her knees, showing how much it was taxing her. The chorus chanted back, reaching new heights, their bodies moving in rhythm. All started to speak in unison, seeming to enter in an epileptic fit. Liam felt them getting weary at the same time until Moat snapped out of it first, causing a scene reaction that calmed everyone. The sound escaping Moat's aged vocal cord was hoarse yet clear as she turned around to gaze upon the two bodies. Then the eyes of the avatar snapped open and she rejoiced, her raspy voice filled with joy echoing far and wide. Chapter 64. Alien? 365 days, 1 year since Liam was brought on this moon by unknown means and for an unknown reason. An entire year he has been and done things to him that the past would have never been capable of. Many of these things he wasn't proud of, and they changed him. He perceived others differently, having the power to rip others apart, and having done so wasn't without effects. If those were bad or not, only time would tell. 1 year anniversary or not, it was a normal day. So that's supposed to know my age by scanning the structure of my bone? Liam asked the avatar in front of him as she fiddled with a device that was almost too small to handle. It's more complicated than that, but basically yes, it works on trees too. Yeah, sure, you don't want anything to dull the pain, Grace said, her voice muffled by her exopack as she disinfected the needle-shaped drill. I wish yes was an answer, but no, it won't work unless you put enough to knock me unconscious, he answered, placing his right forearm on the table. Your choice, it won't be pleasant, she said, placing the drill above the location of his radius. She never used it on anything aside from plants. You don't say, he said, not interpreting himself as the drill drove through his skin, muscle then bone, and bone marrow, his only reaction was his face handling and the muscles of his right forearm slightly tensing up, and he paid attention it wasn't too much or the body of the drill would have bent. 2 minutes later the drill was taken out, leaving behind a droplet of blood, and a few seconds later the result arrived on the hollow screen. Hey! Between 1 to 2 years old, strange. But can't say I didn't expect that. Maybe it's innate to your biology and the computer can't understand, Grace mumbled, reading the data, while for Liam a simple amused chuckle escaped him. A 2-meter-tall muscular bearded 30-year-old looking man that was in fact a bona fide 1-year-old. Quite a bizarre reality he was in. Jake wasn't different in that aspect now that he thinks about it. The ex-marine body, even if the time taken for the avatar to grow was put in consideration, the Oloiktan of Omatakea was physically less than 10 years old. Even less if the moment the avatar was out of the pod counted as a birth, then he was barely 1 year old, and it was the same for Grace to a lesser extent if 2 decades could be considered that. It was amusing. Jake and he were not that much older than a newborn like the son of Miles Quaritch, but ultimately it didn't truly matter what physical age a body artificially created had, only the mind in it mattered. Unrelated to that, but you seem to be doing better than Jake after he switched, Liam said, hinting toward the first few weeks after the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains, where the avatar in question was brooding over his decomposing human body. No, it feels like a dream. I feel better in every way possible. It's hard to put into words. It's a constant feeling of euphoria. It's different than when I drove, it's clearer. It feels real. I feel alive, she explained, a hand going over briefly on her stomach, a faint smile appearing. That's good to hear, Liam let out, relieved. The wound on his arm was already closed. He flexed the fingers of his right hand and stood up. His fingers were all healed, only thin scars, lines of the worst damages remained, but to see them great focus needed to be put on them. They were pretty inconspicuous. Today Liam had other plans, so he bid the ex-human goodbye. Plans for when the RDA will come back, and working on them as soon as possible was a must. Better ready than dead. On Earth, the company already was aware of what had happened. At the very least the big picture, messages were sent, and they were pretty clear on the fact surrendering was the best option to alleviate a very long list of crimes against humanity. A list he found hilarious, coming from the company that was the main reason behind Earth and humanity's currently more than deplorable state. The usual hypocrisy of a megacorp aside, this was why, having tamed Aegis, his giant armored shark, changed everything. His Nalutza gave a safe access to a large supply of extremely pure raw uranium, which he hadn't begun to exploit aside from taking a few kilos of it after having taken the half-melted hermit crab drone out of the shark's stomach. A mineral that might seem pointless at first glance, as fusion reactors existed in those days and ages, but why he needed tons upon tons of this element wasn't to specifically generate energy via nuclear fission. He needed radiation, an excessive amount of it in a controllable way, nothing hazardous like polonium. Nuclear waste was exactly what he needed. The best source available was uranium, precisely the more radioactive form it can be turned into. The element found in nature was certainly radioactive, but nothing special or really dangerous. Radiations aren't some kind of supernatural killing force, it's when it's too much it becomes bad, like pretty much everything. And radiation included many things. He needed them for a very special reason, to grow element, or more accurately to accelerate its growth. And to do so a safe area needed to be chosen, not for what is grown but for everything around. As such, the option for a specialized facility dedicated to that goal couldn't be on Pandora. Even if everything went perfectly fine, it was still too much of a risk, permanently damaging the one hospitable celestial body in light years away being one such risk. And thinking enough precautions were taken for this risk to be worth was a moronic line of thought that had been the road to an early end for many. There never were enough precautions for what needed to be grown. This was even truer when he had zero solutions to act against it if things were to turn for the worse. It was a problem with a solution rather easily found. If there is a problem, doing it here then doing it elsewhere was the way to go. The other moons of Polyphemus were this solution. It was the gas giant Pandora was orbiting around that the Na6 called Naranam, which meant greater eye if translated directly. There came another problem, or several. moons needed to be chosen and it was between 13 moons, their orbits, and general stats entered in the equation, reducing this number to 3 as the distance to Pandora needed to be close. The first was called Naritsep, meaning Eye of Fire, and it was a moon 70% the mass of Pandora. Its name is apt as it has an atmosphere composition and geological activity leading to a similar climate to Venus if less extreme. Its orbit made it so it was always nearby as it was similar to that of Pandora. Besides the gas giant, it was the biggest thing in the sky. The second was half the mass of Pandora, an ocean theorized to be hidden below the multiple kilometers of ice that covered most of its surface. It was cold, colder than Antarctica on average by a factor of 2, and overall a visibly barren ball of ice. Its name, using the same logic as its counterpart, was named Naritsep, Eye of Ice. And its orbit was similar to that of Naritsep but farther away. As for the third, its name was Naraninan, meaning lesser eye, and as its name indicated it was the smallest, being less than 15% of Pandora's total mass. Compared to the last two, it had little to no atmosphere. Still, it had both extremely cold and hot areas but also areas with less of these two extremes, making it better, but its orbit made it so it was close to Pandora only 5 days a month. This one would be good as a future automated mine. The choice was on the second. All had pros and cons, but Naritsep was the best of the three, or the less worse. It was at a manageable distance, there was no acidic rain with constant earthquakes and volcanic eruption, instead an eternal blizzard on nearly its entire surface, and there was water. The element thrived better in extreme conditions, be it from any source. Looking at the rapidly increasing distance between his current position and Pandora, Liam felt the hold of gravity weaken to the point that jumping would lead to him floating in the pressured and recycled air of the Valkyrie. Beautiful as always, he thought as the image of the back camera entered his mind through his implant. It was the first time he saw Pandora from outer space, it had just never been this far. Going into space was the first thing he did after acquiring Valkyrie 16, it was a must and it was disconcertingly easy to do. It felt like driving a car to the grocery store, the type of vehicle the Valkyrie were had been designed for that exact purpose. Atmospheric exit and entry/re-entry, and space travel at short distances to transport cargo, a giant flying delivery truck. Pushing more power into the engines of the wings, Liam began the acceleration phase and 2 bright light blue trails began following the spacecraft. After checking that everything was in order, such as the angle at which the Valkyrie was propelling itself, Liam pushed himself off a wall with a weak kick and let himself float through the recycled air. He moved past several crates and various tools, all of them neatly placed and secured to the walls, grounds, and ceiling as floating objects when gravity was weak. As much as they were amusing to play with, were a complete hazard, and it made atmospheric entry/re-entry unnecessarily dangerous. A little fun wasn't worth death or potentially crippling injuries. This was why he wasn't piloting Valkyrie 16 where he slept, but instead, the one that was used to collect the fuel for the multiple fusion reactors. Though a little fun was what he was going to have while he waited for the voyage, it wasn't going to be purposeless. Above his bare left hand, a bulky metallic gauntlet appeared. Attached to it was a long cable he connected to the Valkyrie. Liam flexed each of the bulky fingers before pointing his palm at a rectangular fire extinguisher. He mentally commanded the clasps holding it to open. Then, as the fire extinguisher started to float aimlessly, he aimed the palm of his gauntlet. The triangular light at the end of each fingertip and the circle on the palm turned from a soft icy blue to a bright fiery orange, not dissimilar to the hologram above his implant. Then he flexed his thumb. Nothing happened at first, then the fire extinguisher flew toward his spread open left hand. Before it could slam into him, he suddenly flexed his left finger. The orange light in his palm grew slightly brighter and the incoming projectile froze midair. A large manic smile spread Liam's face as he began to make the fire extinguisher spin on itself. Each flex of his left hand and fingers led to an equal reaction to the fire extinguisher. This was due to the gauntlet sending precise and more or less powerful magnetic streams. And by changing the parameters of those streams with the movement of his left hand, he could do the feats of controlling objects at a distance. Simple to describe but less than easy to execute, as every micro movement affected the object currently held, aside from him only individuals having trained years or powerful computers would be able to wield this tool effectively in the state it currently was in. It was one of the results of Pandorium research, the prototype of a magnetic gauntlet. The nascent technology behind it had an almost limitless potential in use, but as of now it was severely limited, too energy-intensive, too slow, and weak. It had many parallels with the regular use of magnets to maintain objects in the air, yet it was entirely different in many aspects. The fire extinguisher wouldn't have been budgeted if it were to be on Pandora, as thanks to its gravity on it, only small and light objects could be manipulated. And what the objects were composed of evidently played a major role. Liam wasn't sure how the Pandorium in its natural state could hold such a massive amount of mass in stable levitation with seemingly no change, particularly the Hallelujah Mountains with some rock formations weighing in the several 100 million kilograms. This kind of mass doesn't stay in the air for thousands to millions of years without reason. There was more to it than the Pandorium, and he was ready to bet on Chinook, Iwa, or more precisely a fraction of her, such as the Tree of Souls, for these reasons. A very broad hypothesis without many bases aside from supposition, but there needs to be a start somewhere. Hours rapidly flew by, and in 17 of them he had arrived at his destination, the autopilot program having put the spacecraft in orbit. Liam during those hours took a restful now that he just woke, and it was followed by him eating while sitting on the ceiling with the sight of the icy moon thanks to the cockpit being aimed downward. It was a unique experience, eating a microwaved pizza while only wearing a pair of grey boxers from the safety of a spaceship in the void space and with such a view. It seemed oddly banal. However, after that he began working on why he came here. First was to put in orbit the 2 satellites that were held below each wing of the spacecraft, which he began immediately. Their purpose was to have a more precise and in-depth map of the Moon's surface up to several hundred meters down, and also to serve as a signal amplifier. After putting the 2 in orbit the way he wanted, he began his atmospheric entry. It happened without a hitch. As hostile as the eternal blizzard was, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to what the Valkyrie was built to withstand, such as the thunderstorm on Polyphemus. And second, to drop a team of drones to have more knowledge of the terrain. It was cold but not sub-zero cold, and the heat generated from multiple propulsor kept anything from potentially freezing. "Can't see shit," Liam mumbled the obvious, as from any camera in the cockpit only white particles moving at an average speed of hundreds of 50 km per hour, 93, could be seen. He ordered the valves of the cargo room to open. He wasn't in it and the room was currently sealed off. He was doing this to avoid a violent shift in air pressure. It was by the protocol. He wasn't going to go down there on foot or land the spacecraft too. That was for later, as doing it now was worthless at best and suicidal at worse. The ramp suddenly opened and the 24 metal crates, each being a similar model to the drone Aegis, swallowed but with adequate modification to work for a few weeks here, and when all of them had slid off, the ramp closed. The hundreds-meter fall wasn't going to damage them. The gravity was lower here and they had inbuilt airbags programmed to activate a few meters before impact. He wasn't going to start building a facility right now, that was folly. He needed more information than the general temperature, weather, and topography to do something that will be solid and functional for years to come. And he wasn't going to build it here. Doing prefabricated pieces engineered for here to build a facility was how he was going to proceed. There was no need to go for complicated when simpler alternatives existed, and Liam was a fervent believer of work smarter not harder. He started his ascension, a process that took a few minutes. He made use to look at the 20 drones, of which a fourth didn't survive the landing due to unpredictable variables, a very good result for the first batch. Beginning the atmospheric exit, the Valkyrie's speed multiplied to the point it would put to shame even the best of the 21st fighter jet. A heavy frown appeared on his face. "What is that?" "It looks like the tip of landmass that had been ripped off and dragged here," Liam thought as the first few surface-level scan of satellite CM2 revealed the water in the solid form changed to something with various metals in it in one of the highest peaks of a valley glacier's chain. It looked like a fraction of a massive flat ovoid object if he were to take a guess. A rectangular protrusion full of intricate markings could be seen growing out of its periphery. After that it was a blurry mess. The scanner did go deeper, but for much more finer detail a more specialized one would be needed. It's not as if eerily geometrical shapes didn't exist without the intervention of a highly intelligent life form, they were extremely common in fact. So common nearly everything was geometrical in some ways. It just didn't sit right with him, but that unknown structure was a problem for later. He couldn't do everything at once, adding a potential spacefaring alien civilization to the mix was a bit too much. He was but one man. Chapter 65, 65. Gratefulness between two antitheses. Year 1, Days 13. Liam was currently looking at Gladius running after its bifurcated tail, trying desperately to eat an iron truffle glued with sap to the left tip of its tail. And while the great ostropede was in this less than optimal state, Orion, Oxydon, and Septon atop the Valkyrie wing were mimicking a laugh, and the trio wasn't discreet while doing it. "I know you want to help, go," Liam said to Mary. The red tetrapteron was fidgeting over his armored shoulder, hesitating on what to do. "They are literal children," he thought amusedly before whistling. A few seconds later Daisy walked out of the Valkyrie ramp with nervousness in its steps. The slinger walked with its spindly legs over the dry grass and cracked dirt toward him. The strange creature was still the size of a golden retriever, if a rather large one, and was overall very shy. Shyness or not, he was going to need the little guy for what he had in mind. He currently was in the Great Plain and a few dozen meters away from the Sacred Hollow, and he brought the entire group here aside from Aegis for obvious reasons. He brought them here for them to have a little outing, to let them exhaust themselves out, and he knew Hell's Gate stressed them. It wasn't so much the technology and lack of vegetation, even if the latter played a role in it, but the number of people, from humans to NA6, was the major player. Something that he could feel through the links and affected him to a degree, but for different reasons. He wasn't antisocial before and still isn't, but to say the constant irrationality of everyone around wasn't getting to his nerves would be a lie, even Grace. The fact he needed to micromanage most things didn't help. He already stopped several potential catastrophes from happening. It's not that others were incompetent, it's just that nearly no one had the competence he had for what was needed. Plenty of scientists, but nearly no one for what was actually needed. And the fact that the threat that was the RDA and United Nations was understood by too few individuals, and that within those it didn't seem to ring true how concrete it was. Many had decided to make children, as if thinking about no more than 2 decades in the future was asking too much. They were short-sighted, too focused on the present, or played the ostriches by lying to themselves. But it was understandable. They knew he was working on solutions, having proven multiple times his capabilities, and as such thought everything was fine, and in many aspects, they would be correct, but that wasn't an excuse. He couldn't do everything. They became dependent on him, Liam, the magical solution to fix all, and he wasn't ignorant of the fact it was partly his fault it happened, but he was new to this and didn't have many options. Things needed to be done fast and efficiently. He understood now why Iwa rarely if ever intervened directly, even if the context was different in his case. She didn't want nor need little mortal worshippers doing nothing for themselves and hoping she would save them if calamities struck. No good deed goes unpunished, as the saying goes. It was a complex balance to set. He didn't need a general panic about how everyone was doomed. This would be the worst, and he was in the end nitpicking. It wasn't that grave as of now, but nipping future problems in the bud was the best solution, even if the method to do so was currently unclear. Laxity about the future was a problem to be corrected for everyone. A little space training that Jake spoke about wasn't going to cut it. He was their leader of the human faction at the end, and so it was his responsibility. But he needed a place of peace, his own little sanctuary. He deemed that he deserved this much, and he had several locations in mind thanks to the dozens of satellites he put in orbit around Pandora, but talking with the true owner of the moon was a plus. And it was but a fraction of why he was here. His tames weren't mindless machines that just needed food to function. This was a bonus of coming here, even if not the best since it was in the middle of the dry season, but it's better than nothing. Water was at his tame's disposal in abundance anyway. Be careful as you play and do not eviscerate anything or anyone without reason, he warned, his deep voice echoing loud and clear. And as he pushed aside green thorny vines covering the cave entrance, cause of acknowledgement from the 5 birds reached his ears, causing a smile to form. The change from the struggling and dying plant to the vibrantly bioluminescent strikingly alive once was quite violent. He kept the vines aside for his slinger to walk through, then he followed, his helmet folding back over his face giving full body protection. His armor didn't truly change aside from several upgrades such as an integrated cooling and heating system, a far more efficient energy system, better cameras, better under armor, etc. It just was better overall. It was an upgraded version from the precedent but nothing out of the world compared to before. It would be considered a masterpiece of engineering if not for it being heavy to the point no human trained or not would be able to wear it for an extended period without the risk of injury. And that didn't take into consideration that many of its functions were commanded mentally, needing higher and faster brain processing power or cybernetic augmentation. Components, even if modified and treated in ways that will increase certain of their characteristics to their extremes for precise effect, do not equal them suddenly becoming perfect and indestructible, but it certainly helps in getting close to that. As such, Liam couldn't magically improve the performance of the armor to an impossible degree. The large round of an autocannon would still dig a hole through his head, helmet on or off. It wasn't a 1-meter thick armor plate after all. Though most high-caliber bullets from handheld firearms would have great difficulty ever going through the outer shell. It was designed to protect the wearer against that, explosions, and more, but it wasn't a perfect armor, not that it was even possible to begin with. Even less currently, but still as of now only a small fraction of Pandora's fauna and flora could actually harm him in any meaningful way, but that wasn't a reason to be careless. 4 3-meter long, 9 feet 8, mechanical tendrils grew from the upper back of his armor, 2 on each shoulder blade, as he picked up Daisy under his right arm and began advancing within the cave. The tendrils pushed blue jellyfish tentacle-like vines covered in a mucus capable of melting steel and flesh alike without getting any damage on themselves due to the alloy of metal and polymer they were made of. As was the same for most of his armor, he simply didn't want to damage the area where it wasn't the case and cause grievous chemical burns to his slinger. Armors for his tames was an ongoing side project. The travel downward went without complication, Daisy following behind, jumping far and high to keep with him, all the while it produced pheromone upon his command to keep critters such as the flashlight viper wolves at bays. They weren't a danger, but having to kill without reason was a no in his book, and he cracked how the bones in their body collected hydrogen weeks ago. There was no point in fighting them aside from their meat, and they didn't taste that great either unless marinated in something strong, to the point that the meat had barely any of its soapy aftertaste and it held little to no nutritional value. To Na6 it tasted great, that he knew, but he wasn't one of the tall blue folk, so it tasted like soap. Standing in front of the rocky entrance covered up by pink fluorescent overgrowth, he closed his eyes and entered to open them to the sight of a massive white weeping willow split in two from its middle, bathing the cave ceiling it was growing from, its ethereal light bathing the area in its hue. "I swear it only seems to get prettier and prettier each time I go down here," Liam internally marveled at the sight, his metallic boots trudging carefully upon the root bridge he was advancing on. He didn't need to enter his order, as the slinger was already taking in a guarding position where he entered from. It was soon followed by hundreds of wood sprites blocking every other exit and entry, creating a tapestry of light over the cave walls. His heart rate increased slightly as he approached the throne of roots, the link with Iwa seemingly growing progressively stronger, making it easier for both to understand the emotion of the others. He was happy to be here, and he could feel the same sentiment from the link. It wasn't one-sided. Far from it. He wasn't oblivious or blind to what was beginning to happen, but he didn't know how to rationalize it. And he knew she was aware as well. Both were far too intelligent and not dense enough for this to not be noticed. Love wasn't the right term, far from it, at least for what it was, but a sense of kinship with a budding affection developing toward this would be a more appropriate term. It was positive, if strange for the common mortal, he supposed, but as arrogant as it sounded, he wasn't of the common mortal. With his admittedly basic understanding of his biology, he was the implant straight up. It was where his engrammic matrix resided, his very mind and soul. His brain was used solely for computing power, automatic and somatic bodily function. But the body was him. It wasn't a human-shaped meat puppet he was parasitizing. The nervous system of a human wasn't considered a parasite. And the logic was the same here. The implant was just more him than anything else. And this only he and Iwa knew, both understating the other more than any others on this moon. In any case, it felt good and it was a good development for everyone, and at the end of the day, it was what mattered. And added that there was plenty of reason for him to avoid this type of development with others, humans, or NA6. Mentality between the two parties in both knowledge, way of seeing the world, and understanding of it were the most important of all. They needed to be both distinctively different and yet similar, but those weren't the only factor. Aside from the potential lifespan problem, he didn't need someone so inferior to him that they might as well be an accessory, if a rather unfitting one that is here more likely to suck up to him than anything else. Elitist, insane, freaky, or an inhuman way of seeing things maybe, but he didn't care. If he wanted a partner, it would be a partner, not a submissive plaything or a pretty parasite or an average person, as it was a recipe for a disaster to happen. His way of thinking didn't do a full turn from before, changed yes, but in essence, it was the same. It was just that the necessary requirements were pushed to his current level. Liam cracked his neck and sat on the throne-like structure of roots. His armor then began to unfold from his body. The gauntlets were the first to go, as metallic pieces until now unseen snapped open and moved backward, taking the armor with them and revealing his arms. His shoulder followed, then his helmet, and after this a thin line from his neck to his lower abdomen, and in a similar fashion the armor fragmented and slipped away to his back, where the other pieces glided downward toward his thighs. The armor didn't disappear into nothingness. A syringe materialized in his left hand, and without much of a thought Liam stabbed it in the most prominent vein of his other arm. Then he injected himself with the slinger venom. He gritted his teeth for the first few seconds as the foreign substance almost felt like acid coursing through his vein, but this feeling soon became overtaken by a slowly creeping numbness. However, it always was present in the background if ignorable. At the same time, he felt the furry tendrils growing and start covering his now bare upper body. It was from everywhere at once, from his Adonis belt, ABS, and pectoral muscles moving around the short and neatly trimmed patch of hair on them to his shoulder blades, arms and back. Some of those thin filaments even going over his armor. It was everywhere except for his face, and it wasn't the most unpleasant thing in the world. In fact, it felt like a hug, because it was one, as he realized from his link, if a rather alien one. And less than innocent one, with where and how some of the tendril-like filament moved. This realization led to an amused smirk growing on his face and an eyebrow to be lifted. This became even more obvious as only in specific areas where his nervous system concentrated, such as his spine, nape, and implant, did the prickling sensation of a connection being made was felt. And it wasn't new if the two last connections were any indication, as only those 3 points of interest were important for a connection of the ritual for grace, where those tendrils were only following the central nervous system and making a large net over both bodies. The difference was evident. Iwa held the shared knowledge of an entire species from its creation. NA6 in many cases weren't less inventive than humans. As such, she wasn't an innocent being free of any knowledge about this aspect of the world, quite the extreme opposite in fact, and he would have guessed even without his link that it was on purpose. In the end, it was just a hug, if one that was very focused on every groove of his muscles. Though why she was so specifically interested in those he wasn't certain, but he didn't complain. It was like a pleasant massage that drove him to relax and let the venom take its full effect. And so after a few minutes of this pleasant peace, his eyelids became too heavy to hold and his mind too foggy and unfocused to work properly. He finally let himself fall into this half-asleep, half-awake state. "Welcome back, Liam. It's a pleasure to see you again." The soft multi-layered voice of the All-Mother caused the man in question to turn and meet the multi-eyed gaze of the goddess. "The sentiment is shared, Iwa," Liam answered genuinely, his body and its ever-shifting skin from an almost golden tan to a translucent blue showing nerve and vein turned in the metaphysical tech structure, a thin smile forming as he faced her. The link here was stronger than ever, but it couldn't overwhelm him. He was calm and collected, his very being focused on what words must be spoken and the being to which they must be spoken, but he wasn't the first to speak. "We must thank you for the actions you have accomplished. It is evident, clear, and apparent to all, but without you, many more of my children would have died, as we only acted when the time was deemed adequate," she said with joy, anger, and sadness as she inched slightly closer. "We do not possess the untold knowledge and influence over what is known as technology as you do, and never will, but as shown it is a necessity for survival, you have taught me a lesson. We cannot win and survive with the ways and laws directed for peace. We will adapt with you toward our survival. And for what you did, doing, and are going to do, simple gratitude is not enough, she continued earnestly both through words and emotions, her vine-like hair glowing a brighter shade of violet and bluish white. I feel no different, I'm grateful for your assistance during the battle, without it, I would have had to continue participating in this senseless slaughter and spiraled downward. As for my knowledge, I hold a similar view of amazement about your own on what humans call biology and Chinook, Liam said in a similar if colder tone of voice than her, the various rings of metal and small sparkling hexagon orbiting around him slowing down as he moved slightly out of their protection. Paranoia was unneeded here, and what a freeing feeling it was, all was but the truth of what the others thought with their intentions and raw emotions. It was exhilarating to not have this constant nihilism at the back of his head. He trusted her and she trusted him, plain and simple. No sophisticated and nefarious ulterior motive behind anything. Liam knew the him of the past would call him insane for thinking that about a more than million-year-old hive mind, and that would be correct to a large degree, but not for the same reason. Chapter 66, 66. Empathetic Bond. A few seconds of silence passed where both the All-Mother and the lost child appreciated the feeling of contentment from the other until it was broken by one of them. Thankfulness aside, you must already know one of the reasons why I'm here, Liam said confidently, eyes locked onto the primary ones of Iwa, never leaving contact. We do. But it is rather unclear, your emotions are complex and new in many aspects to me. It is but assumptions, and assumptions are not reality. It would be foolish of me to act upon them. We know of your immense desire to learn, improve, to grow beyond, and far above all, to have a place to truly call home. But further and further, these aspects became a complex network without any true singular outcome, she said with an imperceptible smile forming over her features. Indeed, Liam said pensively, she was right, and he felt dumb in a way for that, but he had exponentially more of a problem understanding her through the link than the other way around. It's hard to compensate against a being with at the very minimum 2 million years of experience in a certain field, adding she was utterly alien to him. He realized he was arrogant on that point. She understood him very well, even if he wasn't that much of a complicated individual at the end of the day. His goals were direct and without nonsense. And it didn't bother him. The opposite would have, in fact. I have many things I need, want, and desire to various degrees from you. I will not lie about this or hide it, even if this is not even a possibility. I suppose emotions are not enough for this, and neither would words for what is necessary to my and yours. No, our survival, symbiosis is the only way, he let out calmly, which the All-Mother acknowledged with a nod of her head. They were on the same page here. Working together was pivotal for their survival, but both not only needed it, they desired it. At this, the ring spinning and the 1,000 metallic hexagons orbiting around him slowed down to a crawl as he floated forward closer to Iwa. He placed his outstretched hands over the wall dividing the room they were in. On contact, the air and light seemed to bend around. Observing the scene, the All-Mother knew what to do and responded by repeating the action with his own hands. The raw emotions shifting between them increased in depth, clarity, and intensity as the tip of their respective fingers touched, and it only amplified further as the deity gently held Liam's hand, both of equal size but clearly different in essence, interlocking. The invisible chasm between metallic roots pulsing with alien energy, pillars of unknown material, and strange particles of light, and the primeval forest composed of both poisonous wicked thorns and enchantingly beautiful plants seemed to twist as both antitheses partially merged, but the violent shock of theme still evident and forever to stay. Then, after a few seconds, from the implant in Liam's half-translucent muscular chest and the center of Iwa's chest made of a smooth pearly white bark where the scar seemed to be disappearing, saw the thin thread that was almost invisible before starting materializing to the point it soon became almost tangible. This feel different, Liam mumbled, his eyes never having left the one of Iwa, their gazes only growing in intensity, but his hyper-organized thought focused on the strengthened link. It was similar to how he felt when he snapped her back after one of the Tree of Souls was raised by a bulldozer, but overall it was less intense and way more ordered. It wasn't unpleasant but very unusual. They were of equal standing as it should be even if both were fundamentally different, opposite even. Neither were they equal in power, experience, or knowledge, but those didn't need to be for the empathetic link to be this way. Both brought entirely opposite aspects. And it was an incredible feeling for both of them, the All-Mother in particular, as it was still an entirely new experience for a being such as her, never having a living being capable of supporting this much of her presence without losing or greatly damaging their sense of self. It was as if an impossibility came true. There was a loneliness that was finally beginning to be filled. The only beings remotely close to having done such were the wisest and most intelligent of her children, the Tolkiens, or the exceptional appearance of an extremely gifted NA6 such as the future incoming one, but even then none could interact with her in such a direct and almost visceral way. Things such as this empathic bond with this very interesting individual that appeared from nowhere and she became almost infatuated with were unique and never going to happen again. Liam affected her that much. And the man in question knew how she felt and she knew he knew. It was strange, better than before, and he was affected as well. It's just that how he functioned in this place let him keep his perfect, almost machine-like composure. Such an intimate bond affected both parties on a very deep level for as long as life was within them. It was how it was. It wasn't as profound as when two NA6 mates connected their Q together, because Liam and Iwa didn't and couldn't merge to that degree. But what was ongoing was as if not more intense and will be everlasting. However, none of that stopped Liam from focusing and working on what he was here for. He had goals and he was going to achieve them. He focused on his memories and through the link pushed the fragments of the ones he wanted to be shared to the being that knew him the most. It was equivalent to downloading data from one software to another via different, more exoteric means, and harder as well. It came instinctively to him, like many things in this place. If he recalled, Iwa called the upper part of the Sea of Souls, but that didn't mean instant mastery, far from it. Those various locations are for you to do as you wish. We trust you on your capabilities to know what must and mustn't be done. Be it on how to exploit resources and how to interact with my more intelligent children living nearby, the All-Mother said, not even a fraction of a second after having received the memories about various coordinates and images of dozens of potential base locations. That's good to hear. Liam trailed off, stopping further words as he knew she wasn't finished. It was an evident answer from her, all things considered. He was aware there was no problem, but that was always good to have a real confirmation. The thoughtful care is appreciated, Liam, and will not be forgotten, but it is unnecessary. The seed of a tree of souls requires only a few droplets of water in its liquid form to germinate after that. The nascent sapling shall adapt to its environment and grow in it or perish trying. They are precious, long to mature but not invaluable. Granting you more is but a simple task, she said, her smile growing as she easily caught on to what he intended to do. He was worried about the location of his base for several reasons, such as having access to the sea, but one of the major ones was that he wanted to plant the seed she gave him months ago, and he wanted it to not die. It was to an absolute degree, in fact, as if losing it was the highest crime, not because he would feel especially guilty, but because he wouldn't know how to ask for a new one. He wanted a tree of souls of his own, and for quite evident reasons. It was both silly and cute in a way with the current circumstance, to go to such length for that, and she couldn't hide how she felt about this. She never felt this, she knew what it was, but memories of an untold amount of individuals, while both her own were just as much not her. A single cell or several million of them is but a minuscule fraction of an individual, and that was her case, but cells could be replaced with NA6. Her reaction led to a frown of confusion appearing on his ruggedly handsome face that she chuckled lightly at in her multi-layered voice. Then what followed was a deadpan both outside and inside, aimed at her, not truly helping his cause. He was numerous times in the extremes, one of his best qualities but as well worst flaws, and something she lacked in and appreciated about him. As long as balance remained, no problem would happen, and as contradictory as it was, Liam was measured in his decision. Nothing was done without reasons or ulterior motives for the long term. He wanted everything to be perfect and go smoothly, even if he knew it wasn't possible. He thrived toward it and had the same if lowered expectations of others. On to something else, Liam declared as their hands holding each other parted away almost reluctantly, leading to the newly strengthened bond to dampen immediately, but it was still more potent than how it would be outside, and the wall was back in its full power. Both sides separated again. I want to trade knowledge for knowledge, precisely about what I spoke earlier, Shanai. However, before he could finish, Iwa lifted her hand and the bond led him to be quite puzzled. We reject your offer. We do not need this knowledge, as invaluable as it is, and certainly not in such ways, she said rather severely, leading to his earlier frown appearing back on as he immediately wondered if he made a mistake of judgment somewhere. Do not worry, Liam, you have made no mishap, and if it was, it is understandable. It is just that knowledge has no reason to be a regulated resource between us. We will not ask for payment for what does not deserve payment, and such a concept as no right existing within such a place. If knowledge, you or we desire asking, is all is needed, without missing a second, Iwa clarified her earlier point. Understood, he said coolly, his face relaxing to its resting emotionless position. It was logical from the symbiosis point of view, even if it was unfair, as he cared more about what she knew than the other way around, but it was what was the present. They weren't frozen in time without the capacity to change. Already, the All-Mother suddenly said with a hint of disappointment, and a few seconds after the world around them seemed to fickle in and out of existence. The resistance of my body toward the venom used is at fault, I believe. The concentration, potency, and quantity will need to be increased, the lost child stated the most likely reason, and he would be correct. Then he added a very real worry, but that is a temporary solution. Other substances should work, but that will not change the result. I will grow a resistance with repeated injections. Iwa did not answer immediately, as she was in thoughts, and after 3 seconds flew by she seemed pleased with whatever results she got, but what that was she didn't share them with him aside from an almost mischievous smile. Our time together is running thin. It was a pleasure to be able to converse with you, Liam. May we have many more such rendezvous in the future, she spoke, and as the words entered his ears the world around finished fading away and everything veered to black. Under the light of the Utralyak's half-open silvery grey eyes had their focus and clarity coming back. They were staring dreamily at the upside-down tree's long iridescent leaves sprouting from the massive sinuous white branches. Then their owner blinked and a long groan escaped Liam's body like the rumble of a motor, as even in his light-headed state memories of all of that happened slammed back into his mind. Iwjwustwid Bozikali Pruopwos Tuhwer without the ring, he said, his words slurred as several muscle groups in his throat, mouth, and on his face were still affected by the venom and resulted in the current difficulty in speech. The embarrassment of what his words could have been taken for, not that fundamentally it was different, so it stayed and disappeared in the same second. But during that lapse of time, he felt like a teenager, and frankly, he wasn't that far from that range of age. His only similar experience was with a childhood friend who, after a year and a half of dating, both became friends again because both realized the couple thing didn't work out for them and so disarmed the bomb before it exploded. Aside from this quite childish fit caused by the few toxins still in his brain, Liam was extremely pleased with the result. It wasn't truly what he came for, but it was a better result, better than he could have ever hoped for. There was no reason to complain or be negative, nor to be paranoid. He felt the furry tendrils at his nape, spine, and implant exit, leaving behind minuscule blood droplets and thousands of pinprick-style wounds that healed in barely a dozen seconds. However, he didn't move. He couldn't really do so with much efficiency. The effects of the venom were centralized on his main nervous system certainly, but not only, and his body focused on that part first, but he was gaining everything back in functioning order at a rapid pace. With all this he stayed perfectly still, his chest rising up and down as he enjoyed the picturesque sight unfolding above and the massage from the many filaments glowing a soft blue hugging all over his exposed body except his head, with also the several wood sprite having arrived while he was unconscious like some kind of extravagant body-fitting suit. It's a bona fide empathetic bond, not just a partial link anymore, he thought, giving a name to the phenomena all the while studying it. It was 1/3 the strength of that of the links for his tames, and unlike before, each of them could feel this unique connection if the various feedback of curiosity toward this specifically was any indicator. There is nothing to worry about, he sent to his tames, Gladius getting more as the bird was, to put it mildly, overprotective, and so this quenched their building anxiety born of their worry that something very bad happened to him. Chapter 67, 67. Meritocracy. Within the confines of a high-tech glass house in the Avatar compound close to the Simod, 2 women were wearing less cumbersome and better designs of the RDA exopacks. Those new models designed by Liam had a bulletproof visor, were lightweight, capable of shifting depending on the wearer's physiology, keeping a stable air pressure, filtering out breathable air out of the most commonly found non-solid substance such as water and Pandora's atmosphere, but also recycling it. They tracked both the position and basic bodily function such as the heart pulse and body temperature, and had the basic function of a phone, all the while having virtually infinite energy as long as hydrogen was at disposition. Not forgetting the most important part of all, drinking food, various drinks and medicine safely was possible via specialized valves letting a straw leading to the mouth open from below the mask. And all could be remotely monitored and controlled. Those 2 women were working on both native flora and highly genetically engineered ones from Earth. The fair-skinned one with almost pitch-black hair was Bibi Levson, a young xenobotanist who had arrived from the very last ISV Venture star. She was taking samples of a Xenopole Som Ortiz, or goat horn that was growing in a specialized plantation rack. This plant was brought here by her idol, Dr. Grace Augustine, though those weren't discovered by the Avatar. By her current works and tasks, she was to study the native flora first on a surface level to see which had potential use for human consumption and what could they be used for. The goal was focused on the community as a whole. This was by Liam's edict, which were around 2 very basic and all-encompassing rules that were to be respected to avoid his judgment being brought down. The first was, actions done with malice or inaction against such shall not be tolerated and will be judged. And the second was, actions done against or inaction for the betterment and progress of the community shall not be tolerated and be judged. The first rule protected the individual and the second rule the group, but they were vague and it was on purpose. It wasn't a set of rules to follow to the T but more of a way of life, a philosophy. For example, a 2-year-old toddler, a pregnant woman, or a wounded man recuperating would not be held to the same standard as a perfectly healthy adult. This is further separated by age, hierarchical position, knowledge, and experience. The 2 rules always were adapted for each individual but never changed in their consistency. But it was a philosophy warped around the view of the one single individual that possessed all the powers: reward, coercive, legitimate, referent, expert, and informational. One that was unbiased and did not care for what others might think unless it held value. They were sheep, Hell's Gate, a pasture where they could only live, and Liam was their shepherd who both protected and dictated them. And this metaphor was terrifyingly true, as many like Bibi understood how accurate it was. But it was far from being as bad as it sounded. Yes, he was a dictator by the strict definition of the term and didn't shy from that fact, being quite blunt about it, if not by words but by actions, as he had absolute power over everything remotely connected to technology. He was no tyrant, even if plenty saw him as exactly this, as they were unable to differentiate between unfeeling logic and cruelty. That's how she saw it. He understood that happy and healthy people were productive people, particularly in the long term, and that it brought, if not loyalty, a sense of dependency. He understood how humans worked, and how truly animal they were. It was the eternal carrot and stick method that was used. A method that proved time and time again to be effective, and here it didn't do any different, even more so with such a diligent dictator. But it also built laziness and complacency, and he understood this very well, so everyone able to work had to work for a set amount of time, achieve a certain goal, and fill a certain quota. Those were established by either him, non-sapient AI so virtually still him, or higher-ranked individuals like Catherine Hale, who herself wasn't immune to such standards. In fact, they were much higher and risked far harsher punishment from Liam. Failing to do so with no justifiable reasons would mean infringing on the second rule, ending with the punishment of doing more work in their given free time with the ones that were missed, to bland nutrition bars instead of regular food for a period of time, and even temporary privation of entertainment media. The punishment increases or lessens depending on what the fault was. In all cases, it gave a social stigma. Their data and faults were for all to see on the large hollow screen in Hell's Kitchen. As such, doing the opposite by going beyond gave advantages such as more free time, and being considered a more valuable member of the community, something shown too on the same screen. The scoreboard showing who was ranked compared to who by different factors on it only helped in building a healthy competition for the one who wanted, as it was evidently intended to do. As healthy as possible, that is because the principle of a competition was as double-edged as it could get, bringing both the best and worst. Cheating was an impossibility, not for the fault of a few now still struggling to crawl out the lower spectrum of the board, and the same for others who undermined their colleague. But those in the end weren't abandoned to spiral downwards indefinitely. It wasn't a fatality, but actions had consequences. And to climb the ladder doing your job as diligently you could wasn't the only method. Bringing divertisement or good ideas were such other means to go up. This led some individuals like Dr. Edmund Langfirst, an old man with graying blonde hair, and a gynecologist, to jump from the 20th place to the 6th as he directly asked Liam for the resources and manpower to build a school for both humans and NA6, all the while proposing himself to be one of the teachers. It was a redo of the school the RDA so easily destroyed, now under the name of the community school. This is how the base worked so smoothly for the last year, and how nothing had fallen into chaos in the 2.5 years since the RDA had been evicted from Pandora. Was this the best solution to make their little community of traitors against humanity thrive? Bibi Levson didn't know, but it seemed to work like a well-oiled machine, and it was infinitely better than back in her home country. At least she could speak freely without risking losing a piece of her body in retaliation, or simply walking in the wrong place, or being sold as some kind of pet to some twisted ultra-rich individual. She was safe. They were safe, with a stable supply of healthy foods, drinkable water, warm beds, and roofs above their head. No hunger, thirst, illness, or fear of being maimed and then killed. Compared to most of humanity, they were pampered to the extreme, but this wasn't free. It had a cost, if admittedly cheap one, of being useful. And at the end, they were completely free to do as they pleased, but again, freedom had a very hefty price, didn't come without heavy baggage, and had many consequences. This means that with how the base operated for an individual like her, a workaholic and a passion for her job, led her to be high on the scoreboard, averaging between the top 10 and 20. She dreamed of doing this exact job since she was a kid, studying and working on Pandora's flora with grace, and it was going past and beyond her expectations. The goat horn plants here, for example, were fascinating. They used a mechanism similar to osmosis, but instead of water molecules being interchanged to maintain a balance within the cells, it was sodium chloride, salt directly manipulated by a complex chain of enzymes and multiple specialized organelles. For all intent and purpose, the plant should be dead. They looked dead from the outside and at first glance from the inside as well, but it was the exact opposite. It was as if they were in a cryptobiosis-like state while still perfectly active and living. She would have believed if she was more gullible and someone said they were engineered life forms, she would have believed them in a heartbeat, but she wasn't. How the plants did this wasn't truly understood as of now, but these various processes led to the formation of razor-sharp pure salt crystals upon its two corkscrew-shaped leaves that absorb only a fraction of the light spectrum for the plant's bizarre photosynthesis. The entire plant, both the simple shoot system outside and the complex root system larger than most trees. They were like a mushroom cap and its mycelium in repartition. Both parts were edible and were rich in various essential minerals, making them better for the human body than the sea salt that was used, particularly here where the lower gravity had various negative effects on the body, and they were a nice complement. The plant in its natural state was obviously not to be consumed under any conditions unless internal laceration was the end goal with a sprinkling of salt poisoning. Hey, I have been wondering, and this might be overstepping my bounds and out of the blue, but why does Mr. Cram seem to have a particular interest in one of your sons? She suddenly said to the other woman. The woman in question was middle-aged with dirty blonde hair, and she was Mary McCosker. She was her colleague, a friend, and one of the 3 agricultural technicians of the base remaining. Her domain of specialization being in GMOs made her an important member. No, it's not a problem. I can see why. Many want to ask, but few actually possess the ball to do so. It's not like I bite or something. I'm a bitch, but not to that extent, Mary said offhandedly, her attention shifting from the Solanum chimerum made from 3 separate plants, potatoes, tomatoes, and eggplants to the young xenobotanist. Her words weren't lies per se, but they were mostly false all the same. She was ill-tempered at times and wasn't the most self-retrospective individual there was. Speaking of such a sensitive subject that wasn't so much of a thought in her mind until fairly recently after her husband brought it up to her tended to annoy and anger her. It was a very confusing situation and she didn't know what to do. You got it wrong, it's the opposite. Miles is obsessed with the genetically engineered freak for some reason. Sorry, slipped a bit here, she spat with dismay turned to frustration. The word describing Liam while not false led to a small frown appearing over Bibi's face before it disappeared as the apology. It's hard not to with that body of his, Bibi snarked internally, quite a drastic shift from her earlier mood. To say Liam wasn't attractive to her in many aspects, at least physically, would be lying. Alas, that dream of a potential relationship or a fling with him was crushed to dust, burned to ash, and rendered to nothingness long ago. He wasn't dense or blind to advance and social cues like this, he just didn't care and was very blunt about the fact he wasn't interested. A fact not unique to her, as she wasn't a lone case to be interested in him. He had the body of a Greek god after all, but not the temperament, as a brick wall would have more interest in her than him in that department. However, that didn't mean she couldn't appreciate the sight. Shaking the thoughts away, the xenobotanist refocused on the present and pressed further. But that's not the full story, right? Kids are pretty random and illogical, but still, it seems to bother you greatly. There is more. I don't know if I should say it because he always listens, but ARK, if I didn't appreciate you. At worst nothing happens and I trust you can keep your mouth shut. You know who killed the colonel? Mary relinquished and began explaining. Yes, it's not some kind of top secret information. Mr. Cram killed hundreds, Quaritch within. Bibi said she didn't really follow where this was going, but a few possibilities of where this was going entered her mind. That's true, and it's my point. Never have you asked yourself who were the biological parents of Miles within those killed? The blonde-haired woman asked, leading her friend to the answer. Now that you point that out, aside from the biological mother, Socorro, that I recall died by those bats. I don't know about the fatho. Oh shit, Bibi almost screamed as the realization of who the toddler's biological father was clicked in her head. Indeed, oh shit, Liam killed Quaritch, Miles' biological father. You didn't miss the mark by much earlier, he is protecting him. It's why nobody except a very few that you are now a part of knew who the biological father is, and with this protection came interest, maybe by some kind of twisted sense of guilt us mortals can't understand. He feels responsible for Miles and this led to this. Mary let out her eyes, reddening slightly at the end, but they disappeared rapidly. It hurt, but there wasn't much to do but bite the bullet. The child never really connected to them, be it either with her, or her husband. The only exception to that connection was their biological son, but here it wasn't that different, the two were close but not brothers. The fact she made the distinction didn't help either. She saw him more as a nephew than a son, but it still hurt, yet it was her and her husband's responsibility to take care of the orphaned boy, and they will do so with the best of their capabilities. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Mary said, her eye narrowing as the one main individual they were talking about could be seen walking with long strides toward them. He was a 2.16 meter, 7 feet 1, tall man of pure muscles yet perfectly proportioned, and his silver eyes were locked onto them. On his shoulders resided 3 beings. The one on his left was a sleepy 2-year-old boy with shoulder-length dark blonde hair and an exopack on his face, using the head of the man as a pillow. If the mask wasn't there, drool would drench the dark brown braids, while on the man's right shoulder was an avatar girl looking not much older than the human boy, and she was dreamily petting a large green tetrapteron with an eerily human face of annoyance. Its wings were open as if to avoid the sleeping girl and sleepy boy from falling. The 3.5 meters, 11 feet 5, tall glass door of the glass house slid open and the silver-eyed man walked to them, only stopping 1 meter in front of the 2 women, their biometrics constantly sent to his implant. Here, the little guy escaped your quarter, but he couldn't escape the cameras, and as I was already watching over Grace's daughter, I exhausted him for you. Your daily quota has been met, you can go, and the same is for you, Dr. Lev's son. Liam said calmly with an amused smile. Crouching down, he picked the boy up from his shoulder with extreme care in his large calloused hand, as any fraction of his true strength being used would lead to a snapping of the spine or crushing the rib cage. Human bones for him were fragile, his strength having slowly increased as he grew and worked out through the 3 years, only amplifying this point. And toddler bones were almost as if he was handling fresh snow and trying to keep it in the same shape. He was no Superman that could throw cars in outer spaces, but he needed to tread carefully with weaker beings if he didn't want to harm or kill them. "No. I wanna stay with Daddy," Miles mumbled in his sleep while he was being slipped from the post-human hands to the ones of Mary, who almost snatched the boy as soon as a solid hold was given. Did he just call me that? Liam's mind slowed to a crawl for a millisecond before it was back to normal, and he stood up, the recording from the toddler's blue exopack being repeated. At least nobody else heard Miles, but that was just the incoherent babble of a toddler that didn't mean much. But with the earlier discussion, the two women had, and the general situation, Liam wasn't blind to what was potentially happening, but he was stumped on what to do or not to do. Or he was putting too much emphasis on the random words of a toddler. Letting time pass for Miles, or as he liked to call him, Spider, due to his tendency to climb like one to grow up, seemed to be the only wise choice here. Chapter 68, 68. Technology, bad or good? Looking for a brief second to Miles in Mary's arm, Liam shifted from his crouching position to a standing one, making go by a few heads above the two women. "I must bid you goodbye," he said, not bothering or needing to explain anything further. He needed to deliver the boy, and that's what he did, and so his task was done. He walked out of the glass house, leaving the two women behind. "Hey! Mary, are you all right?" Bibi, the first to snap back to reality, asked her friend, whose body was trembling slightly and her hands focused on tapping gently the boy's body as if to look for any potential injuries. "Yes. It's just... he scares me to death. He ripped people with those hands. He is a monster, Bibi. I know I repeat myself, I know how you feel about him, hot or not he is still one. He doesn't even see us as equal, the NA6 have more in common with us than us with him. We are dumb animals to him," Mary said in one breath, and her heart started to calm down. Bibi mentally rolled her eyes at the drama of Mary. She understood how it was possible to fear him. She wasn't different the first few months, but after years people like her friend should not be as skittish when Liam is in the same room. They should feel the opposite, in her opinion. And the man they were speaking about was already on his way to the exit of the Avatar compound. Liam had heard it all and he was used to it. At first this kind of thing annoyed him, but now he didn't even remotely care. Being offended is a choice. He had thicker skin than that. He wasn't going to be offended by Mary's petty words, not that they were void of any truth, and this was inevitable. Humans were never happy, always ready to find something to complain about or create imaginary problems to then complain about. As long as it didn't go to a certain point, he wouldn't do anything, though if it was in his face or if it was rather extreme, then things would be set straight. If it was a remark from someone he was close to, then it would stick, but otherwise, he cared little. In the end, the ones acting this way were a minority who didn't speak of him with vitriol in such a way aside from others they knew wouldn't berate or slap them. They were cowardly, and their only strength was creating a group of like-minded people, which was useless here. It wasn't a democracy or any kind of such, it was a meritocracy, dictatorial. Rioting wasn't going to bring positive results if it was for such reasons. He was kind, but his kindness wasn't unlimited or for everyone. Right at this instant he could kill everyone wearing exopacks, as he already recycled every old one to basic materials. He can make the devices hold onto the skulls so that the wearer wouldn't be able to take it off unless skins, hairs, and jaws were ready to be ripped off or broken, and create a vacuum, or switch the air to the regular one of Pandora. And everyone knew he had, or was quite literally the kill switch. He wasn't happy with this situation and would prefer to not have to need such things, but what he wanted. That reality and stupid people didn't care, and a wordless threat to your very existence got the message across better than any words. The most dangerous aspect about him wasn't his superhuman strength, speed, or even his inventory, but his knowledge and control over technology. Because if he didn't have such a thing, he would just be a brick. One that certainly punched hard and ran faster than nearly all land animals, but that would be about it. Any strategies with some thoughts put behind them and done by mildly competent and dedicated individuals would end up with him in a highly secured cell in some laboratory or dead. He wasn't different from regular humans here, his greatest strength lay in technology. Though without it he wasn't completely defenseless either. Mentally commanding the reinforced gate in front of him to open, he walked past the electrified metal fences and was out of the compound. The jungle began but a few dozen meters, but it was far from being in the true wilderness. Aside from the odd viper wolves and small group of sting bats, nothing truly dangerous roamed this territory. Making sure the avatar girl on his shoulder was safe, he progressed into the jungle following a very precise path. Various buzzing, chirps, yawls, and clicks were heard from both fauna and flora alike, creating a chaotic melody of which the loudest partaking in it were a group of monkey-like creatures with 2 arms slipping into 4 forearms ending in 2-fingered hands was following them with but curiosity. Those were a pack of Prolmurus or Syaxiuk in NA6, a curious and non-aggressive species related to the latter in a way similar to humans and chimpanzees, even if for the NA6 they would be closer to a species of chimps. And it was a pack known and followed by the xenozoologist. They were just as much interested in him as in the small avatar, of which for some reason Liam and Iwa only knew, but one 4-eyed glare from Orion scared them off. If the Tetrapteron wasn't on his shoulder and with a task, it would have trapped one of the small blue monkeys and eaten it still alive. And in an order of 15 minutes he walked 2.5 kilometers to arrive at a bizarrely shaped clearing with a lake in its middle, the change almost as drastic as between the Avatar compound and the jungle. It was the first mine that caused conflict right after the departure of the RDA, and it had been repurposed when all important minerals had been excavated out. Destruction as it may be wasn't the end. The local flora took a heavy toll and the fauna was forced out, but no toxic substances were used and the soil was still fertile and safe to live on. It wasn't as grave as some would make it sound. The mining expedition wasn't done recklessly without care for anything but short-term benefit, which Liam made sure of. It was unlike the others of the RDA, which had become almost a wasteland where the biodiversity was extremely limited to a few specialized organisms that would in due time make them habitable for others. Life always finds a way, even more, so when she has a consciousness. And this mine in particular is still in use, but for wildly different reasons. A house that looked like a mix of modern but with woods and plants growing everywhere that developed into an ordered botanical garden. The building was situated on the edge of a cliff with multiple ropes and ladders leading to the crystal clear water of the lake full of giant lily pads below. Various fish could be seen swimming, with a large cephalopod-like animal in between a nautilus and a cuttlefish, a Sagittaria or Skioka in NA6, and its timid nature led it to disappear in the depth of the lake. Liam took in the pleasant and peaceful sight before being reminded of why he was here by a soft yawn from the NA6 human hybrid sleeping on his shoulder free of charge. A bed, right, and food too. And a new pair of diapers as well, but those are problems for your father, he chuckled to himself as a very recognizable scent entered his inhumanly sensitive nose. Hasting his pace, he moved along the coast up to the cottage. Walking past a dire horse drinking the nectar of a tube-shaped flower with its long tongue, he arrived at his destination. His silver eyes met the yellow cat-like ones of an adult male NA6 wearing a pair of bloodied cargo pants, a dirty brown shirt, and a black metallic suit over the right side of his body. From right shoulder to tip of the right hand fingers, it covered his right leg to the food. Liam, the NA6 exclaimed with a bright smile as he stopped shining the already bled-out carcass of an hexapede and stood up to his almost 3-meter height. Tsute, Liam said back, but in a lower voice as both men exchanged a firm forearm handshake, the blood left behind on his left forearm warping away in his inventory, and a handkerchief materialized above his implant which he gave to the NA6. Thanks. I hope Kiri didn't cause any trouble, Tsute said with a hint of worry as cleaned his hand, the drying blood vanishing into the tissue before he picked up his daughter from Liam's shoulder, all under the scrutinizing gaze of the green Tetrapteron. Calm down girl, don't go rip one of his eyes out, Liam sent to his tame through the mental link, while at the same time, he answered, and mirth filled him at the sudden reaction from Tsute about Kiri's surprise gift. She didn't, she played with Gladius and Miles before falling asleep. On another note, it seems the suit works as intended in action if you managed to hunt such a game in such a short time, Liam said as his eyes narrowed slightly and his implant glowed ever so brighter as he looked over the data from the suit microcomputers. Yes. It's impossible to describe. It's like I never was injured. I can use my full dexterity, sense of touch, and nearly all strength. It's... Only Iwa knows how grateful I am for this piece of machinery. How things have changed, Tsute snorted amusedly at the end. This suit has the purpose of substituting the epidermis for protection and the permanently damaged nerves due to the 3rd to 2nd degree burn the NA6 received during the battle against the RDA. The suit detected the electromagnetic signal of the healthy nerves and translated it into usable data for its paper-thin microprocessor, all the while sending its own magnetic signal to the nerve back, mimicking almost too perfectly what is supposed to be still functional, such as the nerve on the skin, to give back a sense of touch with thousands of cell-sized sensors. It didn't grant him extra strength from anywhere as he misinterpreted. It let him have access to the one he lost, but not all, as some muscles simply couldn't heal back to their full capacity or were still in need of being strengthened after an extended period of inactivity, the time passed to keep them from atrophying, and few months of testing not enough to keep everything in perfect shape. The snort amused Liam. Wearing such a piece of technology with clothes from the Sky People was something the NA6 would have preferred suicide over barely 3 years ago, and it wasn't an exaggeration of both his knowledge and understanding. Grace changed him, and Liam found it quite ironic. It was almost the exact opposite of Jake, or Tsaik as his name in NA6 was with his mate Neytiri. But all NA6 and their view on technology has changed and is bound to continue on this route. It's just that Tsute has become one of the most open-minded about this. He realized it was the user the problem and not the technology by itself. A gun by itself isn't dangerous, the one handling it is, and the RDA was the handler until recently. It didn't mean he liked many of its facets such as vehicles, but he saw the utility in having them, and who would say no to running water that magically changes temperature, a box that cleans and dries clothes, or a cube filled with cold air that kept food for far longer than it should. It wasn't black and white. This was one of the reasons why Tsute didn't live in the encampment of the Omashiakea barely 3 kilometers north of here. These machines wouldn't be accepted. The other was Grace. She might have become an avatar, but she very much remained human in both heart and mind. And she wasn't part of the Omatakea. Being part of the people and that of a clan are two distinctly different things. She refused to be part of the clan, judging it wasn't for her, as she knew she could never integrate. She still held very good relations with its members, but she wasn't one of them. As such, the couple with their daughter didn't live with the clan, preferring to live in between the two worlds. There were some more minutes of small talk between the two before Liam bid his goodbye and sprinted off back to Hell's Gate. Not needing to be careful about a sleeping baby on his shoulder, he enjoyed the full extent brought by his transhuman physiques, and with Orion holding on for dear life as he arrived back at the Avatar compound in barely 3 minutes. Then he tracked right where he was keeping the kids, the lesser replicator. Grace used the chance he was here to use the machine to ask him to watch over Kiri while she was working in her lab and Tsute hunting. Gladius was sleeping in a ball with Daisy fiddling confusedly with a regular Rubik's Cube in its first pair of legs, both now fully grown up. The slinger wouldn't differ much from its wild counterpart aside from a bulkier body and that it was smarter, while for Gladius, the great ostropede was almost 2 times the size of its wild counterpart, much of it by sheer muscular mass, making it stand at nearly 9 meters, 29 feet, if the head is counted, the mental part not needing to be mentioned. Such the difference was huge. And that wasn't all. Liam had recently started training Gladius to use the suicidal attack the species is known for. Sounds were extremely powerful and dangerous weapons if used correctly. "Wake up, lazy bird," he said both physically and psionically to his clawed monster of a tame, who in an almost comical way straightened up at the call. A few mental commands later, Liam verified if the harness over the giant bird was good before jumping down and checking for one last time over the large trolley that was supporting the weight of a large blocky metal structure. Attaching a similar if smaller harness to his body, Liam cracked his neck and the two breathed in deeply before they began dragging the trolley and what was on it out of the lesser fabricator toward Valkyrie 17 a few hundred meters away. Could a vehicle or other methods have done the job? Yes, but the two of them do so as well, and remarkably so, adding that Liam found using his strength liberating even more so when it was a real effort like now. Every day, hour, minute, and second he was forced to control his strength and restrain himself for the others and the world around him. It wasn't a complaint, it was a natural consequence of being gifted with such strength, but by all means, letting loose from time to time was beyond relieving. The structure being dragged was the last piece of a puzzle he had been working on since he decided to build a facility upon the surface of Neretsksepe, the icy moon. It was a time-consuming and resource-consuming project. Designing and finding the perfect place to build the element nexus, as he called it, was the easiest part. Pandora wasn't the moon used for most of the minerals for the facility creation. What was unique about this moon was Pandorium, and this metal wasn't needed in the 10,000 tons here. Metals weren't all that were needed either, and those prime materials such as silica could be found elsewhere, such as on Neraninan and Neritsep, the two other closest moons to Pandora. Though this wasn't what led to the beginning of an extra lunar mining expedition, it was something already planned by him and Catherine. It was a necessity aside from the obvious point of being the best choice for everyone. And the moon exploited was Neraninan, the smallest of the two. There wasn't everything, but there was what was needed. The other moon currently was simply out of their league, too dangerous, with an average temperature enough for lead to melt, extreme or basic rain to earthquake, and almost daily volcanic eruption. It was a mini Venus. To put it mildly, the miners weren't trained to go to such dangerous areas or even equipped for it. The Moon, Mars, and asteroids were quite comparable to that literal hellscape. Automatons would not fare much better either. It was but the start. After all, he had only 2 Valkyrie shuttles at his disposition, and aside from him only 2 other pilots, which was the number necessary to pilot one, were under him. Doing more such mining asteroids was not quite right doable for now. Chapter 69, 69. Element Nexus. Whipping the thin sheet of sweat that accumulated over his brows and exhaling, Liam smiled in contentment as the chains behind him fell with loud clanking sounds on the concrete, leading to Orion flying away from his shoulder at the sudden sound. They had arrived at the Valkyrie. "Help me take that off of you, Gladius," Liam said to his tame, who didn't need detail to obey. Immediately sitting down, the giant let him take off the harness, and as usual a reward was given, and it was in the form of a large 1% vegetal cookie made of condensed iron truffle. Placing his implant in front of his closed mouth, he began to drink down what was materializing out of his inventory. It was a liquid paste tasting like strawberries, composed of water, various vitamins, protein, and minerals way past the fatal concentration for humans. It was basically poison, but one that gained him plenty of time. It was because he needed to eat almost constantly, or more accurately never felt a kind of satiety, or when it was the case it lasted but a short time. Even more so when there was a strenuous effort. It's not as if he was going to die or weaken if he didn't eat anything for 1 day or more. He could probably last several months if he truly had no choice, but his body still requires fuel, and a ton of it, to work at full capacity. The fact he was constantly slowly growing in height, size, and weight amplified this. It needed to be fueled as well. He didn't run on magic or power of belief. The dozens of mitochondria-like organelles in each of his cells aren't going to produce their highly optimized ATPs with clean air and water. For now, it was easily manageable, barely an inconvenience really. He wasn't badly designed. When no demanding activity both mentally and physically was done, his body entered a sort of semi-hibernation state. He wasn't going to starve to death, but in the end, he still demanded more than any average human would in food daily. The fact his character back in the game was in a constant state of hunger seemed to make instantly more sense in a very unpleasant way here. And his eternal growth spurt wasn't going to stop as far as he knew. It was very consistent, unnaturally so even, and that was something to take into consideration for the future. With how it was now, in a few years he would be taller than some of the adult NA6, and in a few more years he would be taller than most. It was a bizarre but very real future if things went as calculated, that is. This was aside from the potential consequences tied to such a height and his bulk. He wasn't lean and lithe like the NA6. Though he preferred his strength 10 times over, but for clothing and armors. This was a great annoyance, more so with his growth. adding that presently everything not made to hold nearly half a ton on a small surface would snap under him. A very big annoyance in his daily life at Hell's Gate, he couldn't even sit on a regular chair. So his growth by the square cube laws would mean an exponential increase in mass and as such weight, leading to him potentially weighing in the tons. This was with his inventory empty as well. How Mary called him, a genetically engineered freak, was quite a pt of description, if a bit too pejorative to his taste. Even with this much artificial flavor, the aftertaste is horrendous. Maybe blueberries will be better next time, or a mix of both. Or maybe something extremely spicy or sour. Possibilities, possibilities, so many possibilities, he thought, finishing gulping nearly 1 liter of this mixture of crushed animal and plant parts diluted in extremely mineralized water. All of his senses were enhanced to various degrees, such as the one of taste, adding to the fact his brain was capable of processing more information led him to pick up the minute difference when he ate, a gift for someone like him but also a curse for things such as consuming this highly processed source of nutrition. So the fake strawberry taste couldn't fully hide the ungodly taste of the flesh organ blood root fiber smoothie, but 2 liters of water drunk in a similar fashion were enough to wash most of it away. It helped, but it was more of a band-aid type of solution, yet this substance was very helpful when the time for cooking wasn't an option or he didn't have several kilograms of food at disposition, like now. Liam cracked his neck and climbed the ramp of the space shuttle, and before it closed he waved Gladius with a smile. The great Ostropede caught and nodded happily, all while still munching on the massive cookie as it walked away. His tames could take care of themselves in Hell's Gate while he was away. Their status, unknown to anyone but him within the internal system of the base, was equal to Grace's own, who herself was only second to him, and this was recognized for his tames via microchips implanted deep in their skin. Facial and vocal recognition was not up to date for his little family of mostly murder birds, and it was better to begin with. Moving past everything in the spaceship, he arrived at the cockpit, and as if it was a regular old car, he lit up the already warmed-up propulsors. The massive multi-ton vehicle started to fight back the shackles of the moon's gravity and easily succeeded in breaking them as it hovered 24 meters above the ground. Focusing, Liam piloted the spacecraft as it methodically moved above the massive rectangular object as heavy as 3 school buses he dragged here. From the belly of the Valkyrie, 6 circles slid open by their center, just enough for an equal number of short and bulky articulated arms adorned at their end by what looked like the barrel of a gun, each barrel as long as Liam was tall. Fusion reactors are stable. Everything seems in order, Liam thought, checking both mentally and physically at all the data of the space shuttle. Each of the barrels spun on its axis. Flashing red lasers scanned where each focused onto the rectangle, warped like a burrito in a protective layer of highly insulent and heat-resistant material of polymer and steel alloy. A warper that had been recycled dozens of times for atmospheric exit and entry. It was printed around each piece of the facility for their transport. Damage done upon them while not grave was something that would waste time. Several seconds passed as the laser did more scans and the main computer calculated the best way forward with his assistance. The 6 barrels recalibrated themselves to the millimeters, then the warped rectangle worth almost 30 tons started to float up in the Valkyrie and stayed above completely unaffected. There was no spectacle or fancy light aside from the red lasers. The few that had seen the scene didn't stop their current tasks either to appreciate this feat of engineering. It wasn't the first time they saw this, nor would it be the last, so they became numb to it for the most part. They didn't even know what it was, how it was done, or why it was done. It was quite common with Liam, but whatever it was, the result was going to be a net positive for everyone. That even the less affectionate of their benevolent dictator could realize this much. The 6 arm turrets were magnetic tractor beams. They were based on his magnetic gauntlet and the tractor beam of the Texkif, but instead of a controlled gravity field, they worked by generating magnetic fields focused into beam-like forms, all thanks to the Pandorium used to build them, and weeks of work. This difference in the fundamental force used led to the object needing to be lifted being magnetic to a no small degree, and that it was to be lifted in a certain way. Gravity was still very much in effect, and depending on how an object was lifted it could lead to damage, as the non-magnetic structure could potentially collapse or fold on itself. Something that would not happen with the tractor beam as it enveloped homogeneously the object, but compared to it the magnetic tractor beams could work at infinitely smaller scale due to the effect of gravity weakening the further an object lost in weight, but this facet was not of much use here. Putting a no small percentage of the fusion reactor's energy production into the magnetic tractor beams, and by moving them Liam dragged the gravity-defying rectangle 5 meters below the Valkyrie. Then he began the ascension to a few minutes later, the atmospheric exit of which he weakened the magnetite hold as the effect of Pandora's gravity became but an afterthought. Only around layer 18 when he began the atmospheric entry of Neretsk did the power behind the magnetic tractor beams were brought back up. Flying in the white chaos that is the eternal blizzard of this moon, there was no way of knowing by simply sight which way was which. It was a very dangerous place to be. Landing would not be impossible, but doing the opposite was something else. This was something Liam was very aware of. There was no need for an accident for him to realize. In an hour several dozen tons of snow and hail could accumulate on the top of Valkyrie if it were to land. This was why bothering with a base in such conditions was at best stupidity and worst madness. It would be buried, crushed to never be seen again in barely a week. This was a problem that was excessively hard to solve, so the solution was to better avoid it altogether. And avoid it he did, but going to another place on the moon wasn't an option as the blizzards moved, going under was. And this was why after an hour of flight large mountain-like structures pinged in his mind through the computer his implant was connected to. Those were extinct cryovolcanoes. As their names suggested, when they were active they ejected cryomagma composed here of a mix of liquid water, and ammonia, of which upon contacts with sub-zero temperature on the surface froze, leading to their current state. Maneuvering closer the view cleared almost instantly as the cryovolcano's sheer size and bulk acted like a shield protecting a large white and icy blue area of the most powerful winds, and as such what they carried, but their shape was carved in a complex pattern without any meaning. Progressing further down the protection given by those unique dead volcanoes, the spaceship's speed decreased more and more to the point a human could outrun it. Then it slammed into the nearest cryovolcano. The blanket of frozen snow broke apart before the whole of the Valkyrie, revealing a massive cave, and its insides were suddenly lit by hundreds of light placed in two straight upon the smooth cold blue ceiling. This wasn't a cave in the truest sense, but the exit of the cryomagma from another nascent now dead cryovolcano that had started growing below another one. Liam was proud to have caught this on the radar, this pearl, and knew how lucky he was to have done so. It was perfect for the facility revealing itself before his eyes. On a flattened ice was a tall symmetrical structure of 190 meters long, 623 feet, and 70 meters, 230 foot, width, for both at their utmost. It was composed of dozens of rectangular blocks perfectly fused in the shape of a lozenge, with three small extensions growing out from the border in its middle as if they were legs or roots, and it broke the perfect symmetry. Asymmetry he was here to fix. Approaching almost to the point of hovering above it, the barrel of the magnetic tractors began to move independently as the warper around the rectangle was lifted away, revealing a structure identical to the three other legs of the massive metal lozenge. It contained a miniaturized nuclear reactor like the three others, something Liam didn't have the engram of, but building them wasn't exactly difficult for all the other knowledge in his possession. It's at the end of the day for him a good old dynamo powered by an external energy here, heat, nothing fancy about it. The structure spun in the glacial air with the 5 remaining magnetic tractor beams as Liam oriented it and manipulated it toward its intended target, and as if the massive structure was but a vulgar piece of Lego he plugged it in, both parts seemingly fusing. Finally, finally. The element nexus is finished now, onto the element itself, but first a check-up if everything is in order, Liam mumbled with an immense amount of satisfaction, a large smile showing pearly white teeth before it disappeared by a metallic helmet closing over his face. It was an armor, or more accurately a spacesuit of a similar design to the titanium CRV 2.0.7, the one he used when out on Pandora. But compared to it, the Titanium Protector V1.3, as it was named, had the purposes of protecting against the void of space, radiation of all types, highly acidic or basic environment, and could switch between mods for extreme cold safely for extended periods up to -170 C degree, 274 F degree, and its inverse at 360 C degree, 680 F degree. this all the while being able to breathe. As the Valkyrie began to land and the warper of the nuclear reactor was folded into a flat square and placed on the ice, Liam moved at the back of the shuttle. And with a dumb grin on his face that looked out of place, he started to run and jumped down through the still opening ramp. Spinning in the air gracefully, he fell slower than he would on Earth and Pandora due to the lower gravity, giving the time to reorient himself and land one knee on the ground, the other up and first planted in the ice as he slowly looked up. Superhero landing, he chuckled internally as he walked toward the entrance of his facility, passing dozens of fist imprints on the hardened ice. He might appear extremely serious, no-nonsense, and stoic to others, which he was. It wasn't an act. He was very bad at this kind of thing, but he wasn't like this at every second of his life, quite the opposite in fact. It's just there was a time and place for various things. A set of doors that camouflages itself with the wall opened before him as he entered to then close, the sound of air being vacuumed, then pressurized water washing the ammonia away from his spacesuit from all sides to the sound of air both drying him and replacing the icy moon air echoed. After this process ended, a new set of doors opened, revealing an interior of metallic grey, holographic screen, soft blue light, and a plethora of budding plants that now were almost unrecognizable but were of both from Pandora and Earth. It was the living quarter with everything needed for someone like him. But that wasn't what interested him. He walked toward the newly integrated nuclear reactor and finalized the connection to the main and subsidiary cooling systems and energy-related ones. After this, he continued his checkup tour to see if everything was operational and ordered the main computer of the facility to do the same digitally. Only when he was certain all was functioning correctly did he finally take off his spacesuit, put it in a specialized washing machine, took a shower, then throw on a pair of boxers, pants, socks, and clean shoes. This left his torso bare, but he didn't care. There was nobody, and if there was he wouldn't care either. Downing the same abomination of a smoothie from yesterday, but this time nearly 4 times the quantity, nearly leading him to puke even with 2 liters of water added to wash out the taste. He was satiated, but that wasn't in the most pleasant of ways. He waited 50 minutes for his metabolism to truly begin the digestion, then he walked toward the blood extraction and filtering room, or BEFR for short, his mind focused on the future, apprehension and excitement mixed together. Chapter 70 of Blood, Sweat and Element. In front of Liam laid a 50 cm, 20 in, tall glass cylinder connected from both top and bottom to a sophisticated bulky machine, itself attached to a blocky metal structure. From the same structure, tubes and cables led to a vacuum chamber, of which passed from on its corner a thin tube of nanofiber lead and titanium alloy entered, and it was connected to the vacuumed centermost cube of a fist-sized translucent tesseract that was held at equidistant from all sides of the chamber by magnetism. Extending his left hand toward a circle on the main body next to the cylinder, he willed it open and thrusted his hand in almost to the elbow, then it closed around, almost like a seal. What followed was UV light being blasted against his forearm, hand, finger, and implant before all air began to be vacuumed out and metallic claws grasped his wrist for it to stay still. "Here we go," Liam said under his breath as a needle he was controlling suddenly breached his skin in the space connecting his flesh and metal. He felt it slide against both surfaces as they were sensitive to various degrees. It moved deeper until it perforated his hyperdeveloped radial artery, and an anticoagulant was then injected to facilitate the procedure. A few of his powerful heartbeats later, from the top of the cylinder, dark red, half liquid half viscous blood, his blood could be seen accumulating on the metal. And then it started to fall slowly, large scarlet droplets by large droplets, showing that the drainage had begun and it wasn't going to end now. Seconds turned to minutes that turned into a full hour, where liter upon liter of blood was drawn out to the point the cylinder was full. With a pale face and lightheadedness bordering on a splitting headache, Liam almost buckled as the machine by his will took out the needle and got a hold of his left forearm. Placing his bare back against the cold metal wall of the room, he gazed with a strange mix of muddled emotion at the sight of almost 11 liters, 2.75 gal, of his dark red blood taken from his body being flushed down the machine to be filtered down to the atom was a good reminder. And it was getting filtered down because the element he wanted was in his blood, but it was in such a minuscule percentage it might as well not be here. but he knew it was here thanks to the scan of his inventory, yet he couldn't get it through his inventory by itself. At maximum, he could take out individual thin grains of sand in terms of size and weight, but as precise as it was almost on the cellular level, but the atomic level necessary to filter his blood himself was in the million times smaller in terms of scale, as such a specially designed machine was a must. His specimen implant was tech in nature, and this means element in some form. And this element he did everything to get was, well, element, fractional particles of it that got expelled and absorbed by his implant daily with an increase after eating due to a boost in production, a quantity that even if it were to be multiplied wouldn't change anything, as it was what he lived on, literally. The true essence of his being was even that to a no small degree. All the metallic roots and pulsing blue energy when he spoke to Iwa or when he tamed Aegis were no simple representation, they all had elements in some shape or form, or showed their presence in the deepest part of his being. It was one of the potentially most dangerous substances in the universe when in its raw form. It could alter anything and everything into copies of itself, forever altering the fabric of reality, from physical material to energy and more. It was an exotic chemical outside of all known physics, yet at the same time with interaction to all. Only the word element was a good denominator for what this thing was. It couldn't be truly classified on the periodic table, being placed to the side as X, short for element. It was in a way not part of how reality was understood. It seemed to work both in and outside of the closed system that is the universe. As it grew, it created more matter and energy than it consumed, increasing its growth further, breaking several laws of physics such as the first, second, and their law of thermodynamics. It broke the entire notion of entropy by its mere existence. This was in its raw, pure, uncorrupted form. It wasn't immutable to change, the exact opposite. Each of its forms had different properties and uses. It was an endlessly strong and adaptable substance. If it wasn't the case, it wouldn't be usable at all, and Liam would be presently dead, having turned off. It wasn't conscious, alive, or anything of the sort by itself. It simply was, as much as hydrogen or any inert matter was neither alive nor conscious. It just reacted differently depending on its state and what it was used with. It wasn't evil in the same manner as anti-hydrogen, or the most dangerous virus that could exist, or prions or plutonium weren't. They were to not be handled recklessly or without extensive knowledge. Well, as long as it didn't become the corrupted element, then it would have a will, a twisted, destructive one born as a consequence of humanity's collective action and emotion, such as pain and madness brought by war. Thereby changing what was pure, not alive, by giving it a purpose to grow, consume, and subdue everything standing in its path by any means necessary, switching from passive to aggressive. For that to happen, he must mess up really badly or do it on purpose. But even though it was pretty harmless overall as of now, it needed to be handled with the utmost care. It could snowball rapidly out of control with its capacity to spread like something almost akin to cancer. At least that was per Liam's understanding, and he will make sure it will grow by his will to be used for his, Iwa, and everyone's continual existence. A few minutes passed as his weary silver eyes instinctively trailed toward the tesseract, even before the various scanners that told his foggy mind it was 11 picograms worth of impure element, slightly lower than the weight of a human red cell. 1 picogram of impure element per liter of blood, 1 picogram being 1 quadrillion times less than 1 kilogram. All of this blood for so little, he almost shuddered, and the thought that this would have been done to him if he had been captured, and if he got captured, this would happen, and so much worse. Blood wasn't going to be the only thing to be extracted. It was low on the ladder of horror, but if the humanity of this universe came to get element and he had no control, then the end result wouldn't be different from the lore or reality of this video game universe. What he was doing was a risk that could end for the worse, but between this and the certainty it would turn for the worse, then the choice between the two was self-evident. The tesseract was a safe place for the few picograms of elements he recorded from his body, and there was no need to worry about it since the form it currently was, its growth capacity was almost zero, and it was kept in the tesseract as a way to not lose it. Far from the sheer scale and speed that, for example, an odd 5 kg of raw element could swallow an entire town in not even 2 weeks, the more time passes the greater the growth. Even without it being corrupted, it wasn't a toy or to be underestimated. Sleepy. Might have gone a bit too hard for the first time, he mumbled, massaging his sweaty forehead as he stumbled back toward the living quarter and fell like a log on the bed that was defying the moon's gravity by simple magnetism. A mattress, with pillows and a comforter where he could change their shape, density, and temperature to his will. The sudden disappearance of more than a third of his blood from his body was not without effects. It was already miraculous he didn't pass out yet. He was slightly too excited and only stopped before the seriously dangerous limit. Liam woke up the next day after 12 hours, his face still pale and heavy eye bags under his eyes, with in bonus a killing headache that came with a feeling of weakness, and a deep hunger, which was something he had predicted in advance. Walking up to the massive fridge that was more of a cold chamber than anything, he opened it and stared at several dozen metal compartments that each contained 4 kilograms worth of extremely nutrient-rich food, all with ingredients oriented toward replenishing blood. He wasn't going to only drink this meat plant smoothie when alternatives existed, and he doesn't have much of it left to begin with. What to eat? He scratched his beard while cold air wafted over his body, his stomach rumbled loudly, and without much further thought he took the closest to him with a full-course meal with pot au feu as the main dish, but instead of beef, the meat was of a venator and every other ingredient from Pandora with various supplement added it. After heating up what needed to be heated, he sat on his bed, a table rolled by itself, and he began to eat. At this point, the headache had mostly disappeared and his face had gained some of its color back. He hummed as soft classical music started playing and a hologram appeared before his eyes, lazily waving in the air as he took a large piece of meat that melted on his tongue. The freezer didn't alter any of it, he designed it right. His left index finger moved as from the hologram what appeared to be an alien tower of metal and strange root with a lozenge-shaped cavity right below its split pointy top. Implant glowing a bit brighter, the plan of the megastructure snapped into millions of pieces, all grayed out or loading as it focused on a small part of the whole. It was the design of an obelisk, similar in shape but in a grand party different in goal than the ones on an ARK. It was barely a month-old project, and these obelisks would serve 3 major purposes: defense, attack, and support. But it was tech he didn't have the tech grams of, and as knowledgeable as he was, a single month wasn't enough, several years were, then there would be the astronomical amount of resources necessary to build them. At the moment he didn't even finish working on the outer shell. Oh fu came my head, the hologram fizzled out of existence as he cursed. The headache suddenly flared back in a way that led him to crush the titanium fork in his hand and stopped him from thinking coherently. Yeah, clearly overdone it. But I will do like half of it now, Liam babbled, breathing heavily and deeply as with the twisted utensil he finished eating, the table by his mind moved away and every dirty silverware was put in the washing machine, even the fork, but he couldn't manage to bring himself to care. He laid on his back, his boot still on from yesterday, on the mattress whose temperature lowered. Closing his eyes he breathed in and out deeply as he tried to void his mind of stray thoughts, but without much success. Groaning, he cut off the music and tried again, yet no success. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep from the get-go, and to begin with having no thoughts for him was almost an impossibility, his brain constantly going over and over many things at once. Abandoning this senseless endeavor, he decided to go the opposite direction, as in either case, the headache wasn't going to diminish, even less disappear, until his blood level became close to normal again. Focusing upon his links to his tames, he felt the minds of every one of them. Nearly all were asleep and only one was dreaming something remotely interesting. It was Gladius, and it was about eating with him and everyone. It was heartwarming but quite common for the murder bird, while for the awake, Mary was playing with apparently still living food, and Aegis, the massive armored shark, was just hunting, likely going to take down 2 or 3 reckless flying creatures before sleeping. Surface yet detailed level information garnered from his deep familiarity with his tames, he knew them like the back of his hand. They were an extension of his will. One interesting was that there was no variation in intensity, no latency or interference. The kilometer of snow, the ice above, with the blizzard, added to the sheer distance between the icy moon and Pandora, was almost 3 times the one between Earth and the moon, being of no effect to this chenic phenomena. It meant several possibilities, of which 3 stood out: it was supraliminal and couldn't get affected by those earlier mentioned points by ever the tiniest degree, or it was working on a different plane of reality or a blend of all and some more. It was fascinating, and from his weak understanding the last option was the answer. It couldn't get affected and didn't obey regular laws of physics because it was simply working outside of them, they were metaphysical in nature. The only physical material seemingly interacting with it without being alive to a great extent were Pandorium and Element, but for the latter, he played just as much of a major role, not that life didn't play a role for the former. Shinnok was tied to life, or as it seemed emotion, thoughts, mind, and soul, all that was born and the byproduct of sentience and sapience. And those two materials had in common that they were doing the middle finger to physics and many if not all of the great minds behind its development. But the study of physics at the end, like all sciences, was a human idea, a way for the species to try and understand a fraction of the universe. It wasn't the universe itself. It was bound to have mistakes and change to evolve for a better version of itself. And he, Iwa, human, Na6, and Tolkien, for all sapient beings or species, needed a common understanding of reality wherever its name may be to communicate and understand each other. There is the truth, and the opinions around this truth, no matter how close or far to it they are, their very nature as opinions is immutable unless the individual can bend reality. That's how he saw it, that was his opinion. Seeing on the side for his tames there wasn't much going on and it needed more focus to have any information not helping the headache, Liam decided to do the obvious and put his entire focus foregoing everything but the empathetic bond toward the being that for Na6 would be considered eerily close to a mate. A bond that had kept on growing slowly like a tree, its root digging deeper, its trunk gaining in strength and leaf in vibrancy. Focusing on it, his thoughts stopped for the briefest of instant. The pain didn't go away, it was a physical one and not mental, but his mind entering in a suddenly deeper mutual embrace with that of Iwa let him put it at the back seat of his thought. It was there but not a focal point anymore. Both basked in the other inter and intraflow of emotions, both human, aliens, and oh so much more that none but them could understand. They didn't need to have a deep meaning or need to complex. The presence of the others was enough to bring a sense of peace, protection, and serenity to both. This was how the next month unfolded: eat, drink, communion with Iwa, work, eat and drink, bath, blood drainage and filtration, sleep, rinse and repeat until no food was in the fridge or his inventory. A flight back to Pandora was in order, and for more than simply refurbishing the fridge, Liam couldn't stray for too long. He couldn't communicate and connected to Hell's Gate from here. Aside from his tames and such, he was limited. And the amount of blood drained and filtered led to the production of not even a nanogram of element. It was a slow start, but a start needed to be somewhere. It didn't matter how much effort, blood, and sweat he had to put in for it to truly begin. Chapter 71, 71. Private Island. Year 3, Days 189, July 17th of the year 2157. It has been a few months since the element nexus was finished and functioning, a few months in which Liam did 2 months at the facility and 4 on Pandora, which he was currently on the latter. He had only recently come back from his second month-long bloodletting session, and the quantity of impure element, while it nearly tripled, was still not much, not enough to be purified. It's not that it would be impossible, but the subatomic particles of raw and almost pure elements that would be produced would be airborne due to their low number, stopping them from ending in liquid or solid state, and as such couldn't be manipulated under what he considered as remotely close to safe conditions. A single particle running wild and with matter and energy to consume, which was in the facility aplenty, could lead to an uncountable number of problems, if not catastrophes. Better producing impure but stable and extremely small quantities of elements than rushing it and ruining everything. The RDA won't come back in 1 year. There was time, but losing this time for less than intelligent reasons was a no. And it certainly won't be element that would be a resource to lack, thanks to its very nature that lets it multiply itself at supreme speed. The hard part is to contain it and get it from his blood. It would be like a gold bar in that everything it touches transforms into gold, and everything that is transformed leads to further transformation of everything it touches as well, be it organic or not, into gold, and this until nothing but gold remains. Growing it on artificial satellites would have been an option if not for the fact that if the element ran out of control or another problem arose, it would be a free ticket to outer space for the exotic chemical, even with an express order from him to the satellite to crash. If it wouldn't be orbiting Pandora, that is. And even if it was orbiting around the other moons, it still gave the chance. On the ground at least it stayed anchored no matter what, adding that a ground facility was easier to maintain, evacuate, and protect right now. The quiet and strange hum of multiple sets of artificial wings buzzing in the air could be heard, and the short light blue grass accompanied by various plants adapted to live atop a cliff facing the harsh wind of the sea were getting blown at by the wind generated. 6 long sturdy insectoid legs made of a titanium alloy grappled the interstice within the basalt, stopping any potential slip for the machine. The wings slowed their beat before they folded against a body almost similar to that of a helicopter, if not for the tail being articulated and ending in the barrel of an autocannon. One of the doors slid open and from it hopped down a very tall man in dark grey armor that couldn't hide his devolved physique. He had dark brown hair braided in a shoulder-length ponytail and a streamed full beard, and on his shoulder was a blue and purple tetrapteron. Liam's eyes studied his surroundings for a few seconds, appreciating the sight of the island, his island, while Septon flew and cawed loudly, both physically and metaphysically, calling its sibling all around the island that father was back. The ones that were napping or sleeping woke up while the others already knew of Liam's arrival and were coming, the first announcing its presence by blocking the sun with shadow as it jumped. Aegis hey! Surprise rain, he smirked at the sight of the massive alien Dunkleosteus that just jumped over 30 meters, higher by a third of the island cliff on the side. Gravity called the shark back and it fell. The loud splash was heard, followed a few seconds later by droplets of seawater which Liam blocked by placing his right above his face where a large shield unfolded, blocking all water from reaching his head. This island was located 30 kilometers south of the main reefs of the Eastern Sea where many of the sea clans resided, such as the Metaena, but it wasn't far from the continent either, only a dozen kilometers east of a vast desert that turned when it met with a dry broadleaf forest into the bone sanctuary where animals migrated to die when too old or when disease-ridden, but it was as well where the main bulk of the noble Anurai clan lived. The island was surrounded by very, very deep water, easily oscillating between the sunlight and twilight zone, and the entire area, while volcanically active, was not to the point that more than hydrothermal vents could happen. But this fact had led in the millions of years before to the formation of many volcanoes both under and above the water, of which he was currently on the biggest. It was safe, he trusted the geological data and Iwa, and volcanoes didn't erupt without prior warning. But the island wasn't fully cut from the land, so it was possible to walk from here to the continent every 3 weeks when the weak tide of the moon was at its lowest. It was due to a massive chain of reefs that grew on top of one another from the very bottom to a certain place barely a few centimeters below the sea level, and it grew from the beach of black sand to nearly all volcanic islands. When the local sea level decreased, it made it possible to move by foot, the coral themselves being flat made it easier. But it wasn't without risk, as Acula's smaller, dumber, more aggressive versions of Aegis species were prolific here and would not hesitate to jump or bludgeon the coral to break and obtain a snack from the lands. The bridges made could be used by his non-flying tames with Aegis as a guard shark, and they were mostly used by his slinger for one purpose: hunting. But that was when neither Gladius nor Daisy directly used the Nalutza as some kind of taxi. They were more than mere animals. That fact was more than obvious to him. The possibility of NA6 suddenly arriving was acknowledged, but not much worry was made over it. NA6 knew how to make boats to start with, the Anurai and the Sea clans were likely better than any others, and if they didn't know how, both could tame creatures to traverse this short distance of water with ease by either using the sea or airborne life. He couldn't stop them. If they wanted to come, they could simply do so. They must clearly know who he is, at least in the grand line, and be aware that he came here fairly regularly. He wasn't going to make the first contact, particularly with the Sea clans, as the Anurai were living deep in the arid land more than anything, and as such quite probably didn't truly care. He was a celebrity by all measures of the term. He was a panjandrum of Pandora and this fraction of space, but the world didn't revolve around him outside of Hell's Gate. Sumong, the NA6 that taught him the basics of the people language, was a rare case and not the norm. Liam would not say no to being able to meet this NA6 again. The reef was beautiful though, particularly in the night. But that was nothing new on this moon, yet it never got old. This island was at the end not massive, it was the eroded head of a volcano, and he didn't need it to be the size of Australia. It was shaped like a bowl, adding to its general height compared to the sea level, with nearly the entire of it adding a massive cliff facing the sea, making it so only the strongest of storms were the closest to what could be considered a worry on the point of natural catastrophes. Walking down a cleared path where plants seemingly decided to grow shorter or move the other way, he took his time, there was no rush, and appreciated the way his other side of the bond affected the world for him in a way that, while not necessarily increasing the quality of life steeply, it made him feel at peace and in a way cared for. A grin grew on his face as the sound of heavy and rapid footsteps accompanied by branches either bending or snapping under heavy force approached his location from behind him. A large head suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a loud reverberating powerful enough to cause minor internal damage to a normal human. Then with one hand, he stopped a lick from Gladius that would have covered half of his face in saliva, from the same hand's fruit naturally rich in iron, who was gulped down. The giant bird made a connection to his implant and gave compressed packets of information about all that needed to be known while he was away, such as the growth of a very special tree. No words were spoken from Liam as he scratched the head of his tames, all the while the flock of tetrapterons arrived with Septon landing on Gladius' crest. Mary, Orion, and Oxydon did the same as his favorite murder bird. "It's like I'm some kind of princess in some overly positive fairy tale," Liam chuckled as he gave more snacks to his favorite tames, Daisy and Aegis being more akin to servants than what could be called family. He cared for those two, but not as remotely close as his murder bird, be they airborne or not. But he considered them all tools at the end, a fact known by them if not truly understood, but you could love and take care of a tool without changing the fact it is still one. There was favoritism, but not in a way that would lead to negative conflict, only a sense of positive rivalry. It was a hive mind of anyone and everyone understood the others without any possibility of ambiguity or misunderstanding. Adding that none were humans, not even truly him. To be fair, he didn't work the same. He couldn't even if he wanted to. He had emotions, which he has plenty of. His first month when he lost his marble punching a great ostropede to a literal pulp is a perfect example of such, but the kind that would influence them into being irrational and against one another were not present in any meaningful amount. It was a unique relationship only possible through even more unique, anomalous circumstances. A few minutes passed as the greeting ended and he continued on to arrive at a large clearing that was artificially natural. It wasn't that none of the flora was untouched, but it grew in a way that showed the influence of a guiding force, one with a sense of detail and complexity beyond the human mind. Overrun by nature yet not, was a large house of sharp angular shapes, vast and many reinforced glass panels, dark shining exotic wood treated to be metal-like in both appearance and quality, growing from the feet of a broken rocky cliff, appeared in Liam's silver eyes. His very presence, added with a command and an increase in brightness of his implant, led to every main lamp to light up, giving an ever greater view of his place of relaxation. Working ceaselessly would drive him insane. He had the right to such a place. The building was simple in design and futuristic, its homogeneousness and symmetry that was violently broken by the chaos of color and life surrounding it, but never covered what shouldn't be covered, as if the most dedicated and talented gardener was working tirelessly to give a sense of harmony between the two. The crystal clear stream full of minuscule bioluminescent shrimp-like arthropods flowing in front of the house was born out of a river that itself was from a pond that was overflowing with brackish water. This water came directly from the mouth of a cave below. It was one of the many entrances and exits of a complex cavern system connected to the sea and many other factors such as hot and cold currents. And this was where he planted the seed of Tree of Divergence. Well, not truly. He took it out of its box and placed it on the moist soil, and as he was going to start digging, the seed began to fly and landed right in the middle of the pond. Then as it floated in order of hours, it sprouted several hundreds of thin roots anchoring deeply into the cave wall and soil, and he was now looking at what it had become after more than 2 years. A tree of size below by a no small amount to the average height of a tree on Earth. The only true difference was its smooth pearly white bark and light purple feathery tendril-like leaves growing from its many branches, a miniature tree of souls, smaller than how he calculated by quite a lot. An average tree in a city on Earth was often smaller than grass. But it wasn't small per se, it was the tip of an iceberg, whereas it didn't develop much on the upper part. Its root system was, to put in 2 words, monstrously massive. It was where most of the energy seemed to be put. It covered most of the forest and probably most of the cave system, and up in the sea with thousands of roots, most bigger by several magnitudes than the tree trunk itself, that covered the roof of the cave to the point he could barely go through them if he wanted to without brute forcing his way in, something he wouldn't do, and dived deeper and deeper. Those trees were one of the most unique life forms on this moon. When one germinated, the entire ecosystem bent backward for it to promote its growth and development, but the most interesting part was that a seed could lead to a virtually infinite amount of possible forms of trees for the same amount of environment. Its equivalent of DNA has not even been translated by more than 1%, but from these little bits, it was known that Tree of Souls shared many similarities to both flora and fauna in terms of pure information contained within, many that weren't even remotely related, such as a thanator and a species of grass. Those pieces of information were both from Grace, who manages to get a few samples after months of negotiating with Moat, and the cryptic words of Iwa, with a few observations such as dying animals giving their body to the tree for it to quite literally consume them. But the most unusual fact about it for Liam as he approached was the sheer chenic pressure of the young Tree of Soul. It was superior to that of the Tree of Divergence. It wasn't unpleasant, the opposite, just very notable. And he didn't exactly know why, aside from Iwa preparing something here, and as such putting more of her presence here, but for what? That he could but do wild guesses. She didn't answer his inquiry about this, refusing to do so by telling him he had to be patient, so he was waiting and was quite anticipating what she was going to do, because the excitement was not missing from her. She was the guiding force, the manifestation of life itself on this moon. Anything involving this domain was within her grasp as long as she wanted it to happen. Crouching in front of the pond, he dipped his left hand in the water, and as the hologram above the implant grew in intensity, blood followed by bones, organs, and damaged skins from the inedible or unpleasant remains of a game he hunted started to flow in the water. Fertilizer is fertilizer and biomass is biomass, Liam thought, looking at the bloody vertebrae getting caught in a net of white roots that slowly began surrounding it in a ball for complete digestion. Then his eyes trailed up next to the surface and widened slightly as a relatively small creature with deep teeth marks around the belly. It was dead. He had never seen such a creature before. It looked like the mix of a seal and an otter, a dead one, as its body was halfway swallowed by roots. However, what caused his reaction was a similar but smaller creature in its embrace as well, entangled by hundreds of bioluminescent hairy filaments. It had 3 of its 4 diving flipper-shaped back legs greatly, but the otter was kept from bleeding out by the same filament. It was, as far as he could see, kept on life support by the Tree of Souls. Might as well save it while I can, it costs nothing to try, he mumbled with an almost unnoticeable hint of sadness at the sight as he moved toward the baby, while fully knowing that if he wasn't coming here, the Iwa would have already made the Tree of Souls begin the digestion of the otter's duo. Iwa was far from being only the pretty and good side of life. She was prey, predator, and all the arbitrary definitions that were in the middle of those at the same time. Death was a part of life and integral to her being. In the end, all that arises from her will come back to her once they fall. Chapter 72, 72. Training Montage. 2 mechanical tendrils ending in a 3-clawed hook sprouted from Liam's left shoulder blade as he crouched down right in front of the roots where the injured otter was maintained alive by the Tree of Souls. Liam conveyed through detailed and precise pulses of emotions to Iwa that were equivalent to the words, "Can I move it?" The empathetic bond that, thanks to the proximity to the Tree of Souls with its pressure, resulted in it intensifying and clarifying new heights. Their familiarity with the other's emotions eased this unique method of conversation, similar yet distinct to his tames. And even if it decreased the further he was from the small tree until it returned to normal, it was still a very noticeable increase, a truly relaxing one that made sleeping in his house here one if not the best experience. It gave him a feeling of home in a way. He was not less stressed, or worried about the future thoughts, it just wasn't so much a part of his daily life while here, and with the bonus of being far from anything else he deemed irritating. A small piece of heaven for him and his tames. Nodding at the affirmative response he got from the All-Mother, he plunged the 2 artificial arms deep in the pond, the small cameras on them letting see and work with efficiency and precision. He tried to delicately pry the wounded baby from the death grip of what he assumed to be the mother. "Cutting it is," Liam remarked as he concluded trying to pry the limb open would be more complicated, potentially leading to damaging the filament of the tree. One of the claws grasped the unconscious otter by the nape while for the other a diamond blade as sharp as obsidian popped out of one of the metal digits, then he incised the scaly skin of the wrist, then a blubber-like substance of the tendon and muscles, the blade going cutting like a hot knife through butter. In under a minute, the left and right arms were tendered into useless bags of flesh and bone, leading to the death grip disappearing. Then he began to pull up with the other, moving with extreme care as to damage the furry tendrils keeping the otter alive. As soon as the otter's body was out, Liam carefully put it in a clean towel. Its body was cold, he could via the thermic sensor, but it was normal for that species, he wasn't sure, but considering the current state of the otter it likely was too low. Water was expelled out from two operculum that were until now sealed, at the back of its nap, which after one furry tendril dug in the chest to the otter, breathing again, if rather slowly and raggedly. "It's not as bad as it looks," Liam thought with some relief as he placed the otter with the towel on a flat rock and immediately began studying the wounds. He didn't put much worry into what Iwa just did. If she didn't see a point in him, not them trying to save the critter, then it would have already been dead. The two back flippers were bitten clean off and half of one in the middle suffered the same treatment. It was bad, more so for such a little animal, but nothing vital was touched. Crippling injuries certainly, but far from fatal, be it directly or indirectly with him around. He was far more experienced and knowledgeable than when he did his first surgical operation. If the butchering of a teenager's hand could be called that, looking back on it, not a lot could have been done with the current resource, but Myruck would certainly have less scar and overall damaged tissue. It was what it is, it could have been worse and nobody died. As he began to work on the wounds, the fuzzy filaments covering them moved back, giving him the space necessary to do so, each of his precise movements having an equivalent reaction from the tendrils as one worked on cleaning, disinfecting, and closing the wounds while the other kept the hemorrhage at bay, and so much more biological function stopping the otter from dying. Bizarrely, this was a unique if morbid couple activity. Never before had both done something quite like this, and neither did find it unpleasant. It demanded both attention as they worked to save and keep the pup alive. Barely 10 minutes later all wounds were sutured by a biodegradable organic polymer silk, but the otter didn't wake up, yet it very much was alive, breathing and heart beating weakly, yes. But it was consistent and its body temperature was higher than before too, all good signs. "Can't do much more than that. I fear the rest is up to you, little buddy," Liam said as he switched the towel for a clean and bigger one, which was in mere seconds covered in furry tendrils in the same manner the otter was. He was going to take care of it. He took care of the wound, like it was now. Even if healed, it will die if released in the wild due to the crippling nature of the injuries, and that it was a pup, one of unknown age but likely no more than a few months. He didn't do things half-heartedly or stopped halfway through either. A cybernetically augmented alien otter riding his shoulder was quite an enticing prospect too. He wasn't a difficult man. An opportunity presented itself, he wasn't going to spit on it. He needed to make some concrete progress on cybernetic as well, two birds with one stone. He had many plans, and while cybernetic augmentation was quite literally impossible for him with his regenerative capability, it was not the case for his tames and others who could benefit greatly. He let Iwa take care of the rest. He did study and train in his past time on that domain, but monitoring an entire unknown organism on the verge of death without specialized equipment was very much out of his domain. Cleaning and suturing wounds are quite not on the same level. A small ARK tech similar to the one he used to hack the Valkyrie more than 2 years ago, but better in every aspect, materialized above his left palm. The robot came to life, standing up like a massive spider-scorpion hybrid. It skittered at blinding speed along his arms and then down his armor. It jumped on a higher placed root and its multi-purpose camera locked on the unconscious pup. With a view of the otter from the machine, Liam finished putting non-edible parts of the animals he hunted in the water as fertilizer before he gazed at the young tree of souls. He was all too aware that he was gazed back, but in a manner so utterly alien to humans. He sat on a rock and stayed this way, breathing deeply and bathing in the silence and sound of water running. It was pleasant and he stayed here for a few minutes until his stomach called for nutrition. Standing up at that he cracked his neck before walking up to his house, changing his armor for a much more confident black pair of shorts. Then he prepared himself a feast for an entire family with only quality, taste, texture, nutritional value, and quantity being of the most importance. He wasn't in the culinary school nor the kitchen anymore where nothing short of perfection was acceptable. It's not that he didn't appreciate putting time and effort into this part of this form of art he loved. The problem was that the ratio of the time invested in appearance and the quantity of food produced at the end was not worth wasting a third of the day for his daily intake. Though a minimum of effort on appearance was put into his cooking, just not to the multi-Michelin star levels, and even if it would be far better than most could ever hope, it still irked his perfectionist side slightly. He couldn't do both, as of now that is. He preferred form and function working together, but between the two the latter was more important. Yet he strived toward having the two. After having his fill he switched his armor off for a much more comfortable pair of grey shorts before he walked out of the house and followed the stream to arrive at a flattened field full of short dark green grass. Hidden by trees with only a portion of its roof bathed in the powerful sunlight was a shed built of wood, placed on its wall or below on the ground if too heavy or large were several structures of many shapes. Some were intact while some damaged and other broken, all made of stone. Taking his heavy-duty boots and socks off, he appreciated the cool feeling of grass below the roots of his feet, and as he advanced toward the wood structure as the enthusiastic step of Gladius approached from behind. Smirking slightly as the faint sound of familiar wings beating entered his ears at the same time, he grabbed the two of one large stone structure that was a vaguely ugly humanoid figure as tall as he was with an arm spread like an eagle. Placing his hand below, he left the half a ton worth of granite until it was high enough for him to put himself under around its midsection. Then he let go of his earlier hold and grappled both sides as he stood, the entire thing resting on his shoulder and kept from falling by the hold of his arm. Walking at a moderate pace, Liam saw Gladius grab with its beak a hardened clay pot and with its claws, a broken piece of stone with a flat side. On its back was a malformed rug weaved of plant fiber the tetrapterons made for the great ostropede. It was for Gladius to train its ability to produce abnormally powerful sound without leading to injury or damage in anything but what was aimed at. It was more complex than it seemed and progress was slow, but there was, and now the bird could aim and modulate its scream in particular directions. Step by step was the way to go as always, and this training was also mental as Gladius needed to understand what it was working with, vibration, and how it interacted with the world. It was an exercise of extreme focus, needing to be careful to avoid injury to itself and others. The sound emitted has the potential to kill him. It was melting his internal organs while he pummeled Gladius' biological parent to death. The effects on others would be as horrifying to describe in detail as it would be fatal. Acoustic weapons, no matter the origins, should never in any case be underestimated. As for his squad of tetrapterons, they opened the door of the shed by themselves and did whatever they wanted to do. They helped one another put thin plate-shaped weights on various parts of their body, then took flight to begin exercising, which Liam could guess would in the end devolve into a childish fight to exhaustion in the mud. Here should do it, he thought, placing the statue in a pre-made slot on the ground and verifying if it was held securely before he began wrapping his hands, tibias, and feet in dozens of layers of a thick clean white bandage. This was a training area. His house was large because it was adapted to his current and future body type. It was a basic 6-room building, cuisine and living room connected, a chamber with king-sized bed, a bathroom, a crafting room, and a large basement serving as an all-purpose storing room. Plugging his ear with a wireless earbud, he put the music to the highest level before spreading his leg apart, hunching his back slightly over, and putting his hand forward as he put them into fists with the thumb out. Then after a deep breath he began attacking the stone status. From multiple sets of punches to a plethora of kicks, many of which required a great deal of body control and strength almost to the point of being called acrobatics, each hit led to the whipping of the air, then that of flesh hitting and the low reverberating sound of something cracking. It was inhumanly fast, brutal, and concise, to the point with no fancy or unnecessary movement, each hit calculated to be the fastest with as much force necessary. It wasn't a fight per se for Liam, but a way to familiarize himself further with his body and build up muscle memory. Training this way was not optimal, it was only him correcting potential mistakes for his movement to be the most optimized as he hit a piece of stone alone with his body part covered by clothing to avoid shredding his kids to the muscles. Using robots was an option, but he didn't have the digitalist knowledge of even one martial art in Hell's Gate. Doing one that would learn from him was an option, but that wouldn't magically recreate martial art, adding that making such a robot and it being remotely strong or durable enough for him to not break it by mistake was not possible yet. And the most important of all was that martial arts for him were in many ways very unadapted. The current ones were made with the idea of an opponent not being so far from the scope of human strength that any technique possible and experience was moot. There was one for amp suits fighting, but that was clunky, slow, and clumsy, adding that nobody alive was an expert on it. The only thing he got was footage, and even then it was not much help for him directly. He wasn't going to use one that was obsolete for him. He needed a training partner capable of similar physical feats and one better than him at fighting in terms of skill, which wasn't that much of a rare find for the latter. He couldn't improve without someone capable of teaching him, but most importantly keeping up. No amount of technique for someone way weaker than will stop a punch with the strength to go through a carbon fiber skull as if it were a wet sheet of paper, ending in them being killed like a bug. Jake was a better fighter in terms of pure skill and experience. It was factual, but it was also factual that he could kill or immobilize the Avatar in a dozen ways before the ex-Marine's brain could begin to process anything close to a fighting strategy. He was a cheater through and through when it came to this, one stupidly strong, but that didn't change that he was one to use underhanded tactics when opportunities were given. In a fight to the death, ending as the living one mattered. And he would be fighting in armor with more gimmicks and tricks, but in the end, simply venting on a poor stone until it broke apart was quite a relaxing experience. It wasn't painful either, as he put adequate protection and didn't use his full strength, which could lead to him breaking his own more fragile bones and a feeling of being hit back. It was a balance to have. His strength wasn't magical, at a base level it was far above what was humanly possible, but it was enhanced by the fact he had access to his available strength at all times, to the point of even causing self-injury, which happens often when doing what he was doing right now, but they would heal in short times. Almost a quarter of an hour passed like this as he never stopped alternating between body parts used, his upper body glistening under the suns with the accumulated sweat as he moved with a smile on his face. He only stopped when one of his kicks ultimately ended in causing the statue to crack and shatter from the middle due to the constant hits that were more powerful than a sledgehammer in kinetic energy. He simply changed and took another statue before continuing. After this, he took a bath, cooked, and at least worked on some alternate project while listening to music, then hit the snooze button. This was how the next few days passed until he suddenly woke in the middle of the night. A signal through the empathetic bond and one from the palm-sized robot spider ended his light sleep. Without bothering to put the cloth on, he rushed out in a pair of boxers outside to be met with a confused and terrified pup trying and failing to crawl away from him. Grabbing it was risky, but there weren't 1,000 options, so with a towel appearing in his left hand he moved, catching the otter in less than a second. "Feisty, aren't you, Cupla?" "A good sign," Liam said rather happily, christening the momentary wild pup, who in the towel growled threateningly at him while its 3 segmented jaws opened wide, showing growing teeth as it viciously bit his covered thumb, but it was barely able to close around, doing nothing aside from amusing the post-human. It was doing this all the while trying to escape, which was in vain as well. The only option for Cupla to calm down was sadly to let it exhaust itself to sleep, which didn't take long. As he entered the living room, the otter had stopped moving, but it was breathing perfectly fine. Chapter 73. The All-Father. "Good afternoon, class," an old man with graying blonde hair and rectangular glasses said with a warm smile to a class of kids between the ages of 4 and 7 years old who stopped talking all at once the moment he entered the room. "Good, if you stay calm, participate, and work well, I might end the class earlier or possibly even give sweets to the most astute one of this group." Cheers were heard after those words. With a simple hand gesture, all quieted down as he asked, "Today's class will be focused on English, but first, does anyone want to help my failing memory by graciously giving me the date?" A 4-year-old NA6 wearing an exopack on his face lifted his hand with palpable excitement, almost jumping from his chair. and with an affirmative nod of the old man he knew he could speak. He wasn't the only one to have done so, he was just the one that stood out the most in the small group, and so he was chosen by the teacher. A female avatar of roughly the same age huffed in annoyance as it wasn't her chosen. The 5-year-old human boy seated next to her swallowed a chuckle at that, earning a small glare from her. Mr. Edmund. It's Friday of March 8 of the year 2159. I think, the boy said pensively with a thick accent as he counted his fingers to make sure he was correct and didn't count wrong. That is correct, Nidiam, bravo, Edmund praised the son of the Omatakea Oloiktan, and before he could open his mouth again the avatar girl lifted her hand. Mr. Langford, can I write the date on the hollow board, please? Kiri asked almost hesitantly after the teacher acknowledged her. Many were visibly annoyed that she managed to get it first, which made a small smile appear. The human boy next to her, Miles, dramatically rolled his eyes at that. Indeed, Kiri, you may proceed to do so, Edmund said as a large holographic screen came to life behind him. Picking up her stylus she began to write on her table. As she did so her writing appeared in the upper right part of the hollow board, showing her exceptionally good penmanship for someone her age, some would even say for her species, but that they would never say it out loud. It would bring the wrath of very important people such as her mother, and godfather, who for the latter was always listening, always ever knowing each word in the base for him to know. And so the first class of the day for the 4 to 6-year-old group at the community schools began. The English class was around an hour long and done with the interests of the students in mind. Kids needed to be interested, and Edmund Langford was very experienced in that domain as he was a father of 3 and grandfather of 7 back on Earth. After this there was a short pause, then Edmund switched the subject to mathematics, but it was done in NA6 orally, as being bilingual was not an option but a necessity here. Sometimes it was in English or sometimes it was in NA6. Starting to use both languages from a young age was one of the best methods to make the future generation accept the others better, at least on paper, but a start needed to be somewhere. It was far from easy for the kids, but each teacher was chosen specifically for this task after having volunteered and passed a dozen sets of tests made by Grace. She was intransigent on who she deemed possessing the aptitude for this job. The school was not a building on itself but the revamped inhabited Hubmod of Hell's Gate. Plenty of plants were added with paint and in general modified to be a cozy area where nobody would feel uneasy or worse, trapped. So when the class ended, the entire group of children walked out into the common living space of this mod, where many people could be seen, from humans to NA6 wearing exopacks to breathe properly in the recycled air of the base, but the natives of this moon was in the single digit. Miles followed Kiri, who was happily munching on a lollipop, and stopped moving as he saw John McCosker, the son of Mary and Nash McCosker, being taken into a big hug by his father. Nash hadn't seen his son in the flesh for the last 2 months, as he passed them hard at work on one of the many mines of the smallest moon orbiting close to Pandora, so the hug for John was almost too strong. Miles felt a pang of jealousy at the sight, more accurately what it represented, but it was very short-lived. He had better, he thought. Then he made a brief eye contact with his supposed adopted mother Mary, whose gaze instantly shifted up to the ceiling as if in shame of herself. If he was older he would have seen conflicting emotions in her features and more, but he wasn't, so he didn't understand. For him, he could but see that she didn't like him. She felt shame in his presence and he was fine with that. He didn't like her very much either. Cupla inquire with confusion, Miles. A robotic voice snapped him back to reality as he gazed up to see an animal similar in body shape to an otter and as long as he was tall, hovering 1 meter above the ground thanks to a set of rotor blades growing from its metallic back, its head with its head plate flaring out slightly in confusion. Cupla, he shouted in joy, his mood doing a full turn for the better as he ran up to the hovering alien otter. Kiri, throwing the lollipop stick in a bin, followed after him, but her target was the slinger behind. Cupla say with happiness, Miles. The otter declared again, that it was not a sound produced by any of its biological functions, it was through a microphone around its neck that used a voice box containing hundreds of words and sentences for many situations. The otter didn't understand all of them, but it was trying its best. It was very smart to the point of self-awareness, like all of Liam's tames, and Cupla was very high on that list of intelligence for its age. Considering in the wild its species used tools with its thumbs on nimble hand-like paws, and they were very small, highly social, swift, and agile predators in a hyper-competitive environment, it made sense this species was naturally gifted in the intelligence departments. It was their only true advantage over others. Since Liam adopted and tamed it 3 years ago, it grew both mentally and physically and was cybernetically augmented, thereby leading to it being able to hover and breathe here by miniaturized machines functioning in a way similar to exopacks that were added to its operculum and more. Cupla was the first subject under the Lost Child hands and the All-Mother roots to have been augmented with various inorganic additions for it to live a better life. None of this the otter understood, but one thing was for sure: it was very happy with the result. It could swim, fly, and crawl everywhere it wanted or needed. Arvik, looking from the side as he saw the two kids fussing over the two abnormal animals, he waved goodbye to the other handful of adult NA6 as they had already finished herding the ruddy NA6 children in a group. Nitayam, one of the last to be herded, waved goodbye to both Miles and Kiri, which they answered in their own way. One nodded and the other waved back. The firstborn son of Nitiri and Jake was their friend. The way NA6 acted was a drastic discrepancy from the humans who stayed together doing small talk with one another. It didn't mean there weren't positive interactions between the two species, the opposite. It was because the NA6 didn't have a lot of time on their hands right now. Traveling into the jungle when it was going to be nightfall was far from being a good idea. This was even more the case when it was with a bunch of children who lacked any sense of self-preservation and would not hesitate a second to walk away after having some pretty light that would be the lure of a carnivorous plant. Infantile death was not common, but neither was it considered rare in their society due to Pandora's biosphere. NA6 were an integral part of the food web. Iwa was fair and saw all lives as a part of the cycle. Miles, Kiri, I know you love those two, but you can do this when we finish the walk back to my brother and his mate's abode, Arvik said with a faint smile. This led to his niece stopping fidgeting one of the many trinkets around Daisy's front claw, but not Miles from continuing scratching the otter's soft scale. Okay Arvik, okay uncle, the two of them said simultaneously. Then the human boy climbed on top of Daisy with extreme ease before giving a hand to the struggling Kiri for her to climb. Cupla followed suit and laid on the slinger's head, its paws gripping the wing ear on each side like it was a steering wheel. To the slinger head, annoyance and this emotion was felt through the link between them and brought the otters great amusement. When the small group arrived at the chamber that separated the recycled air of the base from the toxic atmosphere of Pandora, the young avatar girl took a deep breath and gave her exopack to Miles, sitting just behind Daisy's back as if one of the most vicious and venomous predators of this moon was but a regular horse. The march back to the abandoned mine took well over 20 minutes, as Daisy would need to wait for Arvik if it moved faster. During that period, the two kids spent time playing, and not in any random way. They passed it by levitating a small hermetically sealed and malleable sphere full of ferrofluid with two hypersimplified and safe models of magnetic gauntlets built for them by Liam. The gauntlets were modified to uniquely work on the sphere full ferrofluid, with most of the motions regulated by microcomputers to avoid any accident. He wouldn't want one of the kids to stab themselves or others with, for example, a random piece of sharp metal. Their power source was a small generator in the slinger satchel that was held around its necks and where the kid-sized gauntlets were taken out. They were not given to be simply toys, but to be used as a training tool, demanding both high cognitive function, concentration, and imagination while promoting those 3 points. Only Grace seemed to have grasped them aside from the designer himself. Those weren't mere futuristic toys using technology with almost infinite potential for warfare and welfare in an equal manner. Sniffing the air as if she were a dog, Kiri jumped off the slinger in excitement as the odor of food getting braised registered in her brain, which was soon followed by Miles, who ran after her as the tantalizing smell hit him. They sprinted in the short grass toward a small cottage on the cliff of a lake. It was Grace, and she was turning a piece of meat on what looked like a primitive barbecue. Stopping what she was doing, the avatar crouched down as Kiri jumped in her arms and started to babble about the day. And then Mr. Langford said this about how small we are, and then with my good answer I got a candy, she finished with a large toothy smile before being placed down. Wow, aren't you my favorite little genius, Grace said with a smile before she crouched down and affectionately ruffled the shoulder-length dark blonde hair of the human boy. Hello Miles, your day was good from Kiri's words, right? Since I knew you were coming, I have made your favorite food, one of the very special recipes Liam gave me just for you. Then she greeted her brother-in-law, but before any discussion between the two adults could begin or that she could be her mate, Miles asked a question that he had on his mind for quite a few days now. When will Liam come back? He caught himself slipping further in his words, but this did not go unnoticed by either Grace or Arvuk. It was a complicated subject one neither could speak about now. But again, before both could react, Kiri was next to Cupla, both eating marinated and grilled hexapede skewers, spoke her mind out with no filter, the mention of Liam bringing back what she had been thinking this morning. The All-Father. Yet. He is doing something big, she blurted out, leading to great confusion, particularly for her mother. Kiri, all of it made so much sense, but she didn't realize it wasn't the same for others. She wasn't aware of her exceptional gift. Iwa and Liam were connected with an impossibly puissant bond that seemed to partially meld them together. Their heartbeats, as she called them, were similar, synchronized, slow and powerful, and so much more. Her meager vocabulary in NA6 and English couldn't even begin to describe those two beings. They were more than them. They were opposite, like two oppositely charged magnets were attracted to each other. At least that is how she remembered magnets working from Miles' clumsy explanation. It was complicated. Since one was the All-Mother, which is how Liam and Iwa bond seemed to hold many non-physical similarities to the like bond between her mother and father, then Iwa was the mother and All-Mother, and the post-human was the father and All-Father of the mating pair. It all made perfect sense, so saying it out loud for her was only natural, as others must already know. It was obvious to her. As for the something big, she would be correct, but she didn't know what it was. It wasn't even something only she knew. It's just recently it had seemed to be ever present in her mind. A few Earth-Moon distances away, deep in the largest and more secure room of the element nexus, the man that was thought about was staring at something that would change this universe forevermore. His almost glowing silver eyes full of jubilation, staring upon a grain of sand-sized droplet of a glowing translucent purple liquid falling upon a bowl-shaped piece of extremely pure uranium-234. Chapter 74. Element. More than 4 years of bleeding himself half to death for an entire month every 2 to 3 months, that was how much blood, time, and energy Liam invested to produce 1 grain of sand worth of impure but stable element. It wasn't hard per se, just extremely grueling, even with the fact that the more he drained his blood, the faster and in greater quantity his body would produce it, his large daily intake of food and beverage extremely rich in nutrients helping in this. There was also the fact he kept on growing. He was 2.39 meters, 7 feet 8, tall and weighed nearly half a ton, his body proposition not having changed at all, if slightly bulkier and thinner in certain parts, keeping him in the domain of human looking if carved out of marble. This size also meant, aside from being a great annoyance for clothing and armor and most of everything when with humans, led to a greater need for substance, but on the other hand, it also meant more blood produced. He discovered that being in contact with radiation, aside from seemingly bettering temporarily the functions of his implant by a small amount, also led to a minor increase in the amount of this chemical percentage in his blood. Those two aspects varied by the degree of radiation he was in direct contact with. So he might have added micrograms to grams of unstable radioactive uranium here and there as some sort of spice, and it felt great. He didn't risk contaminating others. His body absorbed it all while his implant used it, and the element nexus was not made for anybody aside from him in mind. This might sound dangerous for him, but he was aware that the amount of radiation necessary to pose a threat to him was far above this. It would be the one that would lead to his skin blistering and melting on contact. Wounds not directly leading to the loss of a limb or most of an organ would heal well and without much of a problem. A cancer like one for humans worked, was not going to even be able to develop, and if for some reason it did, it would be eaten alive by his blood cell. The same was true for cellular degenerescence. The blood he extracted from his body was in the several tons, and the food and beverage behind that added even more mass, and all of it was for one teeny tiny droplet of pure liquid element. The chemical he needed for his and everyone else's survival, the win against the RDA and the United Nations of Earth without a difference of technology greater than the one between NA6 and humans when the latter arrived, would be nigh impossible to get without it, at least without extremely heavy loss. It was the equivalent of the Holy Grail for him, one from his body. If his implant did not cause the flow of impure element molecules in his blood, all would have been lost, or at the very least the situation would have been catastrophically bad. Adding to the list of problems, the leaders of humanity were not the only possible threat out there in space. Liam was certain the presence of element in his bloodstream was a type of malfunction due to the fact he was not connected to the ARK orbital network, the colony ship, and more, where his biometrics would be controlled and regulated. But it was a blessing in disguise. He doubted nigh-omniscient transhuman beings and their almost godly AI would make such mistakes about a substance that gave the coup de grace to humanity after its largest war. Or it was on purpose, or truly mistakes due to errors that would undoubtedly happen. But he could also be wrong, for all, they were all but hypotheses made on wild guesses and knowledge of the lore that might very well be completely irrelevant in many points here. Yet doubting everything was pointless, and so he didn't. In the end, he couldn't do anything about it, and the droplet that just splashed against the uranium-234 before his very eyes was what mattered. His implant glowed in response to his excitement, but it glowed even brighter as cables by his will over the systems connected to the magnetically levitating tesseract holding the uranium and element started to pump nanoparticles of activated uranium straight in. The point where the droplet hit turned a purplish blue before vein-like roots of the identical color grew from it, and in a matter of seconds they propagated millimeter per millimeter, rapidly gaining in celerity as time went on and as uranium was warped into something else. The multiple scanners fed Liam all the necessary data he would ever need to know in great detail what was happening within the uranium as it was eaten and converted in and out. But one thing stood out to him with how glaringly obvious it was. "It's growing toward me," he mumbled in stupefaction as he moved to the right to make sure he wasn't hallucinating or that it wasn't just a mere coincidence, and it proved to be neither of those two as new tendril grew by converting matter toward his new position. "Foo*K it is," he said, moving his left arm up to test, and in a few seconds the results of his experiment were immediate. The element grew up with his movement, and he added with just as much confusion, "It's actually growing toward my implant." "How?" The direction of the tendrils' element as they grew seemed focused on his implant by means he wasn't aware of, such as how could it so precisely locate him in space or locate him at all. If I were even a particularly talented and experienced psychic, or possibly even a Tsakaram or a very gifted individual like Kiri was here, then he would have been informed, but it wasn't the case, so he didn't. He wasn't into subtlety when it came to that domain. It shouldn't do so by his knowledge, but he wasn't omniscient, and this was proof of it. And looking at the element, it made him feel a similar bizarre but different feeling when he saw his nearly torn pinky finger after he tamed Aegis. It was puzzling and opened a literal Pandora's box of questions as to why those two specific things were happening. And the fact he was oddly focused on the substance aside from being a must-to-have. There was something between him, his implant, and the element, surely due to it being from his very own blood when it was inert and impure as well produced by him, but more time would be needed to unravel what all of it was in its true essence. He mustn't jump to hasty conclusions, even less so act rashly on them. Yet even with this, his gazes remained full of joy and relief, never leaving the element. It didn't only grow in his direction, it was the main point but not the only one. It converted everything close to it all at once in an endless cycle that kept on snowballing bigger and bigger. Years of work finally beginning to bear fruit led his already present smile to explode in a full-blow toothy grin that would scare more than one, such was its intensity, and it was almost too wide. The fact he smirked fairly rarely outside of a certain set of individuals would add only to it. Most of the uranium was gone in the span of a minute, and from what it used to be, now was almost pure element in solid that grew explosively in the form of multiple twirling roots of dark metallic gray glowing with a soft purplish blue light, all ending in curved sharp tips akin to twisted javelin. The light from the ceiling seemed to distort slightly on contact, taking in the hue of the nascent uncorrupted element node. A hum could also be heard in rhythm with his heartbeat. More matter seemed to form as the element growth and spread was promoted by what Liam had just done seconds ago. It replaced everything with itself and took more space than what was before, but it was with both mass and volume. It created more from what it had at disposition. The cube inside the tesseract housing the whole, not being spared in the least as it began to be converted just as well. The only known material Liam knew could slow down and not stop an element conversion by tangible barrier was an alloy of this chemical itself. It was a case of fighting fire with fire. As the last particle of uranium disappeared, the growth suddenly slowed down, but it didn't stop. It couldn't be stopped, only slowed down or used as material or separated from other materials to avoid its propagation. This was why at multiple points in the room he was in was separated from the facility, held away by magnetism. The same was true for the Tesseract. It was the best method for this kind of situation: maintain a safe distance and no physical contact. Flicking his right hand, the cables unconnected and a facet outer cube that composed the Tesseract snapped open, the facet floating above to be used for what was to come. Then a mining drill appeared from his inventory in his hand. It was a modified version made specifically for this exceptional task. A cable popped from the ceiling and he connected it to the back of the customized mining drill, giving it direct access to the power of one of the 4 nuclear reactors of the facility. It would need this much, and it was because this mining drill place for fuel was changed for something else. And with that in order, Liam without a second of hesitation pointed the tip of the drill at the contained element before pushing the trigger. There was no time to waste. His sheer excitement is also a major factor. Look! In an instant, the disc-shaped barrel tip of the drill flashed brightly before powerful arcs of baleful orange plasma shot out and like a magnet locked and focused onto their target. Molecule per molecule, atom per atom, the Tesseract, and everything contained in it began to fade away under the thin plasma beam's collective power. Then what was collected traveled toward a miniature forge using a plasmatron as its source of heat, a plasma forge. The materials that composed the Tesseract were evidently not random. Their choice for Liam was based on 3 factors: how much radiation they can slow down under a certain threshold, their magnetism, and their use for stabilizing element. And this is what was happening to the 9 kg worth of elements whose unstable ever-expanding state was brought down by localized heat rivaling the lower level of the Sun's photosphere, the visible part of the star. The heat added to a precise cocktail of atoms and a sudden thermal shock as the new half-plasma half-liquid mix was propelled in a separated chamber close to the absolute zero caused the element to shift into perfectly spherical grains of an Arctic blue in color. It was element dust, an extremely stable form of element that can easily be refined into others' form, and as it entered the subspace that was his inventory, Liam's implant glowed brighter than ever, the hologram above gaining in intensely as well. This. I predicted something like this might happen, but this. It's foo * king intense wow, he said out in shock, his body tensing up and eyes dilating slightly as the entire 9 kg of element dust was stored in his implant. He was consuming a minuscule amount of the dust, but it felt like he got invigorated by a very powerful drug, which was a bizarre if accurate thought, or also if until now he had been dying of both thirst and hunger and was offered a full-on unlimited buffet of the highest quality for him and only him, or his specimen implant more precisely, which he was the same. It works instantaneously, he said, taking a deep breath as he took in and out of his inventory the mining drill in rapid succession, something that should take at least a few seconds. Acclimating himself with an object helped give a type of memory to his implant that facilitated the storage, but it never was remotely close to this. There was no latency or wait, the only limit was how fast he could act. All for but a meager 1/10 of a gram of element consumed, and he instinctively knew it would last for the week. He was well acquainted with the more technological part of his being. Incredible, was the only words he could say, and it didn't only make the inventory work back at the capacity it should, but also the crafting function was back. Well, not truly, it was more akin to him being able to use his implant to transform this dust into a more condensed form, such as shards, or in what could be considered ingot, which was what he was going to need. The crafting function for more at this point was not even needed. This, however, would make him gain a large amount of time, as condensing stable elements into their less or more dense forms was not a simple or not time-consuming process, to put it mildly. It was like a cheat to have this function back, a cheat he was going to abuse. That wasn't all too, the link to everyone became clearer. It was felt by all, but the most prominently by Iwa. I succeeded, he thought as the innocent curiosity from the All-Mother reached the edge of his. Then it was waves of relief. She trusted him and was the only one knowing precisely what he was doing and why, she knew of the dangers entailed, but it was a must. And she knew it was to be. She couldn't and wouldn't stop him from becoming what he truly was. He was at the moment still but a child in his infancy, fated to grow beyond what he was now, but he needed to figure it out himself. That she was certain he would. She didn't let herself be infatuated and fall to this anomalous being from another universe for no apparent reason. Chapter 75. A Son. In the largest room of a modern house in fusion with the wild flora on the biggest island of an archipelago located between the reef of the Eastern Sea and the bone sanctuary of the main continent. A tall muscular man wearing dark grey armor could be seen standing in front of a part of what would be a large ring of metal made of an unknown alloy. It was covered in intricate carvings of mysterious designs, and it was held above the ground by a series of highly powerful magnets. His silver eyes behind the visor of his helmet focused on the tip of a high-precision tool that was in his hand as he was continuing to scribe the 30th circuits of element on top of the others in complex esoteric yet organic patterns similar to electronic circuits, roots, and muscles. The tool was reminiscent in shape of a tattoo gun working on the molecular scale while he directed it in its intended way with nigh-perfect muscle control, his vision on 2 points. The first where the tip of the tool was with a camera, and the second his regular eyesight is greatly enhanced by technology. This was the one and only Liam, and as usual, he was working hard, and he was working on a part of his future tech replicator, a component of one of the 2 rings that had the purpose of stabilizing a pocket of reality obeying its own rules while the machine was turned on. It was an incredibly powerful machine, a large one as well, the size of a house that could manipulate matter and to a lesser degree even warp reality on a local level. It was a machine that would lead the current humanity to go mad over it, and most to nearly all advanced civilizations. How he was doing it from an outside perspective would look like he was some kind of technological wizard working on some type of world-ending magical artifact, the trail of elements inscribed on the metal almost like magical and mystical runes of unknown origin and purpose. The fact he was in an almost trance-like state where his entire being was focused on the task at hand amplified this. Carving and scribing the element felt natural, and he could feel each millimeter of the lines he wrote. For him, it was akin to the feeling of a hair being tugged gently. By many metrics what he was doing could be considered such magic, but magic is only an unexplained science after all, and he had these sciences. This was a project he had been working on and investing time in way before the success of growing element months ago. He started on it even before the finishing of the element nexus facility. Without this machine, growing element was pointless at best and a waste of time with a potential apocalyptic end at worst. Here he couldn't simply bring a set amount of materials at a terminal below an obelisk and with a press of a button it will craft itself. It wasn't that easy. Every little fragment of this machine needed to be built from the ground up, but it was a blessing in disguise. And what a complicated machine it was to build. The skeleton made of essentially metal alloy wasn't much of a problem aside from costing most of the stock in platinum. It was an admittedly complex structure on many points, but it was just that. A structure was the magic and the most complexity the part with Pandorium on some point to replace material he couldn't get, and of course element. And with this it couldn't be 3D printed directly from the lesser replicator, it was too elaborate, and even if it could be he wouldn't have done so. The elements also needed to be destabilized before being fused to the surface, a step that needed constant monitoring. He wouldn't trust a machine with at least any of the ones at his disposal. And it needed to be done in a vacuumed and sterile space to avoid any potential errors. He was crafting it on Pandora, he wouldn't want to cause an element outbreak as well. And all of this to make a complex matrix of information that seemingly had no end, a matrix that was in total far longer than the distance between Pandora and Polyphemus, this for one single ring. He could make technology with the addition of a constant supply of element now. He didn't absolutely need a tech replicator to do them like in the video game, but that would be a waste of time, a time he didn't have an infinite amount of. It would take an extended period to build tech by hand, starting from the biggest, and investing in it was as such the best option, changing potential months and years of work to mere seconds. Such was how drastic the difference was, and building a kilometers-high floating tower was not something he could do by hand. Even less so multiple to protect the entire moon. The tech replicator could do nearly everything at extreme speed, precision, and efficiency as long as data, matters, and elements were fed to it to create. With it, he would be able to modify whatever he may so desire to an unfathomable degree. It wasn't a video game, there was no rule or pre-designed limitation with what he could and couldn't do. Only resources, time, and capabilities were the limits to what could be done with such a powerful tool. Putting the tech replicator together would open the doors to most of everything he had on his mind, and it would be the culmination of a majority of his efforts since he took control of Hell's Gate. And Liam found it mildly amusing that his main goal until now, aside from directly surviving, was to build more and more powerful crafting stations. The tech replicator was just a better 3D printer at the end of the day. K-w. The sudden cry of one of his tetrapterons against the reinforced vacuum-sealed double door reached his ear by the microphones on it, but he ignored it and continued at the same pace with his steady hand. The inscribing of this fraction of the ring needed to be done in one session. This was why he did small pieces by small pieces. He couldn't work non-stop for several days and be expected of himself to not make potential mistakes, even less so for months. He wasn't infallible. Or a full-blown machine that could do tasks 24/7. That's why he worked when he was in his utmost shape physically and mentally. Failures were unacceptable. He was aware he was not perfect and in the end, would make mistakes. More so if he didn't notice this failure in the form of errors that will show their innocuous effect when the tech replicator is finalized, leading to it potentially malfunctioning, which could end in either nothing with the machine not turning on, or with it collapsing on itself then imploding, which would end up with it deleting a third of the moon from existence with it. Only perfection for what is needed was acceptable. Liam couldn't do less, the best of himself was required any less, and a grim future awaited him. Having succeeded in growing Element was but a single step between many and impossibly long and chaotic stairways. K-a-a-w. Other cries were heard, this time they were more rumors, longer, louder, and also through the mental link, but Liam again didn't budge and continued on until the last few meters of inscriptions were perfectly done and finished correctly. Scanners flashed from all sides of the room and he nodded in satisfaction at the positive results. But it wasn't finished just yet. Then with a mental command, thick walls of a glass-like material slid up and down from the floor and ceiling, encasing the piece of technology within. The temperature within that lowered to the point where most gases would undergo deposition and turn solid by the use of electromagnetic radiation. Another layer, this time made of an alloy of various metals and polymers, slid down in front of the glasses, completely sealing it off. With that done, Liam walked toward the door, which opened and closed as he passed into a small room where an added sound of air was heard. The room where he worked needed to stay in a sterile condition. "Calm down, I know what hour it is and I'm not late, you silly birds," he said through the microphone as he took off his helmet and breathed out deeply, his face covered by a thin sheet of sweat while the white of his eyes was reddened slightly. He mentally commanded the door to open, and what entered his view was his 4 tetrapterons on top of the others who, like a card castle, fell at his boots thanks to them using the door until now to hold their weight, and it earned a deep chuckle from him. They were excited all right, but there was time. Being late was something he abhorred, so the day was planned to the minute. His tames didn't truly understand this, it seemed. Well, he might have been locked in for quite some time too, and they weren't unfeeling machines either, or had perfect control of themselves. In a few minutes, he ate, took a cold shower, and changed from his spacesuit to more casual clothes, which consisted of a light blue short-sleeved shirt, a pair of white jeans, and dark grey sneakers. All made by him for him and his insane bodily proportion. And those clothes won't stay this way for long before they pass through the recycling processes to turn into new clothes, as he would simply rip them apart with his growth. The shoes in particular were a very big annoyance. It was the same for any armor or suit too. Making cloth growing with him was only possible with a few types, and it had several limitations that directly affected the integrity of the clothes. At best, he could make them stretchy, but it wasn't for all fabrics, and it's a problem tech would solve as well. A few minutes later, after taking everything he needed, he arrived at his insectoid flying vehicle on the island's highest cliff. The winds produced by multiple sets of half-translucent wings buzzing slowly, bathing his face in soft winds, and the squad of tetrapterons waiting for him inside, their excitement palpable in the air and potent through the links. Climbing in it, he rose high in the cloudless sky and oriented the vehicle toward a specific destination. There was no problem or urgency, but today was a very special day for someone. It was the 27th of July of the year 2159, and it had been 6 years since the biological son of Miles Quaritch and Paz Socorro was born. It was the first time he was going to the kid's birthday in person, and it was because the kid in question asked him to come, but he would have in any case. It's just that before he couldn't have realistically done so. Between being on another moon, working on major projects, solving interspecies problems, and more, he didn't have the time frame for this until now. It displeased Liam greatly, but that was life and he couldn't have everything he wanted. The one affected the most wasn't even him, it was Miles. But as harsh as it sounded, he had more important matters for the betterment of everyone. He couldn't risk jeopardizing the life of many for the satisfaction of one. He had many responsibilities, some more important than others. Missing a few birthdays was better than no more birthdays for the future of everyone. This meant he was delighted to be able to go today, and this prompted him to push the 7 engines of the aircraft to their maximum power, resulting in the Rheniocopter breaking the sound barrier and in a short span of time arriving at his destination, the abandoned mine where Grace and her mate lived. The cameras below the cockpit showed Liam that waiting below him were 4 kids, of which 3 weren't human, or at least fully humans, and Cupla, his otter-like tame, hovering close to the one. Today was his special day. All of his tames were here except Gladius and Aegis, as one was naturally too aggressive to be close to anything aside from him and Kiri while he wasn't present, and the other was a giant fish. Opening the sliding door, the 4 tetrapterons flew out immediately as they caught, and it was followed by him jumping down. He landed his right fist in the ground with one knee before he slowly looked up to the kid between the newly 6-year-old and 3 years old for the youngest, then with a smirk his beard couldn't hide as he spoke jovially. Greeting Kiri, lo ak, ni taim and. Liam wasn't able to finish that. A ball of energy in the form of a child only wearing a pair of shorts ran straight up at him. Dad! You came! Yeah! Miles almost yelled out with a bright smile as he secured himself on the mountain of a man's shoulders, who slowly stood up, causing the boy to cry out in amazement as he held onto the dark brown braided hair of the man. Yeah, Dad! I don't particularly find that unpleasant to hear, Liam thought, not changing his expression as he and the kids began the walk to the cottage, with Miles beginning to babble to him about how he missed him and many things he wanted to do, such as piloting the space shuttle or his personal aircraft. Liam knew Miles didn't only see him as a father figure but as a father straight up. Even if the boy realized the two were unrelated, it was a strange but warm feeling. One he didn't find unpleasant. It was a unique one he never experienced before, and it made him feel human, something that now seemed almost alien to him. He had changed a lot, for the better or the worse. Being a leader meant he couldn't be negligent at any point. It was different yet very much similar to the tames he was the closest to, Gladius, who for all intent and purpose was the closest thing to a child of his. The bird was smart, very smart. Not adult human level smart, but self-aware and capable of complex emotions. It wasn't a pet but an individual, yet still very much a tool in essence, an extension of his body and will. Here lay the biggest difference. He loved the big bird, but that was a fact. Gladius was a tool that remained. But for him, someone being a tool didn't mean them being worthless or not deserving of a modicum amount of love, care, or respect. Twisted as it may be, it was how he saw it. The circumstances around Miles' situation as an orphan made that it might, no, it would lead to future complications when he would reveal what happened to his biological parents, depending on how the boy would react, but that was unavoidable, and he was a truthful individual. He would not lie. The fact that for both Gladius and Miles, he was responsible for their orphan state was morbidly ironic, and with this that he adopted one and was thinking of doing so for the second made it even more ironic. But a son, something at his almost 30 years of mental age and 6 of physical, one would have never thought of, a human one, something that was a big responsibility, and it was something he couldn't find himself to be aloof about. More so when this situation was in large part the consequences of his own doing. He didn't know if he was ready, or if he would even do a good job at being an adoptive father, he was busy all the time and it wouldn't be smooth, but closure needed to be given, if not for him, for the kid. Miles would always be taken care of at the end of the day while he would be absent, the kid would never be alone. He would not let something like this slide. And it was added motivation to succeed in his plans. It wasn't only life on the lines after all. Yes, it was the main goal, but succeeding with no one else was not what he would call a success. He felt Iwa acknowledged his choice through their empathetic bond, a mix of pride with joy which led to his smile growing bigger by a little bit. It won't be easy, but he never was one to say no to a challenge. Have you ever dreamed of controlling a mecha, Miles? Liam suddenly said, and as a would-be adoptive father, he would have an adoptive son at least a fraction as capable and knowledgeable as he was. He wouldn't accept any less. Love, even if it was tough, was still love. Augmentation might even be in order when the boy is old enough and wants to go under the scalpel. He won't take such a responsibility lightly. Chapter 76. Birthday. Have you ever dreamed of controlling a mecha, Miles? After those words left Liam's mouth, a moment of confusion followed, but it didn't last more than half a second before it was broken. What is that? Miles spoke out in excitement, suddenly standing and hunching himself over to point his head backward as he stared into the silver eyes of the man he saw as his father. Be a little patient and you will see, Liam said mysteriously, leading to the kid being both disappointed and excited, with the others that wanted to know feeling dismally to a lesser degree, in particular, the younger of the Sully brothers, Lo AK. Liam. It has been a while since I last saw you and you sure did grow. Jake was the first to greet him as he arrived at the cottage, doing a forearm shake and also informing the ex-Marine that it was also in strength. It was honestly terrifying for a single man to have such strength, but Jake knew Liam well, or at the very least enough to know the not-so-human was not to be feared under normal circumstances. That is the fate of the SEC Ops, having the misfortune of having unprotected Liam's path ending in a very brutal manner. But he couldn't stop his instinct from being clear that the being in front of him was extremely dangerous and powerful, and it translated in small ears twitch and tail flick, which he knew was detected by the inhuman human facing him. Yet Liam was their most important ally, the second most powerful being on this paradisiacal and deadly moon. As an Oloitan, it was his duty for this to remain the case, and Liam was so much more if the words of the Tsahik Moat that were spoken to him and his wife were to be taken at face value. The lost child and so many more titles under his name now was someone akin to the mate of the All-Mother, as insane and impossible as it sounded. And it was telling, considering the man in question, an alien being strikingly human-looking and with knowledge far beyond humanity. And as much as Jake had difficulty to begin to accept this new fact about his friend, he couldn't lie to himself that he felt something larger, greater than him with Liam. It was almost overwhelming. It was the man's presence, but not only that, it made him remember the feeling in the air when in the proximity of a tree of souls. "You can't stop it, and I don't know if I ever will," Liam said humorously, before he greeted Grace, Tsute, Norm in his human body, his girlfriend Trudy, and last but not least Neytiri, who was staying to the side looking at him wearily, which led to him saying a basic hello and nothing more. She was scared of him and had more problems hiding it than her mate, because it was genuine and not an instinctual response. The fact her two sons were pretty close to him in a way that made him similar to more or less a friendly but weird uncle that is seen a few times a year didn't help, as it made it so she was forced to see him occasionally made it clear for him that she didn't hate him. He was one of the very few humans she didn't dislike or straight up hate. She didn't even consider him as part of the Sky People. He was their leader but not part of their species. It was fear mixed with respect and reverence, the same way one would fear a natural cataclysm, but Liam only knew that he was feared by her. An important aspect of this birthday party was that there was no one else besides the 10 of them present. It was by Miles' choice. He didn't have any other friends his age aside from the 3 Na6 human hybrids present here. And both influenced the other, with the human doing the most. He was the oldest after all. Miles didn't like the family that was supposed to take care of him, saying hate would almost not be an exaggeration. This was the case for many reasons, of which standing at the top was their general aversion for Liam and the lack of care toward him, with clear favoritism toward their biological son. And for a kid his age it was too much, adding he never felt like a son for the human couple but more of something to be pitied and looked at in shame. He was loved and he felt it. It was better this way. Things didn't work out, so it was better to cut it short before it devolved further. And it means not interacting with them if not necessary, then so be it. That's how the others in the kid entourage saw it and why it was bound to happen to begin with. In the back, it wasn't a sudden change of heart for Liam to adopt the kid, far from it. This subject had been spoken several times with Mary and Nash and was for a very long time on his mind. And as such all went smoothly, too smoothly even, as sad as it was, since it entailed a lot on Mary and Nash's part that displeased Liam greatly. They were relieved as if they had just gotten rid of a heavy burden in their life. He was partially to blame for it and he acknowledged it, but that didn't excuse the couple. He was too kind sometimes, but in the end, there were no problems. It was like passing an object from someone to someone else. As horrible as it sounded, it felt like this to him. But the most touched by it all was the kid first and foremost, Miles, and as much as the boy was happy with the new situation he was in, Liam could tell he was saddened by the fact he was so easily disposed of. The boy, while young and acting his age, was smart. And this showed in the boy's behavior. The fear and terror mixed with despair even to be abandoned yet again. The fact it was him now seemed to amplify it further. Compared to Mary and Nash, Miles was very attached to him. "Who wants to play basketball?" Grace suddenly said with a wide smile, a comparatively small ball made of leather and rubber spinning on her index finger. She was a very good player of this old sport back in her university days, and she kept on improving as it was one of the main sports used to help the Avatar train and acclimate to their bodies. She was the best player by skill in the entirety of this multiple star system, and she will need this against a walking supercomputer with superhuman strength, speed, and resilience. But her great skill or the worry about a superhuman player stronger than even the strongest of NA6 was inconsequential as the next few hours passed on the essence of exhausting Kiri, Lo AK, Nidiam, Miles, by the culminated work of herself, Jake, and Liam with his tames as they played various games together, most of the time putting themselves in the kids' level. Most of the time are the keywords here. There is quite nothing like crushing the hopes and dreams of an over-arrogant kid and seeing the realization of their imminent defeat within their small, innocent and naive eyes. All was fair in love and war. They needed to have fun as well, and if there wasn't any challenge the kids would get bored. As for Trudy, Norm, Sute and Neytiri, they stayed on the more peaceful side, speaking together, and observing the group playing until it was dusk. Two were afraid of Liam and the two others were content to watch. And now it was nearly time to eat. Miles was back on top of Liam's shoulder while the man was flipping meat patties over the primitive barbecue of the place, and he was doing it in a way that was like a show for the kid on his shoulders. Ingredient appeared and vanished out of thin air as he flipped them one after the others. "What is this that you are cooking?" Sute, arriving behind him with Kiri in his arms, looked over Liam's head and asked as the almost heavenly smell was too much to bear and he wanted to know. And what better to ask than the specialist himself? The number of recipes and tricks in the human mind in front of him was seemingly infinite in number, variety, and complexity. "Burgers," Liam answered, which didn't help the NA6 in the least, but the new smell of something that was yellowish flat and rectangular being placed on the meat only made him feel hungrier. It was cheese. Well, not by the strict definitions of the term. Liam didn't have any animals that could produce milk for it, but that wouldn't stop him from making cheese-like food by using other ingredients. He adapted and overcame with the little he had on his hands. Real cheese would still be better, but he supposed nobody aside from him would be able to tell the difference, and that was pretty sad in his opinion. Flipping the buns, he began making each of the burgers with practiced ease, his movement all swift, smooth, and precise to a superhuman degree as each ingredient landed to his left on top of the others, building the several perfectly shaped burgers simultaneously on a large bronze plate. But he wasn't the only one cooking. Behind him were his tetrapterons, who just finished making his version of French fries, crispy and salty on the outside and soft to the point of almost melting on the tongue on the inside. Potatoes were luckily available at Hell's Gate, if rather heavily genetically modified. Liam trained them in more ways than combat, and even without this they were bound to learn a thing or two from him. He wouldn't have accepted anything less from them. After this, dinner went smoothly, with Liam ending unsurprisingly as the one eating the most by a large margin. The dessert was a large cake he made using non-toxic seeds that had a taste similar to white chocolate, which didn't last very long as well. Eating for the ones unable to breathe the air was not a problem, as the visor could shift and adapt to the wearer's needs. After this, the Sully family said their goodbyes and rode back to the Omatakea camp with their banshees. Jake couldn't stray away for long from his people, as the Oloiktan and Neytiri were reaching their limit of stress, adding that Loak was sleeping. Celebrating birthdays as a concept was foreign to NA6 culture. It was alien and seen as another pointless excess of the Sky people. The phase with presents was not their strength, and it wasn't to them to give, nor was it for anyone. Material was of non-importance here. But a gift was still to be given to the boy, which this day was very special to. Happy birthday, Miles. No, son. Happy birthday, son, Liam declared with a smile on his face as he crouched down to barely be able to see eye to eye with his newly adopted son. The words he just spoke made him feel strange in a good way, as he affectionately ruffled the hair of Miles, who smiled brightly, words unable to escape his lips as he was currently incapable of voicing his thoughts. A click was heard from the side as Grace took a photo of the scene, and on the hollow tablet she used to take the photo, a text appeared saying thank you, while on the side the message saying something was being downloaded led her to chuckle slowly. A present for you. It is not a toy and you will use it with care, Liam said, waving his left hand led to space, bending unnaturally as a bulky dark grey box with bright orange accentuation appeared out of thin air, leading to gazes of confusion and curiosity from everyone present. Snapping his fingers, the box lit up and made a loud whirring sound, then it unfolded. 2 legs, 2 arms, with 2 hands ending in 5 blocky digits, 1 head fused with a neck, then with a mental command from Liam it stood. And when it attained its full height, it revealed a menacing yet contradictorily non-threatening 2 meter and 20 centimeter, 7 feet 2, tall humanoid body of dark painted metal appeared. Gasps were heard at the sudden apparition of the contraption. Liam snapped his finger again, and the hulking mass of pure technology opened, the head with the torso and belly unfolding like a burgeoning flower, revealing various hollow screens, a seat, and dozens of thick cables connected to rings of metal and several other monitors. Is this the mecha you spoke about? It's amazingly awesome and super cool. Could I have one too? Kiri was the first to speak, inadvertently switching to English, leading to a raised eyebrow of recognition from Grace. While this was happening, Miles was already climbing in with little to no difficulty in the miniature mecha. Yes. It's quite similar to the metal armor you might have seen people wear at the base to lift big boxes. But here it's sized for Miles and quite a bit different. As for one, we will see what the future might give us and if you have the aptitude for it, he explained to the avatar girl, going to English as well. Both languages switched at times, but it was not a bother for anyone. His adopted son, beyond the limit of excitement, climbed up the legs and entered without even needing to be asked. Then he sat upon the comfortable seat of synthetic material that instantly shifted to adapt to the kid's body. Put your fingers in the rings, and your feet in the large boots. Most important of all, do not panic, you wouldn't want to hurt anybody. You can breathe without an exopack, but still. Be careful, he explained, and with a serious nod Miles did as asked with obvious clumsiness, yet it was still done with almost natural ease. Can I name him? Miles asked with hope in his eyes and got a nod of approval from Liam. Then he declared proudly, then his name is Robotinator, first of his name. Ha, fancy and interesting, good thing I didn't put a self-destruct button. Let's do a first 2-minute run for today, Liam added with a bright smile, not caring if no one understood his century-old reference. He snapped his finger for the 3rd time. The mecha began to seal itself back up, encasing Miles in an armor capable of protecting him from almost everything not in the heavy anti-tank category, and even then multiple shots would be needed, and also let him move in virtually all terrain from the depth of the sea to deep space. The only negative point was that the battery could only last half a day before needing to be recharged by either solar energy or by connecting to a source of energy. Liam learned to miniature the fusion reactor in his past time, but not to the point of keeping it functioning at a capacity that was even worth it. The mecha at the end of the day was very small. he couldn't fight the laws of physics right now and put a fusion reactor. A fission reactor was no-go as well. Are you sure this is wise, Liam? He is only 6, Norm voiced his worry as the last bit of Miles disappeared into the bulky body of metal, a headpiece similar to a crown of entwined cable encasing the kid's head visible at the end. He'll be fine, trust me and trust him. At worst, I'm here and my slinger and I have first aid kits, Liam said nonchalantly, not calming the human xenobiologist in the least. Injuries and hurts were part of life, he wasn't going to shelter Miles from them all. This is impressive, he thought with shock right after his reassuring pitch. The syncing between his adopted son's central nervous system and the machine was almost at 59.86%, an insane percentage way past his estimation by a no small amount. But as promising as Miles was as a pilot with those first results, he was but a 6-year-old who never did anything quite like this, even less so when on a slippery surface and the boot studs were not activated. One of the many functions the boy would have to discover. Got you, Liam said mirthfully as he grabbed with one hand the blocky metal hand of the mecha, stopping Miles dead in his tracks from falling on his rear, as presently the boy and machine were virtually the same. How it was stopped was almost as if the hulking mass of metal weighed nothing but air, and in a way it was. Liam didn't make it needlessly heavy and he could lift more than a ton with only one hand. This is awesome, the mechanically distorted yet clear voice of Miles then echoed, its point of origin the mecha. The distortion was not needed or necessary, but Liam did as he pleased with his craft, and the boy could modify it if he found the functionality. Chapter 77. Back on Earth. The last day of September of the year 2162, in a location 4 light-years away from the mysterious and wild moon known as Pandora. It was the Sol system. Orbiting around the third planet of its star was a more than 1.5 kilometers, 1 ml, spaceship, its massive veil reflecting the current state of the world down below, or more precisely its biosphere or lack thereof. It was Earth, and this ship was an ISV venture star of the biggest megacorp that had existed in human history, the RDA, and this spaceship had finished its deceleration a day prior. A comparatively small Valkyrie that was until now attached to its long tube-shaped body detached as the metal claws let go, its engines turned on a bright blue as it veered toward the once blue planet. The people inside were the ones who were evicted from Pandora 7 years ago, all having been awakened from their cryosleep 4 days before the spaceship entered orbit, and all experiencing numerous sets of contracting emotions, of which Parker Selfridge was the one the most affected. I'm foo *ked, was one of his many thoughts as he was weaving excuses and explanations in his mind for the impossible blunder that led to him losing control of Pandora, one of their biggest cash cow but mostly a vital social, economic, political tool. But he wasn't fearful for his life. He didn't get where he was by not having important connections and background, though it wouldn't change that the future was quite bleak. Or not, he thought again, he wasn't at fault for what happened. The data englobing it must already be in the RDA database, and the rest with others that were highly placed in Hell's Gate could add to his points if push came to shove. It was Colonel Quaritch, Jake Sully with his squad of traitors, and the NA6 at fault, not his. There was a wriggle room, and it has been 7 years. There was adequate preparation and time for the flame of potential anger to have quieted down. As the Valkyrie entered the atmosphere, smog immediately blocked the vision of the cockpit, but it was of no problem as the duo of pilots controlled the space shuttle. The more the Valkyrie progressed downward, the more the heavy cloud of acid and radioactive rain and pollution diminished to reveal a sea covered by several meters of toxic waste, plastics in all sizes, used tissues, and hundreds more unspeakable things that hid a water of a deep murky gray below, where only the hardest of life, both untouched by mankind and genetically engineered, could hope to survive. This vast sea of detritus was violently and suddenly cut by walls of a gray synthetic material that formed a dome reaching high, rivaling some of the highest skyscrapers of the early 21st century. This dome encompassed a massive area, and at several points, massive automated turrets could be seen. They were of all shapes, indicating many different functions, and, looking closer at the sea, carcasses of rusted ships and aircraft riddles with bullet holes or torn up into pieces after having been exploded could be seen. And it was where the pilots moved the space shuttle, more precisely an extension of it in the form of a large floating bay with high walls, and as it landed on the platform in a designated area the wall split open, red light beeped. Then from the wall of the dome like a caterpillar an extension grew out until it plugged into the back of the Valkyrie, exactly where the exit was located. Then the polluted air was filtered out. Then the metal ramp opened and Selfridge was the first to walk out, prompting the others to follow him like a bunch of lost sheep. The sight of tall dark grey armoured figures of sex, age, and ethnicities unknown on each side of the tunnel like statues. This was thanks to their heavy and highly advanced power armor that could let them lift cars with ease, punch through brick walls, and bend metal. Their menacing aspect was only amplified by the heavy rifles just as advanced as the armor they were carrying in their gauntleted hands. This little show of power only intimidated Selfridge mildly due to how much more advanced the elite guards of SEC Ops guarding this place were compared to the last time he was on Earth. However, it was quite a shock for the others who never were in this very special place for the chosen ones, and none of the people that came here had a military background. They all were civilians, some higher placed than others and competent but still regular civilians at the end of the day. They won't stay here for long in any case, that Selfridge knew. They were brought here to be interrogated, sign dozens of complex and very restrictive contractual terms, and would have a remotely controlled chip full of potent poison put in them without them knowing, such as by ingestion. Of course, all of this was legal, it was in the fine print of the contract to work on Pandora. But rarely anybody ever read the hundreds and hundreds of pages of a contract worded in such a way that it would trap anyone not professionally trained. There was an untold amount of loophole and play of words. And even if they knew, they would be given a conversation worth enough money for their children's children. Morality was hardly worth a life of abundance in those days and ages. And going back to Pandora with the next ISV venture star for some was an option too. Why look to recruit new qualified people when they are at disposition? I hate this step, Selfridge thought with revulsion as a door slid open in front of him while a feminine and soothing voice echoed, giving warning on what was to come. And to his displeasure, it affirmed the process to enter did not change. Walking down an individual room of wall, floor, and ceiling of blindingly pure white, he lifted both of his arms before the soft robotic voice in the background. And he closed his eyes trying to think of something else. What followed was half an hour of thorough cleaning and disinfection of his being both in and out, leaving him feeling violated. He couldn't begin to fathom how some found this step remotely pleasant. Then he was dressed in an expensive 3-suit and his body groomed to be presentable for the man he was going to meet. The highest end of the pecking order, he was quite nervous. Utopia as magnificent as ever, but he marveled at the genius of the architecture and beauty of the floating city as he stood on the edge of a rambered the azure sea. In this bizarrely clean and clear sea, a pod of uniquely colored dolphins swimming and flying above extinct species of birds in the wild could be seen, but what attracted his focus was behind in the distance. There were hundreds of buildings of all designs and colors, but all covered in rich flora growing out of the sea like a giant forest, and within those buildings, one tower stood out as it almost scraped the artificial sky. The Tower of Tomorrow, which belonged to the RDA, is named in connotation with their motto, Building Tomorrow. It almost touches the holographic sun in the sky. Gasps of shock with voices of wonder entered his ears as more and more people from the Valkyrie walked out, all wearing plain white clothes with pins on their left breast telling the more important information about them. And soon when they were all out, they began to be herded away by guards toward several manta ray-shaped submarines floating on the water, and once the aquatic vehicles were fully boarded they dived under the crystalline water, leaving him alone and in peace. This place, this city, was located at the furthest from any landmass. It was close to Point Nemo, as with the rising of the sea and ocean the furthest point from any landmass had changed several times. It made it a city extremely difficult to go to, only being accessible by an extremely small percentage of the human population and by exclusively aerial means, and only with an access or invitation, otherwise it would be shot on sight before having been warned. It's a neutral city-state free from the world's miseries such as pollution, disease, natural disaster, famine, war, and poverty. And tax, it was a tax haven. It was a city of science where technologies were developed for the present and future days to come. It was its own miniaturized artificial biosphere sealed off in its perfect cocoon that was the half-spherical shape that formed the outer structure visible on the outside and even from space when noxious clouds weren't above to block the sight. Every last cubic millimeter was constantly monitored by experts, an ace to keep everything running as it was intended, thereby leading to a place with pure air, clear water, and an absence of germs, viruses, parasites, and any unwanted organisms that might harm the careful balance. It was thanks to this that the entire city was self-sufficient in energy, water, and food. It was a paradise, but not everyone had the key to open its gate and enter it, even less live in it. Master Selfridge, your conveyance is ready to depart at your will. My name is Leonard and I will be your driver, a noble male voice with a distinct yet subtle French accent called from behind him, snapping him out of his reverie. Turning around, he saw an old-style car hovering above the ground and a middle-aged man dressed in a butler suit similar in design to the one of 2 centuries in the last yet distinctively modern. Nodding to the man, Selfridge walked into the car, the door kept open for him, and took a comfortable position on the real shell Cordovan leather-covered seats. A few minutes later he was standing in a spacious elevator with an aquarium where coral and tropical fish could be seen next to multiple Wardian cages full of plants both from Earth and Pandora as it climbed the hundreds of meters that made the tower. "Calm down, Parker," he berated himself as the elevator doors slid open and he walked out into a large room where the walls composed of glasses gave a sight to the entirety of Utopia, but this wasn't what was taking his focus and making him want to run. But he didn't run. He advanced with an assured pace toward a large desk made of pure black mahogany shaped in half a moon. Seated on a carefully carved chair of the same wood and deep dark grey leather on the other side was an old, almost decrepit man wearing a suit of pure white. This was Marcus Leroy, the Chief Executive Officer of the Resource Development Administration, his right cybernetic orange pupils locked onto the face of Selfridge as it zoomed in and out while the left one of pure black with a grey iris looked at seemingly nothing. "On time, Parker Selfridge. You can take a seat, we have to talk," Marcus said, his voice sounding young yet old as it was clear and concise with no pause to breathe as the thin line of skin and synthetic material cut across his aged face full of scars. Not wanting for the man more of metal than flesh in front of him to wait, he sat on the chair, his eyes trailing half a second on an old picture dated to the 10 April of the year 2027 that showed a sister and her brother in their mid-20s smiling, the founders of the company, one of the two sharing several key features to the cyborg facing him. "I will be concise. You have failed in your mission and this is a fault that will not be excused. You have temporarily shaken our hold upon Pandora," Marcus said, his voice sending chills down Selfridge's spines, "but this is a failure. It has happened due to a variable out of your understanding. You have been careless and arrogant, and you have underestimated our employees. You have lost your edge. But it is not in its origin a failure born purely out of your oversight as a head administrator. It is one born out of alien interference. By predictions upon sets of data, this individual is one of the major variables, one that is of such importance only a handful of individuals of which you will soon be part are aware of," he let out, causing confusion, worry, and relief in Selfridge. Lifting his left artificial palm, a holographic screen materialized in existence. It was of a zoomed-in picture that showed a man in bronze armor standing in a plain of vibrant grass, his unnatural silver-grey eyes through the helmet eye slit for all to see. "This bitch," Selfridge snapped, banging his fists on the desk. He didn't care about the pain or his body language as realization dawned upon him. The date of the picture, the location, and to whom this was given first. It was from the Great Plain of Pandora. The date correlated to when Grace had begun to pester him about wanting drones to explore those said plains, the various moments when she asked for free time, and the like. It all made sense, and it made him feel as if he was the laughingstock. He was played like a fiddle by the xenobiologist and he wouldn't have been able to stop it. The worst was that there had been a report of a SEC ops having seen a man in armor in that location, but it was ignored, laughed off even. Dr. Grace Augustine is a brilliant and cunning woman, but she is not all-knowing, with all of her writing and speculation about this individual up to the point of a message written in English on a tree. Here all is but corrupted and encrypted data. Anterior to this point, however, all is but to us, Marcus ignored his employee's outburst of righteous anger, only acknowledging it as another tool to be used. But she is not on the level of this silver-eyed alien of unknown origin and purpose, the cyborg said with something nearly akin to respect, but it was almost illusory. It is aware of the threat we represent, it is afraid of us, it is paranoid, it is careful, yet it is dangerous, it wants to survive, it is the main reason Hell's Gate has been hacked from within, the main reason as to how the Homo Pandoris won. Yours and Miles' quartic arrogance only aided it in its endeavor. It was lucky, Marcus said with a minute amount of frustration and excitement about this variable that created chaos within his plans. Is it tied to this planet disappearing phenomena? Having calmed down, Selfridge asked as he massaged the pain away from his hands. His question was a wild guess upon wilder supposition, but he knew that what his superior spoke about was very much true, and the signification of an alien unknown to humanity suddenly appearing in a controlled space opened all possibilities. What was talked about referred to an unexplainable phenomenon known to be true to only a few that described the apparition of powerful gravitational compression and dilation and its relation to the sudden destruction of astral bodies, almost exclusively on telluric planets and moons close to. The most bizarre fact about this phenomenon was that it suddenly stopped existing around 100 years away in a spherical shape from its epicenter located in the binary star system Alpha Centauri A. One of the theories, if not with much credibility, as to why this was happening was that it was an alien civilization or several. The most followed theory was that it was gravitational phenomena that led to celestial bodies suddenly collapsing on themselves and becoming short-lived black holes, but there were several problems with this as well. Probabilities are extremely low and data insufficient. But it is a possible hypothesis. And one that is to you to work around, as you will be sent back to Pandora, but you are familiar with and knowledgeable about the terrain and the people living here, particularly the one to capture or eliminate. As such, Marcus paused as if to take his breath, something he did not need with the artificial lungs in his chest. You will be sent as a counselor and third in command of Charles Stringer for the rehabilitation of the RDA on this moon. You can go, details of what is to come will be sent to you. Do not disappoint me this time, the cyborg finished with a faint smile, a soul drive flashing in his mechanical fingers from his sleeve as a warning that didn't go unnoticed. At the same time, on the personal island, the silver-eyed individual spoke about light years away. A lone tree of white bark and scintillating purple leaves growing atop a water cavern emitted an omnidirectional powerful sonic blast as a side effect of what was happening within its roots. This blast would travel in a 200-kilometer radius and result in the most sensitive to its essence living in it falling into a short but deep coma in which they will all wake up and for the most will begin the journey toward its source. But the most affected of all was none of them. Chapter 78. Iwa Surpus. At the top of an island born of a long-dead volcano within the main chamber of a house, the owner and master of the place violently woke up, his specimen implant banishing the darkness, such was the intensity of its light. What the foo *K is happening? Liam mumbled, his eyes wide awake, body tensed up, his breathing heavy as his head instinctively turned toward the area where he planted the Tree of Souls, which translated to him looking down at the corner of his room's left wall rather intensely. The empathetic bond was enhanced to new heights as the sonic blast that awakened him turned into a constant stream of emotion, all in a similar spectrum. It was an immense amount of joy, excitement, and anticipation from his other half, Iwa. It was overflowing but not overwhelming, yet it still affected him greatly, creating a sort of feedback loop. It was getting closer to those times when they simply embraced after he drugged himself unconscious to be able to speak to her and be with her. A meeting that had become a hard task to do as the venom of his slinger, a compound in it more precisely, had lost most of its effect on him, and no other chemical had a similar result, or at least one of equal potency and clearness for those special face-to-face that, if not for the lack of a physical body, would have evolved into something more physical and not one-sided for who could touch who. The All-Mother wasn't exactly shy about taking very ample acquaintance of his body every millimeter when he was unconscious, or not for that matter, not that he complained. This problem leading to the rarefaction of those meetings was, aside from his timetable due to his biology, his body built tolerances to toxins and other foreign chemicals at an exponentially faster rate than any regular organism did. Normally it would be excellent news, but for this, not really. He was suffering from how good his adaptability was. But the one who suffered the most was Daisy, his slinger, and the head of the strange animal in particular. At the end of the day, as it was it who was the one who produced the venom. The head could alter the concentration of the venom compounds such that the one that could let him enter that dreamlike state was the one that exhausted his slinger the most when produced. He knew why it was the case. Iwa told him that it was positively charged with Shinik, at least that is what her cryptic words mean in their essence. This act was very taxing for the slinger as well. The compound wasn't made for this specifically, the task of communing with the All-Mother. Its purpose was to put the envenomed target in a type of sleep beyond the physical body to a degree, and this facet of the venom was what led to everything being possible, to begin with. It was a very rough start of a relationship between them, but he guesses there wasn't that much other option than this with how paranoid and jumpy he was at the time. She didn't have any other option but to speak to him and understand him. He was an alien being having popped up in existence in her garden. He forgave her acts but didn't forget. Is that the surprise you have been talking about? He asked himself more than anything. An excited, almost childlike smile grew on his face as he stood up to his full height of 2.45 meters, 8 feet, from his bed, his body having left a deep mark due to its sheer mass, but the mattress rapidly shifted back to its original form. The surprise was what Iwa had been refusing to reveal to him for more information for 7 years. Not for his fault of not having tried at several points to know what it was, all playful and in good sport, of course. It wasn't some grand mystery that would lead him to lose his mind. But he wasn't witless, it was related to the tree of souls he planted what was going right now and only confirmed it. But those trees were an enigma, so what was going without doing deeper and invasive reception that might have negative effects was the only way to solve this mystery, so he decided to stay in the unknown. And the surprise was related, at the very least partially, to the problem of communication between them aside from emotions. Something had been brewing within the roots of the tree, this part of the tree being the point of origin of the Shinik blast, only affirming that it wasn't just the result tree growing weirdly for no reason. Which he was sure wasn't to begin with, but you never know. Not bothering to don on his armor, he walked with a brisk pace straight out of his room, passing by Miles' room, which was no different than any others. As such, it was filled with unfiltered and unpressurized air from Pandora. It didn't need to be made for human life, it meant that Miles wouldn't be able to live in it, but that wasn't a problem. 2 years ago, when he adopted the boy and took him under his wing, he redesigned his entire house for it to have a system letting him filter and pressurize the air by his will, the doors having been modified too. This functionality was only of use for particular occasions that were for when Miles was here. Usually, his son would be sleeping in his room at Hell's Gate with Kupla or with Kiri at Grace and Psute's home. It wasn't that Liam wanted this situation, it was that it was the best option available for the two of them. Neither of them could have all they wanted. Miles couldn't stay year-long on the island, there was school and he needed to interact with others, adding that he was 8 years old. His tames wouldn't be enough and the boy had friends, it would be cruel to separate them. And the main reason, Liam was oh so very busy, working constantly at standard beyond what was safe and sane for humans and even for him. But he didn't crack, he didn't have the right to. That didn't mean he couldn't spare time, but his daily life was full. Sometimes he was on other moons, or in space helping in the mining operations for materials of all kinds, or alone cultivating and harvesting element. A process that needed extreme care and couldn't be risked to be automated. Or working on techgram during the travels, testing technology, or training, or a plethora of other aspects that took his time. At least infighting has ceased, at least the one that was grave between humans or between humans and NA6. It wasn't perfect and won't be for many generations to come, but it was infinitely better than the first year after the RDA was evicted from Pandora. When he was on Pandora he had very little time as well, and it was used mostly for building his tech replicator, which was not yet finished. One ring remained to be completed and a few parts for the powerful machine core were to be built or fine-tuned. All of it was complicated, unpleasant, but it was life. Sacrifice needed to be made and the boy understood this. He didn't tell Miles what he was precisely doing, only that it was for them to live happily. Being a father, even not a biological LM to a human boy was not an easy task but one he was delighted to have. The free time he had was spent largely with Miles when the boy had free time such as the allocated vacation and it was in person. Otherwise, he spoke to his son nearly every day even if it was not face-to-face, they didn't lack interactions. It felt great and was another great motivator, beyond that of his survival. Everyone is awake, he noted, all of his tames, even Gladius and Aegis in the sea below, were wide awake. It didn't matter the distance as Cupla at Hell's Gate had awakened, almost waking up Miles whose body was entangled in his hammock that served as a bed. The empathetic bond didn't spill over to the links with his tames directly but it affected him and as such made him experience a similar feeling to Iwa as such it was inevitably shared with the ones linked to him. And it had such a strong reaction because usually, he wasn't this way, at least not out of nowhere and this early in the morning. Mentally commanding the large glass window of his room it started to slide to the left and the fresh air of the night entered his room, not waiting for it to be fully open before passing through the opening. He jumped down the 6-meter void before the ground, all the while fully appreciating the air brushing against his upper body, hair, and beard. Landing on the large stone he felt the shock of his weight with that of the energy brought by his fall in his leg which was enough to crush an average man to a bloody pulp without much of a reaction. It was a beat. A beat of a heart the first of many, he thought, realization dawning upon him as his smile enlarged with the flow of emotion amplified as the second blast was emitted. This one was weaker as it washed over the island which lit up in its entirety as if a wave had passed reality and it continued beyond. It could be seen from outer space that he knew with the many satellites he put in orbit. It was akin to a giant and infinitely complex spider web that pulsed an intense blue-pinkish light with his island at the epicenter. Then as his heartbeat another wave washed over him then another in rhythm with his heartbeat, the following one stabilizing into their power not going lower or higher. The first blast was the first best of a heart residing within the Tree of Souls. His 4 tetrapterons landed on branches around him as they gazed upon the general location of the Tree of Souls, the questioning caw of his great ostropede walking to his right prompting Liam to speak to diffuse their confusion. It's not a danger or an attack. Do not worry and lay to the side. You can observe but do not intervene unless I order so. Understood, he warned his tames present on the island via a dual message by voice through their links and what he got in response was utmost acknowledgement of his words. Good, bonus snacks would be given to the ones who heed my words, he nodded and proceeded on with a brisk pace, the feeling of the moist grass of night, flowing water and smoothened gravel below the sole of his bare foot accompanied all of his steps. He arrived at his destination in a few short dozen seconds and his silver iris dilated at the surreal sight. The clearing from where the Tree of Soul grew was a constellation of bioluminescent light. Those lights formed a kaleidoscope that pulsed to his and Iwa heartbeats. It originated from a singular spot within the Tree of Soul's roots as it spread in complex chaotic and natural patterns to the grass, trees, flowers, mycelium, vines, and other organisms of all shape and size from arthropod to the fishes in the rivers born out of the water cave. Each of his steps created a counterpulse which melted into the ones originating from the flora and fauna. This continued until he stopped moving a few meters away from the tree. He stayed here in awe at the sheer magnificence of the scene, and then white glowing furry tendrils grew from the closest roots toward him. Noticing this he put himself slowly on one knee and dipped his left hand in the crystalline water. He remarked that it was warmer than usual by a few degrees Celsius. The filaments reached his fingers and with quickness climbed up his hand to his implant and after a prickling sensation was felt his eyes closed but he continued to see and he saw so much more. He felt the breath of life on the island, from the heart beating with his own in the tree's root but that wasn't all, it goes far beyond in the reefs below and more. All following a rhythm that was his. It was mind-blowing but the most intense part was the raw emotions. It felt good, great even. He felt accepted, cared for, and loved which were reciprocated by him for her. Saying it was addicting for the both of them to be in such a tie would not be far from the truth. But he was in full control and as such when a few minutes later he received a call from the bracelet around his right wrist he had when he didn't have his armor he answered. Yes Grace, what is the matter, he spoke, his voice dripping with the emotions he was feeling, making him sound almost as if he was high due to having overdosed on drugs but still articulated. It was a strange mix, and there was a slight grumpiness as well. I was with my mate at the Omatika when Kiri had a seizure and then kept babbling about you and I while we had to put her to sleep. Moat had a coma, then woke up and spoke about the same things. Neytiri is speaking. Distress was clear for him to hear, which as she continued he waited for her to tool a breather. Calm down, Grace, there is nothing to worry about, nothing that will affect anyone negatively. Kiri is fine, right? This concerns me and Iwa alone. Your daughter and Moat and her daughter are correct as well. It's related to the two of us, he stated calmly, the dreamy nature presently added to his deep bass voice, a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation. I'm sorry to have him be slightly out of touch, it's Fu * King Bizarre. All of this, you're insane frankly. But I will trust ya on that one. Not like it will go any other way, right, Liam? Grace said with mild exhaustion and relief. The fact he was calm helped her greatly to settle down, and after that, both said goodbye and ended the call. But the time of peace after was short-lived, as his giant armored shark, who was swimming far up in the deep sea, noticed several dozen of massive tapered bodies moving toward the island. With this information, Liam observed the location from outer space with the help of a satellite telescope, and a heavy frown appeared on his face. Tolkien's and the reef NA6. Their Tsahix and those whales must feel the Chinook, Liam muttered. It was to be expected after the Chinook blast. Moat felt it, and she was farther away, and he was sure it wouldn't be the only impromptu visit he was going to have for the following day or weeks. He will see if curiosity kills the cats. He isn't going to let everyone go up here, that he was certain. It was his place, no matter what others might say or feel. It didn't matter if some of the most extreme and xenophobic NA6 felt it was a sacred place and he shouldn't be here, then that would be their problem. At worst, what are they going to do? Speak loudly in outrage and not do anything. His island was far from defenseless with him on it or not. However, he wasn't going to underestimate anyone or be aggressive for no reason. That didn't mean he was going to be passive. But at their speed of travel, they won't be here in at least 2 good hours. That's better than anything, I guess, he said. He didn't deem it worth it to order Aegis to slow them down, as from Iwa he knew the Tolkien's capabilities and they would be able to tell the strangeness about his Nalutza with but one glance, and that it was connected to him as well. His focus switched back to the Tree of Souls, his heart beating faster and faster as excitement rose and the light of the island did the same. Then the tapestry of bioluminescence amplified to a point where the entire area was lit. The flow of Chinook suddenly ceased outside of his bond, seemingly getting sucked back into the Tree of Souls. Then his eyes widened as down before him in the hermetically sealed knots of root underwater 3 feminine fingers of a soft pale bluish-purple skin ending in wickedly sharp obsidian black claws tore through its pure white bark from the inside to the outside. He knew who this thing was, no, who she was, or a fragment of her in physical form, and his joy reached an unprecedented level as 3 other similar fingers of another hand tore through the bark as if what was inside was trying to escape a prison. Chapter 79. Avatar of the All-Mother. The clawed hands that were NA6 yet weren't pushed out more and more as Liam stayed in place, his silver eyes almost glowing as he observed, heart hammering powerfully in his ribcage. The fingers curled as their sharp end dug into the white bark, then where the tip of the fingers touched the wood seemed to bend as if it was clay, and the forest beat of bioluminescence intensified. Then with ease, the roots parted ways like the curtain of a theater, revealing the creature within, a naked NA6 female, yet not many physical differences were to be noticed. An athletic body of perfect proportion from both human and NA6 that was protected in almost its entirety by a cocoon of long flowing white hair, a stark contrast to that of the usual dark hair commonly seen in NA6. But that was only the beginning. Her queue, whose shadow could still be seen behind the hair, was disconnecting from the tree as many other filaments on her were disappearing in the roots. Another shadow could be seen. It was a thin yet muscular tail longer than her body, ending in a tuft of a similar white of her hair, who was slowly waving in the water. Her feet ended in the same claws as her hands, obsidian in color and sheen. The sharper and longer ear, almost elfish yet remaining distinctively NA6, poked out of the sides of her hair, Her skin was of a healthy soft pale bluish purple that was cut through by elegant midnight purple stripes and constellations of bioluminescent spots. Those spots followed what seemed to be the vascular system with its brightest points, the heart, and a few more above her cat-like nose and around her white eyelash in the form of natural tattoos mimicking the 3 more eyes and light present on her metaphysical appearance he was habituated to. But what took his focus and breath away was her small smile showing sharper canine than usual and her enchanting eyes with pale pink irises that locked onto his ethereal silver ones as a smile of honest joy formed on his face as well. The staring didn't stop as with a simple and minimal push of her feet she propelled herself through the crystalline water, her hair and tail flowing suit. This small action gave more movement than it should ever do as she glided effortlessly with grace toward him. It was as if she was gliding. She moved up the deepness of the cave as if an exterior force was acting behind what could be seen. Then as the distance became so insignificant that both could touch the other finger, the first contact led to both smiles growing, and as it happened the filaments that were until now coiled around Liam shifted back into the roots at great speed, the deeper connection with the biological network severing it as it did so. Yet this didn't affect him aside from giving him more room to feel his own emotions. He plunged his outstretched hand slightly deeper and both grasped the other hands. His left hand held her outstretched right hand, 4 fingers and a thumb entrelacing 3 fingers and a thumb, his calloused skin, against her soft one without any blemish touching the other, feeling the others. The hold never wavered as he stood up from his one-knee position, hoisting her up with him to the surface in one fell swoop, the water slipping off her body and hair as if she were a hydrophobic object. As such she was not in any way drenched due to her having been fully submerged. Iwa didn't even have a foot on the ground when her other arm had snaked its way around his neck, the other slipping out of his hand and going on his back, feeling the defined muscle on taut skin, while her tail did the same around his left leg. But that wasn't all. Her eyes at the same level as his had only his as the world, and without so much of a warning aside from a burst of emotion in the empathetic bond she closed her eyes and immediately kissed him on the lips, his bushy yet soft beard tickling her skin pleasantly as she approached her body to his further. Liam's reaction was instantaneous and without any ounce of hesitation. He reciprocated the kiss, his eyes closing on instinct as well, and he placed her on the ground while his unused arm held her solidly and carefully. He fully took in the feeling of her lips on his, that of his bare torso against her own just as bare, his burning emotions for her, and her reaction to his own. And she was doing the exact same thing. One had dreamed of this impossible moment for nearly a decade and the other waiting for the same amount of time for it to happen, as she knew it was but an inevitable fact about reality, an event set in time to happen, and none being able to tell her otherwise or deny it to her. A fact that in all of her untold years of life, she had never experienced for herself. It was a new experience for her. And it was beating all of her expectations. But good things weren't eternal and the kiss couldn't last forever. It needed to end, and if they didn't stop right now, chances were they wouldn't be available for the next few hours, if not more. Liam didn't have as much sex drive as others, but he had tested when the rare time he was in the mood and knew his limits were far beyond what was human, and he was certain for Iwa it wouldn't be different. A surprise indeed, he said mirthfully as he parted his lips away after nearly 5 minutes of lips against lips with evident difficulty, both not having difficulties breathing, a large smirk growing as he gazed on the visage of Iwa, or at least the body of flesh she crafted for her to inhabit and control. We are as pleased as you are, this body. It is something that we have done before, but not in this way. And certainly not to be with my mate. A mate. My mate, she said calmly, her crystalline voice echoing as she placed her forehead against his. A few seconds passed in silence as both of them profited from the moment to its fullest. Yeah, mate. We are mates, he repeated after her softly. It felt beyond incredible, there were no other words for it. This entire situation was quite frankly magical for both of them, it didn't matter how alien it was. Parting their head away after a dozen more minutes, Iwa smiled brightly and said through words with her mouth and emotions via their empathetic bond, I see you. Looking at her he answered in kind, fully knowing what these short sentences in that context entailed and fully acknowledging those entailed details, I see you. I see you. Those three words can mean many things within different situations in NA6 culture, from a simple greeting between individuals of the same status, to a sign of great respect, and also to express that you can see in the other, see their heart, understand them and what they truly are, and that you accept them fully. It was essentially an I love you, but with a deeper meaning in a direct, spiritual, and philosophical way. And in Liam and Iwa's case it was factual, their very being connected through a bond beyond physicality that let each know what their significant other feels and experiences. As both separated their bodies, her tail still in contact with his leg, Iwa lifted one hand from the ground as it glowed brightly. Thousands of hair-thin filaments originating from the tree of soul grew at her feet. The filaments of the roots weaved themselves together into an immaculate white textile as they reached her pelvis and began forming a body-fitting dress of thin white rope, the filament growing more and more, forming crossroad of tissue as they climbed up, covering most of the chest, ending at her neck as they formed a necklace-like formation, keeping the whole masterfully made dress in a few seconds set in place. It was akin to the finest of 3D printing, but purely biological, and on someone that didn't even try to act the fact. It was quite a sight for her other half. That's impressive. I suppose it makes sense that you have total control over what is but yourself, Liam said honestly at the sight, and she nodded almost lazily. Then he looked at her untidy hair and frowned slightly before he asked, "Would you need help with this? You will need to be presentable when your children arrive. We would appreciate the deed. We are excited about this as well indeed. Communicating to them in such a way that we did between us is an impossibility. They are simply unable to do so without me endangering them. They are too weak or lack in perception, and that is the way that it should be. I'm the balance, not their guide. For me their life is equal. But seeing them from their level could but prove to be an enlightening experience," she said with melancholy as she grasped a strand of her hair that obstructed her left eye between her clawed fingers and sat on a stone nearby, her tail still not having left his leg. Moving behind, Liam began to work. He was no trained hairdresser, but he had quite a lot of experience nonetheless. He took care of his hair himself after all, and he worked with types of materials similar to hair. It wasn't rocket science either, not that it was remotely a complex subject for him either. This body that you have engineered. It is faster and stronger than any NA6 I have met, he spoke as he carefully worked on her hair. He didn't even need to put work on straightening it, as they were unkempt yet flowing, and silky smooth in his finger, letting him do as he pleased, such as braiding several plaits to forms a bigger one that was going to be around the queue. It's an organ at the back of her head full of nerves that for NA6 let them connect to their environment and other creatures. It is a very sensitive and important body part, almost a vital organ. Even losing or damaging will drive the individual to shock, suicide, or worse. She hummed pleasantly with his touch full of care over her scalp and answered, "It is correct, this body is an avatar. It was created to be as close to yours as such. We have taken inspiration from, for example, your muscles' internal structure, but as you can see we are neither the body of a NA6, human, nor that of a hybrid between the two, or any life forms I have birthed. This body is unique. It is a catalyst, a focus point capable of bearing a fragment of my consciousness. An extension for me to interact with the world directly. It is something that breaks the cycle that we have built, but as you have said, we must adapt, and adapt we do, and we will. For our survival and more," she explained. "This like the tree of souls, but in flesh and bones, hey? Can't say I don't prefer you this way in more ways than ones," Liam said with a bit of amusement. Then in front of his eyes from the roots a large ovoid metallic blue crystal came out of the ground. It looked almost cut, such as how perfect it was for its natural state, that didn't borrow much of a reaction from him aside from curiosity at what she had just dug out. The gemstone before his eyes then began to float, and his mouth opened by a small amount in disbelief as Iwa flicked her clawed fingers nonchalantly. His mind filled with questions at the unreal sight he didn't anticipate. The crystal then with another flex of a finger moved toward her the ropes that made her dress shift as she placed it in the middle of her stomach, and thanks to the dress it stayed perfectly in place. Surprised? This action. What is the term in English for it? She asked, innocently amused by his reaction. It was cute, and this snapped him out of his daze at the surreal sight as well, his mind immediately going over dozens of hypotheses as to how this was possible. telekinesis. The manipulation of matter with the mind. This is due to Chinook from you and the gemstone material, he said pensively as he was back working on her hair waiting for an explanation, and he didn't have to wait long for one. That is close, I presume, but that is not exactly how it is done. This gem is made of the metal you call Pandorium, as you must realize, one that has been basked in my Chinook, and that is this that I move, its resonance toward this same metal in this body amplifying the effect as I canalize them. It is close to your magnetic technology, at least in shape, Iwa said. He could feel her smile through the bond at those words. It correlates to what I have been observing with the Hallelujah Mountains and other locations where Chinook is dense with Pandorium. Many of the objects are not magnetic or not enough, yet they defy this moon's gravity. So it was truly Chinook you emit. Fascinating. And that means you are very powerful. Pandora with this body is yours to mold, he added with a hint of pride at the added power his mate possessed. We are, and this statement is not incorrect, but this avatar is a point of focus and one that has set boundaries it cannot go past without risks of great wound and even demise. We are not all powerful, and this power would not safeguard me, you, or anyone from what the RDA could potentially do if they so desired. Only you can, and this is why you have my utmost support and assistance. If none is alive, what is the point of staying neutral? She corrected his overestimation of her capabilities with a faint smile, her tail curling tighter around his leg. The coiffure had progressed to where he was working on building a thin yet complicated braided crown connected to that of her queue. What he was doing more many similarities to how his hair was currently put in, as such very much inspired by Viking's hairstyle. He loved the aesthetic as simple as that, and there was no need for further reason to do it. Humans in their vast majority are not gifted enough to be affected by Chinook without direct connection to any great extent. They are blind, and deaf, a curse for them and us, yet a blessing for them at the same time. She answered one of the other questions that popped into his mind without even him needing to ask. The implication behind such a statement was cold and insinuated that the Homo sapiens species was lucky, very very lucky. She was Mother Nature here with all of her qualities: default, danger, boon, beauty, and ugly. If she felt that her existence was threatened, she would have lasses out, and the damage would have been larger than any mortal could understand. Any being capable of playing with the mind was not to be trifled with, less so when it's one older than the Dina user themselves. And it reminded him of the giant shredded piece of the spaceship he localized yet didn't begin to explore on the moon he had the Element Nexus facility on, but speaking of that was for another time. He would ask when he took her to explore it after he built tech armor for the both of them with inbuilt teleporters, and he knew she knew, but she played along, so it meant it wasn't a danger or one as imminent as the RDA and the United Nation. He trusted her judgment. This makes perfect sense. It must be akin to the albedo and a body's capacity to absorb or reflect incident radiation. Human being close to the one of this scale, and the Tolkien's for example closer to zero. He spoke, his words at various points not understood by the All-Mother, but she didn't ask as the concept was one she was most familiar with. Time passed as both spoke of great and many things. He made his tames present meet her all with extensively positive results, as it should. Then he walked her around his now their home. This continued until Liam's scanners placed all around the perimeter of the island blared, informing of the arrival of their guests from the sea. But not only, a large flying creature was above in the sky and on its way to land close to where they were. It was a great Lenopteryx. Chapter 80. Chasm between mortal and immortal. A Toruk, Liam said in NA6, looking at Waya, whose relaxed smile enlarged, showing sharp canines as the beast in question could be seen in the sky approaching them. It was a brilliant orange with blue and violet mixed at its tails and wings extremities, creating patterns akin to flames with a bit of imagination. He deactivated the targeting system of his many turrets around the island, not wanting to turn the majestic creature into mincemeat, but still at any wrong movement from it death would rain in the form of anti-tank rounds from all sides. Do not try to attack it, or worse, to kill it. He also ordered his tames at his side through the links, and they could kill the great Leonopteryx, Orion, Septon, Oxydon, Mary and Gladius. The five present on land could do this much, and Aegis, now back around the island, could bite the giant dragon-like animal in two in one chomp if given the opportunity. Analutza is not a great Leonopteryx predator per se, preferring smaller less dangerous prey like sea banshees or medusas, the giant floating jellyfish, but they won't say no to a bigger arrogant slab of meat if given the opportunity. It rarely if ever happens because great Leonopteryx don't live in coastal areas, preferring mountains be they on land or floating, and even in case of travel to find mates they know of the danger hidden in the water below. The ones who don't and fly too low are to never be seen again. As big, strong, and menacing as great Leonopteryx is, it is still an animal, a very smart one, some would say on par with Na6, but still one in its essence. There was a chasm between potential intelligence and the collective one cultivated by a civilization several thousand years old, at the minimum as primitive as it is on the technological front. Nature and nurture are inseparable from the others in how they influence individuals. In any case, it wouldn't change anyone's reaction from having their eyeballs clawed and eaten out by 4 hyper-trained perfectly coordinated tetrapterons, all the while being deafened, stunned, and possibly wounded by the controlled scream of a great ostropede would lead to a very bad end. And this was without any of his tames being equipped for combat. The creature was still a fantastic animal, but as smart as it was wild and had not worked to the bones from birth to be the best it could possibly be. Individually they would lose, but they are not functioning on this wavelength. The great Leonopteryx flew down and hovered above the rocky clearing right in front of them, the beats of its 4 massive wings generating powerful gusts of air that blew dust, branches, small plants, and their hair with the force behind the artificial wind. Its wings slowed down as it landed, the few plants below its clawed feet crushed as its 4-eyed gazes shifted from him to her, no aggression, wariness, or hostility within them. It didn't even dare look into their eyes as if it would be the greatest of affront, and it didn't deserve to look at them as equal, and it was because they weren't. And it translated within its eyes as something akin to curiosity and respect for Liam, and adulation to the point of worship for Iwa could be seen. It was a bizarre sight, such an apex predator not having the capacity to even stare fully into 2 cooperatively tiny creatures that in normal time would be but small snacks in between larger meals, as if daring to even look into her or his eyes by extension was the greatest of sin. Its long muscular neck bent down and a low powerful purr mixed with a click escaped its throat. It was a cry to show its obedience as it put its neck and belly in a vulnerable position as its body language shifted into that of total submission. Yet the majesty of the Pandoran dragon didn't disappear. And to think it nearly cost Jake life for a temporary bond with such a creature of your making. 1 gaze and total submission are earned, as it should I presume, Liam said with fascination. It earned him an amused glance from Iwa. Indeed, this child is but an infinitely small fraction of a greater whole, the All-Mother, me. This but for me a mere thought, she acknowledged and spoke further, this time in a hard-to-read tone, but in the same line of thoughts for bonding with one of my children. You are not entirely different, and it is what is beyond praiseworthy. You have taken and will take risks, calculated and controlled as they may be, that we would not dare to. I appreciate the compliment, but I will not stay here and hear you say you are incapable of taking risks. You decided to give me a chance, and gave me your full trust by becoming my mate after all. For all intent and purpose, I could have nefarious goals and be another invader who cared only for getting the most benefit out of you and Pandora, all my actions made to fool you. This aside. What is this Tauric name? He asked, his hand over her back tightening possessively. He didn't like how she tore herself down, and he knew it was an equal feeling for herself about him. Her name is Tun, a young one freshly out of the nest, by force, just like her brother who didn't manage to fly until it was too late, she announced both offhandedly like it was nothing and with sadness as she walked toward the submitted Tauric. Her steps were nonchalant and very relaxed yet elegant, her long tail flicking behind her, letting go of the loving snare around his leg. Her body language, if extremely confident, was also almost lazy in a way, accentuating the earlier factor further. But each of her movements was optimized, and controlled perfectly, creating a deep uncanny feeling for anyone that wouldn't be him. It was not normal for any biological being to have such a degree of control over their body. It gave him an impression of how others must be seeing him, as it was even more pronounced in his case at times, as in his case he wasn't fully organic. She patted the tip of the great Leonopteric's beak full of almost human-sized teeth as it froze, and with a tilt of her head toward Liam she stirred and she jumped increased, impossibly so. 3 times her height in fact. Then she spun in the air using her tail and limbs, doing several figures that would put to shame any athlete in human history. Then she landed with the very tips of her clawed toes atop the blue upper crest of the flying beast. Her eyes into his own and her body in a natural, elegant, innocent yet sensual position, challenging him. "Show off," he scoffed with a smirk at the more than impressive show of a fraction of her capabilities as he began advancing toward her. She was the will of a gestalt composed of trillion upon trillion upon trillion upon trillion of being, from simple unicellular organisms to more complex ones like Na6. All of their knowledge, experience, talents, instincts, intuition, creativity, and imagination were hers, no matter from whom, age, species, or sex, no matter how insignificant the being came from or how useless it might seem. And she possessed the best of all of her children since her birth as the All-Mother. It was hard to describe her as any other thing than a goddess, because that was how mortal beings would call something like her, and by many metrics that would be true. That is what he understood from what he glimpsed and that she told him with various educated guesses. But understanding a hive mind was no easy task, even less so when she was his equivalent of a wife. Yet no matter her knowledge and everything after, she was not omniscient, she was lacking greatly in a deeper understanding of the greater world and ignorant of many things. But that was where he came in. He lacked what she had and she lacked what he had, both parties bringing something to the table, both compensating and helping their other half. They were a team, 2 being in a symbiosis beyond the simple primal need of life to continue. A collar of synthetic fabric and metal appeared in his left hand as he threw it at her. It was a microphone for them to communicate at a distance. She caught it and put it on, fully knowing what it was and its purpose. Right after he took a running position, his feet pushed the stone and gravel away before he began running. He passed from 0 km/h to speed far beyond human, faster than the first day when he ran for his life. Thanks to longer legs, great bodily control, and a lot of exercising, his maximum speed has almost doubled. Running at around 70 km/h, 44 mph, was still extremely slow compared to what he could achieve with tech. Her pale pink eyes, similar to ones with albinism, feasted on his every movement as he ran with what anyone would call suicidal recklessness toward the 150 meters, 492 feet, tall cliff that led to the sea down below. "Take off, my child, let us see what ingenious idea my mate has in mind," she said. Her words were laws the female great Leonopteryx obeyed immediately, following the will of the All-Mother. Flying above the sea and once above the void, she kept her position with mocking simplicity. She even hunched over to have better sight. At worst she was no stranger to diving, having bona fide millions of years of experience from literally millions of species. A few injuries were no problem either, as long as not too crippling. This body was certainly more valuable than an old tree of souls and would be unpleasant to lose, but it would be more of an annoyance than anything else. Liam saw what she had done with his eyes and the empathetic bond that gave him awareness of where she was, flashing her a grin and then pushing strength into his legs, the vein popping as he leaped into the air. The sensation of not having his feet on the ground, well known to him as jumping from a cliff, was a pleasant experience, more so with Miles when the boy was evidently piloting his mecha. Several dozen meters was no problem. Pandora had lower gravity and a dense atmosphere, making it less dangerous than on Earth if the planet was livable, but when going higher at some point, no matter the position or technique, at best fractures were to be expected and at worst it was death. For regular humans, that is. Spinning on himself, he felt the air against his body as he stared into Iwa's eyes and took several poses typically seen in bodybuilding competitions, the point being to amuse her and give a unique aerial show, of which was a first in this universe. He knew she loved this physical aspect of him for some odd reasons, considering what she was, a sexless ancient consciousness of the moon's biosphere. Not that he complained. And if there was a weird one, it would be him in the equation. Doing one last pause, he placed his left hand on his pants, and in a mere microsecond, it was switched to the bulky pants of his armor, a time that was enough for Iwa to see in between. The armor then began unfolding over his body as he shifted to a diving position. Then he broke the surface, his momentum still here added with his weight. He moved without anything he could at great speed. He descended nearly 100 meters at such an accelerated pace that it would be fatal for anyone, be they NA6 or humans, well before arriving at this depth. But the pressure was not a problem, at least for now, nor the fact he was sinking like an anchor made of lead. His helmet was not over his face, but there was no need to, as a large shadow was arriving below him. This was Aegis, and the Nalutsa was creating powerful upward currents that didn't change his sinking situation, but his tame was approaching, and when it was close he acted. Extending his right hand, he strongly grasped a metal handle that was part of a semi-permanent miniature platform placed atop the giant armored shark's exoskeleton he used mostly to carry raw uranium safely. Up, and put as much effort into it. And don't go chomp on the big chicken, Liam ordered, the discontentment of the shark at not having permission to nibble on the great Leonopteryx amusing him. From the surface, Iwa had made the great Leonopteryx fly lower the moment Liam had disappeared in the depth, then the water burst upon, scaring her mount, and if not for her taking control it would have slammed against the cliff in terror. The terror was caused by a massive creature with her mate attached to the contraption on its back. Both had a short eye contact, one with a massive grin and the other a thin pleased smile. Then the huge Nalutsa fell back, heavy drizzle raining after. After this little interaction, the two with their mounts at their beck and call began the short travel toward the many that began their travel to their location thanks to the Chinook blast hours ago. And those were currently gazing at a small archipelago of islands protected by a steep barrier of corals with few accessible points. The gigantic shapes of whale-like creatures dotting the water and more kept on coming. Those were Tolkien's, and they were of many different pods. Between them were smaller seafaring animals and small green-blue dots that were bulkier than usual Na6, all were adapted for an amphibious life between land and sea. It could be seen from their flatter, more muscular tails for swimming, larger shoulders, and flat cartilaginous outgrowth serving as fins on their arms starting at their small fingers. Is this the place of origin from the All-Mother's Heart Song? Ronal, a female Na6 with pale turquoise skin, asked with trepidation. She was riding an ilu, a friendly creature vaguely resembling a certain species of extinct sea lizard or a once exceedingly popular cryptid. This island. It is the point of origin. My spiritual sister, Roa, had spoken to me earlier, confirming it. Close your eyes. Do you feel it? We are gazed upon. Gazed beyond the layer of our flesh. And the All-Mother is coming to meet us, but not only. Ronal, the Tsahik of the Metayana clan, answered her younger fellow Tsahik of a weaker clan with fervent passion in her voice, her eyes lost onto the horizon. She was sitting on her knee atop her spiritual sister's massive hammer-shaped snoot. Roa was a female Tolkien, Ronal closest confidant, friend, and so much more. They were with each other since they could swim, and as such their bond was deep and intricate. Sitting on the head of a young Tolkien's head, the calf of Roa, was Ronal's 5-year-old daughter, Tsyria, a Tsakaram in training, and just like her mother she was focused upon the distance. She didn't understand what was happening, but what she knew was that it would change her life and that of everyone present. She is in the sky, the young Na6 girl said suddenly, as she was one of the first to notice a large creature flying in the sky toward them. Her round eyes widened in amazement, completely oblivious to the massive creature approaching them from under. Chapter 81. Gods walking among mortals. Tsyria focuses and that of many of her fellow Na6 and Tolkien were onto the sky as gasps and clicks of shock echoed within the mixed crowd were heard all around. All recognized this deeply respected creature, a creature that was known to be the ruler of the sky, forest, and mountains. None expected a select few Tolkiens had seen such a creature by their own eyes and not that of their ancestors at a spirit tree, the aquatic variant of a tree of souls. The danger such as being represented for the Illis, the youngest of Tolkien calves, and Na6 should have led to a building panic or a large shift from them to flee and protect themselves, but it was the exact opposite that was happening. They stayed perfectly still, completely enraptured in the moment. Awe, adulation, and marvel at the approaching apex predator of the sky, but it wasn't the beast receiver of all of those sentiments, it was the one atop of it, her presence akin to a sun burning in the complete darkness. Some with weaker constitutions both physically and mentally were already feeling feeble under such a presence so far above them approaching their location. It was an event that would be spoken of for the many, many generations to come. It was to be seen, heard, and felt, for it to be shared and kept alive forever within their memories. Yet it wasn't the only point of focus, as the eldest of the Tolkiens, with also a young adult waiting for something to happen, had felt a sudden shift within the water below. A shift that was the telltale of something massive approaching, and whose body absorbed the constant clicks emitted by their organs at each the sides of their snouts that were highly developed and sensitive echolocation organs, almost totally hiding it from them. It was swimming upward at great speed, its massive shadow starting to be more noticeable to the NA6. More and more noticed, all having instantly understood that it was caused by another apex predator, one of the seas they were immensely more familiar with than the one of the sky, second in size and mass only to the peaceful whales of Pandora. One that could fight on equal ground and kill one with relative ease against the largest Tolkien bull in a physical contest due to the shark's extremely thick armor, its stealth, and the most powerful jaws of any animal species presently alive. These battles had happened many times in the tales from a bloody and ancient past, and would still be true to this day. Tolkiens are greatly ashamed of those times and why, since then and for the future, their way of life, the Tolkien way, was non-violent, banning all forms of violence and killing, excluding the ones with the purpose of nutrition, as their biology hasn't changed and they still are obligate carnivores, filter feeder to be exact, but it was done in a way strictly to sustain themselves. As flawed as many would call their ideology of total peace, they weren't suicidal, but if a fight were to happen they would always choose to swim away no matter the circumstance. An example of how ingrained this philosophy was in their species' collective memory. And if there are loss of lives, then there will be no revenge and no hate will be born either, only acceptance and grievances. It was life, and life was not easy even for them. However, this news of Analutza having suddenly reached them didn't lead to any fear in the one in the known. Words had spread thanks to one Tolkien having seen a fight between a flying beast of metal, its rider, the most known human, and the same Nalutza that was currently approaching them. This same Tolkien had seen this man somehow, some way, somewhat bond, and dominate the Nalutza that was one of the major reasons none had dared to get close to the island that the said man had decided to take it as is. Aside from the man's name itself, and the fear that still sprung above by this sudden appearance was calmed down to a degree by Ronal hissed out words of warning: do not act rashly upon your primal impulse. This Nalutza is the mount of the creature inhabiting those islands. The next instant the calm sea bathed under the picturesque night sky of Pandora was breached by the appearance of a bulky, muscular tailless figure, visibly male, dressed in bizarre clothes of dark shining grey, appeared, his hands behind his back as more of his body rose, with under him a portion of the shadow that was an Nalutza that here was used as nothing more than a platform. Then the unique mask hat hybrid covering his entire head unfolded faster than they could blink, revealing dark brown braided hair and beard in a style foreign to them, thick eyebrows of the same color, a strangely shaped nose, sun-kissed skin upon defined feature, and a small smirk contracting deeply with his most striking feature, his eyes aside the difference in species. Two icy cold and ethereal silver orbs that seemed to shine as they emotionlessly evaluated, deconstructed, and analyzed methodically everything and anything they landed upon, with no emotions aside from mild curiosity and amusement, as if what was before was of medium importance. The Oloiktan of the Sky People. The lost child, Ronal said, her voice quivering as it spread far and wide, her eyes mixed with terror and fascination upon the being 36 meters in front of her that stood still on the Nalutza's carapace, his very presence overwhelming her that she found herself instinctively trying to look away to her immense shock. After her words, instant recognition flashed into the minds of every NA6 and Tolkien who hadn't realized who this strange creature was until now. For them, barring a few adventurous ones, it was the first time they saw an human, and what an impactful experience it was, one that would lead to relief and disappointment, as the specimen in front of them was as human as they were, to such was how far he was from the norm of his species. This revelation of who this man was brought a different set of emotions, all virtually entirely antithetical to the earlier ones. For the All-Mother, he was both famous and infamous, outpacing that of the Toruk Makto manifold. Words of mouth of his actions had spread far and wide from before and after the battle where the RDA was vanquished, 8 years of tales, some sounding completely impossible, the people living in the reef not being an exception and having heard of these legends. He ripped machines and people apart with ruthlessness using only his bare hand, running at incomprehensible speed as he danced on the battlefield with an armor impermeable to a rain of death of lead as he bathed in blood and organs. A power that lets him have an infinite pocket where he takes at his will deadly weapons he is expert at, and the ability to gain control of the wildlife with no cue. A deep knowledge of the art of destruction and death. But that was only one side, a small one, but one that by itself for the heart of many dwarfed that of his more positive exploits, such as the pacification between Sky people and the Omaticaya and many NA6 clans, the gift of mobility and ability to cripple, the massive shift in how the Sky people worked, such as a total stop to land-based mining exterior, and so much more. And the most absurd fact about it all that until now was wishfully ignored in sheer denial, such was it, an almost heretical thought. He was Iwa's mate, and here right in front of their very own eyes, the most sensitive of individuals to the ways of the most exoteric side of this couldn't deny it any longer. There was something beyond mortal words could explain, yet they could sense it, an aura all familiar to them, similar yet distinctly more potent and clear, was around him and was identical to the pulse that knocked a large portion of the Tsahik present unconscious, and it stretched to the world around as if partially coalesced to it. Yet as strong as this phenomenon, proof of his deep and intricate tie to the All-Mother, deeper than any Na6 be they Tsahik, Sakharam or not, or even the most sensible of Tolkien, yet it was distinctively different than there. He was not in harmony with the life and world around him, but the omnipresent force behind him was of one equality, both embracing the other. But simultaneously it was as if two opposites were in a homogeneous relation with the other, both repelling and attracting one another in an eternal dance of antithesis, one without the others seeming lacking and incomplete. But that last part was only truly felt by the most acute of Tolkien and Na6, such as Ronal the Tsahik of the Mektaya and her spirit sister Tolkien. And while it was bearable for Tolkien's, it was edging on the limit point of unbearable for many others. Then the man spoke, fracturing the oppressive silence born of his appearance, his eyes moving over everyone as he did so, his smile widening ever so slightly for a reason none understood that sent chills to the spine of more than one. It was the eyes of someone who would not hesitate to kill in cold blood, and much worse if necessary. But his smile was because he won a bet, and the reward for it later. A bet between him and Iwa about who would have arrived first, and he won because he started first, and travelled through a large cave on the island while she needed to fly back up, adding that Aegis was surprisingly fast for its bulk and body shape. Lost child It has been quite a few years since anyone used this title to speak of me while in my presence, or that I heard it spoken at all. His powerful voice rumbled into the ears of everyone no matter how far from him they were. He spoke with the tongue of the people, his pronunciation perfect, the light accent within only adding to the power behind it. Then powerful gusts of wind were felt as the main point of interest and the emitter of Chinook pulse finally arrived, her body held in equilibrium at the time of the head crest of a great Leonopteryx. The attention of everyone shifted to her as her pale pink eyes gazed upon her children, as a warm smile graced her shape that was for them like her body, the image of sheer perfection in the form resembling that of an adult female Na6, sharing similarity to all variant of Na6 depending the climates, yet being of strictly none. Many fainted on the spot. Her presence through her simple passive Chinook, even if suppressed emission, was exceptionally hard to bear, with the emotional impact of seeing the avatar of their goddess, their creator, their mother, the being breathing life into them, and the ones that was the representation of nature itself of this astral body they were on. Adding that the ones present were almost exclusively Tsahik, Sakharam, and Tolkien, all three deeply in contact with the All-Mother, representing in some form the equivalent of the most faithful religious figure for humans being able to look upon their deity. It would have an impact. And all that did blank out fell slowly upon their mounts without any possibility of injury or drawing, a fact that almost did go unnoticed if not for the young ones such as Na6 and Tolkien were the least affected, their mind more malleable and adaptable, suppressing the shock factor, their lack of context for what was unfolding helping just as much. It was too much at once, but the ones that kept themselves awake felt a wave's calmness and serenity by an outer force without them noticing was intervening, and once all woke up this feeling would spread, stopping any hysteria or potential similar problem. A title that we deem is now unfit for our mate, don't you agree, my Liam? The avatar of the All-Mother suddenly said, her voice enchanting, endearing, and melodious, enrapturing the heart of all, but in particular to the individual she spoke, the name of whose features softened as he looked up at her. Then she jumped down, her long braided hair of the purest of white flowing down in a way only they should in water, but that was the least supernatural aspect of it all. She was hovering down, an impossible feat that surprised even Liam, her long tail ending in a braided tuft of white hair waving in the air as she moved toward her partner, her hand extending toward him as he grasped it in his gauntlet. The artificial pads over the palm and digits gave a solid grip as he gently tugged her downward, which she didn't resist falling into, and let herself fall in his arms, showing that both were of around equal size. The feeling was completely different than when he was under several kilograms of metals and polymer, but it was far from unpleasant. Such a sight of casual love that only was seen between mates was not without any reaction. Shock permeated the place for those coherent enough as it anchored into reality the rumors and what they have felt. It was surreal, even the Tolkiens held difficulty believing this was the truth, but what they felt didn't matter, it wasn't a simple bond, it was so much more. It was reality, and the joy radiating was rapidly spreading toward them. The second most shocking aspect of this situation was that Iwa was intervening, shattering her neutrality that was held for as long as both Tolkiens and NA6 could remember, except for special cases, but this was different. She wasn't intervening because of an impending threat that would kill untold trillion, all life considered, but out of something fundamentally and purely selfish. Something for herself and that of another, an alien to the biosphere of Pandora. It wasn't bad, the opposite, but it was a fact that should be false. Oh! It's like with Daddy and Mommy. Syria stood up and pointed her finger at the couple of beings so far above her as a regular NA6 girl of 7 years old. Her excited and unfiltered voice brought terror to Ronal and a small amused smile to Iwa as the small NA6 felt like someone was ruffling her hair. This smile had a calming effect upon the girl's mother, whose relief flooded her system. Indeed. The term child is not appropriate, and what might you have in mind, my Iwa? Liam said, accentuating the my just like she did. A detail he didn't find unpleasant, quite the contrary, and a detail that didn't go unnoticed either. Just as little Tsireya of the Metiana had said, and the daughter of Grace. As the All-Mother, my other half, you, could be but the opposite, my opposite, the All-Father. You can breathe life into your creation just as we do. You chose not to, but that is to change, Iwa said, her words reaching all, causing Tsireya to be overjoyed and her mother to feel lightheaded that her daughter's words were as silly as they were acknowledged by the Great Mother. Liam nodded, his hand moving one of her bread that dropped over her eyes and obscured his view. Iwa's words were a simple truth, as he didn't hide that he could. He didn't say it explicitly, but it was clear that he could. Once the tech replicator was finished, he would make children of his own with it to improve their chance of survival, be it directly or indirectly. As of now, he doesn't even have the raw resources to build more than one obelisk, and the most pressing threat was the RDA and UN deciding to attack from orbits and the danger that destroying one of their spaceships represented. Antimatter was no laughing matter. What followed was the NA6 and Tolkiens remaining completely silent, none daring to speak until Liam decided to use the opportunity to build a beneficial relationship for himself and that of humans and the sapient life form of Pandora. I have a proposition for all of you, for all clans and pods, one for an equal exchange of knowledge, and more. His voice boomed as he offered, an offer he had the habit of giving. Immediately after, a brave young male Tolkien swam toward him and was soon followed by the one Ronal was standing upon, and many more. Chapter 82. Nature of the Element. It has been 1 week since the birth of the avatar of Iwa, one very busy week. Many NA6 clans and Tolkien pods had come, and several dozen meetings had happened in rapid succession, all being very similar: stupefaction, shock, awe, and acceptance of reality. The first ended with him gaining multiple intermediaries such as Payakan, the adult male Tolkien who swam to him before all others, and Ronal the Tsahik of the Metiana, one of the most influential clans of the Eastern Sea, to only name those two. The last was with the Anuratha needed to traverse the desert and wait for the sea level to be adequate, he met Sumong again, as it was from there the male Na6 that taught him the basics of the natives' language. Sumong's mate was one of the several Tsakaram under the Tsahik. As for their clan, it was essentially a competition in which only the most adequate in competencies and character was the one to be the next Tsahik. A difference compared to other clans stemmed from the fact that life in the desert was one of the harshest, and there had been instances where the Tsahik and Solher or his Tsakaram had died, thereby leading to them having several Tsakaram simultaneously. This difference from clan to clan he noticed each meeting ended the same, him proposing the all-familiar offer of knowledge for knowledge. But this offer didn't entail him being the one to give it. It was to build the influence of the community school and to build strong relations between all people living on Pandora. As such, it was going to be something to take care of by Edmund, Grace, and Norm. A headache for administration and organization, but those three were smart and resourceful. He trusted they would figure most of everything necessary out, with him keeping his intervention to a minimum. And it was not fully out of the blue either. Those three wanted to spread the range of the school for more Na6 to come aside from the ones of the Omatakea, and a small amount of Tiffany with the occasional Olangi when their migration traject passed close by. It was going to take time. The school as it was made was only adapted for the ones living close by and in possession of technology. It was going to be drastically different for various cultures of the clans. It will be hard but not impossible. Frankly, all Liam wanted at the end was a modicum of peace, a status quo of sorts with no violence. Iwa wanted this as well, so that was what was going to happen. In any case, as of now, there was nothing. It was just words, with each clan having been delivered a device to call him by his tetrapterons. For the pods of Tulkan, they had the Reef Na6. All in all, it won't be easy or simple, but there was far less animosity with the Na6 around here, which made sense. The RDA didn't destroy their ancestral home for once, but it also meant they were wary of humans even with Iwa. The sheet will need a deep cleaning and the windows to be fixed, the same for the bed. Fu*Ki. I was slightly more enthusiastic than I anticipated, Liam said, putting on a pair of pants. His voice was low and filled with amazement at the state of the room, and both himself and Iwa as well. It was them that did this. And the sight before him was one of the reasons he didn't do the act with anyone. He would break and kill them aside from a lack of interest. He did break reinforced glass, and bend the metal of the bed with his bare, all with the same ease as breathing. No regular individual would ever survive him being enthusiastic while in the act, so to say, as he would slip in his control. It would turn into the plot of a horror movie faster than he could blink. We loved it the enthusiastic way. Perhaps outside would be better. Doing it now would be even better. The purring voice of Iwa reached his ear as she awakened, her pale pink eyes moving longingly over his sculpted form. Tempting, very tempting. But I must go back to carving the element circuit of the tech replicator. I have lost time on my work. Thought a shower first would be needed for us, and food. A lot of food, Liam said as he extended his hand for her to grab, which she took with a smile. And I think recovering before doing this further might be a good idea as well, he added as he saw her walk. There was no difficulty or sign of pain, but it wasn't as perfectly fluid as usual. The difference would be invisible to anyone but him. Yesternight was the first moment where the two of them knew they would have a lot of free time because, to put it mildly, his and Iwa's patience for a time only for them was running thin, so after a few minutes of talking on the seventh day she acted. She forcefully calmed down the frenzy, making the entire volcanic archipelago a place where none but the one invited could go, creating a small pocket of paradise for them. From her words, it was akin to a mental suggestion to not go there, and it only affected the creatures bearing of sapiens, humans aside, as she did not hold any sway over them, and in any case, there was no worry for that case. He held total control of them. As harsh and arrogant as it sounded, they did what they wanted. And enough was enough. Both of them weren't going to meet clan after clan for the next few months, if not for years, and this would be worse if the place was to turn into one of pilgrimage where millions came every year. Words were spreading about all that happened, and that was all that was needed. And so they did as he said first, taking a shower together that mayhaps was potentially longer than strictly necessary than it was food. The avatar of Iwa needed a lot of daily sustenance, less than Liam but very much at a level that would cause Na6 to be deeply sick with the sheer quantity. But compared to him it was not so much as an inconvenience, at least when in direct contact with the biosphere that supported the body's every need. In either case, they prepared breakfast for the equivalent of 15 full-grown men, Iwa following Liam's instructions as it was all recipes from Earth such as crepes, a paste similar to Nutella, and more. She knew about the entire Na6 species' culinary practice, but they were distinctively different from what could be made in any civilization past hunting and gathering. It limited her knowledge, but considering going past this stage for a humanoid sapient species would inevitably be akin to suicide for her, if a rather very long and painful one. It explained her 3 laws, and from what Liam had been told it was from experience, which meant at some point Na6 or another species born of her was more advanced. The laws speak of wheeled vehicles, mining ore, and building cities by extrapolation. A civilization potentially equal to that before the Industrial Revolution, if not around that. This civilization was advanced enough to the point it started to harm the balance, her very being, so she intervened rather brutally even if she didn't want to, stopping the potential catastrophic snowball effect before it worsened. As well as stopping anyone from accessing this information aside from him. Back to cooking, many things were not new per se but a very different point of view. It was a very pleasant experience as they exchanged various techniques, how utensils were used, and how they differed. Pretty much a talk between what some might call cooking nerds, as they cooked all the while eating what they made. Presently Liam was deep in the house and in the middle of fitting the second layer of his spacesuit. Various complex pieces of metal and artificial material were put upon various parts of the skin suit he was wearing. Iwa on the side was waving her tail between her legs as she hovered 1 meter above the deep sleet ground of polymer, looking at him pensively, the true him. The being within the specimen implant and everything it meant beyond the technological aspect. We have been curious for a long time, she began, attracting Liam's attention. We are unable to glimpse within the space of this room, but we can feel the inside of it. It is gorged with your very own existence, one that is not left lingering after your many hours spent within. She paused as if trying to find a way to word her thoughts toward this subject she felt her mate had been trying not to focus on too much. And Liam realized where this was going, yet he didn't stop her. It was something that had been on his mind since the first droplet of pure element had been produced and had spread for him to have a supply of this supernatural chemical. And he knew he had been not focusing on that part. A part that severed him further from what he once was on a deeper level than all that happened until now, but the bullet needed to be bitten. It wasn't about the risk he had taken but something inherent. It was about the nature of the element. More precisely the one he brought out to the world for his and her survival first and foremost, as it was the only way all would survive with as little casualty as realistically possible in all camps. It wasn't a mysterious chemical he found from an asteroid lost in space or deep within a planet such as the one in the video game with no connection to him but one milked from his blood for years on end and that changed a lot. It wasn't a regular element like iron that was filtered out either. This phenomenon is one that we have sensed happening as well deep within your autonomous facility on the sister moon. You are present in front of my avatar as well in 2 other points in space, this room to your right and the element nexus far beyond in outer space. It is puzzling, she explained as she stood up, her feet back on the ground as she walked closer to look into his silver eyes that seemed to glow. It is something that has been on my mind as well. Truthfully, it entails a very probable reality that I'm not the most comfortable with, but Tell me how it feels, he said after a few seconds of silence as he flicked his left hand before shifting his fingers as an object materialized from his inventory. Between his fingers appeared something the size of an A4 paper sheet that looked small in his hand. It was a metallic silver-blue plate in the form of a rhombus made of hundreds of hexagons, each of them humming with a strange energy, all light entering in contact with it getting both absorbed and refracted, all while distorting it. It was akin to a fragment of something that wasn't from this plane of reality. This, as you must have realized, is element. The substance I have made from my body, he explained. His implant glowed at that and she hummed in understanding. This was element in one of its most stable forms, one of its several forms that could be used to power tech safely too. This little piece of 10 grams, 0.35 ounce, of advanced material held enough energy to power the totality of a metropolis equal to 21st century Tokyo for years. It didn't conform to the laws of thermodynamics after all. "Can we inspect it closer?" Iwa tentatively asked, and her maid obliged, giving her the element. Her ears flicked in repetition as her eyes closed and she focused on the impure chemical in solid form in her hands. She did not probe it further than on the surface level, but this was enough for her to get the information necessary to have several conclusions. This was not from this universe in any way, shape or form. It was constantly changing and shifting, all the while it held an immense amount of energy, one she never felt anywhere in her very long immortal life aside from Liam, and this was no mere material. It was inorganic, yet very much alive in its inorganic state. The Shinik imprint in and out of it was one she was of most familiarity with, and it directly connected to him in a way only the cells of a singular multicellular organism would. It would be comparable to DNA, and this metaphysical DNA was in all points the same as that of Liam. In fact, they were one single entity. It was just that the other, Liam, could barely sense it. It was akin to someone with partial paralysis having difficulty sensing their affected body part. And there was not much she could do about this. It was for Liam to work on that. "This is an integral part of you," Iwa stated matter-of-factly with fascination as she opened her eyes and gave back the piece of element to him. His eyes locked onto the rhombus of exotic chemicals with a certain complexity and acceptance as he stored it away. "One that you have been missing and are dismissing," she added, the empathetic bond between them, leading him to understand precisely what she was referring to. She was referring to his body when they spoke at a Tree of Souls after he put himself to sleep. It was ever shifting from his tanned skin and dark brown hair on the physical to that of a fluorescent and transparent Arctic blue skin that showed a total lack of tissue, be they muscles, bones, or internal organs, aside from a nervous and vascular system connected to his implant at the heart of his chest like a nucleus seemed to pump neon blue and purple fluid. Only his eyes remained similar, his pupil changing to two orbs of cold burning silver. This at first was half-half, but this aspect had diminished over the years at an extremely slow yet noticeable rate. The more time went on, the more his immaterial body when in that state shifted toward one side, the side that he knew was that of a very particular being, a legendary one from that of the video game he played before waking up in this world. This shift toward this side had exponentially increased after he began to cultivate and work around element, indicating an evident direct correlation. But the change didn't affect him physically even presently, for now it seemed, however, the changes were more mental as he felt more and more like he was in this unconscious state. Mechanical, lack of deep emotions, empathy, and pure logic that would shift his entire character to something he would despise if not careful. But if those were uniquely due to this or it was a mix with him maturing, he wasn't certain. One thing was certain was that he was changing for the better or the worse in a way he held no sway over, and it was both terrifying and exciting to be aware of such a thing. He could only accept it, study it, and hope for the best depending on the situation. It was one of the most absurd risks with working with element he had thought of, but it was well worth it as failure was not an option. There won't be a second chance if he messes up, neither would there be a respawn, and if they were, he wasn't going to test it. Iwa would always be with him in all scenarios, and that is what mattered. He won't be alone, and from what she just said she was correct. Element here was a part of him and the change should not be ignored. "Thank you," he said heartfully. A short kiss was then exchanged before a smile bloomed on both of their faces and he continued putting on the suit. The tech replicator wasn't going to build itself. Chapter 83. Misadventure of Two Adventurous Kids. Deep within the jungle of Pandora, two humanoid figures could be seen walking side to side, one tall bulky of metal and the other smaller of a preteen girl with striped navy blue skin, a tail ending in a furry tip behind her, and two long ears that pivoted and twitched at every sound of the primeval forest. "Are you sure we don't risk anything? I don't want to be grounded by Mom," Kiri said, already feeling regret welling in her chest about her choice to have accepted Miles's invitation to go out in the middle of the night. "Nah, it will be fine. I'm here. And ain't nobody will even notice we were gone. Your parents are sleeping like logs. Cupla's asleep too. I made sure to feed the big guy those sleepy berries Dad warned me about with the fish, so don't worry." No one is going to bother us. Aren't I fantastic? Miles' enthusiastic voice with a hint of robotic behind blasted through the speaker, all the while he pointed a mechanical thumb at himself proudly. Rolling her eyes at this overdramatic display in amusement, she felt a slight relief at his confidence. She wasn't one to let an opening go when there was one. If you say so. I will trust the machine the All-Father has crafted for you, she quipped back, not even knowing her words were right, as in case of extreme danger the autopilot mode of the small mecha will be engaged, and her term used to speak about his father puzzling him as much as ever, but that was one of the reasons he liked her. She was not weird but unique, and in that aspect, he wasn't so far behind. Both were bizarre in their own ways for what they were, the circumstances surrounding them, and to whom they were connected. And Miles presently wasn't yet aware of what was happening. Unlike her, the term now more apt than ever when she spoke of it first. It was the main subject of the time. She was aware of it through her great sensitivity. She even felt a few days ago a rapid increase in heartbeats, the rhythm of life, and that for an entire night, and it was accompanied by a profound sentiment of excitement, joy, and deep pleasure from the All-Mother. She immediately told it to her mother and the Tsahik of Omatakea the next day, as she didn't manage to sleep, just like she was asked to always do when her gift let her glimpse and perceive the world brought by the Great Mother in a way no NA6 or Avatar ever did. Everyone, and even herself, would need to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not realize her blatant uniqueness, which had been hypothesized to have for origin the fact her mother was pregnant with her when she did the consciousness transfer ritual, the reason for her gift. She will later realize, when her innocence would inevitably fade away, that the nature of this excitement, joy, and pleasure were due to one type of act between two lovers, and one type only. And it would not be a one-time event. It was something that she would never dare to speak again, particularly once she would understand why the adults she spoke to made funny faces at detailed words. Her mother in particular seemed extremely amused by what she said. Anyway, it wasn't random Miles decided to sneak out at this time with Kiri. The jungle at night was at its most beautiful phase, even if it's in equal measure at its most dangerous. The flora was varied and complex in all aspects, from large feathery plants to strange floating mushroom jellyfish hybrids glowing in intense purple to crystalline orchid-like flowers that would snap down and swallow a man whole. As for the fauna, it was of equal splendor, from hundreds of arthropods, be they hovering or skittering around the tree and soil, their body covered with bioluminescent light shining like the prettiest of gemstones, as the bigger life forms such as a group of Prolmurus fascinated at them. The entire jungle was a constellation of bright color, each bioluminescent cell a star, and an orchestra of numerous beasts, from clicks to yawl and high-pitched cries in the far distance, a paradise if not for the fact that quite literally everything had the means to kill the walkers within, be they humans or NA6 if they are careless or unprepared, or worse, both. And it depended on where as well. The area those two were was relatively safe. At most there would be viper wolves, and those wouldn't fare well against half a ton of pure technology if it came down to it. Liam taught the boy to defend himself and to aim for the kill, something Miles would do in a heartbeat if there was no other choice and it came down to it. It wouldn't be the first time he would have killed, as his father was teaching him the basic of hunting, killing your games and preparing them for uses, be it consumption or something else. Of course, killing a wild animal was a world apart from doing it to a sapient being like a human, but even there Liam had driven into his skull that surviving, even if you end up killing someone, was the best outcome. Better have regret and be alive than have none and have your rotting carcass be eaten by bugs and worms 6 feet under. In any case, this was the perfect place and time to have time alone and be without adults dictating their every choice. He always was a willful child, something that only grew with time and with his father's influence that made him numb to many things that would warrant rightful fear. Though as rebellious as he seemed to be, he knew the only individual not to disobey or worse disappoint in any circumstances was his father. However, Liam wasn't here and the rules set were quite lax around the edges, so what he was doing, if not caught, would not be of much problem, at least from his point of view. He needed to seriously mess up to be punished or break one of the two primary rules of going against the good of the community or that of others for his gain or satisfaction with malicious intentions. At some point, Miles' various scanners noticed the sign of physical fatigue, so as the gentleman that he was, he decided to help, and he moved one of his mecha massive mechanical fast yet with extreme care as he grabbed her by the trunk like one would grab a run-of-the-mill's water glass. Kywa. She emitted a long incomprehensible cry and squeal of shock while her ear flicked at the back as her feet left the ground as she was lifted. "Stop fighting, it's me, you are going to hurt yourself if you continue," Miles said, and she stopped her fit of panic, letting her place atop the large metal shoulder of his mecha that snapped down at the point she touched to make a more comfortable seat. "Thank you. But a warning would have been nice," she said as she took a more comfortable position. With the higher point of view she could see glimpses of a river that would further down become a massive waterfall. They continued treading forward, marveling at the sight and sound as they began speaking about various random subjects, from why Mr. Langford, their teacher, seemed more exhausted recently to what mischief Loak had been causing for his family, the Sully, and this evolved until it was about their parents. Can you explain to me why you keep calling Dad All-Father? You can go with Liam, Uncle, and other choices, but it's always this." "Why?" Miles asked as the sound of his mecha bulky feet clapped against the water of the river. "You don't know?" Kiri sounded shocked at this, her eyes widening slightly. It was akin to someone not knowing fire burned to her, and it was even more when this someone was the adopted son of said All-Father. "Nope. Never cared much until it started to seem to cause this commotion. I thought it was just a joke or another bizarre title like the lost child thing." Dad considered a child. "And a lost one at that, as if," he said with indignation at the notion that the towering figure that was the pillar of humanity on the moon and his adoptive father could be considered such. His words affirmed to her that he wasn't joking, which in turn surprised her further, and that he seemed to not grasp the intricacies, even if for her it was blatantly obvious, at least for the All-Father part. As for the latter, she wasn't sure either, lacking in context, but she could tell it was due to a type of growth having happened since when the title had been commonly used. He was smart, smarter than her in a lot of ways, but it was more on the practical and physical side of things and not on the more blurry esoteric side like her. "It's because that is what he is. The All-Mother, Iwa, is his mate and is her too," she stated as if it was an obvious observation that anyone could see and that it was normal while making perfect sense. Something that was evidently not shared by Miles, whose confusion translated on the light of his mecha blinking rapidly while a large metal hand stated the head in confusion before the massive shoulder hunched ever so slightly in resignation. "If you say so, I will trust you on that one," he said. He barely understood what Iwa was. He knew she was a very important figure in all NA6 culture, but for him, she was those trees of souls, and the flora in general. She couldn't be a person as far as he saw. But Dad spent a lot of time with that small tree of souls on the island. "But that doesn't make sense. It's a tree, you can't fall in love with a tree. No matter how pretty it is," he thought as he remembered several instances where Liam stayed alone in front of that tree. Sometimes he touched the bark as if inspecting it, and other times he slept on the roots, all the while regularly throwing carcasses of animals and other dead biomass as fertilizer. But that was as far as it went. It was him taking great care of a tree of souls he planted. Yet his mood while he did so was different, more dreamy, and at peace. It was quite unusual now that he thinks about it. Still, what Kiri said didn't make any lick of sense. That was a stupid question anyway. "Buckle up and hold steady. I'm going to increase our speed," Miles said, not forgetting to warn of his impending action as the light over the mecha flashed brightly for a second. Inside he grinned as the scanners informed him that all systems were ready, and as he began to run, Kiri screamed at the sudden outburst of speed as the world for her became a flurry of light and she held for dear life, even if it wasn't necessary, with the mecha holding her in place. This jog lasted 9 full minutes, of which Kiri stopped panicking at 2, and it only stopped once they arrived at their destination, a waterfall throwing itself on a cliff with a flat stone covered in blue moss that glowed under Polyphemus that extended further in the air, only holding in place thanks to larger stones and massive trees. It was a picturesque sight, a sight perfect for an impromptu midnight picnic in one of the most dangerous ecosystems known to humanity. Adding most radio waves had difficulty traveling through this place, not as grave as in the middle of the Hallelujah Mountains, but a problem nonetheless. Walking toward the flat stone at the cliff, the mecha once suddenly stopped moving, its legs folding and arms serving to hold the machine in place. Kiri took the opportunity by immediately jumping down, her entire body wobbly as she sat down on the moss. A loud hiss of mechanical origin was then heard as the head of the mecha snapped up, followed by the chest, revealing an 8-year-old boy way above average in height and musculature. His wild and messy dark blonde hair couldn't hide the grin behind the visor of his exopack. "What would you prefer?" Miles asked, jumping out of the mecha and then tapping on 2 points on its left metallic feet. A plate slid open, revealing a rack full of bags that were all snacks and drinks. He didn't wait for her to have the time to think that he was taking things out and placing them down on a large patch of moss. Nearly everything edible was made by their own hands, and he was very proud of himself. It was simple things such as chips, but still, he was not even 10 years old. Liam wouldn't accept any less from the child he took under his wing. Being bad at cooking was something that was, to put it mildly, forbidden when the post-human had decided you were his responsibility. But all of a sudden, as Miles finished pouring her a glass of lemonade, 2 powerful roars that shook the locals' wildlife to its core echoed far and wide, their origin the sky. One was agony and defiance and another of rage and triumph. Miles and Kiri's heads snapped in the direction from where the roars came from, both recognizing what animals could emit such a sound. And it wasn't good news. Their heart felt for them, as if they were going to explode in their chest, and their bodies betrayed them, freezing in place as breaking from the low cloud 2 massive winged creatures, one of bright orange and the other of a pale yellow, and the 2 beasts were spiraling to the ground where they were from above. The 2 majestic creatures were 2 female great Lenopteryx fighting for a male to mate for life, and only one would survive this ordeal as per tradition was in their culture, the pale yellow one, as it let go of the orange one who fell on the river, its battered body slamming into stones, yet it was still holding on to life. If drowning in its own crushed organs and bones could be called life. But it wasn't for long, as the bigger yellow one slammed its talons into the orange one head. The ground seemed to shake, while the skull took the full brunt of 12.5 metric tons with enough kinetic energy to break a tank, leading to the carbon-reinforced bone to fractured impact. And it fractured loudly, or more accurately splattered loudly, as blood and pieces of gore oozed out in abandon, some even reaching the kid's feet, but both were too shocked to even flinch, even less show any kind of reaction. The yellow one stood victorious. It gazed down upon its fallen adversary with sadness, pride, and satisfaction as it emitted a high-pitched cry of victory. Once the cry ended, the kids, with their ears hurting and ringing, couldn't care less that the great Lenopteryx, not even 40 meters, 131 foot, away, was breathing heavily, and that it was marred with injuries from scratch to meters deep gash. No, what took their focus was that it was staring at them, from Kiri to Miles, then to Kiri and Miles, until its 3 healthy eyes locked onto the human boy, and crawled toward them at great speed. Its massive jaws were full of teeth painted in blood of its own kind, aiming for Miles. "Stoop!" Kiri, finally snapping back to reality, yelled in utter terror at what was unfolding, and to her utter shock the great Lenopteryx's body froze, its eyes suddenly dilating as both she and it felt a connection for the briefest of moments, yet the energy the beast had generated by its momentum didn't into thin. But before the worst happened, a loud crunch followed the milliseconds as the mecha without any pilot punched the head a few meters to the side, destroying the possibility of Miles being crushed alive like a vulgar bug. The great Lenopteryx then followed the movement as it fell down the cliff to fly away, and at the time Miles fell on his rump, his body shivering as tears trickled down his cheek, while Kiri immediately ran up to him to check if he was good. Miles accepted the hug from the avatar girl as he calmed down, and he looked up into the cold visor of the mecha. "He is perfectly healthy on the physical side, Kiri." A cold, deep mechanical voice spoke out of the mecha as it moved and stood in front of them, its left arm mostly destroyed. The voice contained worry and anger and a hint of pride for some reason. Its owner, clear to them, spoke again, this time addressing the human boy. Miles cram, these chains of events could have been avoided. You will be punished accordingly. And for you, Kiri, your mother and father are being informed of your actions as I speak. Both felt their heart stop at this, in particular Kiri, but the voice hadn't stopped this time. It was merrier, but overall still containing anger and worry. That was still a nice try. I hope this was a wisening experience for the both of you. Chapter 84. Best CQC Fighter of the Milky Way. I hope this was a wisening experience for the both of you. In an hour Top Psute will arrive and take you both back to safety, and Miles, don't worry, the mecha will walk back to its charging pad, not that you will be authorized to use it. Good night and see you soon. Liam finished his voice transmission and he ended the call. He had been awakened by Iwa in the middle of the night, then she had informed him of everything Miles and Kiri were doing and both let things unfold until he deemed it necessary to intervene, to stop a potential catastrophe. He was genuinely worried and angry though, he was too bad of an actor to fake it. But he didn't control every moment of their lives, even if one he had adopted and the other was the child of a friend. And he was impressed at both the kids' courage and recklessness. The fact two great Leonopteryx were here was but a coincidence, Iwa not having guided those two to fly and fight here. She didn't directly intervene unless it was directly related to him or if he were to ask. Miles entered this subject of being directly related to him if not by blood but by interest. Her mate's happiness was her happiness just like her happiness was his. And Liam only intervened as well to avoid any lasting physical trauma. He didn't like this but he used this opportunity as a learning experience for the kids. A brutal, barbaric one but one brought upon by the choices of Miles and Kiri themselves and a very effective one as it set that life was not to be used with lack of intellect. He and Iwa decided to not act until necessary and it was proved to be the right move. Did that make him a bad father? He didn't know and didn't care but he wasn't going to shelter the boy from the real world and its horror as long as it didn't harm Miles in any grievous ways. You are still proud of him, hey? Iwa's melodic voice entered his ears as she sensed his emotion by their bond, placing her soft chin on his muscular shoulder as she gazed upon the holographic screen that gave her the point of view of the mecha. But it was only an excuse for having physical contact with her mate. She was aware of everything everywhere upon her surface all at once. There were a few exceptions still as she needed biological parts with the necessary sensory organs to give enough information. It could be from the chemical response of a tree getting its roots stepped onto the eyes of a Na6 or even Avatar, a hybrid of humans and her children such as Kiri. But the psionic presence of living beings was still here for her to sense if she focused even a little, which meant none could ever truly hide from what could be considered her third eyes. She was just too slothful most of the time to even care. Yeah, it's impressive he did all this. He is smart but that was incredibly reckless of him and it was for a very precise purpose that I can only applaud him for. So young and he had a date. That ended badly but that was to be anticipated with inexperience and there was bad luck involved but still. You can't fault luck every time something goes wrong and thank you for having stunned the Leonopteryx, Liam said with thankfulness, his hand grabbing the clawed one of his other significant half. The great Leonopteryx was the source behind most of his worries. A hit from such a beast even dead on a human boy no matter the speed and strength would either be fatal or crippling. It would be like getting hit by a truck. Kiri would not have fared better either but as cold as it was he didn't care for her just as much as he did for Miles. Everyone was equal before his eyes but some were more than others. The priority of that moment was his adopted son first and foremost. No. If there is someone to thank for this it is not me, we didn't intervene beyond awakening you. It is Kiri that is to feel grateful to. Her gift is far beyond sensitivity, she holds far more potential. She can tap into the consciousness of my children via her mind and order them to follow her will. As long as we allow her to do so and she has the determination and willpower, she has a vast potential but limits are present, she laid out with a mysterious smile but she wasn't finished. What happened here is but the first spark of a bonfire, for her to explore it, what she did was but only confuse one of my children. Nothing more nothing less, she added, not downplaying or exaggerating the girl's capabilities only stating what was true. And this truth was fantastical enough to be considered a myth. It was akin to Kiri not needing to do the Tsahalo where she used her Q to connect to the fauna and flora but doing this via a kind of wireless connection between her and the biosphere with unknown limit. Maybe she could even influence species alien to Pandora. Something to explore later. From what he could see she was akin to an empathy and a telepath much like Iwa if infinitely weaker and lesser in every possible way. This led to several questions as to how this was possible though it was likely not due to the fact she was a hybrid. If that was the case Nidiam, Lo AK and the youngest of the Sully, Tsuktairi would have similar capacity. None of those three shared a fraction of this extensive acuity with life that Grace's daughter had, and they all were hybrid even if it physically showed for only one of the Sully. It was metaphysical and likely due to Grace's pregnancy and body transfer, thereby giving me a better window of opportunity to act. Fascinating. I suppose the circumstance was of most importance too, as this feat is Shinik, and what better motivator than impending doom, Liam concluded as he closed the hollow screen to focus on Iwa. That is correct, hardship is what brought the most drastic result, be it satisfactory or not. But if she didn't manage to tap upon her potential, we would have intervened, Iwa said. It was something she wouldn't have done normally, but the norm for her actions was way out of balance at this point. She was not as impartial as she used to be, but that was life. Even such an ancient being like her that was older than a no small percentage of stars in the visible universe, as she was comparable to the Luca, the last universal common ancestor of this moon, she could change. And change she did, in an exceptionally short time to boot. After this event, months flew by to the point it was almost the start of the 9th year since Liam had lost everything and arrived here. During that time Liam and Iwa kept themselves secluded on the island. He occasionally flew out atop his inspector aircraft to take care of his responsibility as a leader and father, leaving at times for weeks on end, leading Iwa's avatar to be alone physically aside from his tames. This choice of staying here was of her own volition. She didn't want to. It's not as if anyone would be able to stop her if she did. The entire biosphere was at her fingertips. She simply preferred to stay here at peace, far from anyone aside from her mate and his tames, who were an extension of both of them. She wasn't going to mingle with the mortals and their affair more than strictly necessary. It wasn't because of pride, a concept she found silly at best. It would be, to put it mildly, a large annoyance, and she was not their chief, leader, or any of such terms. Interacting with them more would inevitably lead to this. Unlike Liam, she did not need to do this and was too lazy to begin with. She will not bother herself with this type of responsibility that will demand constant vigilance and effort for no worthwhile result, and it broke several of her vows unless it was strictly necessary, and then it would be through a toric macto. There were exceptions to this rule, but they were few and far in between. She only created this body to be with her mate and mate. She didn't create such a body for any other specialized goal. Those months were eventful in discoveries, two of which were major. First, he managed to artificially produce a few grams of the superconductor at room temperature known as Pandora as a side project together, one that was started long ago but kept on hold. But it was worse than the one found naturally on Pandora. It was not as psionically conductive, meaning many of the reasons it was used would not work with this artificial variant. This metal, as Liam found out, was the natural result of Iwa's presence, be it physical or metaphysical. The change around the Tree of Souls, he planted a proof of it, and it explained why the concentration of this metal was so ridiculously high in their proximity. This was metal that the All-Mother took full use of, as she used it as what a superconductor at room temperature was supposed to be used for, more powerful than a computer, and that is what she could be compared to. A super-powerful planetary-sized biological computer that without this metal would be considerably less effective. This discovery pissed Liam off, as it meant the RDA and even himself to a lesser degree were taking chunks out of her literal brain, but she calmed him down. It displeased her, the RDA, that is because the circumstances between him and them were fundamentally distinct, and that it wouldn't be the first nor the last she would suffer damage. As protected as Pandora was with its position as one of a gas giant moon, it wasn't immune to the danger of space, such as a supernova light years away and meteorites. It only had protection that was not consistent either. Spaces not being the most dangerous either, as while Iwa had her roots so deep in the lithosphere that she could to a lesser degree affect tectonics plates, she still didn't hold full control of the astral body's natural geology. She couldn't fully stop the largest of earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, for example, depending on where they originate. The All-Mother was not Pandora, only its oldest living inhabitant. The artificial Pandora was done very differently than its natural counterpart. Instead of chemically being built together with a constant hum of potentionic in the air, it was forcefully cobbled together atom by atom until the molecular parameters required as the structure were met. It was a worse copy, but a copy that had been used, as the uses requiring Shinik were pretty niche in the grand scheme of things. And creating artificial psionically conductive Pandorium with his mate's help was an option if those niche aspects came into being needed. Second, Liam discovered the frustration and joy of not being able to win in something purely physical, and it was with Iwa sparring, be it barehanded or with non-modern weapons like rifle. Spars between lovers which happened regularly, and one was currently ongoing in a designated area where the grass was cut short and the terrain flattened, usually that is. Right now large stones and various trunks were placed all around for the ongoing duel between lovers, creating a complex environment. A tall and feminine lithe pale blue lavender figure was moving with inhumane grace and speed as she used her every muscle to perfection and more, her movement beyond animalistic, primal even yet measured and tactical with untold years of experience. A second slightly taller and way bulkier masculine figure with sun-kissed skin was weaving within the arena at a brisk pace with utmost vigilance, as he preferred to walk, his silver eyes at full alert, but they trailed the feminine figure even through stone, his body akin to a fortress. The blue figure, using her claws, suddenly pounced from above as her body twisted, her clawed right foot moving at subsonic speed that almost whipped the air as the kick was aimed at the bulkier figure's throat. Silver eyes met pink pale ones as he responded by shifting his left forearm up. The kick landed upon the slap of sound, echoed with 4 gashes where it impacted. He trusted his other hand with the express purpose of grabbing her and putting her into submission by overpowering her with his far superior mass and strength. But that wasn't going to happen. It wouldn't be that easy. She knew if he caught her it would be an immediate loss. He knew this as well, but he didn't have any option he could think of in this situation. He was stronger, heavier, taller, but she was faster, more agile, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Nuhu. You need to be faster, way faster, hubby. Be wilder and less reserved, Iwa said both seriously and playfully as she looked at him, her body shifting impossibly. Her limbs and spine as if boneless, bent in a way they shouldn't. It was akin to her not possessing articulations, and in a certain way it was. She could manipulate every biological aspect to her will. Her bodily controls were nothing short of godly, giving her an immense advantage. And so Liam missed while she used her tail for balance and her arms to flick away before spinning and kicking in the back of his head with enough force to rip the head of a NA6 straight off, but it was little to the post-human aside from leaving 4 dots of blood where the claw dug, but those would heal in a dozen of seconds top. Can't you stay still for a fraction of a second, love? He asked, using the force of kick he received to increase his fall forward. One hand was placed on the ground as he spun and he kicked her in her midsection, yet it seemingly didn't register. Then catch me, Iwa let out as she used the gained momentum to her advantage, grabbing a branch above with her tail and her left foot, but before she could do anything Liam's face was right in front of her, a smirk present. He had jumped, his feet having left deep imprints as he did so, but he also directly shifted a large stone at the base of a bigger one connected to a series of structures serving as its foundation, a smirk. Iwa upon his sudden action acted, her body moving fluidly, dodging the potential headbutt, but to her surprise, the entire structure began falling apart, perturbing her for the briefest of instant. An instant that was fully taken into consideration by Liam. His smirk grew as he shifted forward and managed to give her a playful peck on the lips just as the clock indicating the end of the 2-hour-long spar rang loud and clear. Got you, but still no wins, he said, landing on the ground with little to no problem, affirming he couldn't win spar this way. There was no shame in admitting someone was better than him in certain things. Then he moved out of the collapsed arena and began inspecting the dozens upon dozens of areas upon his bare skin where dried blood, sweat, and dust accumulated. The very few cuts remaining were healed in their near totality and no scars would be left, such was how sharp her claws were. It was hardly fair, and this scenario would end very differently if it was in a fight of which only one would survive. Your pace of learning is marvelous, and if not for the time count, a victory might have been in the palm of your hands, she complimented him, her breathing heavy and ragged as her body was weary but rapidly recuperating. He nodded, his smirk ever present. This spar only had both use their environments and bodies, only and purely this, no armor, explosives, or hundreds of other deadly tricks. It was evident Iwa would have the complete edge here. Her avatar was almost as strong as him, but even if she was faster and more agile he would have still won if of roughly equal skill. But they weren't of equal skill. she was so far above him it was comical, and all it was due to an impossibly large accumulation of experience, knowledge, talents, and intuition from every creature having lived on Pandora, all having fought their entire lives to survive and pass on their heritage. She might as well be called the most proficient martial artist in the universe. She knew how to fight using her body to its fullest, and it was the purpose of those spar to teach him how to do the same. She didn't enjoy causing him harm, but it was how he would learn effectively. A necessary evil one her mate asked for. And he learned at a speed and in such a way she never had seen before. He analyzed everything, drawing complex conclusions and acting upon them as he drew more conclusions. For her it didn't change the result of the spar, but for how long would it stay this way? She was beyond excited to see his growth and how it will promote her own as well. Chapter 85. Tech Replicator. Year 9, Day 197, July 26th of the year 2163. Today was the day of several thousand hours of the most complex and difficult work, the culmination of years of planning, effort, tears, and blood from one man, but not only that, were accumulated toward one goal and one goal only. This goal was toward survival and a prosperous future and so much more, and this goal was in the shape of a machine that would be considered divine by many, such as its appearance and capabilities. But this machine was incomplete, not for long. However, the man who had poured his essence of life in the most literal sense, and it was more than this, this machine was an extension of his body, be it of living metal or flesh. The pairs of eyes of a select few invited to this remote island were focused on what was happening, in those individuals who were the most important figures, such as the Oloitan of the Omatakea and the Olangi. No children were present. It did not matter, that concerned them in a way that would be fruitful for this day. The avatar of the All-Mother within them was gazing as well at the scene, her presence not a shock, as all here had seen her or had been calmed down by her forcibly. There was no need for hysteria, and as such she had acted. Her mate's agreement was of course in the equation behind such an action that was morally dubious. Even the ones that had their consciousness transferred were not exempt from this. They were now partially part of her. The only ones she could not influence to any great extent were the humans. And they could not grasp what she was, so for them she was a strange Na6 with great importance and not a goddess. The gathering of this select individual had their focus entirely taken by the scene unfolding in front of them. Above a flat smooth surface bordering on a cliff where the flora became absent was a massive structure of peerless metal and unknown material, reflecting a surreal hue of light that was unnatural. The edifice was in the form of a fractal of a skeleton sphere, 2 massive feet digging into the ground. Between them was a complex structure that developed into a curved pillar. The whole was the size of a 4-story building. But what was important was what was shifting within. Hundreds of fragment metallic pieces shifting and floating around at great speed. Following the edict of 2 cannon-shaped structures and the weaving of the silvery gauntlets glowing a pale blue around the hand of the man at the heart of it all. An extremely tall broad-shoulder mountain of a human male standing at 2.56 meters, 8 feet 4, he was at the very front of this crowd and the one who invited all of them but one, his mate who was always here. This was the man who poured his entire being to build what was in front of him. His face was set in stone with an expression of joy and solemnness, his silver irises ceaselessly dilated and contracted, focusing on the infinitely complex task at hand, his heart beating at a speed that would kill a normal man, even more so with how powerful each contractions of the organ were, to such was how happy he was. Happy and relieved, but it wasn't a victory just yet, it was only the beginning. The true start was only now. The intensity of his focus and emotion could be seen through the capillaries of his eyes, red constantly shifted to a neon blue and purple, his iris glowing while his specimen implant growing out of his left arm was of a burning orange as the hologram seemed to solidly, and if the skin around could be seen, what would meet the eyes would be a sight of veins bulging and pulsing with same glow. Held a similar appearance. He was akin to a maestro conducting the tempo of an impossibly long and complex symphony of an orchestra, each piece floating and humming at a certain frequency that affected both mind and body as he began to build them into solid structures in the form of 3 massive rings. Fragments plainly incompatible in shape and size with one another moved in a controlled direction, impacting other fragments, then they melded together forming an unnaturally smooth surface. As more fragments connected, a massive ring frozen in the air formed, and as it did, complex set runes and symbols alien and mystical in appearance came to life upon all of its surfaces. The line's deep blue shine was almost hypnotic, it captivated the eyes of the beholders witnessing it. Then a second smaller ring began its formation as the rune upon the first deemed, a similar scene unfolded for the second as the first, then came the third after the rune of the second deemed, and the cycle repeated one last time for the third, smallest, and last of the ring composed of mysterious technology. The three rings were parallel to one another, hovering in the air, staying completely still even after the man who built it all took off his gauntlets and deactivated the two magnetic beam emitters behind him. With a confident stride, he approached his creation with palpitation in his heart, his ethereal silver eyes glowing ever so slightly as he studied the epitome of his effort for his survival and that of everyone given physical form. His left hand trailed delicately upon the outer ring surface, he felt the warily smooth surface under his calloused fingers, but also that of his own calloused fingertips upon that of the machine that was as much a part of his being than this very same hand he was using. It was a strange feeling. His true body was not that of the man he was, but of his specimen implant, a highly advanced piece of technology containing his engrammic matrix, his mind, soul, and consciousness, or whatever other synonym to refer to these three. This same implant was glowing brighter, the veins pulsing of blue and purple around clear for him to see. Another facet of his being that he would not be able to change from progressing he didn't know how to, and if trying to stop what was inevitable was even a good idea. Here, however, it was not how his left wrist and eyes looked in normal times. It was enhanced to unprecedented height, the sheer amount of element in his inventory flowed in his body and his emotion. The reasons for this he presumed, and tech as well. It had been an unknown amount of time since contact was made with this technology. Walking back 7 steps he lifted one hand and spoke, his voice deep and rumbling but with strange echoes, "Put on the eye and ears protection I have given you." At his words, all acted and followed his instruction in a heartbeat. A large smile grew upon his face to an inhuman degree as he felt the empathetic bond with his mate increase in intensity. Anticipation was rising, and all of his work since day one was going to pay off. Closing his eyes and breathing deeply he gazed at the 4-story tall machine, and at his will, the rings began to spin, each in their own axis at varying speed, their runes lit up brightly. At this signal, crackling of pure white electricity zapped into existence, they condensed at the heart of the smallest ring into a ping-pong-sized ball of pure primordial energy, its density and temperature never seen within the universe since time immemorial. Then this sphere multiplied in size exponentially until it occupied a third of the smaller ring diameter, and they stopped growing, its color shifted as hexagons of light materialized all around. It was a kaleidoscope of colors for all to see, light from the 2 suns in the sky being around while the world seemed to reject what was inside but couldn't, such a sight enough to render more than one dizzy, and this was without taking into consideration the sound emitted. A long mechanical distorted purr of depth that would send chills down anyone's spine. It was akin to staring into a star that was both dying, forming, and living, and untold more. One would lose themselves staring for too long or be too curious wanting to touch it. Holy Mother of God, Liam, what have you made? This is beyond. This is impossible. Grace was the first to speak, her eyes wide and ears folding back as her words were mixed with shock, terror, and marvel. Her reaction was not unique as others shook up their very core, Aquay feeling his knee weakening at what his eyes captured. It was the creation of a god. Nothing short of divine could explain what was unfolding. The contact of Liam was anchoring itself deeply into their heart. But some were calmer than others, notably Iwa, who was looking curiously at what her mate had done. It was beautiful beyond words, and it was his creation, an extension of his being. What could she do but admire his beauty and magnificence? Less calm but calmer than most was Catherine, whose stupefaction and astonishment with a hint of fear were evident, yet she was more composed than others and the one to reiterate Grace's question. "What is this?" She lacked the words to describe it, but her question that all were asking themselves didn't stay unanswered for long. "The culmination of almost a decade of work from me and you as well, even if you couldn't have known. This is a tech replicator, a machine that generates a temporary dimension for me to control and uses as a station to do as I please." It is no weapon of mass destruction, however, it is a highly advanced tool of incomprehensible precision made for the expected purpose of creating, Liam explained, turning toward them, the glow in his eyes and implant having receded to the point only a close-up inspection would let anyone notice them. His being was oozing with pride, joy, and more. To a degree it scared some, but his positive emotions were almost contagious, and his words, as insane as they sounded, were but the truth. The proof standing right behind him. This explains so much. This is why you did all this. This isn't of human or mortal creation, this can't be. A miniature universe. Was this a Big Bang? Grace said with hesitation, her eyes altering from him to the machine. She instinctively understood how important for them all this structure was. Yes and no, Grace. It would take weeks to begin explaining in detail, but you can take it as is. A Big Bang of infinitely small proportion and slightly different properties, a pocket of space cut off from reality and shaped to be used as a framework. As for its nature, it is tech, and it depends on your view of what humans are philosophically speaking. This technology will be key to our survival, nay victory. English fails me towards its sheer versatility and potential, he said with the highest and most sincere confidence as he gazed upon the groups of individuals that assisted him, and that without them he wouldn't have advanced this fast. There was a pending silence, the sound of space distorting by the tech replicator with that of the wind produced as what he just said took root within their minds. Not even the tiniest amount of doubt flashed in the eyes of his audience. If one thing could describe him would be truthfulness and directness, and this wouldn't have suddenly changed now. Even less so with the little show he was giving them. Though none understood how this machine worked, and they never will, Liam didn't understand it fully as well, his brain unable to comprehend its higher function in their truest essence. It didn't solely operate on this plane of reality, and as being of this same plane, to a large extent he simply couldn't grasp it all, but that was something he would fix in due time. He wasn't omniscient. Sute steps forward, Liam asked, surprising the NA6 in question, who did just as asked, stopping a few meters in front of the silver-eyed man who was almost as tall as him. Liam extended his left hand toward the tech replicator, confusing all, but they refrained from speaking. The machine was already filled with resources before its completion, the subspace of it located at its back and connected to the one Liam, letting an exchange happen whenever he is in the correct range. It was one storage method of two. The first, a stabilized subspace partially cut off from the rest of the universe. It had its own time flow and could hold a set amount of mass in a set amount of space with multiple variations. Simple in concept but not in execution. The second was an even more complex thought. If the last could be considered magic, then this one was godly. It was the virtualization of physical and metaphysical objects into pure data that could be reversed into its original state of being, be the object alive or inert. It mattered little at the end, all was but a form of data to be stored. But it required an extensive amount of energy to be activated and kept stable. It required more than a single machine to be set for it to be used reliably and safely as well. It was an entire mega-network to be set in place for it to work as intended. Otherwise, it would be risking the object virtualized to be lost either by simple deletion or corruption, leading to the data becoming obsolete and irreversible to its original state of being. A terrifying end for whomever or whatever was unlucky enough to suffer this fate, the latter being much worse, as it would still be possible to be alive and even conscious for what little of the original would be left. It wasn't a toy or a technology to be taken lightly. That is for its normal uses, it wasn't a video game anymore, and there were no silly arbitrary limits in the name of balance and fair play. Here all of Liam's viciousness to ensure his survival and that of who he holds as important could do as it pleased. This aside, this wasn't the only godly or magical aspect of tech. Storages were but a fraction of it all. This is a tech phase pistol. I will do a practical example of what it can do. Do not panic, Liam declared as in his left hand materialized a high-tech, futuristic handgun of sleek metal with thin blue light around its barrel and two battery-like protrusion where the hammer should be. A piercing caw echoed the second after as a red tetrapteron, Mary, was carrying a basketball-sized sphere made of reinforced carbon matrix composite, and as the four-winged featherless bird dove down it used the generated force to throw the sphere diagonally toward the sky. The sphere moved higher and higher until a straight pure pale orange beam of esoteric plasma slammed into it, its speed reduced to the point of nothingness as all its kinetic energy was dissipated into the air and back into potential energy. But that only two understood. Gravity took its full effect as it fell, but it would never land. The gun physically shifted the blade-like extension around the barrel, switching down as the light that had turned to a pale orange from blue earlier switched again, but this time it was of a crimson red. A plasma beam of this same color took the place of the last, and upon contact with the sphere something quite similar to the mining drill he showed years ago at the inauguration of the lesser replicator. However, this beam effect was faster, to the point it seemed instantaneous, but its goal was not to collect resources. Its goal was simple: destruction, utter and total destruction, and it did so by breaking down nearly all matter that entered into contact at varying speeds depending on how much the pistol was charged to its more basic components, if highly ionized ones. Liam had then turned to Tsute and by his will, the pure black skin prosthesis that served the NA6 as a way to use his permanently damaged body by third-degree burns, crawled away, revealing the body-wide scars of those burns on the exposed skin. Half of his body was covered in those scars. "Do not panic everyone, specifically for you, Tsute. This will not hurt at most, it will be a warm and pleasant tickle," Liam said with a warm smile on his face. His words were bringers of distress and confusion in all but one, his mate, who knew what would happen as the post-human aimed the tech phase pistol at his friend's scarred chest, the crimson light switching for a forest green while the barrel spread open. Then, without any kind of hesitation, fear, or regret, he pressed the trigger. Chapter 86. Creator of Life. Liam pushed the trigger. Nobody had the time to move as the scene unfolded, many stricken with horror on their face as a forest green bin of plasma shot out of the tech phase pistol muzzle in Liam's hand and hit Tsute square in the scarred part of his chest as he closed his eyes, ears folding and tail curling between his legs. "No!" Grace screamed, her features stricken with terror that soon turned to confusion as nothing was happening. It was a similar reaction to various degrees all around. Confusion, utter confusion on everyone but Iwa and Liam. Grace was the one who felt the most shame. She wanted to facepalm, then go dig herself underground, not only out of embarrassment but at her reaction, and that it implied many things. But it wasn't a source of problems. She didn't lie to herself or him. Her friend, Liam, was someone who would murder in cold blood if necessary, her mate and herself if required. It was in his eyes and actions. Though they weren't like the one of Quaritch, Liam wasn't a maniac who would snap and act rashly no matter if it ended in bloodshed and the end enjoyed it. He was a calculative, manipulative, and ruthless man, but one who was empathetic, and wanted the good of everyone in reasonable measure, his coming first evidently. And something couldn't be mistaken. As much as he tried to see them as equal and more than tools, he failed because it wasn't possible. They weren't equal in all aspects. He wasn't like them, and it became even clearer as time went on. Only Miles, his tames, and Iwa seemed to make him more human, for lack of better terms, and that was a statement to be taken with a pinch of salt. His mind was a jigsaw puzzle as well, with no start or end. Many of his actions seemed random, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. Searching for a mine of some seemingly useless material, and 10 years later he had made a machine that could generate a pocket universe on command. His unpredictability was proven yet again, but her reaction made sense for what it was at face value, yet the emotions she was feeling, a mix of shame and relief that intensified the first, didn't help her feel any better. It was a visceral reaction. She couldn't have stopped after seeing this weapon halt, then disintegrate an object from the face of Pandora. What other things could it do? Compress matter? Freeze it? She didn't know, so she envisioned the worst, even if for what she knew Liam going for such an action didn't make sense. "What did you expect? That I will blast a hole through your husband's chest? I don't need a fancy tool for this. But your reaction is normal. I should have warned you, my excuse. But I did this for a reason," Liam said earnestly with clear bemusement. He realized what he had done, and that in retrospect pointing the pistol at Tsute wasn't the best option. "But if I did, however, there would have been no surprise," he added mysteriously with a smirk. the beam of plasma from his pistol spreading over the scarred skin. Look closer and marvel at what is unfolding. One of the many gates opened by Tech. And so Grace followed his instructions, walking over and observing the point where the plasma beam touched her mate. Her breath hitched as her almond-shaped eyes widened at the sight of the ugly, misshaped, and discolored skin upon contact peeled, shifting under the effect of the green plasma. The skin was melting away to the naked eye as it was slowly but surely replaced by a new layer of healthy tissues, be it muscle, nerves, and skin, that was in stark contrast to the more tanned one on the other side. But the changes were not only aesthetic, they affected all damaged tissue, from muscles to nerves. How? How is that even remotely possible? She appealed to Liam in astonishment, while her mate, even more astonished than her, couldn't help himself but stare and try to process the feeling of his flesh being mended by the weapon he thought could have maimed him if not outright killed him, and that he could start feeling something else on this part of his body aside from a phantom burning sensation, flaring random burst of pain and mind-numbing itchiness. Good question, Grace. It's akin to nano-machines of pure energy and data working on healing the damaged tissues of his body, if you will. Liam put in the general idea of what was happening, but he wasn't finished. To put it simply, for others to understand, this beam start a widespread phenomenon akin to autophagy upon the tissue to be healed and the one surrounding them. They recycle themselves, then those tissues will turn to stem cell or its equivalent, then by following a schematic they will multiply themselves into the correct shape and function. I will send you a more in-depth written explanation later so you don't have to worry, Grace. The last part nearly led the woman, well over at the beginning of her 60s, mentally, to jump for joy at such a technology and the biological aspect behind it. The healing mode of the tech phase pistol was not magical. Without extensive data on the target and its biology, it would only do the first two, autophagy of tissue aimed at and their shift into stem cells doing mitosis at an accelerated pace, creating a nasty feedback loop. This would put it arguably at the same lethality level as the killing mode, the Crimson Beam, due to the fact it would lead to unstoppable and uncontrollable cell growth from outside and inside of the target. It worked so well on Tsute thanks to all of the extensive medical files at disposition about the Na6 in question and Iwa's input in this branch of biology she gave birth to. As said, it wasn't magical and the pistol wouldn't know what to do without precise instruction and extensive data on the target, for safe use of course. If the goal was to transform the target into a pile of dying tumorous flesh, then that would work just fine. Similarly, the two other mods could be used in various situations. It was an incredibly versatile and powerful tool that brought lethality, function, and utility at all levels, a sort of Swiss knife in the form of a high-tech pistol. In an order of minutes, Tsute's entire body was back in full health, at least the parts aimed, as it was only the target. The Na6 and everyone else present aside from the same two stared at what just happened. Tsute was not the most affected of them, surprisingly enough for Liam, even if the Na6 came second as he flexed his healed hand, a smile etching itself on his face before he was jumped on and hugged by his mate. The most affected of all was Akwe, whose steps were slow as he approached. His eyes had seen untold events looking at the man, no, divine being standing, being a creation that no mortal could have made. He realized since long ago he hadn't deserved to be the blood brother of such a being, yet it was how it was, even if they aren't equal. The Oloiktan felt undeserving of such privilege. He was not adequate and couldn't hope to be so. To think this being that saved his son and his daughter-in-law only a dozen migrations ago had become and done, not only for himself but for others. Accomplishments no mortal should be able to do. The title of All-Father, for he was the All-Mother's mate, was all the more impactful to him now, for Liam was unlike him, unlike them. It was a difference on a fundamental level. It was such an honor, one beyond name, for Akwe to be present here. It showed within his body language. He advanced with reverence and respect, yet with pride, as that would be unlike him to act weak, for he knew there was no reason to. He did not want pity from the All-Father, yet he had to ask for one thing. What he saw gave rise to something in him he had buried for as long as he got his son back. He understood most of what was spoken as well. He learned English to a relatively fluent degree during those years. Not doing so would have been beyond foolish. Speaking it was still hard, as he did so only during a certain period of the years when his clan was close to Hell's Gate. So he preferred to speak in the language of the people, the one he would be the clearest in. Could this help my son regain his hand and other members of my clan? Would it be possible to be graced with such a blessing? Liam, flicking the pistol in his inventory, looked at the Oloiktan of the Olanji clan and hummed pensively. This question was going to help precise one thing about the healing mode that, as obvious as it might be for the pistol feat, would most likely not be looked upon. Though the reverence if not straight-up worship he received from the middle-aged NA6 was something not new in and of itself, human, and NA6 did it too, but this time it was particularly intense, second only to when Iwa met NA6 with her avatar. Another thing he would have to get used to is not that he hadn't been aware of this factoid for a long time, still, it weirded him out. There were reasons Iwa avoided her children who were gifted with enough awareness to realize who she was. If she were more egocentric and narcissistic might have loved this intention, but she wasn't, and neither was he. At least this way for that context. Here it was even more a glaring point, since Akwe was someone Liam considered quite a close friend, one he couldn't see often, but still, both knew they could trust the other with their lives, and seeing this truly put into perspective what the future would potentially look like. Of course Akwe, if they so desire, then this can be organized. The offer is available as well for you, Jake, and everyone present, but within reason. But I have to say something, it is even more important for amputees. Tsute, don't you feel some difficulty moving your fingers? Be truthful. Liam nodded and asked the freshly healed NA6. Yes. It's as if my mind refuses to move them as I will. It is not hard but exhausting, Tsute declared, yet there was elation in his voice. He couldn't care less about this not being perfect, it was a massive improvement from before, and he could feel this side of his body again. He had accepted his fate to be forced to wear this black prosthetic over his skin for the rest of his life. He was in the middle of processing what had just happened. It felt too good to be true, yet try to wake as he might. He was very much awake, and this was very much not a dream. That is only temporary, however, and I suppose Grace has already figured out why and can explain it. It is a major point after all. I don't do magic and miracles, Liam said with certainty in the xenobiologist's understanding of what was the problem, and he was proved correct in his judgment. It only regenerates the tissues to their healthy state, not reconstructs habits or the mind. The brain will need to relearn the movements for a total recovery, similar for the newly grown muscles. Hardly a drawback for such a revolutionary technology, she exclaimed, and without much of a warning began feeling the healed part of her mate without his express consent, to the point she began to drag him away. Chuckling at the sight, Liam's mind refocused on the tech replicator, the fabrication of something that consumed more than 70% of the resource stored within, mostly out of the sheer size and mass of the unassembled tech creature that had just finished being created and was in the middle of being transferred to his inventory. The sheer weight this creature represented, around a third of that of a blue whale, was not a problem here, as its unassembled state made it so via a one-time use failsafe that its weight was lessened by 99%, which was still around half of his inventory in weight at the end. As all might realize, this event of today will change our lives, even if you do not interact with technology more than strictly necessary. One such technology I will show, is a bona fide form of life, my creation, of my blood, and one that would further our survival with its utility. I recommend that you walk away for your safety, Liam announced to the small crowd, his smirk etched on his face growing, anticipation rising back to its full height for all and they, as he said, except for one. And this one was his mate, Iwa. On the contrary to the other, she walked next to him, excitement building in her heart as this was something he had held in surprise for her. His left palm perpendicular to the ground was held steady in the air, then a massive shadow appeared and it was in a microsecond followed by a quadrupled body just as massive. By Iwa, Jake swore loudly. He was the first to react. His words in NA6, due to him living with them, had become akin to his mother tongue, so naturally his experience switched to that appropriate to the language. His use of swearing was not unique to his person at the sight of the group's sudden and violent appearance, and what a sight it was. "Your child is beautiful," were the soft words carried by the mesmerizing voice of the All-Mother as she gazed beyond physicality into the first creation of life of her mate, its nascent soul blinking into life for the first time while programs of an unknown language and encoded into its very essence. A language that she found to be nothing less than the most complex and beautiful of art forms. One that seemed to draw inspiration from life itself yet was fundamentally different in nature. This child was a massive robotic creature of the purest form of metal, shining blue from all joints where black muscle fiber-like structure could be seen. It was similar in shape to a giraffe and a doe, two animals only seen in videos of extinct animals and storybooks. As such, it had a long and bulky neck ending in a proportionally small head reminiscent of the one typically seen in grazing herbivores, and a small seemingly obsolete tail was at its rump, waving around aimlessly. Its shoulders stood at 17 meters, 55 feet 7, tall, while a platform was on the back of its barrel-shaped body of living metal and unknown synthetic material that was supported by 4 long spindly yet sturdy legs that each ended in sharp bifurcated hooves. This is a tech strider, its name, or more accurately that of its artificial engrammic matrix, that will be the mind and souls of this model, ARKs. You can consider this the ultimate form of a workhorse, and this type of creature is going to help us in all kinds of endeavors, from mining to building to transport. Liam's deep rumbling voice full of life reached everyone, resonating into their very being. And it was only the tip of the iceberg. Many more aspects of tech were yet to be revealed, each as mind-boggling as the last. Today wasn't going to be a short one. It was the day that would change and shape the future of every individual present, that of humanity and even the Milky Way, if not the universe, and only the same two fully understood this.
Thanks for listening.